यार ये सब होना जरूरी है, ये सब होना जरूरी था। पूरा स्पीच दिया मैंने, पूरा स्पीच दिया। 6 बाय डिस्काउंट आओ चलो पापा के। देव भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 10 पाउंड, थैंक यू थैंक यू थैंक यू सो मच। हेलोज एवरीबॉडी, हेलोज। आज भयंकर मैचेस होने वाले हैं और भयंकर गांड लगने वाली है, भयंकर मजा आने वाला है। ओपा ओपा ओपा। हाँ, सोच के ही, सोच के ही नींद आ रहा है, सोच के ही। बाप रे, कौन था वो जिसने बोला था ये में कर, उसको बाहर लाओ जरा। क्या हुआ, लुकिंग वेरी टायर्ड? अबे सोच के ही हो रहा हूँ टायर्ड भाई। 11 बजे उठा मैं सुबह, 11 बजे उठा। अभी मेरे को 6:30 बजे तक से लेके कल शाम के 6:30 बजे तक करना है। सोचो, कर देंगे। पिन कर दिया है, ठीक है। काहे स्पैम कर रहे हो बे मॉड्स? हाँ, काहे स्पैम कर रहे हो? ला 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 ला। हेलो बेटे,
हेलो बेटे, व्हाट्सअप, कैसे हो?
कैसे हो बेटे? आपका इमोर्टल चैलेंज भी नहीं हुआ, कुछ करोगे जो बोलते हो?
हाँ, क्या बोलूं भाई।
हाँ, और मैं सुना इतने पैसे के बाद मेंबरशिप मांग रहे हो, क्या सीन?
कौन सा मेंबरशिप?
कल थैंक यू फॉर द
अच्छा
मेंबरशिप
अच्छा।
कर रहा था। हाँ, इतने $20 मिलियन में 150 रुपया ऐड होएगा तो क्या होगा? 6 बाय, आंटीला गिफ्ट करो मुझे।
अंटीला?
हाँ, अंबानी का घर
अच्छा,
गिफ्ट करो पट से।
दे रहा हूँ दे रहा हूँ।
देख रहे हो, हेजिटेट नहीं किया।
पर एक चीज तो है भाई।
क्या?
तेरा ऑलरेडी घर इतना अच्छा है, वो वाला घर।
हाँ,
इतना अच्छा, इतना बड़ा घर है, और क्या चाहिए भाई तेरे को?
एक और अपना घर भी होना चाहिए ना।
भाई, इतने घर लेके क्या करेगा? एक दे दे मेरे को भाई।
इतना कैसा दो, एक जो मम्मी डैडी ने लिया और एक जो मैं लूंगा, दो। तुम्हारा कितना है?
और मेरे।
आवाज गया, देखा घर का टॉपिक में आवाज गया लोड़े। 6 बाय पॉकेट थोड़ा शेक करेगा तो एंटी लाएगा। लैंग्वेज।
हेलो।
हाँ बोल।
मेरा।
अरे क्या इंटरनेट है गधे की गांड।
इंटरनेट नहीं, मेरा
अरे मेरा गले में मेरा फंसा हुआ है, पता निकाल रहा हूँ। आगे बोल। हेलो।
एक सेकंड, जीपी अपडेट हो रहा है। एक सेकंड, अपडेट हो रहा है, रुक।
हाँ कंटिन्यू करो, तेरे गले में मेरा फंसा था फिर। हाँ, लो साउंड कहाँ से लो साउंड भाई? प्रेस लेना मत बोलना वॉच पार्टी के बीच में डांस। वैलो में नया एजेंट आ रहा है, कि होपफुली आ जाए, मजा आ जाएगा, मजा आ जाएगा। यू रिप्लेस थैंक यू फॉर द 20 मेरी जान। थैंक यू सक्सेना भाई, 21 स्ट्रीम, लेट्स गो। आइए, कब है मैच? वो देखो चालू हो रहा है 5 मिनट में। थैंक यू, थैंक यू। गेट मी ऑल्सो सम गुड पोकेमॉन्स, ओके? बंग भाई 4 टाइम गिफ्टेड मिला, वेरी लकी। कुछ लीक्स देने वाले थे कल, वो कल आएगा। कल 2 दिन बोला था ना, 1 या 2 दिन, वो कल आएगा लीक्स। ओ, ऐसा रखो क्या? हाँ, कब थे उधर? ओ सॉरी, दिखाई नहीं। नहीं देख रहा मैं। देख ही नहीं रहा मैं। ठीक है ना भाई, सर नो सॉरी नो। गाइस आर यू रेडी? कौन कौन मेरे साथ है 24 घंटे? किस किस ने छुट्टी लिया है, स्कूल कॉलेज से, ऑफिस से, सब जगह से? कल तो 3 स्ट्रीम होगा भाई, 3 रीजन। आज है भाई, आज से है, आज से। कल कहाँ से? हम्म। और मैं चाइना का भी ले लेता ना तो 24 आवर्स में 40 आवर स्ट्रीम होता था मेरा। अकेला बंदा जिसको एक दिन में 40 घंटे रहते। लाइफ से छुट्टी लिया, लैंग्वेज। Binks, we are close to 289. Tell chat to sub. Chat, can you please sub? We are road to 300K. बंक्स में मेरा एग्जाम खत्म हो गए हैं, वेकेशन चल रहा है। आई एम 24 आवर्स। हर्ष भाई लैंग्वेज। चाइना का भी करो ना। बहुत बहुत सूरत दिख रहा भाई, अभी नहा दो क्या है यार, ऐसा मत बोलो यार भाई। ये गाना सुनो। एक दिन यही गाना, एक दिन यही गाना सुन के सोऊंगा मैं। कल की रिड्जी बाई की बात क्या थी वो कल पता चलेगा, कल पता चलेगा। तुम मस्त काम करते बग्स भाई, जादू की जप्पी। अरे यार सेंटी कर दो तो यार। थैंक यू फॉर द एमत बाय 200। बंद भाई लुकिंग सेक्सी एज फॉर। थैंक यू शामिल भाई 179। थैंक यू। कल नवी मुंबई आ रहा हूँ, मिल लो प्लीज। कहाँ से मिलूँ यार, ये चेयर पे 40 घंटा पे बैठा रहता हूँ। सागर भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 29। व्हाट इज अप, हाउस द यूज? इज स्क्रीम प्लेइंग, ही इज नॉट प्लेइंग। भाई कुछ भी बोलो, वीसीटी देख के मेरा गेम फुल ओपा ओपा हो गया। कैन यू एक्सप्लेन द फॉर्मेट अंटिल द मैच स्टार्ट? आदर्श भाई यू हैव कम टू द राइट फकिंग प्लेस, राइट फकिंग प्लेस। लेट मी एक्सप्लेन यू द फॉर्मेट माय डियर। सो देर इज वन रीजन, ठीक है। इमेजिन वन रीजन एज अ वड़ा पाव, ठीक है। तो वड़ा पाव में कैसा लेयर्स रहते हैं, वैसा रीजन में है लेयर्स, ठीक है। देर इज अ अपर ब्रैकेट एंड देर इज अ लोअर ब्रैकेट। तो सारे टीम्स अपने रीजन के उस वड़ा पाव के अंदर जाके खेलेंगे, ठीक है। फिर लेयर्स, चटनी का लेयर्स, सूखा चटनी का लेयर्स, ऐसा अपर ब्रैकेट लोअर ब्रैकेट। फिर फाइनल्स का जो ब्रैकेट रहेगा, अपर ब्रैकेट और लोअर ब्रैकेट, तो वो ऐसा रहेगा कि जो अपर ब्रैकेट है वो प्लेऑफ्स में जाएंगे, जो नीचे है वो प्ले इन्स में जाएंगे। समझ रहे हो? ऐसा अलग अलग रीजन्स का होने वाला है। तो जो प्लेऑफ्स में जाएंगे वो लोग प्लेऑफ्स खेलेंगे, और जो प्लेन्स में जाएंगे वो लोग वड़ा पाव से ट्रांसफर करेंगे। मतलब अभी समझो तुमने वड़ा पाव मांगा, तुमको बोला यार मेरे को यार ये वड़ा पाव तो मेरा काके हो गया, अचीवमेंट अनलॉक, अभी नेक्स्ट का। तो वो लोग जाएंगे समोसा पाव में, जहाँ पे सारे प्लेन्स वाले खेलेंगे। उनमें से एक बंदा सिलेक्ट होएगा प्लेऑफ्स में राउंड रॉबिन से, समझ रहे हो? फिर वो लोग वड़ा पाव और समोसा पाव मिक्स करके जो जीता वो सारे मिल के प्लेऑफ्स में जाएंगे, जहां पे वो लोग पाव भाजी खाएंगे। कैसा था फॉर्मेट, समझा? एक्सप्लेनेशन समझा? समझा? सिंपल फॉर्मेट है, सिंपल। हाँ सिंपल फॉर्मेट है भैया जी। फॉर्मेट का पता नहीं, भूख जरूर लग गया, मेरे को भी लग गया यार। यार आज चीट डे है। चलो स्क्रीन दिखाओ, मेरा क्या स्क्रीन में कुछ नहीं चल रहा है यार। थैंक यू बंक फॉर ऑल दिस वॉच बटे, इतना ज्यादा हार्ड वर्क के लिए लव यू बाय, लव यू टू यार। तुम लोग के लिए तो मैं करता हूँ यार। अंडी मंडे, ये चीट तो वो कर गई। रोज ही चीट दे भाई, तब से लेके अब तक मैंने एक डोमिनोज खाया बस।
बिंक्स यूट्यूब का नया अपडेट है क्या?
आ, निकल गया। कैसा है, कैसा है?
क्या?
स्ट्रिक्स मैं बोलता हूँ, देख आज एक 10,000 मेंबरशिप गिफ्ट करके बता दे तू कौन है, पैच
अरे
बता।
सुनना,
हाँ
यूट्यूब का नया अपडेट है क्या?
क्या होता है उसमें?
अरे ये चैट राइट साइड में दिखती है, मतलब अलग ही दिख रहा है।
तू स्ट्रीम कर रहा है तो क्या?
नहीं, हाँ मतलब लाइव स्ट्रीम अलग दिखती है, वीडियोस भी अलग।
हाँ क्या पता नहीं, मैं तो खुद का यूट्यूब देख के जमाना हो गया। आया क्या चैट नया अपडेट? हाँ
मतलब वो डिस्क्रिप्शन भी राइट साइड में दिखता है।
क्या
हाँ
स्क्रीन शेयर कर।
देख देख।
श्रिक से पीछे कौन है लड़की?
वहाँ पे
हाँ तेरे बाजू से अभी पीछे से गई वो कौन है?
देखना यहाँ पे राइट साइड में चैट है और फिर डिस्क्रिप्शन ही नहीं दिखता।
ये कैसे? रिफ्रेश कर एक बार।
नहीं वैसे ही है सारे यूट्यूब वैसे देख सारे।
उसको वो मैक्सिमाइज कर। तेरा कुछ सीन हो गया शायद। वो मैक्सिमाइज कर राइट साइड पे कुछ। फुल स्क्रीन है क्या ये? नहीं ये विंडो फुल स्क्रीन है क्या?
हाँ
वो ग्लिच है आज। हाँ क्या?
ग्लिच नहीं है, नहीं अपडेट है शायद ये।
तो डिस्क्रिप्शन कैसे देखेंगे?
क्योंकि देख क्योंकि देख डिस्क्रिप्शन राइट साइड में दिखता है, देख इधर।
ये तो पहले ही डिस्कॉर्ड पे पाक पुक बंद करेगा जो बटन पे तेरा आवाज आता है।
देख राइट साइड में दिखता है।
हाँ बे। शॉर्ट्स में खोल दिया लाइव किसने?
नहीं भाई शॉर्ट्स नहीं है भाई।
पॉपआउट चैट तो नहीं कर दिया? नहीं पता नहीं इसका अलग दिख रहा है पूरा। इसका ऐसा दिख रहा है देखो। राइट साइड पे दिख रहा है। उस पे एक्स पे क्लिक कर, उसके एक्स पे।
किसके एक्स
मेरे
पे?
लाइव स्ट्रीम के एक्स पे। राइट साइड जो चैट है ऊपर एक्स से देख। एनालिटिक्स पे एक बार क्लिक कर।
कहाँ पे?
यूट्यूब में जाके अपने।
साला
अरे वहाँ पे सेटिंग है।
नहीं है वहाँ पे, मुझे पता
अरे
है।
है।
नहीं है।
टी पे क्लिक करो बोले। टी किधर है बे?
ये कहाँ पे? कहाँ पे टी?
ऐसे ही होता है कब से? हैं ऐसा होता था चैट। टी पता नहीं किधर है।
अबे ये बेकार है ना, पिछले वाला अच्छा था।
टी किधर है लेकिन? पता नहीं। चलो चालो रहा। अरे भिंचो। ला 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 बंक्स बाय। जब से वैलो के अंदर स्टार्ट किया है सीन यू अनिल लव योर गेम प्लान करना है एवरीथिंग। बस एक लास्ट विश आपके साथ खेलना है, बस वो पूरे हो जाए। सागर भाई हैवी रैंक पुश करे, इमोर्टल में अपन जरूर मिलेंगे। हैवी रैंक पुश करे।
VCT EMEA, we've got a lot of matches for you, so we're not wasting
कीबोर्ड का
any
टी।
time.
ओ कीबोर्ड में
अबे
टी
नहीं,
प्रेस कर।
उससे थिएटर मोड होता है।
ओ
Let's hear it.
उससे नहीं हो रहा।
नावी बोलते।
The man himself, AORUS. You know, he's going to be a big factor in today's game. We haven't seen the maps of the agents. We'll get into that later.
Who are you most excited for on the next team?
I don't know. It could be Mystic.
कोई तो भाग के चला गया।
My eyes are on Enzo. There they are, stepping up to the stage. Nats as well.
भाई लड़की ने
And of
फिश
course,
बम दिया,
Yomi,
बंदा देखा?
He went out leading the charge. Speedy today. Wonder if he'll be quick on the server too.
नावियों का घर पे लैंग्वेज बेंच लैंग्वेज। बे आज सब कुछ है बे, सब मूड में सब कुछ है। अच्छा लग रहा है आज।
Same. Snap.
भाई अच्छा
we
लग
just
रहा है।
have a mirror going straight down the middle. That's what it is. The fist bump, it actually breaks the matrix as they hit each other. But you know,
If you look real close, there was a tiny gap between those two. That's the mirror.
that's
Guess
how good our
who's
production
missing
is.
in Team
It's
Liquid?
almost seamless.
They are.
Ooh.
They are. But they were rehearsing. Sorry, he was rehearsing that for hours. I'm not sure which one it was.
Bugs by also takes these skin love it.
Now there's only one on the side of Navi.
आज मैं एक गेम खेल के वो स्किन्स दे रहा था, पता है भाई? सेक्सी है स्किन्स दे रहा था। वो बात अलग है, जिसको भी दिया सबने मुझे गाली दी कि उसको अपग्रेड नहीं किया करके, लेकिन स्किन तो है, स्किन तो है, स्किन तो है।
Like, that's the thing. I think we've seen one
Scream,
come from
one
being a
tap machine,
professional player,
अच्छा।
the other always
वो तो
sort of
पहले से
having that
निकल
goal
रहा
of
है।
being a coach, and it definitely makes for an interesting fight between a lot of them. But that is the thing, that this is one of the sort of pinnacle matchups of the group where we're looking at today. Also later
ये
on,
वाला
obviously,
कैमरामैन
we have
अच्छा,
the
कल
same
वाला
amount of
कैमरामैन
practice
नाड़ा
match
दिखा रहा था
between
बे।
Vitality and Fnatic, and
Never mind.
obviously in the middle we have another one of our elimination games. So it is
सारे
going
लोग
to
का
be
body
an
मेरे जैसे
absolute
बे।
banger day of Valorant. We're up nice and early to get things started for you. I mean, I'm actually surprised. What, it's like This
Volume
is early,
increase,
you know,
ये
maybe
वाला?
like 5 p.m.
No, it's a 1 or 2 p.m. So I'd be up to watch the game
You're
still.
like, oh, what's going on? Why am I
Hey,
in the
कुछ बोल
arena?
I slept here last night just to avoid the
और
travel.
बोल
I'm excited.
Hello.
We've just seen Latex and Eamon
आराम से बोल
got off the stage, backstage. I don't even know where
थोड़ा
they go
जोर से
to.
बोल
हेलो
Behind a curtain somewhere.
हाँ,
As
ये
the
आवाज
players
में
are now
बात
ready
करना
to get on in. And we're ready to see what maps they're going to be
ठीक है।
playing on. Starting it out, the bands. And it's going to be Team Liquid and Navi, respectively. Sunset and Icebox taken out. We're getting
बंक्स भाई स्ट्रिक्स को निकाल दो डिस्कॉर्ड में से इतना वॉच पार्टी देख के भी रैंक अप मॉड्स
And no surprise to see Breeze coming in for Na'Vi. They looked phenomenal on it just the other day. We
Salah,
haven't
तू
seen
भी
either of
daring
these
होगा,
teams
रुक
play,
जा।
but at least within the VCT. And I'll be honest,
तेरा भी
I know
game
you've
plan
written
अच्छा
down
नहीं है
some
मॉडल
stats,
जैसा
but I'm only looking at VCT at
साला।
this point. I know the teams are going to change everything up, and the same again. So
भाई यही होता है देखो अभी अगर नावी ने लिक्विड को हारा है उसका मतलब क्या लिक्विड हार गया ना उसके बाद नहीं बचना चाहिए ना कल जब मैंने क्लियर कट स्ट्रिक्स को हराया क्लियर कट तो ये लोग बोलेंगे भाई परफॉर्मेंस देख 3-5 ये वैसे वाले लोग हैं भाई क्लियर कट हराया अचानक से टीम पे ब्लेम कर दे कि मेरी टीम एकदम टॉप वाली टीम थी हाँ यही होता है यू शुड लर्न टू एक्सेप्ट योर मिस्टेक्स डियर समझ रहे हो हारा दिया बस पापा नंबर 1 बेटा नंबर 2 इट्स डन हाँ बराबर है
find out exactly what they're playing very soon, Tom. I can't wait to see it. I'm hoping that we've got some more Yoru action. I think it was successful on this map.
मजा तो आती है
through
मेरे
some
सामने
utility.
खेलने में
हाँ ना मजा तो आता है
मजा तो आती है भाई
Although for Martin,
तेरे को याद है कैसे मारा था देखो आउटलॉ से तू कूद के आया था
तेरे को याद है जब तू डैश मारा था मैं तो सैचल मार के उड़ाया था
That's always the thing with
सारे
your attack. It's like the first time you
सारे
do it,
नाइफ
everybody's
मिस हो
like,
गए
"Wow,
थे
DJ." It's like, okay, I understand how this works. So
मैं भी हंसा था
I
तब।
like, but that's the thing that's most fun about
बहुत
the meta
हंसा
we're
था
in right now. I don't feel like there's particularly an agent that you have to be playing. Maybe you could look at like a controller. A lot of people
Feeling
playing
bad
Viper,
for Jetta.
Omen across quite a lot of
मेरे
maps.
भाई,
In fact, that's
ऐसा
another
क्यों
one that
sad?
Angel
अब
brought
तो
in the
आ रहा है
other
भाई,
Breeze
अच्छा हुआ।
and dropped the spike because he ran through a smoke, but we'll ignore that. The
अच्छा
fact
team तो
is,
था।
we could have so many different
अनुज
things
भाई पता
coming
नहीं
into this
किधर है?
matchup. We've seen a lot of teams sort of run the likes of
कल
a
stream
Breeze
किधर हो रहा
to
था
try and
router
go
पे?
for more setup style plays. The Sky is still
Liquid
getting some showing every
बोलते।
once in a while. FaZe
भाई,
has been one that like I
मैं
feel
क्या
like
बोल रहा हूँ?
for me
Safe-
at least I thought would be slightly more
सेफ
popular,
बाय को मैं
but
सपोर्ट
has
करूंगा
been run
वाइटैलिटी
here
में
and
याद
there. I
रखना
think still
फैनेटिक वर्सेस
Lotus being
फैनेटिक
a very
उसका और
good
मेरा
pick.
फोटो है
And then I think the only
ठीक
thing
है,
like
ठीक है,
ठीक है।
realistically on this map I want to be seeing is Raze.
मेरा
I
booster
think
का भी
Raze
photo
is
है।
always a
कहाँ
great
पे?
shout. I think even with
ए भाई,
controllers, like
निकाला
if
था।
your team
बता।
sets up
इंडिया आया था
on
तब निकाला
Astra,
था।
that can work out
बता।
for you. I think with Omen, it's the more popular choice, and if you're KC, you run both.
Yeah, KC can do KC things. We learned that season in and season out. But yeah, I think it's an interesting conversation
Bugs,
as well. As you mentioned, the Sky still
hello.
being in rotation. I think that will be something that tapers out as time goes on. Or just the
मैं
value
उनकी
that
तरह
you're
इनका
bringing
hand
to
warmer
the
देखना।
right now, it's massive on this map in particular. But starting to see a loading screen on their screen. I can see that, Chow.
Bye,
Can
Viper
touch your monitor
Breach.
a little bit more. It looks like they're ready to
Viper
play.
Breach दिख
They're
गया,
on the
leaks.
server.
You're
That
the
means-
opposite of Sue. Sue's literally been going, I don't want to see that. It spoils the agent select, and you're going,
क्या लगता है कौन सी
There
टीम
was a
स्ट्रांग
bit
है
of shine. There was a bit of shine, so I couldn't see it all. But
भाई यहाँ पे
मुझे लग रहा है Team
That's
Liquid
just
भाई।
off my head. That's actually not that. That's the
पक्का।
reflecting off a light and back onto his monitor.
हाँ
that's why I
टीम
keep you
लिक्विड
around, Tom. It's a beautiful strategy. You'd be a great
तुझे?
teammate. Is that the ball buff?
भाई नावी में
Looks like we're ready.
बहुत
Agent
फायर
selects.
पावर है बे
Here they are.
आरदिस
And yeah,
एंजल
the Sky is still going to be
Chow,
sticking around. It's Enzo that's locked
Sugetsu,
in Sky.
Dippen.
Angel's going to have
कॉम्प
the
लग
ability
रहे
to
कॉम्प
send out
देख के तो मेरे को
some
टीम
sort
लिक्विड ही
of
लग रहा है
quasi dogs of his own to get that
कॉम
information,
देख
maybe
के
break some trips,
नहीं
better
नावी
play
का
from
भी
that.
कॉम
See, there's
सेक्सी
a
है
few things I always enjoy within these matchups.
नावी का
Number one,
कॉम
if I'm playing
एकदम
Raze,
W वाला है
always happy to see that
पर
back.
डिफेंड में
He's
W लेके क्या
unbelievable
फायदा?
on that. I think the fact that you've got Nats back
भी
on a cipher, that it's always a treat. Like the guy has been since
हाँ बे,
before
वो भी
you
है।
even knew who this guy was. You go back to watching the old CIS matchups.
नहीं लेकिन
His
नावी नावी नावी
cycle
नावी
was
नावी
the
नावी
side
लेट्स
where
गो
everybody was watching,
खुद का
everybody was
साउंड बढ़ा
keeping an eye on because he was
बाकी
the
सब
best of that
वॉल्यूम
agent.
थोड़ा कम
Yumpy
कर
going on to the Viper though. They're still running.
भाई मेरे को
as
लग रहा
said,
है
a
टीम
quasi
लिक्विड का
double Sentinel.
अच्छा
He is someone I know who could play everything, but that's
Simple
not an
and
agent that
good,
really
भाई।
clicks in my mind as a very yumpy
अभी
agent.
ऐसा लगेगा मेरा
He's
वॉल्यूम
normally
ज्यादा
quite aggressive with whatever he plays, unless he's going to maybe take a leaf out of when you kill.
Viper hold तो कर सकता है वैसे देखा जाए तो
killing people.
Yeah, but that's the difference. Killing people.
काय को
right?
मारेगा
It's
क्या
the
लगता है काय को
pressure on you
मारेगा
to
आज
make those crazy plays and they don't work. The
मार
punishment
सकता
is
है भाई नावी सामने
massive
मार
on the
सकता
other
है
side.
कल तेरे को मालूम पड़ा था कि मैंने तेरे को काय को मारा करके या आई वाज काय को बेबी
where Nats could go back to the Nats of old.
Hold on,
where
डालो
he used to
डालो.
have a silent
Nats
from
MVP
the
okay आ
shadows
गया.
at time. He'd be behind you, and you just couldn't tell how he got there.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I remember a guy specifically saying something like, how is he there? How is he there? Like losing his mind. Sounded like a right idiot, if I'm honest. An absolute
You reckon, do you?
Yeah, moron.
I don't think everyone thought that, so it's okay. Matter of opinion and taste, I
It was
suppose.
me.
भाई एक दिन खेलने का है वे लेकिन.
Trying to defend me to me.
हाँ?
Okay.
ये ना VCT
But either
ना.
way, we are going to be getting into our first match. I'll be honest, this is
तुमको
the
जो
matchup I'm
task
most
दिए
excited
पहले वो
for so
बोलो,
far in the
Thursday
squad.
तक time
I
है,
think this is
ठीक
gonna be a
है?
banger.
I think that's fair to say. The organizations alone always generate a hype matchup, but the
They
players
are
on
missing
the server
Shadow. Shadow, I
even
miss
more
you.
So for Team Liquid, having that core 3 as well that had risen so high in Ascension,
Double
but
crowd,
just
double crowd.
barely failed to cross that final finish mark. This is somewhere that they can prove that they're so much more than even we gave them credit for. Team Liquid
Bye.
around mid waiting for that fight, and it was Sugetsu the first to fall. You talked about Yumpy wanting to
Hello?
get aggressive. Well,
First of all,
unfortunately
इतना
for
पास है
Navi,
भाई, किस
it's
कर रहे
their
हैं भाई?
Viper that's gone down early.
But that also removes a lot of the delay you're going to have. The whole point is you normally have that poison orb setting
Sexy
up.
combo
instead
किया
of
ना?
being thrown out by the
Combo
attack.
था,
They
combo था,
control the
फिर.
pace a little bit.
Stun,
Japan has
seize
got
or
one of that
nade?
seize
तीनों पे का.
combination thrown early. Something you can expect to see quite regularly, but the all-out brawl is going to come in, and actually Enzo's caught reloading.
Navi
It's quite surprising he's
OP.
not ready for anything, and Zipan, well, I feel like this
बोला
is
था
such a
Navi
fun
OP.
matchup. It's the new boy on the block of Kiko, and what I would call a legendary race.
Really nice.
Navi
Pace
OP
retake
बे,
of that
Navi
control
OP
from
बे.
Navi, the fact that they group up and move in to take the
Huh?
duels, you see it just catches Liquid off guard.
मेरा हो गया.
That's one thing that we can always praise Angel for is thinking on his feet. He'll make those calls quickly, and he hits
Correct.
the mark a lot of the time, in particular that util
Dirty.
combo. I mean, lucky that
Galat.
Enzo even made it out of there in the first place, and obviously had to pop the reload after shooting out the eye. It's, well, a very, very clean display in the opening round of utility. You don't get to see that often.
No, it also just going back, having a little bit of nostalgia. It's funny that
Liquid
you kind
जीतेगा
of
लग
have
रहा है.
still on that raise after all of these years. An artist who used to just run it down on this map is now playing Breach. Like, it just doesn't... It's like, I know he'll be good at it because he's good at every agent. Like, he just doesn't seem to struggle. Maybe some better than others.
कहाँ है?
Yoru was unreal the other day. But the fact is, I'm just sat here looking at him
उसने
playing
miss
that
किया है क्या
agent and
smoke?
thinking, okay, it's definitely a different time, a different position.
Oh, stun नहीं
Kiko
हुआ रे,
again,
oh, stun नहीं
back-to-back
हुआ.
rounds getting that opener Mitch.
Yeah, and you've got Yumpy lurking on that
But
other
Kickoff
side towards
fans
B, but
है
he's kind of been
हाँ भाई,
isolated now,
sexy
trapped in
मारता
that
है
corner
bro.
potentially. It's a bigger
तेरे भी
weapon.
थे एक
Hold
टाइम
him.
पे जब तू खेलता था
Team
रेगुलर.
Liquid coming in to bail him out. In fact, he
क्योंकि
just
लड़कियां
jumps
फंसा
across,
था.
makes it out in time.
तेरे भी
Even
थे.
the smoke going down for Navi.
Cool,
They
man.
don't want to hold that ranged advantage because again, they're looking to retake that control over middle. This is somewhere
बड़ी तो है यार, बड़ी तो है,
want to
बड़ी
give
तो है.
any space to Team Liquid. And we've seen many times, and we used to always talk about Angel lurking into this position that Enzo's in, so you know that Navi are ready for it. This is the spot that they consider so important on the map.
Oh.
And AORUS has styled
Oh,
on
घूम के
Enzo. A clean kill while there's an attempt to lurk up, but you can see Navi are ready
Winnable
for
है.
it. A weapon
That's not
retrieved at
bad.
least. 2 versus 3.
Stun हो गया
Missing
वो
is
लेकिन.
still on a classic and quickly dispense, but
Bro.
it comes to the 1v1.
Bro.
And this is where Nats can be so dangerous. He's got the info, 2 bullets. And he's
Bro,
out.
bro, bro, bro,
Reload
bro,
against
bro,
AORUS,
bro,
time to
bro.
reposition. But diffusing that in the open is going to be
Bro,
tough.
heaven गया.
8 bullets.
मेरा हो गया.
It's enough for AORUS. He's got the HP as well to tank a shot or two from Nats. He spots, not even halved on it. Nats has time. He's trying to bait him off of it with the shots, and he's just about avoided dying, but it's gotten to
Bye.
half. AORUS has bought himself a few more seconds. That shot whizzes past his head.
Oh.
And finally, the death blow is delivered.
Oh, भाई हैंड वार्मर सेक्सी है ना?
Sexy है भाई, कुछ तो new tech है भाई.
It
हाँ.
got shaky, but he got 4 kills in that. Now close to a rolling thunder, maybe that'll be a
Let's go,
lifeline to
Liquid.
help them out of this hole they're in. Economically.
I don't know, maybe
Mobile
I
versus
think
PC
more-
gaming, which is
Could you not
difficult, the which you
give
can't
that to
play.
Guardian in an eco round, please. That would be that would be really appreciated because you just see the danger of this man. That's the thing. We saw it in, I think it was their second map when he was playing on Viper the other day. 28 kills. Like he is someone that you just have to be
Bhai,
very
Nats-
wary of.
Nats is
overshadowed a
nuts,
little bit
yaar.
by Kiko's 37 in the map before, but you know,
Sexy खेलता है भाई.
it was an explosive match for both of those
ये
players.
लोग का
and I
अच्छा है
think
बे
they're gonna be
3-1-1
needed
बेस्ट
today
ट्रैक
because
लगता है मेरे को
we
पता है.
have seen in Navi that okay, first map. jitter.
सब जगह
After
कुछ
that,
ना
they
कुछ करने का.
obliterated BBL. It wasn't even
Actually.
particularly close. Again, just look at this pressure in mid. 4 players there early in the round. They are... It almost looks like they're hard countering what Liquid want to do, but I don't even know what they could have seen.
Again, Navi are obsessed with this mid control. They keep fighting for it, and they're winning. Here, 1-to-1 trades might not seem great,
By
especially
good trade,
with Artis
but
going down,
breeze nikla
but
unka.
they had a pistol on
Yeah.
Artis, I
3v3.
believe, going into that.
Trade
Now,
low
one
hai.
rifle dropped. The
निकाल
point of
सकते
this,
हैं।
though, is damage. If they can continuously
अभी
chip
उनको
away
पता
at
भी नहीं है
Liquid,
कि B
they're
कोई
undoing all
साइड में
the
घुसा है कि नहीं।
benefits that were just found by Liquid, right?
किधर भी
They're
जा
trying to
सकते हैं
force
लोग
Navi
अभी।
into investing into more weapons. Navi don't. They take the weaker weapons. That should mean Liquid get an opportunity to build up economy, but that's just not happening here. Thanks to some really smart early aggression
अच्छा switch
from
किया ना?
Navi. Now's the harder part of the round. You're three
it's a
players
gamble.
defending such a big site, and you take 1v1 fights. Well, Angels,
Walk
20
in
HP
करेंगे
with a
शायद।
pistol. You've got a Bulldog in there. Maybe you're better grouping up, but then you can't cover as much ground. You know, there's
हो गया,
no
हो गया।
real easy
30
solution to
seconds
this.
left.
निकाल लिया निकाल
Misses
लिया।
Yumpy by just a minuscule amount. If that haunt went a
निकाल लिया
little bit
bro।
further around the corner,
कैमरा भी है।
is now though.
निकाल
I
लिया।
almost wonder, at least I get to if you're
Spike
just safe.
planted.
Because you've got a couple of rifles, your credits are not
Viper
bad for
का
the next
timing
round,
अच्छा
but
होना चाहिए,
just
वरना
keeping
scene हो
that extra
सकता है।
gun might be worth it. Maybe send in Shao and Angel to see,
sound आ
okay, if
गया,
they can
sound आ
make this
गया।
a little bit more competitive, we give it a go, we try and get back in, and we try and do as much damage as possible.
And they know there's
Sound
utility
तो आ
to
गया है।
break through at least a cam. By the way, they're moving a little slowly. It looks like they're aware
अभी,
of
अभी, अभी।
traps as well. Really,
जॉर्ड
setting up so
टाइमिंग
late.
जॉर्ड
Exits,
पे
but it leaves Angel exposed. Sagetsu's through. He's been tagged, revealed, and now here's the swing. Easy for Yumpy. Shao grabs one though. A nice trade. Damage to the end of the game, and that game is won by Navi with
Damage
minimal
तो दिया है
reinforcements
लेकिन।
in this round.
Nice round.
They
Heavy
have done
damage
so
दिया है।
much damage to Team Liquid.
Yeah, not
Heavy
a bad round
damage
from them
दिया।
whatsoever. As said,
ना?
Sagetsu's going to be a little bit low when it comes to the finances, probably a light shield to rifle situation, and I believe that oh no, he's actually going to have to go to Bulldog just to be able to afford his orb, so it definitely does still leave a little bit of a mark.
भाई मैं भी ऐसे खेल रहा हूँ, मजाक से हटकर
To take
आजकल।
4 players out is worth it. It means the Liquid are also coming in with some vulnerabilities themselves.
Oh my goodness. Well, I'm seeing the strengths there. That's an easy 20
Hey,
roll every time.
You can't like rip the sides
क्या
of a chair
biceps
without
था वो
muscles
मेरे
like that.
जैसे?
No, listen, they thought they needed to upgrade the tables for Bar. Well, let me tell you, better hope this man doesn't
Same,
start
na?
swinging. Well, they won't stand a chance. 2-1, as we said, Team Liquid, they have a lot of reinvestments. They have a Guardian, no weaknesses evident here, but it's
just
the fact they
wanted
don't
to
have anything
say
to fall back
आप
on.
जो भी
It's a
stream
very
करो we
valuable
support
round
100%. Thank
for
you.
Liquid to find, and oh no,
Oh!
it's gone early. An immediate punish from Navi. The space
तो ये तो
take,
बोला था
the
hold
temp,
नहीं कर
the
सकता।
double swing out of heaven afterwards, it just catches them way off guard. They've got to
कौन
recover
बोला
this.
था?
Sending Nats out to try and catch someone off guard. Mystic is 11 HP. This is a really tough one to find any time.
I think they've already got the ping that all the players are rotating, but I guess they might be thinking that this was sort of a double gamble. The peak in here is well, it's not
भाई
bad
क्या
initially, but it's still
stuns
just
दे
gonna be
रहा
trade down.
है?
Rolling Thunder invested.
वो डाल
Gonna
after
force
shot।
back Yumpy completely. The spike also dropped.
मेरा हो गया।
Yeah, God is straight through.
मेरा हो गया भाई मेरा हो गया।
Come on now, Nats. Clearly had the right
भाई
idea of
मेरा
escaping
हो
out there,
गया।
but not having the spike is going to make it impossible. You might be able to get a lucky
Yeah,
shot or two. going up that
importable.
road, but the Guardian is not easy.
This is just such a perfect early game from Navi. The damage done in the previous round now rewarded.
clean bे।
The player swinging up top, Zip unable to catch another off guard. They're always having that second player to swing to fight. Even if Artis had been swung there, he had the backup of Sagetsu. Every step of
अभी वो
the
लोग
way,
एक
they're
है,
one step
4-1।
ahead so far. The first 4 rounds,
उसका बाइसेप और तेरा
definitely swinging
पेट
towards
से
that
में
defensive
लैंग्वेज।
side. And now look what Team Liquid are left with.
अरे
Barely
अभी तो
any
शुरू हुआ है।
credits,
अरे
no
मतलब
ultis online. And again, just circling back to Artis.
जिपिन का अल्ट है।
All right. Oh, yeah. Oh, you want to stop for that time?
From the shadows.
From the shadows
There
online.
you go. Don't get the...
So
you know.
maybe they'll win the round then. Never mind. But the point being that
ये लगा default
had that
default
ult
अच्छा है
online
लेकिन।
so early from the kills earlier on. Okay, that's decent damage.
Liquid
Down
का।
to 60 HP already. Sagetsu through the smoke. He's not having a nice
This is
time.
like the most aggressive Viper mid I think I've ever seen. Like each round, he's just taking some. How's Yuppie just walked out P main?
No traps. No traps.
No traps being
He's been
mixed.
looking
ये
with
सब
his
timing
response. I'm gonna
ये
have
सब timing तो होएगा ही।
flashbacks in a minute.
कुछ नहीं
Oh,
करना।
his chakra told him to do it.
His
that's what it
chakra
was.
must have indicated it. That it was wide open. But again, this is a good read from Yumpy, I guess, because Navi have been so focused on mid. So Liquid show presence on mid. He
Navi
sees
का
if he can find
rotations
space
देखना।
elsewhere, and he absolutely did. Free real estate, wide open. Shao now a little bit of pressure on him. Navi have this mid push coming through. A couple of players in position. But they're
अगर
going the
Shao
wrong
मारा
way
तो
towards
लग
A.
गया।
Shao's going to have to defend all by himself.
Shot,
First goes
shot.
easy. The second, even easier. Nice stuff. 3 kills for him in this round, and at least those weapons will be dropped. It's just the 1 rifle recovered for Enzo, and they still need to plant.
30 seconds
Maybe a little bit wary about someone being closer. Prowler will be used to clear the close angles, although it doesn't
Enzo को
catch
करना
Enzo.
पड़ेगा कुछ.
He's able to go a little bit more aggressive and he'll win that fight. Turning it into a 2v2 scenario. Mystic has found some space as well. A lack of information now for Na'Vi is going to make things difficult, or so you'd think. Hiding within his own smoke, he's actually baited them into potentially thinking it's coming from that corner, and he landed a harder shot, but unfortunately, Saigetsu is so quick off that spike to trade.
Just such good buddy system play from Na'Vi. Again, when you're defusing like that, you see the split-second decision is to go and fight with your teammate, and they're always on the same page in that regard. It's not hard, I guess, when your instinct is always to fight, but
पहला कुछ क्रॉसिंग स्मोक देना चाहता है एंजो के लिए
I
ना.
like the aggression out of Enzo again. This is something Liquid have been playing with in this round in particular, was pushing up and just trying to steal that little bit of extra map control from under Navi's nose. You can see that they were always ready for it. Even though they didn't know Enzo was there was still that siege going through just to confirm.
भाई आज बूस्टर का मैच है, आज बूस्टर का मैच है.
Liquid are trying, but Navi are always ready.
I almost want to see them go for something slightly faster, like more brute force as a squad, because each time I feel like Kiko's been a little bit further ahead of everybody else on these initial
round compulsory
but when they've actually
जीतना है
gone
लोग.
in together, the trading has not been bad, and they've done better in rounds on eco than they have with actual
वापस
guns,
मेल
because
स्मोक
each time
करेंगे
I
क्या?
feel like they might be slightly overthinking a lot of these battles. Either way, Kiko is going to go in on his own.
Full retake.
Oh,
भाई क्या बंदा है ये?
I don't know how you play against that. The TP from Xiao is risky as well.
Stopper after, I mean, a good backup in case you ended up losing Angel, but instead it's gone terribly wrong. Mystic is behind them. They have absolutely no iota, and he's putting down the smoke as if he's on the site, helping out the team, but he's not part of that pronged attack. He's the second prong, and he's got 2 players right in front of him, easy as can be for Mystic. His 3rd kill of the round, and that should lock in the win for Team Liquid. No way back for
Oh
Na'Vi.
sheesh.
The oldest trick in the book. TP into your
ये लोग अभी पूरा टाइम एक बीमेल में रखना पड़ेगा पता
I
है?
laughed. I said it was a useless ult, you know? It's on me.
Yeah, you did. I
चलेगा ये लोग को एक और राउंड ही
coming.
चाहिए
Yeah,
बस.
very
अटैक में तो
well.
बहुत मारेंगे.
The ball both strikes again.
Just that good, you know? Yeah, no, Durka, old teammate, he fed me the information.
बेटे बस अगर परफॉर्मेंस हाँ पे मजा
He
आएगा.
had to really push paper thin out there. It was just, you know.
The game होएगा, the game.
He is. I see.
Oh, it's going to be a nice finish to the round. The bow
अल्ट
tie
को
on
इग्नोर
top
कर
for
दिया.
Team
अल्ट
Liquid,
मारा ना उसने
4-2.
बीमेल को मारा.
They did invest quite a bit. They had their showstopper, and they used that up for next to no value bar crowd control. The punish on Sagetsu mid was fantastic, but somehow the highlight of the round was that from the shadows.
Last player standing.
Caught them almost as off guard as I was.
Just wait until they went around with a neural theft. We'll never hear the end of it. Never ever.
And still hasn't happened.
भाई
now.
कितना फिट है बे. मेरी
42.
हाँ
And
बे.
this is the thing, the finances, because these rounds have been so close, think about it, the 1v1s
Nards भी
that have been
देखना.
taken home in the end each
Nards तो
time
भाई
by
Hanson है
Na'Vi,
भाई.
it put their
गया,
finances in the
combo हो
bin.
गया
This is just
उसके
a full sprint, so much utility, even
भाई.
pre-firing. The only
अच्छा.
corner that Nats could
What
be safe
ये
in.
बचा किससे
It's a
लेकिन?
nice little set play from Na'Vi, love the idea.
उसको ट्रेड होना
I
था.
assume that rifle's now going to be juggled away because Zipan is desperately low on HP, but he does still have it for now. I think, yeah, Saigetsu's going to be given that.
There you go, eventually. And yeah, if he grabs a kill, the Viper's pick could be online for Na'Vi. It most certainly is online for Team Liquid at the moment.
उसने मार के सीधा गन दे दिया
Used in
बे.
the next 20 seconds or so. You can see they're
अरे ये
spread out.
क्या है
2-1-1,
Spider-Man instincts?
And yet the B play is being sought after. These players now turning to look elsewhere just as
मारा
Kaiko
बे,
comes
मारा.
out of the choke
Spike
point.
down B.
Although he loses Enzo, he's still fragging up full HP.
भाई मारता तो है बे काई को.
Retrieve can be pulled through. Yumpy's lurk pays off. You know, this spacing from Liquid seemed so odd 30 seconds ago, but look at the reward that they've gotten for it. A great swing from Mystic, double down on.
एंटी रे
Guys pulling
एंटी.
rounds out of nowhere, 4-3 for Team
भाई
Liquid.
लिक्विड
Hot on Navi's
खेल
tail.
रहे हैं बे.
He had some
लेकिन
quieter
ये
games, but the
वही है ना
Mystic has got
सेंटिनल नहीं है
off
तो
a
थोड़ा
flyer
प्रॉब्लम्स
at
हो
the
रहे हैं
start.
तो.
We know that when he gets in the groove on this controller, he truly can be a menace to play with. I think what we're starting to
दूसरी
see
बार
from
देखना
Liquid
है
a little
फ्री
bit is
में मरा है
realizing,
वाला.
okay, they don't have an awful lot to slow us down. With Saigetsu being so aggressive in mid, the B defense most of the time has just been sharp.
बॉडी दिखाओ.
Paranoia, or maybe a stun from Ardis. So it really sets them up wonderfully to just take this space for free. And okay, a lot of the time Kiko's taking a bullet in the face when he's running.
Starting का fight नावी का अच्छा हो रहा है.
Always been fairly quick.
बाद में problems हो रहे हैं.
Kiko's up close on this one. Looks like he might be able to get out of there unscathed. The information decent for Navi. They've got an idea of what they're facing towards this A site.
ये लोगों को B पूरा exploit करना चाहिए. वो लोग छोड़ ही देते B.
Quite an investment though, is it not actually
Right off the rip, yeah.
Yeah, but they didn't really like get anything from it. It's like they got some information, but to use an
Why
not
Navi
really
का read
like,
देख,
push
what
up
the
it seems a little
fuck?
bit surprising.
Yeah, even like Zipan's nade over top or something like that. Without the sound, they might be caught off with the decay, but
Still got it.
it is, isn't it? It's an odd one. Maybe it works out for them because they made that presence early on A, and now they've rotated, stacked B, and
That's
Liquid are
true,
only
actually.
now making their way through. So
अच्छा smoke
this
है.
has sold some fake control, perhaps.
ये लोग फिर
The
भी
stun,
beat
though, pushes
करेंगे
Liquid
mostly.
back. They're rethinking it, and now they're moving towards A, the lighter side. It looked like a good gamble from Navi, but the balls jumped out of the hole.
Bye,
at the
मेरा
last
हो गया.
second. What is that from Nats?
Oh,
2 quick
ये
kills,
Phantom
but
का
they've
कमाल है
lost their
भाई.
Viper's Pit for it. Yumpy down.
Out
And
of
Kiko
charges.
now trying to double up. I mean, their lurks have just
Oh,
been so
मैंने
irritating.
क्या?
This map control
30
is left for
seconds
a few seconds by Navi, and it's seized and being attacked
Anti.
upon.
भाई गलत खेल रहा है भाई.
at the moment, it really
भाई
does
गलत
feel
खेल रहा है
like
वे
they've got an
Liquid.
absolute lack of information.
Spike
Like they're just
planted.
having to take gambles, and it's funny. I feel like AORUS' stun actually deterred them from going the exact way they wanted them to go, which just a little bit of bad luck.
ये लोगों का mid pressure बहुत heavy हो रहा है
Should have
अभी.
been an impossible fight, but with Mystic swinging now, Ento's going to do the same. They both just given a way back into the round. The remaining 2 players in heaven. You could see
पेड़ बहुत
Angel.
दूर है.
It didn't even look like he was going for this. He was sat back waiting, might be in for a nasty surprise, but he should at least give that
Oh,
info. In
sheesh.
fact, he definitely has
Goodness,
both
Father.
players picked up. I've seen a man called Kankan win this before, but I have no faith
Oh,
that this
आपने
will
हुआ.
happen again. Zipan with no time left on the clock. The camera just toying with him at this stage, and the double peek from Liquid is perfect.
भाई काय को मार रहे बे. भाई अनुज भाई नहीं है ना इसलिए.
Online, not being shot out. It was a
सच्ची
really
बोल रहा
nice
हूँ.
idea. He tapped it as the
ये
ping
देख
went
कितना
through
घूर के देख
and
रहा है.
stepped off. So they would see him get pinged up defusing
भाई
and
नाट
panic and
से.
swing, but they just opened the
भाई
camera and
इसको
go,
Phantom का
he's not
कमाल
on
है
it.
भाई.
All good. And even still, he
ये
would
भी
have had to hit
sexy है
2
बे.
insane shots
Yeah.
to make that work, but he'd already done it in the round so far. A good attempt. But in the end, nothing found. And
खेल रहा था कैमरा से मस्त.
after a stellar start, 4-1 up,
2 जन जिंदा
economic
थे
control
ट्रिपल पिक
under
मारा.
their belts, Navi have now called a pause at 4-4.
Yeah. Now, what I will say,
ये लोग वापस मिड हेवी खेलेंगे अभी.
think back to old FPX, to Navi. They were the one team that when everybody was talking about this map being incredibly defensive-sided, they would go, no, it's attack-sided. We like the attack. We will play for the attack.
Especially with Brimstone entry.
Yeah, and I
फैंटम
feel
ने
like
रुक आने वाला हूँ.
yeah, or any
देखा
other
काय को
master,
देखा.
he did everything.
देखा.
Every single agent, he has done it. But I do think
देखा
that
नहीं.
we
मस्त है ना
expect a
उधर?
very good attack side coming out from Navi. So I think what they're doing right now, okay, we got off to a good start. We're starting to get caught out. Let's slow things down. But I genuinely think if they get to 6 rounds, they're going to be in quite a happy space.
दोनों
You
कोच
look
क्या
at
एक
the
कोच
composition they have,
और दूसरा
they've got
एनालिस्ट
every
या
single piece of utility you
दूसरा
could ever need
सेकेंडरी
to set up
कोच.
Zipan on those entries. And when he is on, which I'll be honest, he
क्या बोल रही है
definitely
ये तो?
is,
समझ
that can
नहीं
be
आ रहा
enough to
कैसे
win
काम
you a
करता
game.
है
So
वो.
I think for Liquid, they need to be looking to make sure they have a strong attack half here.
पता नहीं.
And to be honest, it's been going very well, especially for Mystic. He has been a demon
Oh, yeah.
in the server thus far. Definitely someone we need to keep an eye on because he's got that from the
डीमन
shadows.
से याद है. डीमन का मैच कभी है बे?
Oh, yes. You know, if it works the first time, it will
तो energy
always
में.
work the second.
कभी
To
है
be
ना?
honest, he could probably TP in.
लेकिन लेकिन याद है डोटन आर्गेनम कैफे. याद है. तेरा नाम याद नहीं
Yeah, I
लेकिन.
think Sagetsu might be just in range.
Flash
But
69.
it would be a bold play to go for. I do see him sat down.
बेस्ट कैफे था मेरे
inside
भाई
the
का
sewers.
कैफे था वो.
And I wasn't sure if maybe because he wasn't
need
looking
some
at
help?
anything, he might have had his ult out. He might have been thinking about it. Thank God he's decided against it.
330.
I just realized what you said, Tom. No, I think he's good.
Okay.
We could send someone though.
Watching this spot.
Who?
Anyone in mind? Anywho, Team Liquid.
ये लोगों को
yeah,
लेकिन
with this
एक
attack
चीज
side,
देखना
as
छोड़ना
you
ही
said,
पड़ता है.
Their ultimates aren't huge. Viper's Pit
इस
for
बार
Sagetsu,
वेंट छोड़
good
दिया और आफ्टर
reactive
छोड़
one.
दिया.
Sometimes you see it dumped on mid right away.
भाई अपन भी ऐसे
They're
खेल सकते
deciding
बे
to
छोड़
pump
छोड़
brakes
के
and
समझ
allow
रहा है.
Liquid to
अबे,
make the entry, and I
क्रॉसिंग
think
वॉसिंग
that's
देखना
probably the
पड़ेगा
best
बस.
decision.
भाई
As long
सामने
as they
वाली
don't have
टीम भी
gaps,
भाई
they can just
वैसे
be
नीचे
walked
खेलने
through,
वाली.
which they are being conscious of.
भाई
They
नहीं
have
तो कुछ
an
भी अंडरस्टैंड
spawn.
होता है भाई.
That's been the only real problem is when they're completely caught off guard. So coming out of the pause, using the weaker weapons to just
उसको मार
see,
के आएंगे
okay, what
सर.
do Team Liquid do when we do
भाई
nothing?
एंजल ओपा ओपा कर
What
सकता
about
है.
idea?
Well, you always feel a little bit nervous. Of course, that's the battle that Kiko manages to win. Execution of Angel, but the time is ticking. 25 seconds. They've realized it as well. Okay, it's going to be this B site. Let's use the Viper's Pit. Shorty pulled out. They're spamming onto Shower. I don't know how he's managed to dodge all of those bullets, but he won't dodge the final one from Mystic. They need to clear this man off the site. Plant coming through.
10 seconds left.
Site
Gun
gets
did
to
he
be
get
found,
उसने?
but they've got the plant in. This is now a problem, because that Viper's Pit is completely useless.
Yeah, it was a good
Oh,
idea.
sheesh.
It narrowed down the angles, allowed his
One
teammates to
enemy
maybe win
remaining.
off of time by denying that plan. But the
Bichara.
second the spike is down, this starts to just fade away completely. I mean,
बेचारा रे बहुत अच्छा ट्राई किया था यार
HP having to defuse
Viper
time
में
against it. There was no way. Team Liquid
20 सेकंड करके अल्टी मार दिया था
5-4.
F
And a
क्या
very
चल
strong
रहा
statement
बराबर
from them. But remember, that was not a full
Twins है दोनों
buy
को अच्छा
from Navi. This was not a round where they expected to win. They did put the Viper's Pit in. It was a big investment, a risk. Didn't seek it or find any reward this time around. That utility came in a second earlier. Might have.
Yeah, I think as well, it's one of those
Bye.
things that the Viper's Pit, I feel like could have been really valuable for them
take a
in
rap,
terms of
हाँ ना
just to actually use it into mid. I understand the use there, but that's been one of the things they've been struggling with is...
एक round चाहिए नावी को
Done, okay. Xiao's managed to get a kill before the HUD's even disappeared. He's that quick. Aggressive push. I think
ये
they've
लोग भी जा
realized as
सकते
well
हैं
that,
अभी
okay, the extremities are now being fought by Liquid. Their initial mid-fights weren't going well, and now they're just trying to almost be a little bit cheeky. Like, okay, you don't have information. I'm going to take risks and push through your utility. Well, this time Na'Vi have been waiting. 2 opening kills, a full rotation back towards
Breach
the
को अगर
B site.
clean
It
मार
is
दिया
being
ना तो
watched by
निकाल तो
AORUS.
सकता है
He also has a rolling thunder. I don't see a way they get past him unless...
अरे
he decides
एवन
not
वाला
to
मर
use
गया
it. And while Kiko finding Zipan means he might have to.
I like this though. Yeah, it's a wise decision.
Hello Binks
Retake
hello
so
Swish
far,
how's
being
you
committed
thank
to
you
the
for
plaza.
the
second that they attack that, here it
1000
comes. Rolling Thunder in, push ahead though. Kiko's going to try to take the fight to them, but he's stunned.
Oh, he did
He's
get
caught
hit.
by
बेचारे साथ क्या
Artist
कुछ
had
नहीं
that
हुआ बे
placed perfectly. Kiko has bought time
thank
for his
you so much
team.
for the
Teammates didn't die from the rolling thunder.
1000
They didn't get swarmed. Instead, they were busy dealing with Kiko. So now some time bought. Time still has to be acquired. 1 versus
Oh.
4. Okay. That was a lot closer than I was
almost
ready for it to be.
almost
In the end,
वो था
Navi
line
come
of
out
fire
on top.
almost
Well handled after their pause,
मस्त मारा
being
था
able to come back and keep it neck and neck. The lead
एक
still
round
up
नावी
for
चलो
grabs.
एक round एक round
The thing is, though, they've
भाई
not
Liquid
had
का
a clean
तरना
round
comeback
this
मारा बे
entire game. So they're still on the brink again. Like that, those couple of kills right at the end coming out from Yumpy actually make it so that okay, they
ये लोग को
can
mid
fight, they're gonna
control
have
रखना
light
पड़ेगा
shield in
लगता
the
है
next
पूरे
round,
एकदम
they will
deep
be
घुस
screwed
के
again if they lose. So it's
हाँ?
still one of those scenarios that's a little bit more
भाई
problematic.
सीधे रश के तो भी जीत जाएंगे
And on the
भाई,
other
पता
side of
लगा।
things, From the Shadow still online, but
सिर्फ
maybe
post
slightly
plan
more
खेलना पड़ेगा।
importantly, Showstopper one away for both teams. You've also got the Seekers available soon.
thank
I
you
also feel
thank
like
you
देखना,
so
सीधा
much
This might be the
जीत
moment where
जाएंगे।
Liquid go, okay, let's stop running through their smokes. They're kind of expecting that now.
Yeah, but again, a lot of this attack side
Liquid
is just going to
जीतेगा?
be limit testing, right? We saw that from Liquid certainly in the first 4 or 5 rounds of, can we walk out here if we
पता
make
नहीं
some
काय
noise
को
there?
mood में
What do
था
you do if we do this?
Oh, this is
Maybe they have
tasty.
their ideas already. Paranoia
Utils
used it, pushed
first
them
हो
way
गया
back
बे,
offside. They
Utils
can
first
still
हो गया।
spam on the cross though. Even with that wall up, it's always a danger. That TP across, oh, Mystic!
ओ बाप रे balls of steel बे
That's nowhere near it.
balls
It's
of
working.
steel
Somehow the
अबे
rest of the teams
वो
being able to
TP में भी
clutch
वो लोग ने
this
wall गिरा के सब
victory
लोग लड़े एक साथ
2015. It's a 4v2. They've got the plant. They've taken down
भाई
Angel.
गलत
And
strat है बे
Navi, I thought everything was going well after Mystic's lunacy, but it was all part of the plan.
भाई साहब
Nice
do you reckon in that moment, if
गलत
there was a meal going, yeah, like Redgar left one
गलत
of his
बे
tweets about how to play Omen. Here you go, Mystic. How do you,
It's a
कितना brain cells है बे कितना
through different smokes into heaven when you don't know if heaven's clear.
एक
Mystic's
blind
like,
मारा
it seems a bit weird,
Wall
but you know,
गिरा?
I'll give it a go. I'll
ओ
give it a
ऐसे
go.
मारा
What
बे
could go wrong? And what could go wrong? Everything went right. Even walking through the wall just to take that duel. Absolute lunacy on the server. But
ये
it's
लोग को
worked out,
लड़ना
and
तो
I
पड़ेगा
don't
बी
know if
में
I'm happy
मिड
or
कुछ
angry
तो
with that.
एक्चुअली टीम लिक्विड है ना बहुत अच्छे इमर्स है मिस्टिक है
हाँ
इको है ना नैट्स है
6-5. Team Liquid have the lead.
So he's
and-
talking about
अटैक में मारेंगे लेकिन नावी 100%
Yes.
Swedish meat.
अटैक में मारेंगे
Yes.
That's
Naturally.
naturally.
Yes.
Just in case anybody was thinking.
अगर पूर्ण
anything
करके
else.
आवाज है और
I
मेरी
don't know
गुंड
what you could possibly
चेयर पे
mean.
ऐसा हुआ
We've got
करके आया
Navi
जस्ट सही
defending with a couple weaknesses, but a
Great एकदम
showstopper
साफ है।
in the back pocket for Zipan. It could be dangerous as he is towards the right side. We can see presence on
Look at
B
that from the
all
shadow.
the way through to the back side. The TP comes in. Shao has that fight nice and easy. The swing
Oh.
comes in eventually.
काय को
With Zipan already falling, no showstopper to play with. They've lost a big ulti and Nats is doing it again. He's
Is
doing
there
that
something known
things.
as
He's
a
avoided the
healthy charge?
utility on the way up behind them.
भाई
Surely not again. Oh, in the last round, salt in the wounds. As Nats delivers another finishing blow, 7-5. The lead for Liquid. This was
Switching
4-1 up
sides.
for Navi. I don't think they're going to be thrilled with how things have gone, but we know their attack side is nothing
Dinner
to turn
रात
your
को है ना
nose at.
लेकिन
Ian
No,
का
I
Ian को ना
think again, a lot of their defensive side with this composition was sort of based around risks. Like it was okay, we have to get aggressive, we have to try and take these fights, and in the early
Hey,
rounds
dinner
it
में
worked
क्या है
for
healthy
them. I
खाने
think
को?
Liquid did fantastically well to adapt. I like look even just the first few rounds, the amount of rounds they pushed mid.
Hey,
and
healthy
then
क्या है
go to the
dinner
late
में
game
खाने
and
को?
look how many rounds they pushed mid. It's completely different because they were like, okay,
Choices
they're going to
बता मैं
constantly
बोलता
fight this.
क्या,
You're
क्या?
going to have Saigetsu
Choice
doing
मैं
weird
बोलता
stuff,
हूँ
so
पहले।
we'll try and maybe counter him at
Pulse.
the beginning of the round, and then they went more direct.
Pulse.
They went into the B side, into the A side because they just
क्या बोल रहे हैं
चॉइस दे मैं बोलता हूँ तुझे क्या खाना चाहिए
हेल्दी में क्या क्या आता है ए डोसा इज हेल्दी नो
हाँ डोसा जल्दी
Not for you. You need protein.
डोसा इडली
प्रोटीन वाला मसाला डोसा
इडली बहुत प्रोटीन रहता है
घुस गए पे
In this attack side, it's the exact same. Quickly spilling out into the A site and finding it wide open. Not even traps on the way through. If you take
इडली
a look
नहीं
at the
यार
map, they're
मेरे को
positioned
बेदोड़ा
in
पसंद है
screens. This is a very much a retake setup that's coming in from the side of Team Liquid, hoping to catch this squad off guard as they went for further
Fast
aggression. But it
retake
hasn't
करेंगे
worked
बे
out in
लोग।
the spawn, and the power
चार
play
बंदे
that
screens।
was posted.
Yeah, it allowed Liquid to reclaim the ground a lot quicker because they know it hasn't been taken yet. So it makes the retake so much faster in those initial
Salad.
stages that they've still been smoked off eventually. So
Hey,
they've got to try and
Panko.
make their way back through. Tiger was safe.
I will
Xiao
order
not
salad.
Spotted. Not the prettiest of shots, and Kiko in the meantime has managed to find a couple. Xiao now stuck in the mud,
Bye.
needing some support, and there is that support.
ओए 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 ओए
And Sagatsu just
ओ
takes
भाई
that
से
round,
मेरे
bro.
से मारा
भाई मेरे को लगा कर
He
दिया
might have been a
फास्ट
little bit late to
रीटेक
save his teammate, but he definitely saved the round.
That he did.
भाई
Navi right back on Liquid
क्रूशियल
heels.
पिस्तौल में
And of
ऐसा
course
मारा
it's Sagetsu. Yeah, he's certainly woken up there. Let's take a look at the replay. A couple nice
What
shots.
the
but as we get to this
fuck?
man, it gets a little bit ludicrous. Through the smoke, catching one, catching two, and a quick headshot on Yumpy.
मेरा हो गया
Those are the kind of rounds you dream about.
Yeah.
You can see Angel, the relief washing over his face. That
Mera ho
final
gaya,
shot
bhai.
connected.
मारा बे
Kiko.
Bring them down.
जीत जाती थी लिक्विड पता
Split's not
पिस्तौल
really
जीतते
one of
तो
the maps that I
खतरनाक लीड होता था
Say that it has the most strengths,
For sure.
but with the rest of his teammates having pistols, it definitely gives him an opportunity to.
सुपर चैट
pad
में
the
फायदा है
gaps
या
a little bit.
मेंबरशिप
Now, bear in
मतलब
mind, we know that Navi love having a couple
gift
of players on
membership
pistols
में।
themselves. And
I would
they love
always
playing
love
light
to have
shields.
gifted
so this
members।
is a read. He basically has an
क्योंकि वो लोग
operator right
इमोट्स
now,
कर
but
सकते
he
हैं
can
वो लोग का
shoot
चैट
much quicker.
ज्यादा
The
ब्राइट दिखता
downside
है
is there's no one to
वो
shoot
लोग
at
व्हाट्सएप
over
ग्रुप
on the B
ज्वाइन कर
side,
सकते
which
हैं
is
जहाँ
where
पे
he's
फन
on his
होता
way
है
to. You know,
सुपर
the
चैट
benefits
ऐसा
of this
that's
rifle as
that's
well
between
sort of
you and
outweigh
me
when you can't play screens
समझ
because they're
रहे
just
हो
going to wall you off. In fact, screens would be in the perfect position. That orb came up a little bit
Yes.
late, but to no effect. If they can deal damage, they can make them all one shot. Kiko might have a chance swinging out from heaven. Already,
ये
you
लोग
can see
सीधा घुसते
Zip
रहेंगे
and
बे सीधा
Shadow
ये लोग को कुछ
tagged
नहीं
up,
चाहिए
25 shields on
मीड
Angel
बीड
and
बूढ़ कुछ
Sagetsu.
नहीं चाहिए लोग
Kiko just needs one shot to the body, and he is
I would
reliable
always
to
love
hit at least the
gifted
one. There's the
चैट
first.
के लिए हमेशा
Angel
ऑफ
down.
होता
But now, you know,
Kanna bhai, thank you for the
biggest
40
gun
मेरी
to deal
जान
with on the
thank you
server
thank
here.
you so
He's had a
much
tough
thank
game so
you
far, but the rest of the squad have been on fire.
Well, that's the thing. If Navi keep 3 players alive, they get the rifle back. That's a success in their
Gifts
eyes. 'cause
कर
they
दे इसी
only-
बात
they
पे
buy 2
अमीरो।
pistols every time.
गरम करो
If you get one
Boot
more,
camp में
you
इधर
forced it
मिले
so that they
थे,
either have to
अब
overly
guess
invest
करो।
in the next round or play the bonus with a pistol. So that's what we're looking at here. Can Liquid take down one more player,
मेरा
make
memory
it that
down
little
है
bit extra costly, and that's exactly what Kiko has done. He has made things more problematic for them. He's even going to try and steal a rifle away, aggressing all the way into the corner.
Oh.
And okay, he doesn't
Try
manage
तो
to
था।
take out Saigetsu in the end.
नेट डालता
Could
तो
get
और
one
थोड़ा
of those
मजा
shots
आता था ना
back, but he
दोनों मरते
definitely
थे
made
शायद
that a lot more costly than Navi would have liked.
Yeah, and there's no
एक
concern
और गन
about
तो गिरा
him,
देता था
bringing that rifle to Sagetsu or anything. It would have been retrieved after
क्या बोलते
Spike dissipated anyway.
याद
So
नहीं आ रहा यार फ्लैश भाई
a good attempt just to try to deal that extra damage. And I like that, playing the numbers from Liquid. They're not afraid to let the round go. You don't have to try for every retake.
बड़े लोग हमेशा
Sometimes
भूल
it is just
जाते हैं
better to play those
मैं
exits.
बड़ा लोग शर्म
Equalizing the
करो
numbers though up on the scoreboard. Navi
वो
now
थोड़ा
in a
सा गेम में
decent
था
position. They haven't got, like, what they
मैसेज
had
भी लिख
last time with
सकते हो
AORUS
आप
so
सुपर
close to
चैट
an
में
ultimate already.
वाओ
It's actually
What a
fairly
new
evenly
feature,
distributed on the
Devbhai.
attacking side. But if you take a look at Liquid,
देवभाई thank you
well,
for
those
the
kills for
10
Kiko
pounds मेरी जान के
certainly
टोटे
helped out. I'm not going down
देवभाई
to
ना
the
मान
spike.
रहे
He actually got the orb.
देवभाई ना मान रहे दे भाई 20 फाउंड्स हो गए, ठीक है?
Same
20
pressure.
फाउंड्स.
Sagetsu was in just moments ago and Shao.
गलत बे.
Just an execution.
तेरे को क्या बोला था? ये लोग को
In that
नहीं रोक
initial
सकते बे.
fight.
ये लोग का कॉम्प एकदम
A good start to the round
वाला है.
for the side of Na'Vi. As said, they're playing this one with a pistol, so any extra weaponry that can be found, which it can be, AORUS is going to get it right now. It's going to make things that little bit more problematic. Angel, well, even knew there was a
Anti.
player there. A 1-for-1 trade, not the worst, but you have to bear in mind again, Angel going down in these sort of fights, he is the one player that can garner them information. Because the other initiator is mainly there for support.
And that support works best if you
किधर
have
भी
that.
गए जीते ना ये लोग.
Yeah.
हाँ भाई
Burn
क्या
into
रोटेशन
utility,
दिलाते
not a lot
हैं.
of his belt is going to be refreshing. You can see that's why obviously fault line is used.
दे भाई थैंक यू यार, आपने ऑलमोस्ट 600 पाउंड्स दिए रहेंगे अभी
Back
तक.
online or until
Too
a
much.
kill is
Love you
found.
यार.
30
With Enzo
seconds
going
left.
down, big weakness. They can run straight through heaven, take over control of B
player
side.
standing.
And
Hot
Kickoff
bे.
could not have had worse timing. So with that,
बेचारा
I think
इतना
we're,
देर तक
got a
रुका
pretty
था
good
पता
indication
है.
of where this one's going.
मैं याद हूँ,
Gonna
मेरे को
1v4
एक रॉन याद है
I'll receive that happening.
जो
I-
मेरा
I would be
दोस्त
surprised
बाहर
if he
गया
even
हुआ है.
moves from this position. Na'Vi with a great
तू वही है.
start to this half. Like that's the thing. We talk about their bonus being a little bit weaker than normal, but the fact is that aggressive.
मैं
push from
गौरव
Shao,
रॉन.
It seems to be the
वो
sort
वाला
of
रॉन है तू.
burden of this Viper playing middle is that both of these teams have been very happy to just disrespect the utility and go fighting straight towards them. You lose that control, and it's just so much
अगर वही
easier
है तो
to
मैं
pick
रो
players
दूंगा यार.
apart. And okay, I'll admit Kiko was a little bit unlucky with just the timing
क्या
of
दोस्ती थी
turning
यार
away.
आपकी.
He has been the sort of main player so far alongside Mystic for the side of Liquid. Up there again with 21 kills. It has really been an absurd sort of like debut week for Kiko. Because that's the thing, when you come up from the tier 2, especially
Toxic
after
screens down.
Apex sort of choked it a bit, finishing second, you kind of
Excuse
have
me,
to look
Liquid
at that and
fans,
go,
आवाज
okay, is
नहीं
he
आ
going to
रहा.
be able to compete with the best of the best? And the answer
और
is
मैं
most
गौरव भाई
certainly
कैसे हो
yes.
यार? आप तो
Oh,
करते रहते हो
100%.
सुपर
Yeah,
चैट.
no matter who you put him up
वो
against,
नहीं
he's
ऊपर
able to
रो,
have
वो
these
बन
lights
सकता
out
हूँ. बच
performances.
गया, मैं
Even
रोने
now,
वाला था.
Team Liquid are losing, right? It's
नमन भाई
7
कैसे
to
हो?
Navi.
थैंक यू फॉर द
And Kiko
मेंबरशिप.
is
बच गया, मैं
21
रोने
and
वाला था
9.
मैं.
You have a duelist pop off like that, it's tough to
क्या
not
दोस्ती
have
थी
those
पता है?
rounds on the board, but it's also a
Heavy
way of looking
दोस्ती
at
थी
it.
अपनी.
It's the reason that it's this close, that Navi haven't ran away with it. You've got this guy who's being utilized, and on the attack
Love
side,
you,
he's
Ron Bhai.
lost a
Thank you
couple
for
rounds.
the
It's
$5.
expected. You're a space taker, you're taking space on split. That's what happens.
Well, you look at their match versus Koi. He got 37 kills and a 13-10. Like, without him, they lose. It's just a
भाई
fact
ए
of the
पे
matter,
कोई
but
कुछ प्रेजेंस नहीं, फिर भी देखना दो
Here we go
बंदे को
again.
रखना पड़ रहा है.
you got the Nat save
गलत
rifle,
कॉम
rest
पे
from
बे
weaker
लोग का,
weapon.
ये
गलत.
तो होगा ही नहीं
Kiko
भाई.
has
साइफर
got
के सामने
himself
कोई
the
नहीं
show
है.
नहीं नहीं नहीं, आराम से हो सकता है. कैसे नहीं हो सकता है?
Chance
नहीं होगा भाई,
to
देख
do
ले.
some real
अबे
damage.
रेस नेड करेगा क्लोज.
Aggressive push
Elbow
as well, just
stun,
to take some B main.
blind,
Constantly
fade
hunting for
reveal,
information,
double
but just
satchel
look
in.
how far back
कैसा रोकेगा तो?
Navi
अगर
are
अकेला
playing.
बंदा साइड खेल रहा बता.
Navi of old, Navi of multiple games, they are happy to play things nice and slow.
Navi.
Oh yeah, they're in no rush. Angel's happy to take his time.
एक तो वॉक इन ऐसा
Haven't seen
करते
him with
हैं,
the-
जब तक
the
क्लोज आके
trademark
एग्जीक्यूट
push
करेगा
in
ना,
defense.
स्मोक्स भी नहीं आएगा, पता है?
It's been a long time. He used to do that on Omen, crossing.
Yeah, I think that's what Shao did in the first in the first buy round.
I
So
just miss seeing him in there. Every game it was a guarantee. Angel is in vents, at least in the first 30 seconds.
Where are you?
This time he's on B and leading his team. Oh, leading his team towards.
सारे
vents.
यूटिल
30
वेस्ट कर
seconds
दिया.
left.
3
Things
जन को
really
बी
have
रोटेट
changed.
करवा दिया.
This play up into A heaven, the
Yeah,
trap
sexy-
is actually
sexy
moved.
bit.
It was
किसको
previously
support कर रहे
a
हैं? मैं
little
नावी.
further up in heaven to catch them coming through vents. Now it's only
Navi.
getting them as they move into heaven, so they bypassed it.
Come on, Nats. Come on,
Navi
Nats.
straight
Time
past
to
the
shine.
trap and straight
Oh,
into the
no.
site. Great flash. Nats can't see a thing.
क्या
And then even
blind
Enzo,
था.
This is a
वो
disaster now.
race के
Kiko
पीछे
trying to
blind
recover.
था.
ओए!
Showstopper not landed.
मरा नहीं.
And this
डैमेज भी
round.
नहीं.
Having to rush out of a
मेरा हो गया.
smoke. What is
ये
that?
क्या था भाई? ये
Mystic
क्या
with
शॉट था
two
बहनचोद?
quick kills, a rifle retrieve, and a dream of clutching
ये
this
क्या
out
था बे?
now, turning to a nightmare. He's 19 HP, and he's
भाई
zero.
ये क्या शॉट था बे?
Well played by Navi. They
हाँ
get
ना.
it in the end. So close to
भाई
being
अल्ट का
flawless.
डैमेज ही नहीं
but
लगा,
there's nothing
कैसे?
yeah, almost, but just Mystic got in the way, unfortunately.
Yeah,
But a
maybe
huge round
same.
from them again. I feel like the entries have been sublime. Like the fact is, I think it was just a small flash that went through.
नमन भाई थैंक यू फॉर वन गिफ्टेड. क्या आपका भी वही हुआ जो मेरा हुआ?
हाँ.
अभी भी वहाँ पे ही है?
अभी भी वहाँ पे ही है.
अभी
सीन क्या है
अभी
भाई? अभी भी. सीन क्या है भाई?
क्या सीन है भाई?
क्या सीन है भाई?
भाई वो लोग भी एफ लिख रहे।
भाई मेरे को लगा मेरा क्या
पॉइंट्स ले लेता हूँ, 50 पॉइंट मिल गया। क्या सीन है?
Will you have this?
क्या सीन यार बिंग्स बोल यार कुछ
Try no.
I'll get salad. I'll have salad. Don't worry.
दीदी इडली बना दो। इडली बना।
अरे
कर यार कुछ कर मैं
इडली
वाचिंग देख
गरम
अभी कैसे कम होगी देख 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 हाँ ऑफलाइन
ये लेट्स गो गाइस, जा रहा हूँ मैं सोने, रात को आता हूँ अमेरिका से। लव यू।
सीधा
कितनी
offline,
बार सुबह किया है पर तू भूल गया मुझे। ऐसा नहीं है यार, मेरे को लगा मेरा एकदम स्कूल वाला फ्रेंड।
शायद किसी ने इंटरनेट के वायर काट दी
हो सकता है।
रेस का यूसी होने के बाद
लेट्स गो।
Angels lurk on B has found so much value. That's
आ गया
both
बेबी।
controllers down for the side of Liquid.
यार, ये है।
Kiko and Nats
Refresh
with
कर।
everything to do. And in such an important round as well, with all the credits on the line for Liquid.
क्या
It's
सेक्सी
just
स्टैट था
Kiko
ना,
and
मजा आ गया।
up and 4 kills to find.
30
He's
seconds
saving
left.
this.
There's also
स्ट्रीम
nowhere
बंद
really
करके
to
मारा यार
see.
नावी वालों ने।
Like they've still got a player in mid. They've still got a
हाँ,
player
ये
outside
स्टैट
the
में
safe site. Like
तूफानी था।
Zipan, I think was initially meant to be the tip of the spear for the push into A, but just
हाँ
Angel catches two player on the lurking fade. I'll say that again. The lurking fade. He's just got both of them. Not expecting him to win
भाई, you
that
have to
duel
be
with both
best
of them
in
there,
every
but
field रे रुद्रा।
now it comes down to Kiko. Can he at least bring something through into the next round? Na'Vi have started to dominate.
Kiko
when it
अच्छा
comes to this
खेला यार
attack
लेकिन।
side. They've got so many credits available to them.
21-10 है
Like both
भाई।
Saigetsu and Shao are going to hit max. The
भाई
rest of the
डबल
players won't be too
इनिशिएटर
far
ना।
away. And I think they're slowly working
Boom
out
boom
the
है,
last
boom
place
boom।
this man has been. He's going to hit the leg shot. Nice one, but the trade
Ah.
will be there. No operator saved. Another victory in double digits.
डबल
hit for
इनिशिएटर डबल
Na'Vi.
कंट्रोलर इजी
They're
है भाई
looking
Ah.
good on split.
बूम बूम में
They're
मजा आता
looking
है।
fantastic on split. I mean, that is the hard
लाइक
work
करने
done.
बोलो, चैट
3
लाइक
round
करो।
lead.
4500
Team
वाचिंग,
Liquid
क्या
back
कर
to
रहे हो?
nationals. Their back is against the
Language।
wall. Liquid can make
यार
next
ये
to
भाई,
no
क्या
mistakes
है बाबू मेरे?
if they want to close out this map. And again, the key thing is that this is Liquid's map pick. Next, we move on to Breeze, somewhere Navi have looked comfortable, and we could talk about Artis's Yoru, and perhaps
Do you
it
remember
will
me?
be the time that it
Obviously,
doesn't
यार,
find the
school
value
friend,
because
Palak ji,
people
कैसे
figure
हो?
it out and so on. That was the
School
thing long
friend,
ago
यार।
with Breeze when Angel
Obvious.
played the Yoru. It worked once or twice, and then they
Bunch
figured
में
it
any
out. The thing is,
crazy
the guy
encounter with
that's
any
TPing
assistant
now
member
isn't
or
Angel. He's
owner
not the
in
mastermind
Iron,
who's
please
catching
बताना,
alerts,
बाकी love you।
conditioning you into pushing
Crazy
them out, and
encounter
then
क्यों?
punishing you.
मैं
It's
खुद
Artis,
एसिड में
the
हूँ।
guy who is going to be able to punch through those dimensions and send you
Crazy
back to your own.
encounter क्यों है
It's
यार?
going to be
कुछ
tough
निकुल भाई।
for Team Liquid if they don't pick this one up, and their chances are
देव
slim.
भाई ना
by
मान
the
रहे,
second.
देव भाई ना मान रहे, देव भाई।
I think a good time to take a
Navi
pause.
जैसा
And that's the
comeback
thing.
कर रहे हो आप।
Last time out, they sort of had that pause. They had the talk. They
Love
they
you,
managed to
Dev
find
bye.
something new
Thank
to
you
do.
for
I
the
do think it's
10
been difficult. I
funds.
don't know. A lot of these early battles just seem to be always going the way. A little bit of miscommunication in a couple of
ये
positions.
भाई
as well
22
that has
मारा है काइको
helped
ने।
out Na'Vi with the openers as if
वही तो बोल रहा
Zipan
हूँ।
really needed the help.
22-11.
He's been great in these early fights so far.
कुछ तो शर्म कर ले।
But this is, well, I want to say this is crunch time, but it's not really. The pistols coming in for this
Gaurav
round.
bhai,
You wanna
thank
see
you
what
for the
sort of
$3.
ideas are gonna be there. Basically, maybe not a stack of players, but a stack of utility. Viper's screen, all of Cypher's util, Omen there as well. They're just trying to put as much in the way. Well, of this
सीधा
map.
घुस गो, सीधा घुस गो,
Well, that's not the way I saw
सीधा
that one
घुस
going.
गो।
Nats is just peeked out from an angle, the only angle really they had to
ये
worry
कहाँ
about.
से
His
blind
smokes
पिका
are up
उसने?
elsewhere, and he's caught them unaware.
Paranoia.
Zipan, with his back turned, eliminated, but Nats is being fished out of that
सीधा
position.
घुस गो।
Nowhere for him to go, and the Pistols now have very tough fights in front of the Mystic. An animal with this Sheriff, but
एंजल
after one, he's
बोलते।
dropped. And best of luck to Kiko. He can at least recover his Sheriff. Has to pop a reload on that, surely. 2 bullets and a nade to work with.
क्या लगता है?
100 HP.
भाई
काइको
नावी
है।
That's
जीतेगी
all the
मैच
positives
वो
gone
तो
for
मेरे
him.
को भी पता है।
Plenty for Navi.
ये कितना मारेगा क्या लगता है? काइको है।
Maybe a paint shot can be used to try and clear
भाई,
something, but I
लेकिन
think he wanted
लगी
the
हाँ?
element of surprise. Saigetsu
अपनी नहीं
though,
लगती।
not missing. Navi now 11-7.
Story सुननी है थोड़ी।
This is the round the
कुछ है
pause
नहीं
was
यार
for.
वैसा
6 rounds in a
story
row.
type।
And let's see if that adaptation has come through. They're going with
Bhai,
the operator
ye
on Kiko again. It
Navi
hasn't had
जीतने
the
वाली
most
दोनों
success.
मैच।
But I think we've actually seen more with the Outlaw so
दोनों मैच
far.
जीतेगी
दोनों का
Maybe
पता नहीं, ये वाला जीतेगा।
being a little bit more versatile.
Nearby,
the
love
rifle
you
would be
यार।
cool, but
कैसा आइस
really
तू?
believe in this operator.
खूब
and he's
चांग,
gonna be
खूब
playing
चांग,
it,
मचाएंगे for-
again, sort of like standard
Love you,
matchmaking,
nearby.
straight down mid, just looking for the early peak.
Yeah, I mean, sitting back with an op on this, especially up against this comp where you have so many smokes to work with, it's just not going to work for you a lot of the time. They're going to be catching you off. The players are pushing down as well, 2 on middle. Enzo and Mystic have to win those fights if they go any deeper, and they've avoided it, indeed. Just taking the early map control, seeing that Navi are not playing there. Now looking to reinforce the site of their choosing. It's B that they move towards.
Oh,
Good call,
shit.
but they might just be caught off by this. A lot of information to play with. TP committed into spawn,
Bhai.
and Xiao's got 2 for it. Anything
Bhai,
Mystic
mera
can
ho
do,
gaya.
He can do at least the same. He's got
Mera
3
ho
kills
gaya.
so far, but he's got them the site and the plant, and he's back with his team.
Mera ho
Couldn't
gaya,
get much better
bhai.
unless you drop that operator.
Spike
Kiko has
planted.
managed to find
फेडल था ना, किसको
There's still
सुनाई नहीं
some
देगा
life and
करके.
liquid in this round.
वो
If they wanna
लेकिन
stay, that call
ओमेन
needs to
को
be
सुनाई
very
दिया था.
soon. 2v3,
लेकिन ओमेन ने फिर
11
भी
to
मारा
7.
ओमेन को.
This is probably where they have the best chances.
ओमेन को सुनाई दिया था.
Going for it. Kiko picking up that rifle pretty much confirms it. A kill will get Nats's ult and reveal the rest. A nade into the corner, but you have to bear in mind there is also still that rolling thunder available to them.
मैं करता रहता हूँ.
It's going to be sent in Nyon immediately. Angel still sat in the corner. That might be a surprise as well. They're throwing all this util and he hasn't had to reveal himself just yet. The horn will give it away, but the time, it's gone. There's just nothing they can really do at this stage. Kiko's got to try and get out of it. And it's
अरे
not going to be
बेचारा.
allowed. Xiao with a quad.
एक और मैं अच्छी वाली टीम बन
Unbelievable round from
सकती
him.
है. आगे
second
का
impactful
डिस्कस उस
from the
हिसाब से
shadows
करूंगा.
of
Not
the
asking for
match.
problem perspective, but
And
अपने
that's the
India
first time I've ever said
perspective.
that sentence.
I have egg on my
101%.
face, Tom. I chose a bad day to
You
come for
did.
the front. Yeah.
101%.
How dare you?
101%.
Liquid have called a pause. At 12-7.
बन सकता
Your
है.
curse definitely still exists, by the way.
At least for,
I've never seen anything
I
like
guess,
it.
6 months.
Ooh.
It's bothering me. That is
For
sick.
first 6.
That's
भाई
the first and only time
कितना
we can see
प्यारा है
कितना
पेंटिंग
सच में भाई
यार.
No,
No,
there's no.
who? It'd be,
No one's
it
gonna
would
do
be
it.
these guys
कितना
right here. It would be
cute
Navi.
Hey, playoffs.
पेंटिंग
They
में.
get there, who knows?
Yes, because
That's
that's
right.
the time to do it.
Isn't it?
Yes, that
They
is.
would do it.
भाई
In,
वो
in a
artist है
single
क्या?
elimination
उसकी ID
playoffs.
कितनी है?
Let's try.
I
Yes.
get props for it.
Please,
If it
Angel,
worked.
don't. Please. Please.
Just saying, he's always ahead of the medal.
Marcus will cry.
Well, not after this result. One more round, 5 chances to close
Crazy,
it out.
baby.
Navi have looked unreal
Crazy.
so far. And
रोहन भाई
well,
इजी
Tom,
बन
I
सकता
mean,
है, इजी बन
the
सकता
viewers at home can't see the timeline right now, but,
But-
there's not much to see. It's just red. Now,
है. मजाक से हटकर रोहन भाई होएगा या नहीं पता नहीं, बट वेरी 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 बिग डब्ल्यू आपके थॉट्स के लिए यार.
Binks revenge नहीं होता क्या?
वेरी 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 फकिंग बिग डब्ल्यू रोहन भाई. वेरी मतलब वेरी दिल जीता. लव यू. क्या बोल रहा है?
an artist.
Revenge नहीं होता
It's
Binks का
gorgeous, Tom. You've done a great job.
Yeah.
नहीं.
Okay, so just to make it a bit more clear. Oh,
पिंकी
dude.
देख भाई इतना अच्छा पेंटिंग है.
Well, a very quick play coming out of Zipman. He's already blast packing through. The snake bites caught him. It should make it easy. The side of Team Liquid, but Yumpy's not able
भाई
to hit
नहीं
the
रोक
shot. Now it's
सकते
now
भाई.
forced back to site. I thought maybe just
भाई
spawn.
अल्ट
He
बिल्ड
wants
सब
to
है गया जी जी.
maintain
हो
control
गया हो
over
गया हो
this,
गया हो
and
गया.
It might be a bad decision because here
हो
comes
गया.
the showstopper. Big
हो
old
गया हो
rocket.
गया हो गया गया.
Where he is, it's fired out and lands at his feet. A sidestep the wrong way. Now a Viper's trying to lock
किससे
down
बात
Heaven
करो
as
उसके
well.
रिगार्डिंग
Tom,
एनी
this is gonna be
सजेशंस.
such a difficult fight back here
आप
for Team
अपना
Liquid,
नंबर
either
मेरे को
through
दे
the
दो.
pit or a very predictable angle in their
मेरे
spawn.
मॉड्स को दे दो.
They could try to push
एक
attacker
दिन मैं
spawn into
कॉल
B
करके
lane,
बात
but there's
करता
a
हूँ.
million corners there that they have no idea
कुछ
where
करते
these
हैं.
players could be. There is nothing to do. This round, it's a lost round, short of a miracle, and they're spreading out to take one-by-one fights. Individual prowess better come out shining.
Kiko has to hit
Run by.
something here. And then they need to move quick. That's
कर
the
सकते
thing.
कुछ,
Timing
साथ में
not
कर सकते.
working out, and now Mystic needs a
कर
miracle.
सकते.
He's got so much left to do. A Viper's pit through. They know where he is. The flash is
Jod.
not doing anything.
Jod,
And it's
baby.
going to be
Jod,
an
Jod,
Andalusia
Jod.
flawless to close out the game. What a way for Navi to come back once more after a bit of a slow start in the first
Jod.
half. They obliterated Liquid in
GG Navi.
GG Navi भाई. GG Navi. Sexy. 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 तेरे को पता है नावी क्यों जीता?
क्यों?
प्रेडिक्शन. ऐसे लोग मुझे प्रेडिक्शन किंग नहीं कहते. किंग. समझ रहे हो? बिग्स वी आर फ्रिकिंग क्लोज टू 289 के. गाइस सब लोग एक बार सब्सक्राइब का बटन ठोक के देखो जिसने नहीं किया है. अंडी मंडी कोई नहीं भाई, एंटी अनुपियर भाई, फ्लैश 69 नाम रखेगा तो कैसे अनुप बोल देता बासुंडी की छठी
देव
गांड।
भाई रुकेंगे नहीं भाई।
भाई कैसे आए
सर देव के फेवरेट टीम है ना अभी, येलो कलर, येलो सुपर चैट।
अनुप भाई, मेरे को बॉडीगार्ड चाहिए। हैवी बिजनेस है मेरे दोस्त का, समझ रहे हो, सिक्योरिटी वाला, गन्स बिन्स के साथ सिक्योरिटी, समझ रहे हो, जी प्लस, जी प्लस। देवराव भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 10 फाउंड्स मेरी जान के टोटे। अंडी बंडी फ्री का प्रमोशन मत करना दो, पैसा दियो चलो पट से। पेंटिंग की स्माइल भी मस्ती, लैंग्वेज लैंग्वेज लैंग्वेज। स्ट्रिक्स से डिस्कस करते, स्ट्रिक्स
हाँ
अगर 1 करोड़ कोई डालेगा
हाँ।
तो वो और तेरे हिसाब से कितना टाइम चल सकता
इंक्लूडिंग बुट कैंप एंड ऑल क्या?
है? हाँ इंक्लूडिंग सब कुछ।
लेस देन 3 मंथ्स, स्टार्टिंग में लेस देन 3 मंथ्स मे बी। अगर सब बुट कैंप सेटअप पीसी 5
Boot
पीसी
camp,
कोच।
कहा किसको नंबर दूं, मोड जरा कांटेक्ट
भाई,
करें, हम तब तक खर्चा करके
6
कैलकुलेट
months, 6
करते हैं।
months।
6 मंथ ना, मैंने भी सेम बोला, चलो मैं
6
स्कैम तो नहीं
months।
कर रहा उसका। पेंचो डर गया था मैं, मेरे को लगा मैं स्कैमर हूँ माँ की।
अगर बुट कैंप ये सब बाद में किया और अभी के लिए सिर्फ टीम बने तो 1 ईयर तक भी जा सकता है।
देख स्टार्टिंग में सबसे पहले प्लेयर्स को खरीदो,
हाँ
ठीक है।
खरीदो, मतलब अगर अंडररेटेड प्लेयर्स को ले रहे हैं
हाँ।
तो और सस्ता होगा भाई।
अंडररेटेड रहेगा तो फिर रिजल्ट्स भी एकदम अंडररेटेड आ सकता है।
नहीं भाई पता नहीं भाई, अभी
मेरे
VCT
हिसाब
में
से
इतने-
3-2 होना चाहिए, 3
ठीक है,
विद
बराबर।
एक्सपीरियंस
बराबर।
और 2 यंगस्टर्स,
ट्रू
ऐसा
ट्रू।
3-2 मेटा, ठीक है।
हाँ
बुट कैम्प मत करो, ओनली सैलरीज, तो वही है देखो, अगर ऐसा हुआ ठीक है तो मेरे हिसाब से फॉर 2 मंथ्स सिर्फ सैलरी, ठीक है। और मैं एकदम स्ट्रिक्ट रहूंगा कि भैंचो तुमको अगर 10 घंटा बोला खेलने को, तुमको खेलना ही है, चाहे जिंदगी का कोई भी तूफान आ पड़े सर पे। अंटिल अनलेस कोई मेजर फैमिली इशू हो, फैमिली ऑलवेज फर्स्ट, छोड़ दोगे भी, ठीक है। तो पहला 2 महीना सैलरी, अगर 2 महीने में पोटेंशियल एकदम बाप दिख रहा है तो थोड़ा थोड़ा करके बाकी सारे रिसोर्सेस, वैसा समझ रहे हो। बूट कैंप का रेंट पकड़ते हम 2-3 लाख, ठीक है। प्राइम लोकेशन पे तो नहीं चाहिए बूट कैंप,
बराबर।
ठीक है। 2-3 लाख बूट कैंप पकड़ते, प्लेयर्स की सारी सैलरी मिलके 1 महीने का पकड़ते 2-3 लाख,
बराबर।
बराबर कितने हो गए, 6 लाख।
नहीं प्लेयर्स का सैलरी।
एंड वी आर बैक बेबी, एंड वी आर बैक बेबी, एंड वी आर बैक, एंड वी आर बैक बेबी। Sigh after hearing about Newton. थैंक यू फॉर द प्रमोशन भाई, दे देंगे, बस एक कॉल कर देना, डन सीन यार। पहले अपना नाम चेंज करके अनूप डालेगा बासुंडी। हाँ लेट्स कंटिन्यू, ठीक है। 2-3 लाख हो गया बुट कैंप, 4 लाख पकड़ सैलरी,
चल डन।
ठीक है। 5 या 6 प्लेयर्स का, ठीक है।
5 प्लेयर का
6 पकड़ यार, एक कोई,
छः,
एक फ्री में मैं खुद कर लूंगा,
अंडररेटेड को थोड़ा कम।
ठीक है। तो हो गए 9 लाख बराबर।
बराबर।
फिर बाद में ये लोग का काना वाना ये सब मिलके, कुक के सब मिलके 1 लाख पकड़,
मैंने कहा ना।
हाँ सब कुछ मिला के,
डन।
ठीक है। कुक कुक थोड़ा बहुत मेंटेनेंस है, वो कांदा बटाटा, 1 लाख, तो कितना हो गया, 10 लाख। 10 लाख की फिक्स्ड कॉस्ट रहेगा
महीने का।
महीने का। इसके बाद आता है इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बिल, जिसमें भी लोड़े लग सकते हैं,
अराउंड 20-30,000 आ सकता है।
तेरी
20।
गांड, मेरा बेंच, मेरे घर का ही 10,000 आ रहा है इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बिल,
हाँ
तो भोसड़ी के बूट कैंप का पागल हो गया 20 भींच। एक काम कर रहे, तू फाफा से बात करके मेरे को बूट कैंप
भाई
बता,
मेरा कितना
मैं
था पता है?
electricity-
1200-1500।
क्योंकि तेरे पास बहुत घर है, बराबर,
साला।
इसलिए तेरे को डिस्काउंट मिलता है। वो डैडी 2024 कोड डाला तूने, ठीक है। 1 लाख पकड़ इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बिल, 11 हो गए, ठीक है। ऑन एन एवरेज 12 लाख पकड़ सब मिला के वाईफाई इलेक्ट्रिसिटी सब मिला के 12 लाख।
डन डन डन
12 लाख हो गए। 12 लाख में अभी चलेगा ये पकड़ 6 महीना। 6 महीना इंटू 12 इक्वल टू 70 लाख। ठीक है।
ठीक है।
30 लाख अपन मिसलेनियस एक्सपेंसेस के लिए रख सकते हैं।
अबे
अगर
एक
कोई-
सेकंड, पीसी वीसी टेबल ये सब कौन लेगा?
वो भी लगेगा, वो उसमें मिसलेनियस में वही सब आता है ना। 5
हाँ तो
6
30 लाख का सेटअप सारा।
5 6 पीसी, वो 5 लाख का एक पीसी
भाई
मतलब हो
देख,
गया
एक,
बे।
एक, एक लाख का एक पीसी।
1 लाख का एक पीसी बहुत सड़े के मोबाइल में खिलाएगा तू उनको।
अरे आते हैं भाई 1.5 लाख में पीसी अच्छे वाले।
रेंट पे ले सकते हैं बेस्ट।
नहीं नहीं, रेंट पे परवड़ेगा नहीं।
कैसे में परवड़ेगा? पहला तो अपने को 6 महीना देखने का ना।
भाई देख, अराउंड 2 लाख पर पीसी पकड़ ले विद मॉनिटर।
क्या बात कर रहे हैं भीड़ चो, तू कौन सा
हाँ।
जमाने में?
भाई बराबर तो है भाई।
3090 में गांड फटेगी।
3090 के चाहिए क्या? पैलवर्ड खेल रहे क्या?
कोई प्लेयर से नजर में और कोई मेल आईडी जिसमें पर्सनल डिटेल्स दे सको, डिस्कॉर्ड नहीं, ईमेल या व्हाट्सएप। वही मैं बोल रहा हूँ, मेरे मॉड्स को आप अपना मोबाइल नंबर दे दो, मैं व्हाट्सएप करके वॉच पार्टी के
2
बाद
लाख
मैं
में आ
रात को
जाएगा
बात
भाई
कर
PC।
सकता हूँ। रात को मैसेज करके बात कर सकता हूँ। इफ यू
2 लाख
रियली
में
वांट
PC
टू
including
ग्रो
monitor,
esports in
360
India,
hertz।
I will help you free of cost. Free of cost. ठीक है? I will also coach that team. I will give them task and this and that. I will do everything free of cost. समझ रहे हो? बूट कैम्प सेटअप से लेकर, मतलब ऑब्वियसली मैं किसको हायर करूंगा, बट मेरे सर्विसेज के लिए कुछ नहीं चाहिए। ठीक है? बट इट हैज टू कम विद द सोल पर्पस ऑफ ग्रोइंग स्पोर्ट्स इन इंडिया। समझ रहे हो? समझ रहे हो? डब्लू बंग भाई, मैं अभी मैंने इनको क्या बोला देख, एक
हाँ।
बंदा बोला कि मैं 1 करोड़ डालने को तैयार हूँ इंडिया स्पोर्ट्स को ग्रो कर देगा। मैं बोला 6 महीना कर सकता है।
बराबर।
ठीक है, रिजल्ट्स भी थोड़ा बहुत आ जाएगा।
आ
ठीक है।
सकता है।
अभी मैं बोला कि मैं मेरा जितना भी सर्विसेज है, मतलब कॉन्टैक्ट्स के थ्रू बूट कैम्प सेटअप हो गया, ये हो गया, प्लेयर जुड़ना हो गया, उनको कोच करना हो गया, ये सब मैं फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट कर लूंगा।
बराबर।
तो लोगों का शक हो रहा है भाई, जब भी अपना था सोल वाला, अपने को सैलरी वैल्यू मिलती थी 1 2 महीना जब भी था, याद है? तभी मैंने लिया था यार सैलरी, सच बताना।
नहीं।
डिवाइड किया था सब में। मैं बोला कि मैं स्ट्रीम से कमाऊंगा, सैलरी नहीं चाहिए, क्योंकि मैं चाहता था बॉयस ग्रो हो जाए। वो बात अलग है कि बॉयस ने मेरी गांड मार दी, भोसड़ी के लोग, स्पेशली गांडू इंसान। क्या आप गेस कर सकते हो किसके बारे में बोल रहे हैं? शिक्स भाई,
नहीं।
हिंट्स दो।
दो।
हो सकता है वो डांस वांस करने गया रहेगा किधर। नेक्स्ट समर है स्पोर्ट ना भाई, मेरे एथिक्स बहुत स्ट्रांग है। ऑन टाइम, सबसे पहले तो 1 करोड़ एडवांस में लेके बैंक में रखूंगा। हाँ? और देखूंगा कि भाई रिफंड वाला क्या सीन है, बैंक से वो रिफंड कब तक ले सकता है। पता चला इधर सब हो गया, अचानक से आ गया बैंक से मेल, भाई वो रिफंड हो चुका है। जैसे सुपर चैट रिफंड होता है, गांड लगेगी मेरी, कर जाएंगे।
Defensive side last time out, so we get to witness
इंडिया का
their
कुछ बनाना
attack.
चाहता
पर
हूँ।
हो सकता है 1 ईयर में हो सकता है,
पैसा
पर
नहीं।
Normally, where you
लॉन्ग
get the
टर्म
पैसा
best
नहीं,
out of the aura,
मतलब
the space that can be taken,
डन से
the havoc that can be
मतलब
caused,
प्रॉफिट्स
and
नहीं चाहिए
speaking
इधर को,
of havoc,
प्रॉफिट्स मैं संभालूंगा, तू
guys
टेंशन मत
walking
ले।
straight down
करते लेकिन
the newly reopened halls.
दे बाय, थैंक यू फॉर द 10
Doesn't spot
पाउंड्स।
anything.
I like this. This is more of what I expected the other day in our game.
Love
Tom, when we had
you.
that Yoru on defense, where you're going
कर
to have those
सकते
gate
हैं
crashes.
आप,
used
पहले
for
मेरे
information
मॉड्स को
early,
कांटेक्ट
so
करो।
you can
मॉड्स
retreat to the other side of the
अपने
map, and then
इंस्टाग्राम में
quick
ऐसा कुछ
rotations.
दे दो,
Let's take a
कोई
look at where it is
कांटेक्ट
right
करो,
now.
मेरे को नंबर
He's made
दिला
his way
दो,
back over
आज
towards
बात
A, so
करते
you
हैं।
can yet again have him quickly rotate. In a couple seconds, he might go for B aggression. If he didn't hear a
लिक्विड का लाइनअप स्ट्रांग है,
players
क्या लगता
on
है?
their way towards his site. Looks like pressure is on. Kiko could get out of here. There's no escape
Huh?
for Nats. So they're going to fight this one together. Through the wall they go, and Xiao is down. Setgetsu not able for two. Nats holds on tight, but he's surrounded. There's players everywhere, desperately trying to find
भाई
a fight.
बहुत टाइम बाई
But
किया,
Artis catches his back, and so we're down into the 3v3 with the
बहुत
Host of
टाइम बाई
Angels
किया बे,
expected this time.
बहुत टाइम बाई किया।
30 seconds left.
God.
अच्छा गावात,
Does a lot of damage onto Ardis, already low on HP. Mystic, he's not expected to be this close, and he's going to get one. Should get the second, but no. Ardis is still standing the TP into an open position. He's almost managed to find Yumpy. Both now desperately low. But Yumpy will be the one to survive. It's close.
Close,
Liquid
bro.
Oh, I bet they're happy they sent him for the aim lab shoot around before this game. Otherwise, that could have been a little bit awkward. Yumpy
Close,
just about saving the
close.
game. Because if Ardis gets off to a start like that, there ain't any stopping him.
It's over.
Gorgeous stuff.
यार रोन भाई क्या उसको T70 रख सकते हैं नाम टीम का?
I think he becomes dangerous at that stage.
It's crazy. Even this TP, you know, it goes down to 3 HP, pops it in the open, and almost
Damn,
one bullet away.
pass it
Look,
to
he's
Binks.
so frustrated not to win.
I love the
4
difference.
kills in a round. It's not enough. Or close to it. 20 HP away.
The difference between the two of them is perfect. Very small investment. A shorty.
ये लिक्विड जीता बे 1-1 100%.
Ardis. Few sheriffs here.
केओ
and there.
सोवा स्ट्रांग है
Other
थोड़ा.
than that,
क्या बोलता है?
Not too much. And actually on the other side of things, as I said, we always talk about Navi's economy management when it comes to their bonuses.
भाई क्या है ना बे
Liquid
यूरो
are
मेटा
actually-
लेकिन
I want to say playing
370
it
minus
relatively
1.
safe. They've gone in with weaponry on every single player straight through the util. And already,
ओ दूसरा कैसे नहीं
that's
निकला?
actually crazy. So Ardis already had earned so many orbs up. He was able to pop his ult in the
दूसरा
second
कैसे
round.
नहीं
Like,
निकला
that's
बे?
ridiculous.
It's not a bad
God.
idea to use it just to try to
आज
clear up
Valo का
those
नहीं, नहीं,
angles,
नहीं.
especially if you drop your Cypher. At the start of the
Why is it
last round,
not
you had Max
getting
solo
into
playing
Valo
B,
Sync just
then
why?
the
Because it's
rotate
not
from
profitable,
Kiko, which
no?
I don't think was heard. They didn't know he TP'd
They
over.
already
The key
have
point is that
10 work,
they
10 things
identified,
to
okay,
do.
we take him down, we get B control.
Tugbai
potentially
is
a weapon
already
as well. It
managing
could be
so many
huge, but
creators.
The read was perfect.
Goldie is already managing
No, he couldn't see. He could still
so
take him
many
down.
वो
Close range fight, the cage,
Esports
keeping him alive. Just
बीच
smart
में पोकेमोन का
utility
भी
plays
बना
in
था.
the
It's
match.
not that we didn't
Avoid
try.
what could have been
एसिटोल का भी वैलो
It
लाइनअप
shows
आया
how
था
much they're
1
investing
महीने के लिए
also into
सही.
Ardis. Like, he's only got 3 kills.
लेकिन
he's
जब
already
मालूम
managed to
पड़ता है कि
earn up
नहीं यार अभी
7
तो
orbs
पार्ट
in a
2
prep.
प्रो
It
थोड़ा
really does
वो
just
भी
show
है
that they
टफ भी
really
है
are going hard into
और
making
टीम
sure
एक
that he
दूसरा
can
टीम
get
छोड़
that
के
ultimate
चले
as
जाते
much
हैं.
as possible
Not
and
easy.
just cause issues.
सेकंड राउंड अल्ट उसने ऑर्ब्स
As
फार्मिंग
a
किया
free
ना.
drone, you're often going to get him TPing into site plant as well. That's the other big advantage. Nice attempt from Kiko. Had the reveal, they had the information.
इधर और बुटा के
Player
उधर
just
टीपी मार के
about
उधर और
snuck away on time.
Ardis looking
एक राउंड में 3 और बिना मारे उठाता है वो.
Angels.
Angel was on the Euro after all. We just didn't know it. And wow,
Oh, there it is.
he's just taking the entry. As
ए
the
हाँ
omen.
सेकंड राउंड में अल्ट कैसे
I feel
आया?
like he
4 मारा
uses
उसने.
himself as the secondary of something, so he can basically just play duelist on everything, and you can see why. Just
और भी होगा
wide
दो.
swinging.
4 नहीं,
onto
3 मारा था
Enzo,
और भी होगा
the
दो.
B site fully
दो
under
और
the control.
2 मारा रहेगा
of
मरा
Navi,
रहेगा.
and it's almost purely just down to Angel.
आपका रियल
individual
नेम क्या
skill.
है मिथुल?
Yeah.
नेम
This
पैराट्रूप्स
is what we
रखो
talked
यार
about
वो
at
भी रख
Joe's
सकते.
last map about Angel's entry fragging Brimstone on Split. And Tom, you rightfully said he did it on
Paratroops
every
याद है,
agent,
best
every
time पे
single
है वो.
one. He didn't care. He would run in first. I remember Haven, Breach, 7 first deaths on the attack side.
Well, he did it
What the
on,
hell's that about?
on Gecko, on Bind the other day as well.
Yeah.
Like he was just full sprinting
That's how
around
this
the
guy
map.
plays. I like this from Mystic. Good chance to get a
God.
kill, do some damage. But that's all this amounts to. Time too far gone with so many players to root out of their positions. And at a certain moment, you're going to start to think, is it worth just carrying this weapon forward?
Prediction
Being
बता,
that
Strix
extra
भाई.
body to protect Kiko, who's got the
I
operator.
think liquid. I think
Got those
liquid
funds build
जीतेगा.
up slightly more. It looks like that is
बाप
what they'll
बेटे का
get, like
prediction
it or
बराबर.
not.
Innocent
Kiko
5.
is jumping through the window, and surely we won't see from this to keep the weapon. He's got it in the window. Oh no! Well, that's the
Last
weapon
में वो
gone.
करना
At the end of the
जरूरी
day,
था.
They can still afford a decent buy all round. Wanted to drop the extra.
और
rifle
वैलो
very
मोबाइल फोकस
badly.
करे वो तो आया ही नहीं है अभी तक. जब आएगा फिर मालूम पड़ेगा क्या
I
सीन.
really don't see the point. Like, I feel like
वो
anybody
तो
who
starting में
you
setup
could have
करने
killed,
को
you would
इतना
have
नहीं
seen
लगेगा
without having
मेरे
to
हिसाब
jump
से.
into the window because they've just been forced out of the angle by the spike. So, yeah, a little bit of
वो
madness.
तो अभी
I'll be
आने को
honest,
भी
for
बहुत टाइम
Mystic,
है यार.
and, okay, he's still going to be able
पहले
to
आएगा
purchase, but
फिर
you look at
मालूम
Yumpy,
पड़ेगा
who's-
कि
who's gonna
esports
be
सीन
down
कितना
on
है
an
कितने
outlaw,
टूर्नामेंट्स
light
होते हैं.
shields for the majority as well.
एक साल तो
I don't
अंडरस्टैंड
think
करने
I'm
में
spotted
जाएगा.
at
फिर
all,
दूसरा
but
साल से प्लानिंग
either
करेंगे.
way, still in the lead, Liquid 2-1 up. Just look at the pace, he just full sprint.
अनिस भाई कहाँ पे है? पता
There's
नहीं.
no fear. There's no fear at all. He's just running straight down and he's already dead.
देखो.
The rest of the team are going in.
Stat अच्छा है,
the more normal
मेरा
way, but
वाला.
He set up Shao.
देखा?
The crazy man goes down
Stat
and then
अच्छा है.
Shao's left to just get a free kill.
दरवाजा भी बंद किया. स्पेस ही स्पेस.
Spike planted.
Smokes. somewhat lacking for the squad, but the Viper wall can help if Shao stays alive. He's
अच्छा
so
केज हेल्प किया
aggressive.
ना
Every Viper for this
God,
squad is, and
babe.
rightfully so, with shots like that onto Kiko. That player gone, 3 rifles left on the side of Liquid. They know there's a player on yellow. That's an easy fight for Nats to take. Surprising no one swings on the back of it. It's a little bit of a gap. The aggression punished. Perhaps a chance now with no smokes left to play with a flank underway. The Yofi's just caught Sagetsu completely unaware.
Ardis वापस ulti मारने वाला है, bro.
Since the round started. Just needs to
Ardis
do a little
वापस
bit
ulti
more for
मारने
the
वाला है.
squad, running down that clock, but he's so low on HP. Surely he can't hold on. Enzo though,
done.
he only has a matter of seconds.
Bye हो गया.
And it's too late.
अल्टी वापस अल्टी
Hit the shot anyways, not with Otis playing like this.
वापस अल्टी मारने वाला है मेरा हो गया भाई
Red Bull clutch through in the first round, but he's managed to do it
मेरा हो
here
गया
just moments later. It genuinely blows my mind that we've heard in the past that artists didn't want to play
there
Yoru,
can
and
be
now I'm watching him play
chance
Yoru,
of it
and
to
he may be
grow
one
as
of the
well.
best I've ever seen. Like, up there with players like Forsaken or someone
But
like
Val
that.
is
Just
different, yaar.
styling
5v5
on this
is
agent, and
anytime
also just
better,
looks
no?
very confident individually on it, because that's the main thing. It's like I feel
5v5
like you get
is always
two
about
sets of
bonding,
Yoru. You either get
team
one that
play
doesn't
ये
know how
वो
to do utility
बाकी
properly and
1v1
just runs
2v2
around
3v3
fragging, or someone that does know how
आज
to
तक कोई
use
गेम
the
में ग्रोथ हुए
utility
नहीं देखा
but then can't aim. Like that seems to be the two. Whereas there's few that are in that Venn diagram crossover, and at the moment, artists.
अगर याद है बंक्स भाई तुमको सब याद रहता है हाँ सब
With an ult online. Not the first time. This map, you might be surprised if you just tuned in.
जी
Round
बाहर के
5,
प्लेयर्स क्यों
he's
नहीं लेते
ready to
बंक्स
roll,
बाहर के तो
full
लिए
belt of utility to work around,
इंपोर्ट्स है तो सर
and I have a strong feeling he will be the entry point for this squad. Now, for Team Liquid,
इस बात
it's
पे हंसा ना
pistols.
तो बड़े
You
हुए
don't even wanna- well, to be
Huh?
honest, you might want to commit that Yoru ult for
Asa?
2 reasons. You get it online so much, and you don't want to lose any players that you don't have to. If Angel goes up the rope, wins a fight, now loses a rifle. It's not being recovered.
भाई ये तो मैं सोचा ही नहीं
Taken instead.
अपन यहाँ पे भी स्मोक करके कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं बे डिफेंस
It's
से
just so enjoyable. Like I know that there will be people losing
क्या
their
बोलता?
minds, and that also makes me just that
हाँ
little
ना।
bit happier,
हाँ
because
ना।
it's just like even the kills he gets just look a little bit ridiculous. Like just quick headshot in one of the players. Now it's not a bad trade for Liquid. And the main thing that worries me at this stage is the time. 30 seconds left.
exactly.
2 players within the site. Now the information's going to be huge. That's one of the main things that will make this a little bit less dangerous. Artist making his way through. They have to go through the snake bite, so they are vulnerable, but he's just making it so that nobody can really capitalize, or so you think. Mystic has done well. Yumpy's found another. They still have bullets in this fight. He's run out of bullets. But the time is the main issue. And the lurk coming through from Saigetsu
वो
might
try
have
क्यों नहीं
forsaken
किया
them
मारने
to be
का?
able to deny this. It will at least go down, and it needs to be up to Artis again.
अबे
It's the
एमपी
same
का
battle.
पोपट हो गया
Artis and Enzo both full HP this time. The weaponry not great.
भाई निकाल तो
Mystic's
सकता
only
है
got a pistol to play
निकाल
with.
लिया
But Enzo down. It's
निकाल
onto
लिया
Mystic. He's got to get this done. His position's been revealed by the shot that he fired. Artis was seen too. He's got a
निकाल लेगा
TP.
Artis।
निकाल लिया
He could stick it if he wanted to. Mystic sticking the spike though. It's going to be halved. Here's the wall banks though.
Oh,
He's
shit.
low HP. Oh no.
Oh.
He tapped it again. He's baiting him for the fight. Mystic wants to fight Artis. It's a brave
Oh.
move. What he might live to regret.
अबे
If he
full
stuck it
कर
all the
देता
way, who
Mystic।
knows?
लेकिन उसको पता नहीं था ना क्या सीन है
Back-to-back Red Bull clutches from Artis. That's the thing. If he sticks it all the way, he wins. But of course, with the TP, you don't know if it's faked. You don't know if he's
उसको पता
taken
नहीं।
it. It's a risk that ultimately could have lost you the round. But Artis is saving Navi at the moment.
भाई क्या प्लेयर है बे
But you can see it
First
as well.
kills is ridiculous.
Like,
कितना क्लच बे कितना
that little bit of intimidation to him, but when he's popping off like
भाई
this,
एक और राउंड में एक और अल्टी आने वाला है
without
इसका
feeling his impact on the server. When he starts out, his utility, his ultimate, clearing your
भाई वो
position,
प्लांट भी
pushing
कर
you
रहा है
back,
और
you're
भी
already on the back
ले रहा
foot.
है
When it comes to fighting him,
मार भी रहा
Oh,
है
yeah.
you haven't got a leg to stand on.
He's been going in first most rounds and clutching them as well. Like, it's just ridiculous. Like, they
Another orb, by the way.
It genuinely feels like kill Artis win round, which
Yep.
you
Yeah,
don't see often in the professional play. I'm also starting to feel for the Americas
बात
fans
तो है।
who have genuinely been conned by this man going over there. Going,
फिर बहुत इस बार मंगवा मेटा में हाँ
back after doing
Tom,
nothing.
he's 2 orbs away from having the ult. It's
Shot,
outrageous.
man,
Like, he can't be playing
shot.
like this, yet he is.
भाई काइको का एमएफ होने वाला होता है
Taking down the aggression of Kiko, that operator has had
Bichara
little
Kiko.
to no success
से
so
मारा।
far, and oh, guess what? You can have all of your utility on the site, Nats, but this man is coming for you. the corner. He's going to TP right into it. I
Oh.
thought for a second he might correct in time. Nats has dealt with the danger, man. We'll see
Players
if the
घुस
fact
गए.
is you kill him and you win.
Fake steps in the decoy might have lured him in.
क्या ना उसको समझा ही नहीं क्या करना है किधर
Catches the
देखना है क्या
decoy, and then
सीन
he's
है.
caught up as the cage falls. Enzo, good to catch Zipan. At
30
least another
seconds
kill
left.
for them to work with. Down to the 3 versus 3. Ult in hand for Angel. Not going to have too much impact, though. He hasn't got the spike. There's no crazy rotations to come into play. If he runs it for the information. Little tag on the Mystic.
Go on, do it
Not
again.
too much damage. He's looking just to deny.
Oh,
that
buddy.
plan that he's done.
Viper.
That's me, bro.
Viper को भी
He's
पड़ी.
behind. 73 HP.
टीम ने डार्क
Well,
Esports रख सकते हैं.
Let that decay come back
त्याचा
up.
लाइट
They're
करू
buying
यार.
time. There's a Viper's Pit online, but keeping
Lightness
Yuppie
always
behind
better
if he
than
catches
darkness.
Sugetsu, they can split
Love
the
you,
side
Clutch
from
Gaming.
both
Bye.
sides.
Thank you
Second
for
flash
the
is good.
900
It's
मेरी
very
जान
good,
के
in fact.
टोटे.
Sugetsu's down, and now they can look
God,
to split it, but
babe.
no! The other 2 players dropped in an instant, and Yumpy has to do it all. A clutch for him on 45
Oh, shit.
HP, make that 5. And now stepping into the decay, he's down to 1. It's the easiest fight of Angel's life.
Bye.
4-2
Liquid
for
जीतने वाले
Navi.
थे बोले थे.
They're steaming into the lead.
I
A
think
different
Navi
vibe than
जीतने
what we got
वाली है
even
रे.
at the start of
Liquid को
split.
बोला मैंने.
Team Liquid need to
Liquid
find
को
a
बोलते
solution,
हैं.
and again, they're down to very
क्या बे?
Yeah, this is already starting to feel like a map that you just almost don't want to play.
Bump bump.
They just seem so well read.
लेकिन crazy होएगा
The
अगर
गरम कर रहा था.
ऐसा
timing, the
किसने किया
spacing
तो.
is perfect.
Crazy
Okay, they
होएगा.
used their Viper's Pit at the end there just to secure the round, but as said, when we saw them play out against BBL, which, okay, we do have the expectation that BBL is slightly weaker than this Liquid squad, but they dominated on defense. So they're already having a field day, just getting
बहुत
off to a
बड़ी
strong
Esports
start
language.
on this attack side. Angel's been able to get quite a lot of entries alongside Artists as well.
दोनों सेम दिखते हैं ना?
I feel like one of the major worries is the fact that Kiko.
दोनों coach same नहीं दिख रहे तेरे को?
That last map was close because he was pulling off
हाँ?
crazy rounds. He was doing really well individually. So I
भाई
just
ये
feel like they
दोनों.
just need to sit for a moment, even if it's just Emil giving them a little bit of a talk over of some of the things he spotted, or even if it's just trying to get the confidence back because they have been shut down over the last 4.
क्योंकि भाई ये पता है बोल तो रहा
very
हूँ.
much silenced.
Hey, bye, you are back with the amazing 10 pounds, making it 700 pounds in
को
total.
दाढ़ी एक को नहीं है.
Just one away.
Same नहीं है भाई.
Coming into this, the
Yeah.
surprise factor is a lot of what you talk about for Liquid here. Having your outlaws, your pistols, the long range angles. You
They've
get
got
right
the
Love
up.
you, dude. Bye, love
So they got
you.
which is
Thank you for
basically
the
just
10 pounds, मेरी जान. Thank
freest kill.
you. देव भाई ना मान रहे
something
कब
I
से
know
दे रहे
Loco
पता है
has
10
been
10
loving for a
pounds.
very long time.
And it's also
Bye,
a problem
Dev bhai
because
na
if
मान
you're
रहे,
Mystic
bye.
right now, you're thinking, oh, I've got the
Day
Viper's
5
Pit, what's
of
gonna
giving
happen?
super
Artists is
chat
just gonna
$10
get that orb, come
वाला
up close,
challenge
go
कर
CHUMMI,
रहे.
He's right here.
Oh, they expect it though. The thing is, there's already spams coming
Dev
through.
bhai
Enzo
thirty
is
जाता है.
basically dead, but even still, Kiko will get the kill onto Artist. That at least removes that
देव
whole
भाई
connection.
आपके पास ट्रिक से ज्यादा
The thing
स्टैमिना
is, though,
कैसे?
fighting from this position is going to be incredibly difficult. Yumpy does get away, but even though you've taken that man out, ultimately the result is the same. The man
Dominate
advantage has
है.
gone to Na'Vi. You didn't get any weaponry for it, so how do you now try and recoup this round? Now, what I will say, a super aggressive push coming down in behind them.
कैसे
The problem
दिखाते
is there
देखना?
is a trip. So unless you're going to
सुंदर
see
है ना?
Saigetsu go down
हाँ.
at some point in this round,
Actually
Max
अच्छा
isn't
है
gonna be able
ना.
to find them unless they
समझने
come
के लिए
back.
अच्छा है
हाँ,
मतलब
हाँ.
कास्टर
Here in the
बोल रहे हैं
stats, at
सुपर
least they're
एग्रेसिव
confirming
पुश
this
तो
is an
किधर
A-play.
मैप
For
दिखने
what
तो
little
चाहिए
that's
अच्छा.
worth.
मतलब मेरे को तो समझ जाता है पर
At least
जो
keep the players in position
Immortal
to
1 से
try
ना उनको नहीं
to
समझता
find
है
something.
इसलिए.
Flash
अच्छा
popped
नहीं
on right, but it's walled up.
Last player
Mystics
standing.
caught Yumpy.
They know
भाई
he's there. He tried to
क्लीन
trip.
खेल रहे बे.
Even if they didn't, they have a cam as well that's been
Spike
spotting
planted.
out the whole time, and they've no reason to peek that angle. Hard to get out of it. Or to kill him, which is what Sugetsu is going
एक
for.
राउंड ये लोग ने मिड वाला किया था
Does
बस.
Navi pick up yet
बाकी
another
सारा
round
ए या
7?
फिर बी.
Concludes with a 5-2
ए
score.
पे और ब्लो फेक करो बी चले जाओ.
But
दोनों
finally
और ब्लो
rifles for Liquid, some ults online.
या फिर
We'll see
सीधा
if they
बी
can
करो.
pull
कुछ
something
भी
out
कर
of that.
सकते हैं बे क्या?
Yeah, a lot of these
Crazy
rounds have been
comp
very
है.
close. So bear in mind, there's been a couple of clutches back to back.
डबल फ्लैश भी देखना
for
कितना
Artists.
सेक्सी है.
But that round was clean. Like 4 players staying alive. Artists the only one to go down financially. You're starting to see players like Shao get up to like he'll be at max basically in the next round. So this has to be where Liquid break back. Otherwise, they're just going to have problems economically. As you said, they've got the ultimates. They also have that operator
Nice,
back in
man.
play.
ये कभी किया है लाइफ में?
But again, that
क्या किया इसने?
potential combination,
वो थोड़ा
the
सा press.
dimensional drift alongside the
कभी नहीं
Hunter's
तोड़ा
Fury
इसको.
could be pretty nasty.
कभी नहीं तोड़ा ना?
नहीं.
Already, Artis
Oh,
Oh,
looking
okay.
for someone.
nice.
Quick 2 kills though. Sugetsu and Angel dropped. The push up in elbow attempted by Navi to no avail. The Because Team Liquid have taken so much control, and having dropped Sugetsu,
TP.
guess where they're going?
फिर से
The TP's just faded, just ran out of time, or at least
फिर
it
से
was
अर्दिश
faked
फिर
out.
से कुछ कर
Take
सकता
a
है
look there. The players have already pushed through the spawn. This angle's being watched, but it's another angle to be worried about. And here comes the information. One close yellow. One in the pyramids, and one on the plant. Nice and easy, and now the team can look to punish. The TP's faded out, decoys caught him as well. Really nicely
Crazy.
handled by Team Liquid on the way back.
Nice
through.
round, nice
Great
round.
information
वो
for
All's
Kickoff.
double
Good
kill was
utility.
very big.
With that, a diffuse and a way back in. Finally broken that win streak for Navi.
अभी नहीं लेंगे Alls.
Nice
हो गया
round
इनका.
from then overall. I think just a little bit of
अब हो
extra
गया, अभी
aggression.
सीधा
They
घुसो.
didn't get bullied out of the round by Angel as well. with
दे
that
रहा
initial
चटनिस
fight
कहाँ
coming
बोले
in
दे
towards the
भैया.
walls. I think it was this fight here, which I feel like Mystic will be quite happy about that one. And then the fast flank. They took this round into
आपको नहीं लग रहा क्रेज कम हो रहा Valorant का भी ना.
execute to come through, because I think that's where Na'Vi right now are truly terrifying. If you
कितने
let them
भाई
set
तुम
up
लोग
all
को
the
मालूम पड़ेगा
pieces,
ना जिस दिन
they're
नंबर्स
probably going to win the
कितने
round. If you can
वो थोड़ा
disrupt that
सीन चल
before
रहा है वो
it-
सॉर्ट
which
आउट
they
हो
were
गया
trying before. Bear in
फिर
mind,
फुल
Kiko
सपोर्ट
has been
करूंगा हो
pushing the
जाएगा.
operator, but this was
देव
a little
भाई,
bit more regimented. This was them pushing as a
3
team.
दिन में
It worked
आपका
out much better.
सीन
Well,
सॉर्ट
we've
आउट
seen
हो जाएगा
Navi
3
slow
दिन में.
things down and
लिख के
try to
रखो.
work that map control. It looks like maybe Team Liquid had a read on it, seeing Angel.
मेरे को
lurk,
फील आ रहा है अंदर
they
से
killed him.
वाइब्स.
And you say, okay, well, I think I've seen this one before. Either he's the
जस्ट
first
सेइंग
man in,
जिंक्स हो गया तो 3
or
दिन
he's
में
on the
आपके
other side
लौड़े
of the
लग
map.
सकते
So
हैं.
free space to take.
लेकिन वाइब्स आ रहा है 3 दिन में.
That's one solution to it, punishing aggression.
Jinx
But
is
now we
close.
need to see them win it on their own terms on the side
Team
of Team
leaders
Liquid.
are
When
good,
Navi are pushing that execute and playing the normal game that's been working for them time and time again. It starts with this deep push in from AORUS. He's got the site control. He's been flashed about 7 times, but he's ready to fight again as they
क्या
break through the
कौन
wall.
ब्लाइंड हुआ बे?
He's taking them all.
क्यों का
3
blind था क्या
quick
वो?
kills. Blink and you miss it. And look at that spotted shell. The util's coming. The players are on their way.
क्यों का था क्या
There's
blind?
no stopping Liquid in round 9.
shot,
With
Rick, I
Kiko's final blow, it's 5-4. Hot on
यूरो
Navi's
कैसे ब्लाइंड
heels
हुआ?
again.
And then just see him laughing away as well. I think he knows he got away with one there. The fact is, they had the TP that gets
Yo
them
का
close
कथा
to
तो
the screen, but
बांचोद
I think they
heavy
just almost
था.
expected, okay, eventually.
Which
Artis
is
is
better,
probably gonna
wired
try and
or
go through it,
wireless?
so
I
he's
like
setting up
wired
to go
वाला.
through it. I'll just run straight through, and no one
होता है
watching
no.
it, no one aware. And that's the thing. That is basically
क्या
Liquid
smart
playing
दिखता है
them in their own
बे.
game. They've been trying to do these cheeky little plays through all of these different pieces of utility. So
Is
he
it?
just goes running through and catches every single one. Angel even in a TP, making his way across to the side. Great round from Mystic.
दूसरा
great
फ्लैश थोड़ा
intuition.
सा
And now, well,
पहला सेक्सी था.
Na'Vi are the ones on the back foot, going to be taking a pause themselves. Finance is starting to get on the brink as well. And actually, those
बीपी
odds
आवाज करके ये जाना
they
चाहिए अभी
haven't
मजा
actually
आएगा.
gone anywhere for Liquid. Still there. Still the
हेलो
same
बंक्स
ones,
भाई
didn't
कैसे हो
keep
सब
them
बढ़िया?
apart.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was just a simple punish by Mystic, right? And the best part about it, when we saw that replay, he shoots through the wall first because he knows exactly where AORUS has been going. And it's just the fact that AORUS is crouched from having been flashed 7 times that he's avoiding the first bullets, but he's still blind when Mystic comes running through. So it's nice and easy.
हम भाई बंक्स कैसे चल रहा है मेरे भाई? मीत भाई सब
Those
सेक्सी
ultis
चल
to
रहा है
fall
यार.
back on, like you said, worth their weight
गांड
in
दुख
gold.
रही है बस, बाकी
5 to
सब
4.
सेक्सी चल रहा है.
Time to equalize for Team Liquid. This is Breeze, like Navi's map pick. It's where they wanted the fight to go down. They're not going to let this one slip without a serious fight.
I was joking with Marcus in the break, saying that this will be the tough map because Na'Vi always lose their own pick and then
Yeah.
win their opponents. So we'll see. They looked very good on this the other day, but it wasn't their choice. They picked Bind last time out in the series and actually got battered on it. Kiko with the fire star. They've started to really put the pressure on. These aggressive pushes, Nat's taking space as well, whatever.
भाई
adaptation that was being
साहब,
made, it's just a
भाई
slaughter
क्या हो गया
in
अचानक
middle.
से?
I want to see so much
अचानक
more
से
of
उठ
that.
गए बे हेवी
Liquid
वाला.
playing their own game,
Yeah.
not letting Navi have a say in how the round starts and how it breeds. They've choked all life out of Navi's round. 5 to 5.
ऑडियंस सपोर्ट रहेगा.
Just suffocating them with
मैं
this
फनेटिक ने
aggression.
आप भी फिनिक्स पढ़ने जा रहा हूँ डांस ना फनेटिक टाइम
That's
पे.
the thing. I feel like Na'Vi, especially with the halls pushing, have become a little bit too predictable. Like they did it a load of rounds in a row with Angel. Last 2 rounds, Sagetsu has been doing the same thing. So, yeah, post up Kiko, give him an opportunity for a free fight at the beginning of the round.
साइफर लेके
And then
ये देख,
डॉक्टर रहता है भाई.
ये देख एक और अल्टी मारने वाला है. बी जाएंगे लोग.
Being exactly where he shouldn't be. He's done it again. It's almost disrespectful. He
Arey.
wasn't wasn't
ऐसा
expected
क्यों?
last round. He should be this time, but they
एक ही
kind
के
of
पास
switched it
गन था
up a
यार।
bit. And he has a little bit of support from Yumpy. It seems like each member of Liquid are having a turn of who's going to quad
मेरे को
kill
लगा
the round.
भेजेंगे बे।
I think he was back on the aim lab shoot around in that timeout because Yumpy looks amazing now. You've already found one on
Spike
Artis,
down,
one Orb that
attacker
is.
spawn.
He's one away from ulti. Just a shorty in hand. It could be so valuable, but now that it's a 2v5, unlikely to be used. It's probably the next round that's going to be carried
देख रहा है?
forward, where they can dump everything into it. Good night, sweet dreams to Artis. 6-5.
मेरे को लगा
After
बी पे
a
जाएंगे अल्ट
shocking
मार के।
start, Team Liquid have finally reclaimed that lead. They were 2-0
अभी
up,
मारेंगे, अभी
went
मारेंगे।
5-2. Now 6-5. They put
ये
a
राउंड तो
stop to
100%
Navi.
नावी जीतेगी। क्या बोलता
If
है?
you lose 5 rounds in a row,
चाहिए,
now you're
क्योंकि
6-5
अल्ट
up and an Andalusia flawless.
काउंटर अल्ट भी तो है ना केओ का।
Pretty good about yourself and Navi
बाकी
again,
लोग
falling a little
घुस
bit
नहीं
behind.
पाएंगे।
This is
Good to see him smile.
very, very reminiscent of the last map. A sort of a slower start, then Navi go into their favored side and then just basically brutalize
Counter
their
ult भी है।
opponents. Like it was not fun to watch. So I have to see what Liquid have going into that.
भाई
attack.
पर अल्ट मार दे
A
प्लीज
lot of
लव
ultimates
यू।
online again. We still haven't seen that combination since we had that ult online for Ziphad.
भाई ऐसा लग रहा है मोन्टाज चल रहा है बे ट्रांजिशन वाला।
But this time they're somewhat prepared.
इसको दिखा के वो मारा समझ में नहीं आया पता है वो
Angel
किधर
for
मरा।
Nat's trade. I think that it's almost expected to lose Angel within the first 20 seconds. So getting Nats for free is actually not bad.
Yeah, true. I like the fact that you have two
जीत गए,
players
जीत
there,
गए,
right?
जीत
That Kiko got caught by the flash.
Yoru ult,
TP'd
nice.
back, and then they swing thinking it's a little bit more
पिंक पे
clear.
सोल्ट चलो चलो चलो
Artist using the ult to
कोई नहीं
clear out the
है,
site, and it's
ठीक
wide
है।
open.
I know exactly where you are.
Gonna have to finish that soon.
ठीक
TP
है
back, but he spotted the
Here we
player.
go. Finally.
ठीक
There it
है
is.
सेक्सी बॉडी ब्लॉक
Enzo's
बेबी
down,
सेक्सी
well
बॉडी
handled.
ब्लॉक
From the side of Navi, that's a
Nice
free
body
entry on
block.
the
Body
back of
block,
ultis, a man advantage to
OP था।
work with. Currently, Kiko gonna try to find an angle to get this off. A nice clean shot. But with Yumpy down, you really have to rely on Kiko doing something crazy.
He's been known for it. Been a bit
मेरे
more
जैसा,
quiet
मेरे
this
जैसा,
game on
मेरे
as well.
जैसा।
That
कोई
one's
सीन
a
नहीं।
little bit too free. And now with his teammates all gone, it will be the
मेरे
close
जैसा, मेरे
for
जैसा। रिकॉर्ड नहीं
Navi.
तोड़
6
सकता,
to
वो है
6,
weakness।
evening things up as they will head into that defensive half. Now, as said,
चलो,
versus BBL, that
जैसा
was where
बोला
they
वैसे
thrived,
हुआ।
but
Very
it was
nice।
also where they started. So they might have done
Hard to
exactly
tell.
the same thing. We haven't got
अब
data to
problem है
really
ना
talk
लेकिन
about how we feel like the sides of this map are going to go.
Almost
especially with
same
both
com है
teams
इनका भी।
running that combination
लेकिन
with
KO भी
Yoru.
बहुत info
There's a
देगा
lot of
यार।
opportunities for
KO भी
Liquid to
बहुत
come up
info
with some
देगा।
cool stuff, and I particularly like the KO in that regard. I think that you can do some really cool things where sometimes the Yoru flashes are a little bit more telegraphed. So if you have someone to set that up for you while you TP, it can be filthy.
Well, I think that's it. It's finding new ways to innovate so your opponents just can't get that step ahead of you. See the utility 1-2 times and know exactly what you're going to do. And I think we saw that on the attack side. Those reads there from Liquid eventually, that's when they started to turn the game around, was when they weren't being caught off guard anymore. But this defensive side, there's still some innovation to be had from the side of Navi.
It's a trap.
We kick this off with a spam through the smoke. Artist up close, completely
Oh!
unaware. Luckily, though, Kiko was jumping
हाँ
through the angle.
मेरा हो
That's
गया।
just unfortunate.
मेरा हो गया खाया स्पैम खाया
Mystic still alive, has support from Enzo, but this has just become a Hall's battle. The only thing to really watch in the
भाई
meantime is where
स्ट्रैट
Nats is
तो
going.
है स्ट्रैट तो है हॉल्स वाला
Zilver's on the same wavelength. Exactly the same time. Well done, buddy.
पर वो
brain
उन्होंने
cells.
काउंटर किया पे
We
सारे
share
वाले।
one.
Not bad for
Bas.
Nats. That's a quick and clean kill.
ये नहीं
But
करना था
Mystic
मिस्टेक को लेके
is gonna fall. And the spike is
Nats
solo
जिता
making
सकता
its way
round।
through mid. Challenge about to come through.
जिता
And
दिया
Sugetsu's a little bit quicker, catching Enzo
जिता
knife in
दिया
hand.
राउंड
They've
नाट्स
seen
का
exactly what
1v3
Nats
क्लच है ये
all
वाला
of the
देखना
information to work with. But it is Nats that's
Yeah.
on the other
देखना,
side. He's
देखना।
going for a head peek angle. And Zipan and Sugetsu are decently low. There is an opportunity.
एक दिखा
Yeah, the
ठीक
thing
है
They don't need to peek. The spike is down in mid. So
उसको
they
देख
can just hide, and that's exactly what Sai gets to do.
टोपी छुपा है
Nats is kind of
टोपी
good.
छुपा रहा है
I'm also good, but I don't need to fight him. So I just need to buy as much time as humanly possible.
दो
Just
दिखा।
be an irritation. Not really give
Oh.
anything away. He still manages
Oh.
to hit the
Ah.
headshot. One of the cleanest Ghost players
Ah.
in the
Ah.
entire world.
Oh.
Be careful, but
ओह दोनों एक हिट के थे बे टीम अटैक रहा है पॉसिबल नहीं
It
है
was a little
बेबी
bit spooky in the end, and that's
That's
always
it.
going to be the
Second
concern.
देखो
But
Possible
thankfully, they were
नहीं है,
able to get all that
0%
reward.
frame drop,
It was,
zero.
yeah, it was the recon that got him the shot straight through. Unfortunate. for the side of Liquid.
भाई
Off
क्लोज
guard,
था
right off
क्लोज
rip
था
for
यार
Navi, if
क्लोज
they
था
can build up a streak
Team
of
Basset
rounds,
Esports.
they might be knocking on heaven's door real quick.
क्लोज
I
था
think Team
यार
Liquid, they're not going to be able to buy
Chat
anything either. They're probably looking
5500
at that
watching
two-round lead for
already
Navi.
4k
We'll
likes
see
हो
if
गए
he lets
ओपा
it.
ओपा ओपा
Two pistols.
जिसने नहीं किया स्ट्रीम लाइक कर दो
Same old same.
और जिसने सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया सब्सक्राइब कर दो आई थिंक वी आर वेरी फकिंग क्लोज टू 289k I think we are very fucking close.
And the thing is, as well, you kind of
289 or 290?
So it's almost just aim practice. Oh, this kind of stuck in the corner.
Nuts!
That's gets this go, it does.
Mara.
So that's one of the guns already dropped to the deck, and also in a position that, for the attack, not too difficult to retrieve. For the defense, should be impossible. Even still, though,
Oz wale
Zipan's
ka
there as
timing hai.
bodyguard, defending it to try and allow Xiao to retrieve it.
भाई निकाल तो
Sorry, Angel
सकते हैं
to
राउंड
retrieve it. That's not page.
Woo, timing.
Sometimes I get lost.
I feel that. I feel that. Especially with Angel, it could be
Any
anywhere.
other
Mystic.
gun.
Oh,
भाई
nice
भाई
kill.
क्या है
Nice.
भाई मेरा हो गया
It's just
बेंचुत
with pistols.
मेरा हो गया भाई
Wall up as well. That's going to cover him on the way
कैसे हो
out.
सकता है
Mithul
ये?
Nayak around the corner, taking Kiko and Mystic.
भाई
Closing out the
क्या
round the way
क्या
Navi needed
क्लासिक
it to go.
चलती है
They were able to lose
300k
some
बोल
players,
300k
Tom.
we are
They
very
almost
close to
lost
300k
more.
guys
Even
very
still, they're
close
gonna feel the hurt because
क्या
they
बोला
lost two rifles.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think so.
पता नहीं।
It was Bulldogs,
के
wasn't
पास
it?
आए
So they
नहीं
didn't
शायद
manage to retrieve any of the guns that
वो
were on the
रिलीज
ground
बाद
other
में हो
than
गया
the
ना
one
वो
that
लोग पहले
Zipan
कैसे
kept.
डाल के खेलेंगे
Now, the one
हाँ।
saving grace for them, even though they've got a pretty shoddy purchase with those 3 guns,
गलत
is that
क्लासिक
he's
मारते
one off
हैं
having a Hunter's Fury.
Promoting
Which, if you
classic
get
skin.
that going into
और
the
है
first
तो
purchase,
सही
you can do some serious damage. Maybe
है तो
plant
सही भाई
denial,
है तो सही
cause a little bit of havoc while Artis thrives
मैं भी
within the
पूरा कर ही
madness.
दूंगा एक दिन
Well, for Liquid, you want to bounce back soon. We saw, as I said, in the last map, they didn't win a single round in that
हाँ
second half. It was just run away by
yes
Na'Vi. Artis in such a dirty position all the way down mid, and they've just overwhelmed Mystic. I don't know if Kiko checks this. I don't know
भाई
why you
इसका थोड़ा एंगल
Such
थोड़ा
a
सा ऊपर है
disgusting position. Only because he has the gate crash to get out of here does he even entertain the idea of playing that angle. And the fact that Sagetsu's close to swing on the back of it, truly disgusting. And you look over at the one weakness they've
भाई
got,
पर वो वाला पोजीशन
one
बहुत
real
अच्छा है
weakness.
बहुत
Of course,
अच्छा है।
Zipan's got a big
अबे
old
मेन
bow in
क्या
his
मालूम है
back
वो
pocket.
वाले
It's
पोजीशन पे
Xiao.
बाकी कोई नहीं जा सकता है
Shorty in hand, holding
क्योंकि
a
साइफर के
disgusting
कैमरा से
angle.
दिखता है
Where you're probably going to overwhelm at least one of them in a round like this. They're not expecting the Shorty to be in play.
समझा
That's just for to
साइफर का जो मिड वाला कैमरा है हाँ उसमें मालूम पड़ता है
playing that fiscal game. It will be the A side.
पृथ्वी thank you for the 14
Angel
months
up close and Artis further back. I mean, this is a deadly duo to take head on.
Oh, it's a gamble.
hello?
For Kiko, there wasn't even any
30 seconds
utility or
left.
anything to get him into the site.
excuse
No
me
Viper screen because Mystic died immediately, so he just TP'd him blind, hoping that it gets something, and instead, the only thing
Guys,
found
69,
is a
shout
bullet
out
to
to
the
you,
face.
shout out to you,
Angel
मेरी जान
will close it with a
नावी
triple Navi.
shout out to you काय को टॉप फ्रैगर था लास्ट गेम अनुज भाई बजो नहीं
Pistols, they come out with
Pincho.
4.
बजो नहीं
At this stage, the confidence is going to be high on that squad.
Haters.
They came in, like you said, with so many weaknesses, and those weaknesses weren't really lent on. Again, these early aggressive positions find them so much
थोड़ा
value.
cute था ये
An attempt to push in and play close.
shout
But
out to you मेरी
I
जान
think what you're
नावी
missing there is just that Viper wall that we
आना टाइम पास करने
put
हैवी
down
मैचेस है आज
from Xiao on the attack side for Navi
yeah.
that allowed Artis to actually get close. If you don't have Mystic, if he's not alive or he hasn't got his wall down,
आर्दिस का एक और अल्ट
It doesn't
मारते
work the
जा
same.
बे अल्ट मारते जा मेरे को भी गिनने का वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड
Stop the sniper.
ये क्या आवाज है
Cage trigger.
तो यहाँ पे
Nonetheless,
Artis और
Sagetsu
Swan
under
मरेगा
pressure, but he has support.
सेक्सी टीपी
The double up of Viper
Sexy-
and Cypher on a
sexy
site,
trap,
it makes it
Vicky
so
बोलो, sexy
difficult
trap.
to find any sort of entry, and
वो ट्रांजिशन
with
अच्छा
already
था
Kiko, the
मेरा
one
चैट
man that
पड़ेगा
can kind
कैसे हो
of
तेजस भाई
cause issues, and then you just got Artis. He can be anywhere. Well, he's in your
भाई एक
spawn.
कोच अभी
But
घर पे
right
जाके
now,
लड़ते रहेंगे ना
from
मेरा
top
अच्छा
mid,
तेरे से
in
बेटर है
your
करके
spawn, Angel, of course, he's just going to wide swing this, and he
Ah,
gets what he
straight.
deserves. The problem
Yeah,
is they've
second.
also got Xiao, who's going to do
मेरा
exactly
कोचिंग
the
अच्छा है
same
तेरे
thing.
से ऐसा कुछ
he's not expecting the second player to be doubled up on the angle. Nice try by Mystic, but nothing to be found. Navi double
भाई
digits.
सोच मैं और तू भाई है ठीक है
हाँ
अभी तो जब बेटा इट्स वेरी अनफॉर्चुनेट नेक्स्ट लाइफ भाई बनेंगे सोच
हाँ।
कि मैं और तू भाई है अपन दोनों एक ही टीम को कोच कर रहे हैं
हाँ
ठीक है घर पे आके अपन क्या गाली देंगे ना एक दूसरे को हाँ ये तेरी कोचिंग हाँ ये फोर राउंड देखा मेरा कोचिंग वाला टीपी ऐसा सब भाई बकचोदी तो होती रहेगी, क्या बोलता है?
हो सकता है भाई.
हो सकता है भाई, बकचोदी तो होती रहेगी.
Again, because this is the same scenario as
Nah.
the last half,
Probably would have
where
won.
when Na'Vi just won 8 rounds in a row and the game ended. They're now at 4 rounds in a row, and Liquid haven't really made
भाई
that much
लेकिन
of a dent.
क्या
Na'Vi just
लेवल
look
का
so
स्किल्स
good
ये रहेगा कि
in those second halves
टॉप
thus
टीम
far,
को
and
दोनों भाई कोच कर रहे हैं.
waiting to see a response.
हाँ ना.
उसका भी परसेंटेज सोच ना कितना है,
Ready from
प्रोबेबिलिटी
defense, they
उसका
are in the bottom of the mid. Do you
0.01%.
even expect this many players to be coming up so quickly? Just look, the cages are giving them a gap, a shroud to play within, but they shoot the decoy, and that actually saves the attackers
Hey,
from
guy.
falling victim again. They can now double back, but do they expect Zip out?
ये क्या ब्लाइंड
Expected
था
not, they saw him. They dealt with him. That's all we needed to see. Xiao and Sagatsu
भाई
now
वो
having to
लाइन
make this
पे
retake
टच
work.
करके उधर टैप
Xiao
करके गया है.
has his wall online. Good denial of an angle at least. It's planted out in the
KO
open, so these
पक्का
players on
table
mid can
tennis का
still
player है.
have their say, and this is a rare position to see that spike in just due to the control they
अच्छा
had.
गावत.
Should allow them to catch them off guard, yet despite both fights not
भाई
necessarily
थोड़ा
being
सा.
expected, Sagetsu's avoided death. He's claimed a life already, and with 23 health left, he might be in a tough spot for future duels, but Xiao can tap that spike, apply pressure.
टाइम नहीं है
What they need to do
लेकिन
on the side of Team Liquid is deny the defusal, flash through, the recon as well. They know where Xiao
Timing.
is. They've got this one in the bag,
Nice
surely.
flash है पर.
Shock Dart's not enough to deal with it, but unless
Well,
they were to
so
both
the
swing and
flash.
die, which they didn't, all is
है,
well.
फ्लैशेस तो है, फ्लैशेस तो
Can
है.
Sagetsu make it really costly? I think they're expecting him to be here, watching in his direction. No, he's going to
Yeah.
take down another. That's the thing, it's still not a clean round for
भाई
Liquid. They're on
मैटर
the
तो
board,
करता
but
था
that's
वो गन.
something at
ये
least.
लोग पास पैसा नहीं है
I
ज़्यादा.
do think they get saved a little bit by the fact that a decoy is shot and the Nats had the quick thinking to jump up over the top of the
सबकॉन
cage.
डाला so
because
that people
that was
feel
very
the
close
close
to being
for
another round
300k.
for Na'Vi, just with
मेरे
how
को कैसे
proactive
डालने का
they're
पता
being.
नहीं
I
है.
have to say, I
But we are
love
very
the way
close
they're
to
playing this
300k.
defense, because one of the things you
I
always
think सब
worry
लोग मिलके
with these
सब्सक्राइब
sort of
बटन दबाए तो हो
Eurocomps is
जाएगा
just
फट से.
unimaginative setups, and
Is
they're
that close?
anything but.
16 kill.
कितना है एग्जैक्ट बताओ.
It is
Eco
going to be
kill
another
मार रहा है
purchase.
भाई.
Artist still at the top of the board, and he's now got that operator into hand. But
भाई लेकिन ये मैप में सोलो ड्यूलिस्ट का
They can
होता है
also
ऐसा,
combine
मतलब
it
बहुत
with
वो रहता है.
the null
chances.
command of Yumpy to create a pretty nasty effect of no utility on the other side and
350 350 चाहिए.
running
350.
around, giving all the information away. Huge.
Oh
Huge kill on the
भाई.
shell. That utility denial is massive. They'll spot 2 players already on the A side, and Nats has been shot through the cage. An unfortunate loss. They're right now open. AORUS on another zip ban following through, and the players from Liquid are dropping like flies. It's only Mystic, and he doesn't last
Pico का
much
round तो था
longer.
लेकिन.
The competition
क्या
for who
मार
could
रहा है,
take him
देखना.
down. It looked in our
भाई
screen
वो
like it was
केज
zip
में
ban, but
बेचारा
AORUS
क्या
in the
मरा वो
shot.
साइफर.
11 to 7.
हाँ, 350,
Navi are
350.
showing no signs of slowing.
350 subs
And
left.
now, I would be very shocked if we don't get a pause out of Team Liquid. They have got one last chance, a near flawless fight
Lurk
back into this
timing
map.
is enough. ब्रीज उसके बारे में ही है ना.
I'm looking everywhere. Apparently, oh, there we go. No, it is Team Liquid's pause. For a second, I thought it was Navi. So I was
मेरा
like,
match बराबर है
there's
ना,
no
Binks?
way. They're rubbing it in.
I
But
want
yeah,
to
it is
give my
Liquid.
brother a chance.
Let him breathe. Let him breathe. Come on.
I'm
Jumping
sweating
jacks.
right
Reset.
now. But that's the thing. As said, I saw wanting to see a pause a little bit earlier, just because now it's
What the
a
fuck,
reactive one where
288 है. तो
they're
289,
screwed.
sorry.
Money-wise, they've got
288 है
nothing.
क्या?
Yumpy's the
कोई
only
तो
one who
बोला
can
भाई
purchase
तो
anything
289
because
है.
of how close
मैं
the
चुतिया बना क्या?
remember,
एक
there's one
second.
player surviving, and that
माफ
was
करो,
because
माफ करो.
they got caught at the end. So they managed a singular round right
289 के लिए
back up. Ults
350
are now
sorry. माफ
mostly
करो,
available
माफ
on the
करो,
side
माफ
of Na'Vi. They've
माफ-
got an operator.
माफ-
They've still got plenty.
289 के लिए
You're talking about
325.
now,
माफ
Zipan has 7,300 credits post-buy. So they're not going to have any
मेरे
troubles for the
सारे
next round. They've
streams
almost
रेड है
got
पता है.
Viper's Pit
ये गाने में
alongside
जो अपन
Hunter's
वाइब
Fury.
करते हैं ना इससे
It
इससे.
really is just a bleak scenario for Liquid. They have to pull something out of the hat. Now they've got the Viper's Pit. Maybe if they can get onto the site, they can try and do something a little bit cheeky and break back a little bit earlier without having to gamble their entire economy on this round. But
भाई यार this
it's not a pretty
ये
position
गेम
to be
का
in.
वो है बे.
I feel like honestly, teams have got to
गलत
really
MVP,
study
गलत.
Artists and Zipan
हाँ?
because this
गलत
map,
MVP.
both times they
Actually,
played it
crucial
now,
I
time
love
is
back
just
to
supply.
house
And
you.
especially
तुम्हारी
a lot of the
team
time they're
side
playing
खेलेगी
off each other.
Long
And that's where you
time.
just see like Artists has been away for a year basically, and it seems like the synergy
वाह
is
क्या
right
मैच है
back where
आपका
it
है.
was.
क्लोज तो है.
I don't think Kiko meant to put his gate crash in
But
there.
map
It slightly
कैसे
missed
हो?
its
Would
way
you
through
like
the
to
site.
be my
This is an
friend,
attempt to do
यारो?
something similar to what we saw out of the side of Navi. That same wall in play. The TP is going to go right up towards the back, and they're going to see what they
इधर
can do.
क्या क्या
Apply
हुआ? कुछ
pressure
तो
to
हुआ,
Shadow,
आवाज आ रहा है.
push him back. This is where Artis had to kill time and time
Yeah.
again. That's clearly a decoy. Xiao ain't falling for it, but he's revealed. No
Yeah.
chance.
ये
Kiko
क्या है
down
बे?
through the
Zipan bhai,
smoke.
hello.
Maybe there's still some life in Navi's defense. They've been able to buy their way back through a couple times. In through a Viper's pit, though. Well, the more
Bhai,
players you take
flash
down,
hai,
the
bhai.
easier it's going to get. No one wants to be the one defusing that.
गलत.
2 snake bites still for Mystic. And a shock dart actually for Enzo, which in that pit is massive. They want to
Viper
deal with
dikha.
this guy very soon. They've spotted him. Zipan's made his way in. A
Bundra spam mar,
sneaky
spam
spot.
mar.
He's actually used the information from the Yoru. and the
Oh,
Kiko on the back of it.
bhai
That's absolutely
sahab.
gorgeous. Enzo will find
Bhai,
one, but he
game
is
kare yaar,
dropped.
Oh,
on
bhai
1 HP.
sahab.
Zipan has survived it, making the play. He's got it.
Oh,
And the
maa
defuse
ki
under their nose.
bitch.
This roster is unbelievable.
This is
Navi
bhai.
styling on Liquid.
भाई
Now
क्या
point.
सबसे बेस्ट
Synergy between
retake
Artis and
ever
Zipan is unmatched.
fucking
That
seen
was
है
just
ये.
such a beautiful combination. Artis used as a distraction. He took the
हाँ.
risk throwing everything in with the ult, and then you just see Zipan sneak.
ये
his
जो
way
बेट
out.
करके बाहर निकाला है ना
With the decoy at the end, and Zipan
भाई
just stood there just
साहब
like, hey bro,
भाई अर्धी
thanks for
सोपा
the
भाई
easiest kill of my entire life.
When Enzo
Ardi
watches this
Sopa.
back, or
Shit,
just
मेरा
like,
भाई
how
जीता.
much you hit him for? How much you hit him for? And realize he's 1 HP. That could have saved the round. Oh, that is devastating. For Navi, it's par for the course. This is what this team does.
इसका यूरोक्लन रेड में क्यों दिख रहा है
Team
ऐसा?
Liquid back to the drawing board on Breeze. It could be 13-7 back-to-back as well.
ऐसा दिखता है क्या?
Consistency. Name of the game for Navi. Artis is going to tank that reveal.
Earrings कैसे फिर?
He's
क्या
fading
earrings?
out. He just wanted to get the shot off with the operator, and they're not giving it to him.
भाई अभी भी ये लोग बस सोवा अल्टे
So it
भाई.
seems like an
वो
almost
राउंड यूज भी नहीं किया
impossible road.
सोच.
A 6-6 half
वो लोग ने सोचा भी नहीं.
in the first and a 6-1 already in this second.
Time
Navi leading
लगेगा
just
करके.
1 to 2-0, take themselves off into the playoffs, and Mikkel will have to fight to try and make their way into the playoffs.
बड़ा
He can insta headshot.
Ah,
going through
sweet.
a wall.
तो है
But
भाई.
give him a trip. A little bit more difficult while he's gone. Zipan was the guy that he headshot, and he's just executed him.
बाप
Swede
रे.
is
वो
on
हॉल्स को
fire
अंडर
right
स्मोक डाला
now.
वाइपर ने.
And now they're starting to put the
बाप
pressure.
रे.
They've tried to avoid Artis every time.
Thanks for
and
being
every
friend.
time he's in the
तुम्हारा
right
I'll take your
place at the
membership.
right time. Hunter's Fury being
30
put
seconds
through to
left.
support. They've got 30
But to
seconds.
cutie
They
pie.
can find their way onto the side. I don't even know if they're sure where they're going.
But to
Missing.
मैं एक्टर
Was
बनने
the
के बाद
one
अगर
sort of snake
भाव
in the
नहीं दिया ना
grass.
मेरे को
And now
अंडी
they know where
मंडी
he
की.
is as well. Yumpy has to do something, has to do it now. 17
God.
seconds, he's gone. It's left all on to Mystic. There's just no time. And Artist knows
जीत
it.
गया.
Just trying to burn down that clock as much
जीत
as
गया
humanly
भाई, जीत
possible.
गया,
They know
जीत गया
exactly where he
भाई.
is. And it is
जीत
all
गया,
too easy
जीत गया
for
भाई.
Natas Vince here. They're going to be
भाई,
making their
Ardis को
way
trophy
through
दे
into
दो
the
भाई.
playoffs, and Navi
गलत
fans
खेला
are
Ardis.
rejoicing.
गलत.
Artist is back.
कैरी नहीं
Navi
लेकिन
is
उसका
It's something about that opening series, man. I
ओपा
don't know
वो
what
है.
it is. Navi struggle
मतलब
against
वो
Impact-
Israel.
खेला ना
They had a
उसने.
very
हाँ
labor
full
series.
potential तक खेला
Back
उसने.
to back
Full
13
potential.
sevens, making it look easy in those last couple of rounds. And Artists,
भाई
man, I
मतलब
know
जो
you can hear
फ्लैश
me.
दे
I
रहा है
need
टीम
more of that
को.
Yoru.
ले भाई
More.
फ्लैश
Fake
दे
clone
So
भी
much
बराबर.
more. I don't want to even see you on another agent. That was
भाई अच्छा हुआ ये खेलते खेलते आर्दिस भाई स्ट्रीम नहीं कर रहे रहते, वरना उधर भी लोग बोलते थे आर्दिस भाई एक बार फेक क्लोन बन के जाओ करके. 100%.
Between those two players on defense, because it
Sort of,
truly was
100%.
a wonderful display for them today. And
Earrings ने
I
earning
don't even want to say it,
कैसे
but
किसका
I'm
earnings?
excited again. I'm excited again. They got me.
Angels tied for first bloods with Artists as well, which I think summarizes
You know
this
he had
roster.
more on attack as well. You know he had more.
Oh yeah, oh he did. But I bet he had more first stats too.
वो मिनीबो कौन से टीम में थे?
When it comes to this roster, victory
Heretics,
is theirs.
Heretics.
Navi have
Sexy
taken
था.
it. And now it's time to move on to our next series, Tom. There's a
क्या,
lot
क्या?
more Valorant coming your way after this.
वो कोच चिढ़ा रहा था क्या उसका भाई को?
हो सकता है भाई, कुछ भी कर सकता है भाई. भाई है भाई, कुछ भी कर सकता है.
हाँ भाई चिढ़ेगा तो चिढ़ भी नहीं सकता भाई.
चिढ़ भी नहीं सकता. हाँ क्या ही कर सकता है.
हाँ ना.
भाई तूने वो रील देखा था पेपरेक्स वाला?
क्या?
पेपरेक्स वाला रील नहीं देखा तूने? ओह फक, वो लोग सेंटिनल से हारते हैं, ठीक है।
हाँ,
तो वे हार के जाते रहते हैं ना, तो डीआरएक्स वाले बोलते रहते नाइस थ्रो, फिश बम देके नाइस थ्रो करके चिढ़ाते हैं, ठीक है। पीआरएक्स
हाँ।
वालों को नाइस थ्रो, जितने भी लोग जा रहे हैं ऐसा नाइस थ्रो करके चिढ़ाते हैं, ठीक है। बाद में डीआरएक्स हारता है, फिर पीआरएक्स बोलते नाइस थ्रो ला भाई। वो देख भाई, मैं जो हंसा हूँ भाई, मैं बोला ओ फक, ये होती है भाई स्पोर्ट्समैनशिप भाई, ये होती है। किधर है एक बार देखते थे, हाँ याद है क्या, एक बार देखने दे यार, किधर है यार वो।
देख रहा रुक। कहाँ पे पीआरएक्स का
हाँ
इंस्टा पे?
हाँ हाँ, रुक जा देखने दे। कैस भाई वो सेक्सी था भाई, सेक्सी बेस्ट, मतलब हंस हंस के दवाई का आवाज आ रहा है पीछे से। नाइस थ्रो ला, नाइस थ्रो, तेरी भीड़ की, ये अपना हिंदी वर्जन। वो ब्रॉडकास्ट में डाल दो। किधर है फातिमा जी की स्टोरी पे है क्या, एक सेकंड। तो मेरे इंटरनेट को क्या हो गया पता नहीं। ब्रॉडकास्ट पे डालता भाई। देखा क्या?
देखा। अबे वो स्टैक्स और फोर्सी के बहुत अच्छे दोस्त है।
कभी लास्ट अपलोडेड कभी हो, देख कभी का।
पता नहीं, दिखता है इंस्टा पे लास्ट का अपलोड 4 वीक्स अगो है शायद।
किसमें है एडिट, किसमें है? पीआरएक्स
पेपर एक्स टीम।
पीआरएक्स टीम रील्स में जाके फिश बम्प वाला था वो। हाँ 1.4 मिलियन व्यूज है।
दवाई बोल रहा नाइस थ्रो। चलो मैं जा रहा हूँ भाई। चलो बाय। हेलो।
किधर जा रहा है भाई,
ए,
किधर जा रहा है?
जाना है, काम है भाई।
क्या काम है भाई? भाई अभी वो है बे, बीबीएल का मैच है बे।
भाई देखो
क्या
देखो मैच कुछ सीखो भाई।
कोई का मैच है भाई, किधर जा रहा है भाई? ये देख रहे हैं ऐसे लोग ही स्पोर्ट्स को सपोर्ट नहीं करते आज की यूथ।
चलो भाई।
किधर जा रहा है वो बता पहले।
अरे नहाने जा रहा हूँ, उसके बाद आता हूँ।
नहाने जा रहा है मतलब 10
हाँ
मिनट
हाँ, 10-15 मिनट।
ठीक है ठीक है।
Been washed up, I'm nashed up, VCT. Came out the womb like this. Hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up. I land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick.
आज के गेम्स एलिमिनेटर है क्या? नहीं एलिमिनेटर नहीं है, एलिमिनेटर है क्या चैट? ये देखने का है सेफ बाय वर्सेस बूस्टर बाय, मजा आएगा इसमें। देखा मैं डाला ना ब्रॉडकास्ट में डाला ना। एक मिनट रुको, मैं भूख लग गई यार। पकड़ो
Stop it. This is a rivalry. We have storylines to set up. it happened. I did get the interview with both the brothers. So indeed, they are two different people. We weren't quite sure. And also you did allude that you are actually the same over on social media. But we need to chat about what just transpired on the server. Starting on this side, of course, you guys got the dub. Both of your teams had, you know, shaky first showings, at least on the first maps yesterday. Cleaned it up nicely today. Really, really convincing. Did you change your game plan at all after you watched their game yesterday? You have your own, yeah.
No, not really. We just try to play our own game. We're an experienced roster, right? So usually when you start, don't do that to me. Come on. No, but we're a new roster, right? So always starts on both matches, like both maps. We're very close. But the later the maps go on, the more the experience shows, right? So that's what I think happened. You know, we're a good team, but in the end, they kind of falter a little bit.
Did you give him some heat after watching the match against BBL? First map, say something, anything,
I mean,
a little poke?
Okay, here's the thing. He says experienced roster, right? I think we dropped the ball against them. I'm against them.
He always says this.
Yeah, I always say this, that's true. But
It's a good excuse, honestly.
It's a good excuse, but we started strong, right? Like he said, but we lost some key rounds, didn't check some corners. You know, obviously we're playing well. And they are experienced. I will give it to him, but in reality,
Gracious of you.
it should have been at least closer.
Should have been closer. Well, you as the older brother by 7 minutes, that's a long time, I tell you that. By 7 minutes, you want to share some wisdom with the little brother? Anything he can do better in his next game?
I mean, keep up the good work. It's not about the short-term results, it's about the long-term results, you know?
Okay, Boomer, 7 minutes.
Okay.
Boomer by 7 minutes. All right, it's rough out there. What am I then? Dinosaurs out here. Now, I do want to chat a little bit about what we can expect from Na'Vi moving forward. Obviously, like looking at what the roster pulled out of the hat last year, lots of very interesting lineups and compositions. So far, it's been pretty vanilla over there, standard, relying on the individual skills. Is this just a format which reins you in a little bit?
I think we're trying to do a little bit cuckoo stuff, you know, but do it as a small sprinkle and not go full into it, you know. So have some own ideas, have some more safety.
You're scared.
No.
Scared.
We have artists, and usually if artist says bro 12 times, then we change comp, you know.
That's the rule, the rule. Okay. Learned something today. Guys, thank you so much. Can't wait to see both teams back on this stage very soon. For now, we're going to head over to the desk.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Sangren brothers. Shout out to Zoe, by the way. Welcome to VCT EMEA. Now, we talk about the Sangren Bowl, you know, last year as well, Lothar, the twins. Who's going to come out? I feel like Eric surely has to be the more superior brother at this point. He's proved himself.
Well, you're lucky because I have the score right here. And it's 3-1. It's kind of...
To Eric?
Yes, of course. So this is a kind of decisive scoreline, I would say. But you can also see how they are cooking in the games. Like, this is looking beautiful. And I'll be honest with you, for me, the 7 minutes gives him enough time to be ahead of the meta, you know?
He can see into the future. But this is the thing, Eric, he's won an international title, and I believe all 3 of those victories were 2-0 as well. So it's been a decisive battle between these two. We might see it again, Lothar, at some point in the future. But what is it that you think EMEA will need to do if they do meet each other again to make sure that he comes out on top?
Are you guys ready for the second match, yo?
Maybe come and copy the playbook. I don't know. Like, they seem to be playing also similar comps right now.
भाई लोग 7 मिनट से बड़े हैं ना?
Getting a little bit of inspiration from his brother might be nice.
Yeah, and do you think...
अरे भाई get अनुज भाई ये अनुज भाई वो भाई अनुज भाई का एज हो चुका है यार, उनको पता है क्या करना क्या नहीं करना है, समझ रहे हो? बेचारा एकदम मस्त चिल मारा है, ब्रेक लिया है सब चीज से। एक तो उसको मैं धक्का मार के डाला हूँ, वापस वो करने वाला स्ट्रीम में, अपना टाइम लेके करने दो ना यार, करने दो। राइट नाउ इट्स नॉट पॉसिबल, समझ रहे हो? You missed the brothers interview, देख रहा था।
Another boomer as we talk about the elimination match that is coming up between BBL and Koi. Of course, we had to say goodbye to a team already yesterday. We might just have to say goodbye to another today. Let's start with BBL. Hello, the other boomer. You all right? Doing good today?
I'm doing great.
Hey, liquid out है क्या अभी?
Let's talk about BBL because we watched that game together.
Liquid out है क्या?
quite vocal about how you felt about this BBL team.
Oh.
Not this, but the BBL team. Yes. So talk me through what you thought about that game against Navi.
Yeah, so I thought BBL, they're kind of like on this trajectory, right?
Yeah,
They're
no?
kind of like playing pretty well, pretty solid, pretty, you know, good everything, but not really bad anything. They're just on a constant line. So what do we see here? They just need to work on the communication, aim, map awareness, crosshair placement, eco management, pistol aim, opflex, etc. And they'll move up from this, more layers to their play.
Oh,
So
base
right
ke
now,
band
we
ke-
see them. Their best.
If you want to be
Okay, well, we played against Navi. What can you do about it? They need to liquid. They looked good on their icebox pick. I don't know if it
And
was
we
their
are
pick, but they
back!
looked good on
Andy
Icebox
Mandi
and
OBS!
They looked good on bind, but it was their attack sides that looked really good, and where they fell apart was on
Back.
their defense. Kind of similar to how I saw.
Pausa
BBL
tha,
working
pausa
too.
tha,
I'm going to bring it
pausa
back a
tha.
little bit to Kushner, of
Pausa
course, the
tha.
player that didn't leave BBL. Only
Points though.
3 players in this kickoff
We are
tournament
back.
so
Aa gaya, aa
far
gaya.
in
Pausa
EMEA
tha,
has
pausa tha.
played Jet. No one else except
Refresh.
for Kushner, Kiko, and Artist.
भाई क्या हो गया
The
OBS
Jet
को?
pick rate is at an all-time low right now.
10
at
साल से
24%.
lagging.
Of course, this is something
पूरा
that
एक
Vijay
मिनट
is
लग गया
very,
बे।
very comfortable with. As I come back to the desk here,
आ गया।
Lothar, do you
आ
think
गया।
it's still
pausa
a good
tha bhai,
idea
pausa tha.
for Kushner, stick to that Razer, he's now picking up as well, stick to the Jet, and not do the Yoru,
OBS
Neo
cuteness
stuff
handle नहीं कर
everyone
पाया
else
यार
is
वो।
doing.
I think it's very wise to stick to your guns when you know something works well, specifically when it comes to the duelists, because your job has such a value, there's so much weight when it
Perfecto,
comes to
na?
the performance of an entire
Perfecto?
team. And if you play your inefficiently because you don't have enough time to practice
Smooth
it,
है
you
अभी,
play
smooth है,
Neon
smooth है।
inefficiently because again the same thing.
कुछ
your
नहीं बे,
entire
OBS
team
बंद
might
करके
just
चालू क्या हो गया
fall
ठीक?
like dominoes.
Very realistic.
They don't need to take that risk, basically. But let's talk about Koi. You already complimented. You thought they played all right. And I also think there was one thing that you said the last time they played that really stuck with me, which was teamwork. It felt like everything was very even between all of them.
Yeah.
The contribution.
Well, first of all, I know this is the first time Kakuka's on the desk. It's not Kakuka, it's Kushner.
Discord में खींच मेरे को मचा।
Moving on.
खींच रहा।
Koi, yeah, so
You're one of us, you learned. Yeah, anyway, carry on.
So Koi, they looked really
Hello,
strong. So when I saw them playing
Batu.
Icebox, for example,
Hey,
where
what's
how they
up,
were kind of
bro?
like
How's
first
you?
denying info,
I'm
and then
the
they were kind of doing
greats.
this push pull. They're
You're
moving
the
around
greats.
back and forth through the map to deny
कुछ भी
liquid.
बोलो, मेरे जैसा ही खेला भाई वो।
But what are your predictions, but भाई?
अभी होने वाला मैच के लिए
हाँ होने वाला मैच के लिए।
I think my predictions are BBL wins 2-1.
देख रहे हो guys? बट्टू से रैंक पुश नहीं हो रहा, लेकिन ओपिनियंस बराबर दे रहे हो।
रैंक पुश भाई रहने दो भाई, तो जाके देखो मेरा करियर मचा, हर एक मैच टीम एमवीपी भाई, जो सीखा हूँ सब इम्प्लीमेंट कर रहा हूँ गेम में।
ट्रिक्स भाई रियल आईडी से आओ।
माँ कसम भाई, जो टीम आ रही है वो टीम जो आ रहे हैं वैसा कैसा लग रहा है पता है? पुराना वाला बतुरा ही खेल रहे, उतना हग रहे वो लोग।
हाँ क्या?
पुराना वाला बतुरा ही खेल रहे, उतना हागे से हो भाई, माँ कसम। बिफोर वाचिंग प्रो मैचेस वाला बतुरा लोग आ रहे टीम में मेरे को।
क्या है अभी क्या रैंक है?
इमॉर्टल में
इमॉर्टल 3 जाना तो है यार। मत कर, बट्टू गया तो ओनली टी-बोन लेफ्ट। अरे मत कर
भाई, मैं नहीं जाऊंगा भाई, उसको
बात
पता है
कर।
मेरे बारे में।
और बट्टू गया तो वापस लाना भी बहुत इजी है, एक बिरयानी।
बात है, एक बिरयानी के साथ धोनी जी का हाथ का चाय हो गया मेरा।
डन सीन, हो गया वेलकम।
बिरयानी भी नहीं चाहिए, धोनी जी का हाथ का चाहिए और वो मिल्क पिकिस वाला रस्क जो आता है, हो गया मेरा।
वेलकम बैक, वेलकम
आ
बैक।
गया भागते हुए वापस आ गया।
ऊपर से हम तेरे को KFC देंगे वो अलग।
हाँ वो तो हो गया। हेलो एक्सक्यूज मी, अभी समझ आया, एक्सक्यूज मी।
लेग स्टिक्स।
बिंग्स भाई, तुम्हारा चैट में कोई सिंगल लेडीज है क्या? सिंगल अभी मेरा टाइम है।
हे भाई, लेकिन चैट मेरा है भाई। हेलो,
चैट आपका हो सकता है ब्रो, आपका छोटा भाई एक लड़की नहीं पटा सकता।
उसका क्या हो गया? हाँ बट्टे आवाज है।
हाँ क्या हुआ उसका? क्या उसका मतलब कब का?
हाँ?
वो तो मुंबई वाला तो मुंबई में छूट गया।
मुंबई वाला नहीं है
मुंबई वाले के बाद हुआ ही नहीं कुछ
यार। आपके एक फ्रेंड मेरे को दिखी थी जिसके लिए आप कुकिंग्स कर रहे थे।
नहीं मतलब तो सिर्फ दोस्ती थी।
वेस्ट कुकिंग वेस्ट क्या?
नहीं क्या करूं भाई, कुकिंग के बाद ही और दूध चलेगी वो।
अरे इसलिए चुपचाप मैं देख, कभी भी गेस्ट आते पट से मंगा लेता हूँ। कुकिंग है नीचे।
नहीं भाई, उसको 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 ये काटने बोला था। मैं चेफ हूँ ना, वो मेरा साइड में असिस्टेंट जैसा था, उसको काटने
शेफ
बोला, वो
होता है
नाराज हो
वो,
गए।
चेफ नहीं, शेफ।
मचा सारी वो थोड़ा साउथ इंडिया इंग्लिश ऐसे होता।
मैं भी साउथ इंडियन ही हूँ।
नहीं, आप साउथ इंडियन माइग्रेटेड टू नॉर्थ इंडियन।
वाह भाई वाह। ले। तू देख रहा है, तू फॉलो कर रहा है क्या सारे मैचेस?
हाँ जी।
सेक्सी खेलते हैं कभी कभी।
अच्छा।
ऐसे लोग ओपोनेंट मैच चुपचाप रिपोर्ट। मैं तो
हे
फातिमा जी
हाय
को आईडी।
सानवी, कैसे हो आप?
हाँ
हाय
ये
सानवी,
गया,
खाना खाया आपने?
ये गया।
हाय तो बोल रहा हूँ।
बेवर्शी बोला तेरे को उसने जैसे।
बेवर्सी नहीं, बावर्ची बोला। हैदराबाद का बिरयानी का जगह है, बेवर्सी बोल रहा है।
गर्ल्स करो स्टीम लॉस भाई। बीबीएल का वो तो था बे, कार्ड तो था
भाई। मेरे हिसाब से माय टॉप 3 कार्ड्स, ग्लोबल इज ऑलवेज देयर।
या
एक्सक्लूडिंग ग्लोबल, द टॉप 3 कार्ड्स में जो मेरे को बहुत पसंद आया।
व्हाई आर यू
एक
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल एक्सक्लूडिंग ग्लोबल यू फक?
आई एम एक्सक्लूडिंग बिकॉज़ दे आर रेंज अपार्ट एंड दे आर फ्रॉम माय कंट्री।
सो यू डू टॉप 4 नो, व्हाई आर यू एक्सक्लूडिंग देम?
They are already there in first position, bro. Apart from the 2, 3, 4
There
only,
is
I'm telling.
okay, 2 3 4 okay.
First is Leviathan.
Yeah.
Second is Koi. Third is BBL.
BBL का है, BBL का है।
सबसे बेस्ट ऐसा लगा भाई सेंटिनल।
बस भाई 3 months of free membership. Hello number language.
ऐसा लगा।
लेकिन भाई thank you for the 14 months.
रिलीज ने ट्वीट देखा, वो ट्वीट आपने?
कौन सा वाला?
So basically Sentinels का क्या सीन हुआ? They sent one card to Riot and वो रिजेक्ट हो गया था।
that I
हुआ ना भाई, सेक्सी दिख रहा था भाई।
किधर था वो? किधर डाला था वो लोग ने?
अनुज भैया का शक्ल देख लो।
एग्रीड।
किधर था बट्टू? किधर था
बट्टू? कैसा है बट्टू?
ट्विटर में था मस्त। अनुज
यार,
भाई मैं टांग दिखाओ ना प्लीज।
मेरे पास है नहीं अभी, मैंने बंद कर दिया वो।
अनुज भाई टांग दिखाओ प्लीज।
अच्छा गावात,
भाई सेक्सी टांग।
अच्छा गावात लेग्स।
On stage right now, and 5 Turkish players are very, very thirsty to make it to that LAN. I don't think any of them
है जो मेरे legs के पीछे।
भाई माँ कसम अनुज भाई, मेरे को जिंदगी में एक चांस मिल गया ना।
चेस्ट मेरा, चेस्ट मेरा, चेस्ट मेरा।
जिंदगी में क्या चांस मिल गया?
आपका पैर लटकते सो जाता।
बट्टू चेस्ट मेरा, लेग्स तेरा।
नहीं नहीं बिंक्स भाई, आपका चेस्ट रहने दो।
अरे मेरा नहीं, अनुज भाई का लवले।
अनुज भाई का चेस्ट। अच्छा अच्छा, अनुज भाई का चेस्ट आप ले रहे हो और लेग्स मैं ले रहा हूँ, ऐसा?
ठीक है। मेरा कुछ है मेरे पास।
हाँ तू भी ले सकते है मेरा कुछ।
ठीक है, मेरा हथियार मेरे पास है ना?
हथियार तेरे पास है, मेरा भी हथियार चाहिए तो बोलना।
नहीं।
हाँ
OBS Ninja link to Anuj bhai, bring this camera on stream now.
इट्स वेरी हेक्टिक वाला टास्क है। प्लस वो थोड़ा सोशल मीडिया से थोड़ा दूर है, वो जब ये आएगा आई एम वेटिंग फॉर हिम टू स्ट्रीम।
It might like work in their favor.
नहीं, वो डिस्कॉर्ड पे कैम ऑन करके बैठा है, इसीलिए बोल।
हाँ पता है।
Highlighting him earlier.
अरे
टांग दिख गया, मां कसम ऐसा लग रहा है VCT मास्टर जीत गया मैं भाई।
By pushing through smokes in inopportune moments, trying to stabilize or
Binks,
help
ये
his
देख
teammates
दिख रहा है कैमरा?
that are defensive on a
ये
site.
देखिए।
bunker
मैंने कहा है
down.
सुबह वो।
But then it's just like
ये
you're
और ये
running
देख,
down into
और
5
देखो।
players. What's going on here?
Well, he had 15 first steps in the previous match, while only
मैं सुका बेल खाने वाला हूँ इसकी जगह पे।
sprouts with paneer,
right? But what you mentioned
Kacha,
about the structure
and
that they have,
Antec.
I feel like
But
that
you
also
can
was
air
detrimental
fry
because
that
they played
paneer a
against
bit, it will taste
a
even
less
better.
structured team like Navi,
नहीं,
right? Where
Anuj
you
bhai,
can't-
Binks
Hey,
actually
air
known
fry is
as-
healthy only bro.
In this
Air
particular
fry is
match,
healthy.
I feel like
No, Anuj
when
bhai,
you have
Binks, मैं तेरे को एक
BBL,
ये बेचता
you're
हूँ,
gonna expect
एक
the
तंदूरी
Turkish
मेयोनेज़
version that is
का
like a
सॉस
syrup.
बेचता हूँ, that has only 3 calories per serving.
तो मतलब
You can add that on all your salads and everything.
but it is mayonnaise, no it's not वो।
No, it has only 3 calories, so it's basically light mayonnaise.
It's your वो क्या रेसिपी?
कीटो वाला mayonnaise। नहीं, वो ऑनलाइन मिलता है। मेरा रेसिपी मैं ही कुछ भरोसा नहीं
This is
करता।
the first time I have ever seen BBL not.
Bind बोलते।
That is very surprising because Koi goes with the same
Good point,
line
man.
that they had
What
previously. So
clean
it seems
they
like
got.
BBL जीता भाई, BBL जीता। बाइंड पिक
हाँ?
किया सबसे पहले, BBL जीता।
फेस कॉम्पोजिशन ही चेंज हो गया आपका।
है ना? एक्सरसाइज करके
Yeah, they're not
स्किन
confident on
भी
the map
स्किन
that
भी
they've
क्लियर हो
always
जाती
been
है।
confident on.
बहुत क्लीन हो गया। अनुज भाई ऐसा मत करो, मत करो, वो
sit
छोड़
here.
कुछ
दे।
बनिए टूर्नामेंट में रहना क्यों नहीं
Okay,
लेता?
so
वो
Koi
स्पेस
also
क्रिएट नहीं
played
करता यार
right
इतना।
अंदर कुछ हो रहा है।
On Vine, so I wonder
माँ
what
कसम,
the
ऋतिक रोशन हूँ।
purpose of this pick
Ah,
was. I
bara,
wonder
bara.
ये गया,
what the
ये
mind
गया।
games are going to be going into
करे
this.
आपका ये वाला ओपिनियन ट्वीट करे जरा।
and then split as a second
मैं?
half. PBL
बोल रहा हूँ,
starting with
Binks.
हाँ
defense.
बोल
Start,
I feel like
start
we're gonna see
eating
these
clean,
teams
start
both
exercising.
just really
ऐसा
strive on
चमकेगा
their
अभी
attack
तो
side.
सीरीज
भाई
में
मेरे
दो
को
हो
rounds
जाएगा।
मेरे
on
को
their
एक बात
tags.
मैंने
बता,
आपको
बासुंडी की छठी गांड भेंचुद में आज शाम के 6 बजे लेके कल शाम के 6 बजे तक स्ट्रीम करना हो लोग, कहाँ से मैं एक्सरसाइज करूं
अरे
भाई?
मैं तेरे को बोल रहा हूँ आधा घंटा निकालना।
भाई मैं डेड हूँ भाई, कहाँ से आधा
कैसे?
घंटा? कैसे कैसे?
आधा घंटा तो चाहिए बिंग्स, हेल्थ को देना तो और ज्यादा स्ट्रीम कर पाएगा फ्यूचर में।
और
तो
ज्यादा
नहीं बंद हो
लौड़े
जाएगा।
24 घंटे में 24 घंटा कर रहे हो, और
अरे
ज्यादा क्या?
अरे ये कंसिस्टेंटली कर पाएगा, नहीं तो आगे जाके लौड़े लग जाएंगे किधर बैक के।
ऑलरेडी
कुछ ना कुछ जाएगा।
you'll get a stopping point where your body won't coordinate
या
for your goals.
बोल रहा हूँ।
बाद में वॉच पार्टी खत्म होने दो, 3 तारीख को खत्म हो जाएगा, उसके बाद फुल फिटनेस।
मैंने मेरे को बताओ क्या चल टॉपिक?
नासिक जाने का।
आधा घंटा दो एक्सरसाइज को, बिंग्स को बोल रहे।
हाँ, I agree.
To be honest, you can work out from home itself in the starting. Your body
भाई
weight is enough.
बट्टू कल तूने मिस किया मालूम है? एक
क्या
पापा ने एक बेटे को जो दिया है ना, जो
मतलब?
दिया है मतलब
मैं भी था।
ये भी था,
दिया कौन है?
पापा का कजिन ब्रदर भी था।
चाचा भी था, पापा के
चाचा
साथ।
भी था, पापा चाचा दिया टू द सन।
बेचारा स्ट्रिक्स मार रहा था, बट उसकी टीम
हाँ।
में सीन। हमारी भी वैसे टीम ऐसी थी,
हमारी
but
भी
हम
वैसी
दो
थी
थे।
भाई, हमने रिजल्ट
अच्छा इन गेम मिले तुम दोनों?
हाँ वे स्ट्रीम स्नैप करके आया तब बड़ा हुआ।
Talk about disruptions because Aura Online was actually a beast. He's playing a breach on this map.
जी
which is
वालों
also
को
really good
हरा
to
के
see.
अभी तक बच
And
सकता हूँ।
he was able to
3 साल बाद
stop Navi's execution
ये क्या चीज है
many
भाई?
rounds in a row. We're going to talk about that in the future, of course.
Yeah, let's take a look. It doesn't seem like they're
गया
going
भाई।
to change up anything. They don't need to. Right, and we're going to get 2 skies, which I don't think we've
मैं भी
had
clean
so far.
clean eat करना start
I don't think,
करना
yeah, I don't think we've
आज
seen
रात को
the
फ्राइड
two
राइस
guys,
खाऊंगा,
but
फिर कल सुबह से
I
clean।
think we have seen a little bit more of the Gecko.
आज से क्यों नहीं?
But
Bye.
yeah, just to highlight Poro's
कॉय का ज्यादा अच्छा लग रहा है मेरे को।
defense against Navi. They had some
अभी
really
तक
good
स्टार्ट नहीं हुआ?
counter initiation utility.
नहा के आ गया वो।
what
तू
we
नहाने
hope is
का
Navi's
कहाँ गया
going to
था ना
try to do
इसलिए।
this, execution type
कैमरा
stuff.
कॉय का कॉम ज्यादा अच्छा लग रहा है।
Smokes and everything, and then Poro's in really good positions.
भाई कुछ
to
भी
get
बोलो,
in,
उधर बाहर गांव का
counter,
वैष्णव
stun
मस्त
off,
कैमरा
an
पकड़ता है।
aftershock, flashes for his teammates, and it's
क्या
taken
prediction
quite
बताओ,
time for
कॉम
their
देख
team to
के?
kind of swarm out and deal with this attack.
दो कॉय।
But the thing is, Poro was playing from the same positions almost every round.
5 को खत्म हो रहा है, 5 को
कॉय।
3
If
को
that can
शायद।
be caught by Shadow's fade
तीन
with
कॉय।
C's, and then on top of that we have a paint shot.
Just
That's
for
gonna be a problem
entertainment
for Poro's
purposes,
side.
BBL.
Well, they got to dig
एक
deep in here because it
तीन
is a
बंदे अभी
live
जो
elimination
बुंड
match,
मारेंगे
and it's time
इसकी।
to jump into
भाई क्या बुंड
fine
मारेगा,
and
बहुत
throw this
बड़ा है
over to
हमने।
your
देख, मैं तेरे को बोला था
casters.
कि
It's
को
Pavlos
नहीं
and Ash.
जीतेगा पहली बिंग्स आगे जाके।
भाई बट्टू की बड़ी बड़ी इसलिए 3-1 कर रहे हैं, समझ रहे हो?
हेलो लैंग्वेज।
भाई उसने खुद बोला बड़ा है लैंग्वेज।
तो क्या है भाई, जो है वो है भाई, इसमें छुपकने का चीज, छुपाने का क्या चीज है?
तू भी मत छुपाना, स्ट्रिक्स बता दे कितना पैसा है, कितना घर है, सब बता दे लौड़े।
बैंक बैलेंस का स्क्रीनशॉट तू बता, 600 रुपए।
वो दूसरा अकाउंट का, वो जो आप मेरे को भेजा था 6 लाख वाला।
ये गया।
With Koi, you do have, okay.
Very nice. इनका भी ओबीएस गया लगता है।
But we are jumping into a technical ball straight out of the bat. As soon as it's fixed, we'll get jumping.
भाई शैडो का क्रॉसर
straight away. But I think what's something interesting here for
मेरा हो गया भाई, शैडो का क्रॉसर हो जाए।
कैमरा तो ऑन कर, बहुत उसमें ऐसा रिएक्शन भी तो चाहिए अपने।
I've got a feeling here. Wait, is BBL?
क्या अंधेरी
हाय भैया।
आओ यो क्लीन शेवन बतूरा कैसा दिख रहा है भाई, काला अंडा।
ए टेक पॉज है, मैं ट्राई करूँ क्या कैमरा डालने का? अनुज भाई वुड यू माइंड लाइक?
No problem. But I'm eating eggs. Is that fine?
मैं भेजू क्या लिंक
ऑब्वियसली
दोनों को?
कैसे डालूं मैं इसमें? कैसे डालूं?
रुको, सिर्फ रुको, मैं दोनों को दे रहा हूँ एक लिंक। एक सेकंड रुक।
क्या करने का है वो लिंक पे?
अनुज भाई आपको वो लिंक ओपन करना है, बिंग्स को वो लिंक ओबीएस में डालना है।
ठीक है,
एक सेकंड
हो जाए।
अनुज भैया ये जो डिस्कॉर्ड डीएम कर रहा हूँ, आप वो ये करो, आप वो ओपन करके ये पहले डिस्कॉर्ड में कैमरा बंद कर दो।
ओके, रुक जाओ।
हाँ, अभी वो लिंक ओपन करके उसमें कैमरा ऑन करो। बिंग्स,
हाँ
डिस्कॉर्ड डीएम कर रहा हूँ, वो लिंक ओबीएस पे एज अ ब्राउजर सोर्स ऐड फ्रेंड रिक्वेस्ट एक्सेप्ट करो।
ठीक है, कैमरा बंद कर दिया इधर मैंने।
उधर आपका कैमरा है ना? बिंग्स मेरे को हाई लिख के भेजो डिस्कॉर्ड में।
यो भेजा। Guys, गेम चालू नहीं हो,
Share
टेंशन
your
मत लो।
camera क्या?
गेम चालू नहीं हो।
हाँ, share your camera. So Binks, you take this link, add it on your webcam, add it on your OBS as a browser source.
कुछ दिख नहीं रहा है लेकिन।
हाँ, वो कुछ नहीं दिखेगा, वो आ जाएगा वो अनुज भाई का। अनुज भाई कैमरा शेयर कर दिया आपने?
नहीं मैं कर रहा हूँ, एक सेकंड।
हाँ, वो करने के बाद आ जाएगा। Binks, make sure you add width है ना?
Width.
हाँ, width जो दिखा रहा है,
हाँ।
add that.
मैसेज कर दिया
Make the
मैंने Binks
width
को।
600 or something.
Your message could not be delivered. This is usually because you don't share a server with the recipient. अरे डायरेक्ट मैसेज क्या है Binks? तेरे को
Width
मैसेज
600,
ऐड कर रहा हूँ।
height keep it as some 250 300 and
भाई,
adjust
टास्क
along
है
the way.
यार भाई।
ऐड फ्रेंड कर दिया देखो, फ्रेंड रिक्वेस्ट सेंड।
क्या कर।
हाँ हो गया, अभी
ऐड
मैसेज
करो Binks एक बार।
ये देखो मैसेज भेजा Binks भाई।
आया?
अबे गधे की गांड, ये तो उसने ही भेजा था।
हाँ तो
नहीं
बोला
जो
लिंक
मैं
भेजो।
भेजा हूँ, नहीं अनुज भाई आपको सिर्फ ऑन करना है उसमें।
अच्छा
मैं जो लिंक भेजा Binks वो ब्राउजर सोर्स में
हाँ।
डालना है।
क्योंकि हैवी वॉच पार्टी इंटू 200 हो रहा है।
क्यों?
सबका कैमरा के
आया
साथ।
Binks? अनुज भाई का
कर
feed
रहा
आया?
हूँ, कुछ तो कर रहा हूँ।
नहीं, अनुज भाई का फीड आया कि नहीं उसमें?
पता नहीं, खोला नहीं, कुछ तो कर रहा हूँ।
ऐड ब्राउजर सोर्स वो करो।
ठीक है। विड्थ 600 करो क्या?
हाँ, विड्थ 600। आज वो ऐसे भी खींच के छोटा भी कर सकते हो।
Binks का
अनुज
पीछे
भाई
हैक
का
कर
कैम
लूंगा
आया लेफ्ट में? हाँ, आ गया देखो।
Binks का पीछे हैक कर लूंगा मैं।
आ गया, अनुज भाई का कैम आ गया।
ए सबसे पहले गधे की गांड वो ओबीएस से वो म्यूट कर कैमरा अपना।
कौन?
हाँ, अनुज भाई आप ये मत शेयर करो। अनुज भाई आपको एक ऑप्शन दिखेगा उधर, आपका ऑडियो म्यूट कर दो।
ओ भाई, फिर किसने किल्स किया वो नहीं दिखेगा वो लोग
हाँ
को।
जी, हाँ बस अभी सिर्फ
Ah!
डिस्प्ले दिखेगा। No, Binks, keep it on left and right, no, or else you'll be blocking the kill feed. Binks का कैमरा गया
ऊपर
अभी।
से क्रॉप कर, ब्लैक लाइन है।
क्या कर रहे हो?
ऊपर से क्रॉप कर, ब्लैक।
रुक जा, कर रहा हूँ।
Bit of a tough
हाँ,
spot.
keep it
Nice
like that.
back up at the very least and stall to come through, but it doesn't
game
matter.
चालू हो
Koi
गया अभी बस।
already have sight.
बट
अभी
को भी
बोलो
चाहिए,
chat।
तेरा भी चाहिए।
मेरा?
चारों
हाँ।
कॉर्नर्स पे एक लगा दे।
मेरा तो दूसरा लिंक भेजना पड़ेगा, रुको।
Full control. The spike doesn't need to go down, and if you're killing all your opponents, if you
मैं
have
भेजूंगा, मैच स्टार्ट हो गया,
It's a
देखो
game.
हाफ टाइम में कुछ करते हो।
Done it,
they'll
done
just
it.
toy with
Half
Reezy
time
and
ago.
power up. But Reezy might
अभी
have
बोलो
to kill
ऋतिक
himself.
रोशन एनएच के कि नहीं अनुज भाई के सामने? अनुज भाई का टांग के सामने, अनुज भाई का टांग के सामने
Allow Koi to get
जो भी
first
हार
blood.
जाते हैं।
Yeah, I am a little bit surprised at the positioning I think we saw from BBL off the gate there.
But too late,
So they're playing pretty far forward on the A site despite having gone for a
Don't be distended. You are doing it for the grill.
अरे right, ये तो मैं
So
तो
I think for BBL, their Brave wasn't necessarily expecting Koi to be already ahead of that Molly. So close to that.
भाई शैडो कैसे मार सकता है?
Bust down the
दो
door
पकड़ो।
in that kind of regard.
मैं
Now,
करता हूँ, मैं करता हूँ।
Anti-Eco incoming
करता हूँ, मैं
here
करता
into
हूँ।
BBL. They look to
See, I
play
mean,
that
Binks up
numbers game, play that stack because Pora
Come this side.
alone on B does have that ability to stall.
Yeah, Koi are
Don't have
4 out of 4 in the past pistols that they've gotten, and 4
अनुज
out of
भाई,
5 in this tournament.
एक का
as a
पानी
whole.
निकल रहा है आपको देख
Unfortunately,
के।
they weren't able to use that
क्यों
to their
भाई?
advantage to
पता
close
नहीं,
out a map
auto
against
shot।
Team Liquid, but maybe it will pay a difference here in BBL, knowing
ओ
how
भाई
One
थक
more.
गया मैं
buy
देख
rounds
रहा
are from Team Liquid.
One
But this
What?
this consistency BBL brings, and something that Steel mentioned on desk, you need to
Puri
make sure
you love,
that
Puri?
your performance today
No, I'm also on
supersedes
that.
that consistency
I'm
that
also on
BBL
that.
brings. And whether they're able to do it for now, it's a very slow
रुक जा,
paced
रुक जा।
approach, very similar to what we've seen, right? You know, you don't want to over-aggress, you want to get that early information. BBL,
अरे
same hand,
मेरा
they've
आवाज क्या?
stacked up onto this A
Hello?
site, and that's
आ रहा है
Koi
आवाज?
Yeah, tell
basically
me.
trying to figure out where's the stack going on. And I think they might have discovered it, given that Stark
Yeah.
so pushed so far
We'll meet at
forwards into
9:30
this
then.
east site.
Yeah, come out man.
यहाँ से कर, यहाँ से
इधर
कर।
भी डबल कंट्रोलर है।
I mean, I really like Pora's positioning right now.
हर
At the very
जगह।
least,
हाँ,
Hookah
double
looked
main
not
है,
to be
double main
cleared, but Koi, they're going to
Yeah,
be
yeah,
aware of that. The fact
Okay,
that
bye.
they
See you
have
soon.
not
Okay.
हाँ?
gone
See you
cleared
soon.
into those
हाँ?
spaces where
वालो
they
चल रहा है,
already
see you
lost
soon.
out. Just
मेरा
chips
mic
in the night.
mute.
हराम ज्यादा।
Guys, मेरे को ready होना पड़ेगा।
You hear
कोई आ रहा है।
that rotation, look to come through, 30 seconds on the clock, a free sight.
फ्लैंग देखो पीछे से घर जाएगा।
Friday night
यदि ऐसा कुछ होता तो आपको बताता मैं।
50-50
नहीं बताता।
बटाटा ही हो आप
Showing
ऐसे
his
देखा
presence
जाए।
in B and Koi instantly put all their
लेकिन
forces
उसकी
together to
बटाटा
try and
बनना
take on
चाहता
that
समझ
fight.
रहे?
The
समझ,
Deathful
समझ,
approach.
हाँ?
Now BBL.
सब कोई सपोर्टर है ना यहाँ पे अब तो बदुरा के अलावा
With weapons that can spray in the direction as
किसका?
soon as they touch the spike.
कोई
कोई
अच्छा कोई मेरे को लगा अच्छा
So nice little double kill, and he's only got the ghost. The only
मेरे को लगा
player
मेरा
that
पट्टू
goes
के
to
साथ क्या हो
team,
गया
gets most of the kills. And Power, the player that was close to the action
कुछ
the
हुआ तो
entire
भी एक
time,
चाय
is the
क्या
one
हुआ?
that
Stream
is
अटक गई?
left alive by the
कहाँ
enemy.
से अटक गए
Want
भाई
to give
रिफ्रेश
away
करो
an orb
एक
to
सेकंड
the
माया
other
फटक से आ
side, to
गए
the other
थोड़ा बाहर
team.
जाके आया
And it's Koi with
थोड़ा बाहर सिर्फ एक टांग बाहर जाने वाला जरा
नहीं मतलब पूरा
You
बाहर
really just had to call Power out like that, huh?
मिलके आया वापस
Yeah,
मैं
I
रात को
mean,
मिलता
it
हूँ
is tough. You would expect maybe a little bit more value from that
guys, bye-bye.
positioning with
Bye
the flood
bye.
onto site. I think just a bit
अनुज
too
भाई आपका
worried that
टांग
someone
सेफ
else on
रखो आप
Koi was gonna
सिर्फ
ठीक
मेरे
है
लिए है वो
सेफ है सेफ है अभी तो और है ना एक्सरसाइज कर रहे तो और पता
जो
होता
करना है
है
करो अनुज भाई
Game
उसको
shot
लटक के
increase,
वो सो जाता हूँ मैं
ठीक है
looking towards
डन
the
अभी सब
ultimate
परफेक्ट है
Koi. They've been very focused towards
अभी
Shadow
कोई और आ रहा है
and
लेकिन
Stark,
देख रहे हो
so to try
इसका
and cycle either of those up. Not likely to see them coming into this round.
Okay.
But we've seen kind of that priority that Koi has been putting on the ultimate ability, on
क्या
those
लगता है
ult
स्कोर
orbs,
प्रेडिक्शन
trying
बिंग्स
to
भाई
push those extremities.
BBL 13-8
Okay, no damage.
Definitely trying to
BBL
get the
जीतेगा
basics right.
13-8
Stark so moves up a little bit closer.
Hmm.
Outlook
Okay.
is
बोला
so
का कार्ड
scary.
अच्छा है
But for BBL, I don't think it would
नहीं,
be
कोई
का अच्छा ज्यादा।
for shields all
क्या बात
across
कर
the
रहा है?
board.
हाँ कोई का ड्रैगन वाला कार्ड है
कोई 13-8
It's a risk you always take facing an outlaw on these
कोई का याद नहीं था
situations.
सॉरी कोई 13-8 कोई 13-8
Fnatic buy has been
फाइनल
favoured, with the outlaw definitely being a big counter to that. But for now, slow and steady as we know it for Koi, but this time they do pivot towards this A site. Slowly but surely, Spike looking in that direction. And it might end up being the hit at this 1 minute mark.
Yeah, just Trailblazer down for as long as well. Sees one, but nonetheless, BBL they still.
भाई दो बंदा फेच कर दिया ब्रिज चला गया बे
Still walk back here. This poison orb, really nice, forces Elite back.
बराबर जगह जा रहे हैं बराबर जगह ये
But Elite has spotted them, which is important. PBL now all the way.
भाई
weapon.
stun ready रख
Only
रहा है
one
वो
left towards this B site.
भाई ये GG है
And
इधर ही
4 to
समाप्त
defend
होने
is
वाले
going to be
स्टन
the best
नेट
गया
for
भाई
BBL.
कॉम्बो
The paint shots
गया
have
कोई तो पटा
hit the smoke as soon as Koi looked to approach, but 25 seconds, they're cutting this close. Very close.
And now there's some hesitancy. They're faking. They're
टीपी
sound
मार के
biting,
जाएंगे लग
trying
रहा है
to
सारे
get that rotation over. Guiding light will give it away.
Oh, but now they have to move in, and there's no other
Oh,
solution.
shit.
They can't even rotate to the TV, even if they had the time. It's still Elite that comes off on top.
Stack में
Blade
घुस गए
doubles
रे
up.
stack में
BBL's
घुस
got
गए
all players here, and they're able to deal with it without a problem at all. Stark so
Oh.
finds another one. I think they might have barely
Man,
enough time.
what
Shadow's
the
got it.
fuck?
And that's a spike down. Reezy's left in a 1v2.
भाई stack
and this
में
has
घुसे
gone
थे
upside down for BBL in a matter of seconds.
Stark so low though. At
Bonus
the very least, but
Obi.
this toxic screen gives really nice cover. Reezy, nothing to work with in his kit.
Pros don't fake. Have you heard of that? Or Easy does stop it at halfway.
Bye.
And
Bye,
starts out
double
together
pick.
with Shados. That's 3
Ball change कर.
0 for Koi. A brilliant
अरे हाँ
start.
रे, ये देख pros don't
I
pick.
mean, looking reminiscent of this matchup that they had up against Team Liquid, right? On Bind, they had the first
Bata.
4 rounds in a row on the attacking side. But what's a bit concerning is BBL, you would expect things to be, I think, a little bit closer this early on the match. When their matchup against Navi, where they were really shining on defense, were those retake situations. We're not seeing that same kind of
मैं क्या लौड़े
a bit of disconnect there.
लौड़े।
In, I think some of the
अबे
moves coming out from BBL.
अबे थोड़े से चूते हो मैं पोल डाल रहा हूँ मेरा तो हाथ भी नहीं था इस पे
कौन किया ये फिर
कौन बचा है अभी डिस्कॉर्ड पे
सिंह भाई क्या
बंग में
कर रहे
टांग
हो
दिखाओ
भाई
और बंग में चड्डी खोलो मेरा चड्डी खोला हुआ है हाय बंग पे हेलो
Definitely have to prove 'em. Otherwise, you know, Turkish teams known for Turkish aim, and they've got to
अच्छा
make
नॉक तो
sure
करने
they
का
make
सुपर
up for
चैट
it this
आया
time
था
around.
इसलिए
Aggression coming out here from Hookah,
राहुल
and BBL's
भाई
got it covered.
क्यों कर रहे
Seems
हैं
like
सिंह
Koi
भाई ऐसा
anticipated this, and it's perfect. But if you look on the other side, it is 2 players. It would be a 1v2, and Grabinho has a chance to be traded out.
माफ करो माफ करो
Oh, but the patience game.
I mean, they don't need any more, right?
Koi will start to move in,
Oh
and it's
my-
actually the Sheriffs to
Whoa.
find a lot of damage here. The question is, Spike dropped, but do they have the space to grab any rifles?
I mean, no.
Being
Not
super
knowing
sad.
what threats are looming on the other
Pardon
side.
me.
Stark still trying to walk out towards A here
Pardon.
as well.
Yeah, it's interesting that PBL don't pivot more players.
भाई
Brave
स्काई का
caught out
पोजी
with
देख
his pants
स्काई का
down.
पोजी देख
But the Starkso on the lurk on A, that's an interesting one. The spike has been
आ जाओ
collected,
भाई भाग के आ जाओ
and with Starkso getting A side
भाई,
control,
भाई,
definitely
भाई
got
ये
the
अच्छा
team
है बे
to try
वरना
and go
लोग
on
और
the side.
वो सिटी विटी जाते ना वो अच्छा नहीं
I
लगता
mean, Elite
ये
playing
प्रॉपर
the
है
wall.
safe.
नहीं स्काई
30 seconds
Push.
on the clock again. Curious to see if this is a
पूरा
pattern
clear
that
नहीं
we
किया
see
उसने
from
हाँ,
Koi
बस
just
face
running
contest
down
करने का।
this
बस।
time here. It's
देख
worked
all
out for
clear
them.
नहीं किया है वो कर रहा है बस plant हो गया
Pass, a free sight
Ulti
or
आ गई
a free
इसका के
sight
पास
Sexy.
to get that plant down, but BBL looking to
Sexy
play
खेल रहा है
numbers.
Koi.
Instead, though, they're not actually aggressing up towards B to try and get those rifles in hand, so it will still just be the sheriffs into the retake.
Well, the Seekers has definitely alerted Koi of where they are heading and where they're coming from. It's just a matter of BBL or how much of a freebie are they willing to give. Maybe with a stun, they'll try and find a
Stun
pick.
to
Other than
Zexita.
that, I can imagine they might fall victims to the spike explosion to it. Avoid given over the orb. Shadows. Kill on power. Starkso as well. Wanting to chime in and buff those stats up.
खतरनाक खेल रहा है बे Koi.
Kushner, the only one remaining.
अरे
They know
आराम से
exactly
क्या हो
where he
गया?
is, but make it explosive. Go down with a bang.
हाँ, बड़ा
बोल
पूरी
रहा हूँ ये
देखा
one
है।
side होने वाला है Binks मजा नहीं
Just
आएगा
trying to
देख
keep somebody
Kickoff
around, if
one
not
side.
both.
actually one
But
side होने वाला है
नहीं
not going to check the
पक्का।
right
देख।
corner. 4-0 here for
क्या बात
Koi,
कर
so
रहा है भाई?
same start
नहीं
exactly
BPL भी अच्छी टीम है यार.
as their matchup against
मैं
Team
वो pause
Liquid.
करके रखा
Now,
है.
Koi can't
वो base
afford
बंद हो
history to
रहा है.
be repeated here,
पक्का
right?
बोल रहा हूँ ऐसा
It's a good
13
point. They started
7
off hot,
13 6
but I think
ऐसा
the
होना
difference there was Team Liquid was also a team that really needed
their fire
that
rounds were
time to kind of warm up into the reads here that they found on Koi and making that
Happy
later
birthday
adjustment.
किसका है?
मेरा
Didn't quite catch the name there, but happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday.
Happy
Whoever's
birthday.
name was on there. I also didn't catch it. The leaves were in the way there, but
मैं भी नहीं पढ़ पाया.
for BBL, this is a pivotal round. They have to win this and as comfortably as possible with their economy.
Yeah, one of the
Yeah.
big aspects with BBL's pickup here is power.
Love you
right?
too,
One of the-
Tejas bhai,
one of the
love you
players
too.
that BBL wanted to get on was a good IGL.
बंद
right?
बैक
Because
कैसे हो?
It felt like, you know, on the
League
Turkish
zone
scene,
है
sort
यार,
of
League
lacked
zone.
the
आने
way
जा
Mr.
रहा है अभी.
Fallen paving the way
League
with,
zone.
you know, Turkish Valorant going to global events last year.
Ritzy
Definitely
भाई
set a
League
high
दो बस हो गया.
precedent, so
आने
BBL
जा रहा है
wants to
अभी.
second that. Definitely want to be
कल
amongst the
वैसे भी आने
conversation
वाला
at the
है.
top in Turkey. And don't want to be the back markers.
Love
but
you,
for this
Ritzy
one,
bhai, love
Power
you.
needs to make the right call here and bring all the players towards this A side. Koi definitely pushing forwards onto this together.
फटा.
They've been provided the space, and BBL are going to be confident to pull their chips into one basket. Grabinho, not
भाई
bad.
ऐसा आवाज देख के आके मार के गया ये थोड़ा ज्यादा हो गया.
That pie's enough
आवाज
time for
देख
BBL
के आके मार के गया बे.
Okay.
घूम के
That's with the
360.
flood on towards site here. Spike yet to be planted. This is uncomfortable here for
Spike
Koi.
Big time.
Spike down
भाई एक राउंड तो
towards
जीतो
triple as well.
ये BBL भाई
3 players holding.
Oh my
Nice.
god,
Mara,
not a single
Mara,
player
Mara.
of Koi can cross BBL.
ये क्या है
मैं
cross
बोला ना.
left?
BBL
Oh,
है.
it's so
What's
difficult
up,
to cross that corner.
क्या
They're just
चला रहा है वो?
literally inching forwards, covering more and more space, and they're all doing it together. Brothers in arms, and it's left Shadow to himself. Man shaking his head, wondering what happened. They thought they had this round under lock and key, but this is all it. This is what she wrote. 10 seconds remaining, and he's got a TP away.
Professor
This round is
Digby.
going to BBL. With 4 players
जीत
to
रहे हो।
spare, that's exactly what they
जीत
need
रहे
to
हो।
get their names on the scoreboard, getting their first round on Byte.
And that's a shift coming out from Koi in this
Let's
strategy
go,
as well. They
BBL.
were trying to go with the fact that they were initially starting with the
बा-
very
Esports
early
में आना
slow
पड़ेगा
patient
वापस.
default the first
आना
4
पड़ेगा.
rounds now. Shifting gears,
लाने
trying
के
to go
लिए।
for something faster paced into those executions.
चिल्लाने के लिए नहीं रे.
They also
Feel करने के लिए,
adjusted.
feel.
I think a big difference there is that they didn't actually have 1 to 2 players down within the first 30 seconds. They had the numbers to actually try and contest that plant. Orbital strike available here for Grabinho. Got the spike postured towards the
Love
side
you,
there.
Ritzy bhai.
I think what's curious is there's been that
Love you.
crafting after the Sky Nurse, right? Okay.
Love
people
you,
are
love you,
players
Ritzy bhai.
going to be using
Ritzy bhai,
these guarding
opa,
really
opa,
early on.
opa.
They don't
Apple का
refresh
खेत
anymore.
दे रहे
It
हैं.
doesn't seem
हाँ?
that that's
Apple की
really
टोकरी.
changed as far as the play
हाँ?
style.
Apple की
It's so
टोकरी.
soon after the
पता
nerf,
नहीं.
to be fair. Might
Just
मेरे
as
को
long
idea
as
नहीं
you've
है.
got some other utility.
आज बात में पहले मोमेंट में
I mean,
लव
that's
यू
why
नहीं
we're
है.
seeing
हाँ?
double
कैसे नहीं आ रही
initiators
इसकी
starting
अभी
to
तक?
come
कि वो
through
हुई,
here
एक बार
for
use
most
हुई।
maps.
Binks
But there is an approach on this B side
Kickoff?
here, and there's 3 defenders for it, getting
Camo,
really
Camo का।
scary for Koi. They've got to
Raise,
read it out,
raise.
but the Trailblazer might be reading it first.
Great fault line.
एक बार यूज हुई.
Drop back a bit at least,
कर रहा है?
stand still. Koi
सूखा बेल.
throw in the dog of their own.
क्या क्या? सूखा बेल, सूखा बेल.
Patience game, and the utility from BBL was keeping them back for now.
That's a lot invested, though, just stalling out this one choke with still 45 seconds left.
That's all they need.
Nice ult,
Koi
yeah.
up best when the spike is already planted. Stop
चौथा
them from
बंदा भी
doing
आने
that.
बहुत दिनों
And they
बाद
might be lost in
आनंद
the
भाई
round
को
itself.
देखा.
40 seconds remaining. Shadow, the first to find a kill this entire round. Orbital strike forced out. Brave F might be dead.
ओपा.
Oh my goodness me.
ओपा बचा है बे,
And it's
ओपा
still
बचा है.
alive. And that means that Koi move over to this A site, but there's still Elite covering it from the headlights.
shot.
That's beautiful shot onto Camo.
Oh!
From behind the smoke.
Team भी आ गया.
Genius. And he wants to peek out as well. Shadow
bus,
this time
bus
around
control.
interrupting.
भाई सुन, शैडो ने कहां से कहां पे हेडशॉट मारा वो क्रॉसर के साथ देखा क्या तू? कहां से कहां हेडशॉट मारा उसने?
Get that heal up. We're gonna see Brave able to get a little bit more of that health back, but Razy is so low in this situation. No utility to work with anymore.
No, that's the last guiding light being thrown out. They know where gripping you is. But it's a matter of
Shadow,
knowing where
shadow
Shadow
round
is. Do they expect him to be all the way behind? Sneaky man peeking through. It's a rush break, but gets the job done eventually. And Reezy is the player with least health to his name.
कुछ वो नहीं, Shadow है.
It's Crepinho. And knows exactly where
Shadow
Shadow
है भाई.
is. No longer in the spike means he's got less time to
वाह
work
भाई
with.
100 वो क्रॉसर देख उसका. वो
He
देख.
holds his patience, but it's
क्रॉसर
Shadow
देख
with it.
बे.
It's a quarter
क्रॉसर
to this
देख
man's
बे.
name. And Koi back on the lead.
You saw Shadow nodding after that pick
13,
as well off
5
of
Binks,
Brave,
13,
just knowing,
72,
okay,
13,
I
5.
got this, we're in 2v1, it's our round, it's our
I
round,
think
there's no way
it's
we
बहुत
end
है
up
बंग
winning.
बे.
Koi, they
बहुत
take it
ज़्यादा
back, they seize that momentum back into
बहुत
their
ज़्यादा.
hands.
Dhwani,
VBL
Dhwani
got the Viper's Pit available here for
किसको
Elite.
support Dhwani?
So we could see just initial denial, likely
If you really don't want to
off
start,
the gate there towards the A
Headphone
side,
cost
allowing
you
BBL
can
to
have.
shift some of their
Or you
resources
can last away
elsewhere.
messages all of a sudden away from
But
the
I'd like
instead
to
of
see
Metro
BBL
City.
maybe
भाई मैं
be a little
मुंबई
bit
से
more
नवी
proactive. I
मुंबई
think that we saw glimpses of
नहीं.
that.
There are
in this
advantages
track
to
plays
be in a metro
towards
city.
B-Long.
आगे
But
और
the
नहीं
difficulty
जा
was again,
सकती
they
मैं.
were left with
कोई
nothing
कौन सा
to
दूसरी
take
चीज़ का बात?
after contesting that space, and also with no
Thank you
showers
for the
control as
100,
well,
but there
knowing
are
that
some
the pivot
advantages
with
you
that
get in
much
metro
time
city.
denied there towards B would have been towards the A side.
And it's where those mid-round
किधर
adaptations
का है
that
ये
actually
पूछो?
make a
हमारा
difference
काम
in
इधर से.
rounds like that,
तो
right?
बारह
So
में
when
नहीं
you're
है
able to be
हमको.
able to make the
तो?
decision to rotate
तो
around,
दो.
you know, catch out the
अलग-अलग
rotations.
है
It's not
सब
only that, knowing that
Really
BBL
want to
no longer
start.
has those facilities
Viva Valo
to
boot
take
camp
over,
button.
you know,
Oh.
and execute of their own
thought
for a
for
retake.
us.
So definitely well
Spanish.
down here from Koi to turn the tide around in their own
Boot
favor.
camp.
And BBL trying to play catch up
West
right
तो
now.
पूरे
They're
भी है.
dropping behind. Remember, this is their own map pick.
Guys,
This is a
किसको
map
समझा
which
रिची
they
भाई का?
beat Navion. A map which Koi could have definitely watched yesterday and said, okay,
रिची भाई ऊपर ऊपर का
maybe Navi throwed a bit.
क्या
but
surprise
we
आएगा
know how
कल?
to deal with BBL here. So maybe something to be taken in consideration as we enter.
चार कैसे
round
मारे
seven.
Shadow ने? Crosser,
Which
crosser.
needs to continue for Koi, but for BBL, most importantly, you lose this and you're back.
या अल्ट
into
मारा
economic
मतलब 100
deficit.
का जीता 100% सक्सेस रेट है बीबीएल
Viper's
का.
Pit
ये
towards
वाला
short as anticipated. Both the
खुद
Prowler
मैटर
and
नहीं करना ना.
Dog used right off the gate here from Koi.
Attackers
towards
को
this
मेरे
B
हिसाब से गन
side.
फेंक देना
We've
चाहिए
seen
बेस.
those plays for the B
Why?
split.
अबे
used
इस शॉट
in
अल्ट
their
मतलब
matchup
भाई
against Team
1/3 of
Liquid,
the map gone
but they
man
always
dude
push off of it.
gone.
More so that
अबे वो लोग
information that they're
कंफ्यूज हो
looking
जाएंगे
to see
40
how
सेकंड के
much
क्या
map
करें.
control does BBL
अबे
have
समझ
right
नहीं.
off the gate.
हाँ शावर जाके प्लांट किया खुद की अल्टी मारी वाइपर
Shifting
ने
back
कहा
over
था
towards A, they might look to backstab actually
So many
behind the
options.
pit through showers.
लेकिन होगा
LT
शावर पे
here,
1v रहेगा देख शावर ही ट्राई कर रहे
BBL, the
देखा
remainder, two
Binks.
players.
और शावर पे
towards
1v
the A
होने
side,
वाला है
playing very
वाइपर
deep,
का
ready to exit the site if need be. But if that does end up being the case, Elite could be left on an island, especially with Shadow working his way back towards market.
It's Camel holding that sight line with the pace
one way
quite a
Oh!
lot. Camo instead is the one being killed off.
ये रे ये कॉम्बो
That's the
सबसे
pictures
अच्छा है
actually.
वाइपर अल्टी इधर वन
Insane.
इधर
फेंक दे.
You guys were
बड़ी.
Well,
30 seconds.
goodbye
Read
Stark
तो है
Zone.
Binks भाई
And instantly,
read
Koi
तो.
are down by 2 players. BBL got a
Parcel
clear
लेके
advantage.
चल रहा था
It
बंदा.
seems that Shadow wants to get a pick on Elite here. But he's not going to risk moving any further into that Viper spit. Drops off with 15 seconds left. Koi have made the decision. We're holding on to the guns.
क्या बोला था?
I mean, rounds have been
Read
tight,
तो आया
right?
Binks भाई
Even though it's
10 seconds left.
5-1 right now, BBL have made Koi work for some of those rounds. Even if they weren't necessarily
तुम्हारा guess का
contesting
answer
the
कल
round
मिलेगा,
itself, they
कल,
were trying
कल.
to take some of those weapons out of their hands, make it a little bit more difficult to build up that economy.
And we were talking about economy the previous round as well, right? BBL had to win that. And not only do they win it, it's completely flawless by them, right? Not even dropping a single point of health throughout it. Don't need to reinvest into shields. It's going to do favors for them, for sure. And it's going to do favors to their morale. not dropping, you know, tremendously behind, being 3 rounds in reach of Koi.
Binks bhai.
Definitely making it a little bit more comfortable
Public stream pe
as we
लिख रही है,
enter
मेरा
round
camera
number
right
8.
side
A buy
रखो,
round
map
again
नहीं
across
दिख
the
रहा है
board.
public
Viper
को।
Spit still available for share.
राइट साइड
मैं तो बोल रहा हूँ
नहीं
बंद
नहीं
कर दे,
राइट साइड
चलेगा।
रखे हो किलफिट नहीं
See how
दिखेगा रे
this is a
थोड़े
approach
मैप
by
नहीं दिख रहा
Koi.
चलेगा तो
BBL
हाँ,
so
बंद कर
far,
देना।
they've got the reads.
नहीं
Funnel
चलेगा
Koi
कर दे।
exactly where they
हाँ,
needed to.
नहीं चाहिए शर्मा रहा तू
But
नहीं,
don't
नहीं,
really
शर्म
have the
नहीं रहा,
facilities to
बट
do
इधर
it
तो
the
बैठ के
exact
देखो।
same way this time.
No,
बेटर
stay
रहेगा ना
vaulting.
पब्लिक को मैप अच्छे से दिखे।
Very patient. Koi, they like to start
दोनों
out
ठीक
the
है यार
early
कुछ
round
नहीं
very slow. This time, a little bit more focused towards showers here for Koi. Not too much presence, though. Very passive thus far. Deep sky smoke coming out here from Brave to deny that information towards Hookah. Will force one of those prowlers out from Shadow if they do want to clear into these close
स्मोक
quarters.
वेस्ट हो गया बे
The Boombot, at the very least, finds a little bit.
साइड घुस
Tell
गए
it's
ना
an
राउंड निकाल
elimination
देगी
game,
कोई
right? Every
वाइपर
single one
अल्ट
of these
नहीं नहीं
players
एक प्रॉलर
is
ने
afraid to
बता
make a
दिया ना
mistake.
हुक्का कोई नहीं है
They don't want to be the one caught off. Obviously, the game here is to get information, but there's a lot at stake here, right? They want to keep those dreams alive. They want to make sure they can go for a glory run.
But
ये
you
लोग को
can
एक
also be
executive
too
अच्छा लगता
measured,
है बे
expending too much utility in one spot just to clear out those angles.
Let's see if it's
और
going to
क्या
be
गावात क्या मारा
opening
शॉट
up onto this A site. Two to
Viper
the
ult
back of it,
incoming.
but it's a matter of if Koi decide to push
6-2.
past it. Trailblazer only clears a bit of it at the back end.
ये लोग टिप्पी मारेंगे ये वाला
Moving
राउंड
onto the
लग रहा है
side, they get
नहीं,
a
नहीं।
lot of that lamp control. Grabinho not allowed to plot himself. Viper Spit
Ulti
taking
use
up
हो गया
all this
अपने
lamp
पास।
space.
Oh.
And it's going to deny any of the
भाई
defenders to
बहुत
move in
टफ
that
होएगा ये
direction. Really strong.
What?
Kushner jumps above, denies a partner. There's only 40 seconds. They've got to move into
भाई
it
टफ
quickly.
होएगा ये
What
वाला
BBL have to do is
भाई
deny
स्काई
this
क्या टाइम
twice
वेस्ट
for
कर रहे हैं
being
स्टार
planted, but they're failing to do so.
ओह
Puts them all one by one
भाई
into
गन
the
गिरा
wall.
दिस
And Koi is on 6 rounds already.
भाई क्या
Headshots
insane
in a
shots
row
मारा
there
बे
from Stark, so with the 4K, absolutely
Insane
mad,
shots.
especially when BBL, they were heating up into that retake after
Insane.
Kushner finding the initial pick. Things are getting tight, things are getting dicey. Again, very measured into those early rounds, but then once it gets into the late round, especially when there isn't nearly as much of that
ये वाला
utility
शॉट
left
देखते
in
हैं
the
ओ
available
माँ
position,
की
extremely
अरे
आम
लास्ट
scratchy.
वाला भी बे
No, you
Last
cannot
वाला भी,
deny.
second last वाला भी crazy था
That was just an aim labs moment.
That's an aim-labs moment indeed. And for that, Koi
6-2
thanking Stark,
खत्म
sir.
एक और
हाँ।
राउंड इको
ये राउंड 6-3 होएगा नेक्स्ट राउंड ब्रिज चलता आएगा
VL on the other
6-4
नहीं ये राउंड तो रेज और
Back into the
ना
point when
स्काई
Cameron
अल्ट
यूसी
want to lose
यूसी
around
होता है
last
यूसी
time
होता
they
है
were in this situation.
स्काई के साथ यूज
यूसी
This is
होता
the
है
way
होता
they can
combo.
keep going in the right
अपने स्काई का
direction.
अल्ट
But
को
the
अपना अल्ट
management
लगता
from
है
Koi seems to be superior thus far. 2 available to the contrast of 1, but Para is 1 orb away. And those are very high impact ultimates. Rolling Thunder, Orbital Strike as well. And a map like such as Bind, heavy retakes, very useful.
I mean, it depends on how you want to look towards that ultimate economy, right? Koi was 6 rounds in a row naturally.
भाई
they
लेकिन
are
बिना
gonna cycle
सेंटिनल
up
के
to a couple
फर्क
of
तो
those
थोड़ा बहुत पड़ता
just
है बे
a little
रोटेशन
bit
देखना
ahead of
गाप
BBL,
खूब रोटेशन
especially
होता है
when BBL aren't actually fighting for that.
सारा
ultimate
टाइमिंग का
position
खेल है
to try
सारा
and
सेंटिनल
contest
अच्छा
that.
डबल इनिशिएटर ही लगता है या तो डबल
But
कंट्रोल बेस्ट
right
लगता
now,
है सेंटिनल ठीक
Breeze
है
is just looking for some of that early information with the jiggles. Has to fall off there. You
Bind
see
में लगता
Brave
है
very...
double initiator
Okay,
और
he actually
control.
comes back towards site. I thought he was just going to play fully off site for the sake of the orbital strike, but they're looking to just deny the push.
He's considering it. They still want to deny this
लोबड़े
hotline as well. Makes Camel stuck, showstopper, allowing him to gain extra space. But look how fast BBL are already onto the back of this site. There might be a
बोला था
side cover
यूसी
here from Elbow. Camel reason in time. That's incredible. Koi, this man.
भाई अगर वही बिलोंग टर्न में बिलोंग अल्टी मार देता था ना
On Stark, so were the difference maker in that round as well. Things were getting
सारे लोग मर
uncomfortable
जाते
there for Koi. You saw Camo was
उसने दोनों
stunned
पकड़ने का
up
ट्राई
with
किया
that
क्या
showstopper.
हुक्का और
Didn't
बिलोंग
find
थोड़ा सा
anything with it, but the information that they could find with those seekers, I think they might have actually hit some of the players on BBL as well. Just completely shifts the tide
भाई
of that
कैसे
round
देखना
now.
बे ये देख
Ooh, okay, yeah, you can see the little celebrations. They're like, okay, let's go.
That's incredible. But I feel for that moment in particular.
यार मेरे जैसे कोच उधर भी है
Kushner was like, oh, I'm cooking up a flanky, I'm cooking up a 5.
यही 7-2 हार रहे रहता था ना उल्टा होता
Smoke is like, oh.
था सिर्फ लिप रीडिंग होता रहता है
Back to pistols. Short space gathered.
हाँ क्या बोलते हो भाई फन कोचेस है बे ये लोग
I mean, they are, but they can afford to be. They have the weapons advantage. They're looking to just draw out some of that utility from BBL, knowing that they've been pretty quick to
फिर
trigger
से
on
जाएंगे
that.
फिर से
Not able to really capitalize. Just looking to kind of stall things out as much as possible. Shadow's kit completely gone.
ओ चा गावात
Lots of information.
Mark one.
garnered at the very
दो
least,
जन
where
हुए
they
लेकिन
are aware that there should be at
टाक
least
टुक
two.
करके आवाज आया
And now BBL, they actually draw one of the rotations back over towards A.
Yeah, Kushner will be lured out. Instead, he drops back and won't be the case. BBL want to hold and maintain the pressure to the back of the site. Camo opens things up as first blood. Wants to bring one out. Kushner does get there instead. Still Koi should be winning
बिना बिना देखे दो जगह से पटका खाया वो
Rubinho's got it all
shadow
covered.
भाई duelist जैसे ही खेल रहे हैं.
Sidelining across, but Rubinho was stunned. And Brave takes full advantage. It'll be so hard for him to get
WhatsApp
across.
बंद कर लो.
And Shados, the moment the smoke goes down, starts
Yeah?
spraying in his
WhatsApp.
direction. And BBL's hopes quashed.
Brimstone WhatsApp पे बैठा था ना
As Koi make sure they solidify the spy round of their own, and both players simultaneously drop to the ground. Koi on 8, BBL trailing really far behind with only 2 rounds spare.
अन्य comment shadow by
Koi looking very
बहुत मार रहे with this
Shadow भाई
crosser
का crosser एक बार try करना पड़ेगा.
एक बार करना पड़ेगा बे
measured in the early round.
But मैंने किया भाई,
This
नहीं
team's
होता है.
scary part
नहीं
here.
होता?
BBL.
नहीं
this
भाई.
is
तेरा बात अलग है मेरे को और अनुज भाई को ट्राई करना
again,
पड़ेगा
elimination matchup here in the bottom.
तेरे को तो कल ही आ रहा है था भाई
क्या टाइम पास कर रहे हैं?
भाई
Yeah, the banter between
बकचोदी
Barber
कर रहे हो लोग
Is it AORUS? Yeah, I think it's AORUS. It's unmatched. Barber and AORUS are just the match. Just the
They're just
goated
chit-chatting.
coaching duo. They're just having a blast.
I mean, I feel like you look at the Koi roster, you're gonna be like, okay, after seeing some of the shots of Starks,
अच्छा याद रखना तेरा कैमरा ऑन है ठीक है
you're like, okay, this team is
बंद
all
कर देना.
vibes. It's
नहीं
all
मैं बोल
vibes.
रहा हूँ
You
याद
see it from-
बात
याद
मैं बोल
रखना
रहा हूँ हाँ
We're
इसलिए
gonna
बोल
get
रहा
off
हूँ.
this unless Desk
कुछ
goes
नहीं
now.
किया मैं कुछ नहीं किया बंद
मैं
कर दे
बस
अच्छा बेटर है.
Koi.
वार्निंग दे रहा हूँ
देख मैं भूल जाता हूँ
Space up, so
हरकतें हो
not
जाएंगी. Binks,
something
it's
we
better.
see
देख
often
लिया ना
from
हो
a
गया अभी है
Sky.
कैंप.
But things better off. Throws down Trailblazer instead to try and
तुझे
gather
कोड
some
वर्ड रखते हैं
information.
समझ रहा है तब मैं बंद कर
The
दूंगा
no man's land means that Koi
ठीक
have
है.
yet
वैसे भी
to
मुझे
make a
देखा
decision
प्लेट
of whether
रख
this
के
attack is going to
रखने
take
जानी
place.
है. कुछ और
They're
लेके
just
आना है
trying to
खाने
see
को ऐसा सब.
how much they can
तेरे
draw,
जैसे
I
बैठ नहीं
think, over
पाऊंगा.
towards this A site. We've seen them unafraid to expend that initiator utility to draw the rotations.
This is giving me hardcore old Na'Vi vibes. Just drawing out that clock. It's already 30 seconds, and the spike only
30
now is
seconds left.
starting to make movement towards this A side.
I mean,
Bye.
they thrive when the timer
सिर्फ
starts.
घूम रहे बे बीबीएल वाला सिर्फ घूम रहे
Obfuscation, Camo
भाई
was able
इधर
to
जा
provide,
रहे
so they're going to find
उधर
this
भी सब
clear.
हो रहा है इधर आ
The
रहे हैं
reads
इधर
here
भी
from
इजी
Koi
साइड
are
मिल रही
so
क्या
good.
चालू है
BBL
बाय
trailing
राउंड भी सेम है
behind
इको
the
जैसा.
moves.
But the spike hasn't gone down crucially
Oh.
enough, and
ये
no could
बात.
वाह, वो बच्चा
ends
कैसे
up
shot
falling
से?
in the end. Styres align eventually. Rolling Thunder actually giving some cover to Grabinho.
Oh.
Won't be enough.
Sexy,
As well.
sexy.
Just too immaculate. Shados has to drop by.
तब मैं
Snake
air out
to
निकालना
stop
भी
them from following right after him. But
निकाल
Koi,
सकते हैं.
all they have to do is run this clock down. They've managed to get the spike down eventually, and Mistarks are
Nah.
holding this cross line with the op.
Nah.
Won't let the player
Possible,
pass. But fortunately for Reezy, he doesn't have to pass. He's sticking with the spike halfway. Defused. The lead finds another pick. Reezy in a
One चला
1v1.
गया.
It's a Sky 1v1 here. The Seekers revealing position in the end. Oh, but not much health remaining on
इसमें मैं
Reezy at all.
बकचोदी
Oh, but he's kicking it. No way! he's
बाप
gonna kick it.
रे!
So, does not
भाई.
permit him. It shots through the
फुल
box.
पावर में खेल रहे हैं लोग
And a
जोश में
bullet
खेल
to
रहे
the head.
कोच दिखाओ कोच दिखाओ
IGL on
coach
the
तो
side
और
of
मस्ती
Koi is
कर रहे हैं.
having a game right now.
अभी coach उछलेगा वहाँ
13
पे.
and 4 Shadow, 11 and 3. I mean, they are popping off. And again, that's cycling into the Seekers, the Nightfall so quickly in this first half.
Oh, भाई,
BBL.
भाई क्रॉसर चाहिए वाला
Man, even just the play from
go,
Shados in towards Lamps, they're
ये है
into
ना
the
Shadow?
post plant. They're denying.
तू मेरे को
Lamps
पहले
to
कोड वर्ड बता भाई
fully
मेरी
funnel
गांड पट रही है अभी
the
थोड़ी
players
पीछे
हाँ
of
मैं तेरे को
BBL
बोल रहा हूँ
into
ना.
the op.
And realistically, you can't see
उससे अच्छा
BBL
कोड वर्ड
have too
बता
many
ना
options for this one, but they
क्या
were
है?
aggressive
Code
on
red.
B long.
ले ले.
Managed to spot
Code red,
Grabinho,
ठीक है,
but
ठीक
he's
है.
calling
ठीक है
the
अभी कोड रेड
retreat,
बोला तो
move
क्या
out of
करेगा
it.
बता मुझे.
I'm
तेरा
not
cam
quite
hide
sure how
करूंगा
many
थोड़ी
players
देर
Grabinho was
अरे,
able to spot. Maybe
कैसे
2,
दिखा?
maybe 3, but there's actually
ये देख
4
ऐसे.
on that stampede. And Koi looked to bounce directly onto this B site, as if they don't
कर दिया
care.
hide.
But I think
Ah.
for once Para might have made the right idea. Elite holding
मेरे से बहुत tension
the
है.
sideline against Shadow. But that's gonna ruin. That's a
तू भी
fake.
तू भी
The
कैंसिल
main
होएगा
fight
मैं भी
is going to have to
कैंसिल
be
होऊंगा Binks.
मेरा पता नहीं तू
All
पहला
that
होएगा
was pulled, and then
मेरा
you
तो
already have
है.
Shados moved back
तेरा stream
towards
पे
this B
जाएगा.
site.
अभी जब तक ग्रीन नहीं बोलूंगा ना मैं कोड ग्रीन तब तक बंद ही रखना
He does, but how much is that
प्लेट
going to
रख
make
के
a
आया
difference?
प्लेट रखने जा रहा है भाई, कपड़े उपड़े चेंज कर रहा है.
नहीं
Order strike available, showstopper thrown in as well, and might have been an investment of way too many
वही
weapons.
बात तो है.
It's some very useful utility that could have been used for the post plant. But BBL
Lord,
can't
oh
go
man.
back. All three players are going to have to go for this last round of the half. There is no other way. It's literally two players on this elbow side that could do so much. Camo is low, but he's quick with it. Paint chills towards Kushina, softening
Bhai
it up,
sahab,
so it is a 3v2. BBL definitely climbing a huge mountain here.
हरी रेल लाल रेल बार बार बोलो हरी
Remaining for power if
रेल
he's going to
लाल
make any
रेल
difference. Elite is
हरी
holding a really
रेल
good angle with the snake bite.
लाल
He's
रेल.
throwing damage towards power, and it
क्या
will be
हो गया?
enough to finish him off eventually. Elite doesn't have enough time. It is diffused halfway, but it's
भाई,
two different
क्या खेल
directions.
रही
He
है
needs to
बे
look
कोई?
out.
अच्छा
Even
गवात.
if he's quit on Group
ओह
picks up Shados,
थोड़ा
it
लेट
will
आया
not
ये.
be enough. Double digits for Koi at half-time. Valiant effort for Elite, but it's all she wrote.
Kord Thanos.
An excellent round for Koi, an excellent attack, and now they need to finish
Binks
off
भाई
what
ऐसे
they
से पकड़ा
started
नहीं
on
पता नहीं.
defense.
I mean, this is the way you want to
Fast
start
बोलना
here
पड़ेगा.
for Koi. They struggled on
हरी रेल
defense,
लाल
but
रेल
10
हरी
to
रेल
2,
लाल
that
रेल.
is a hard matchup to throw. BBL, right now, they're going to need to look to get back into the game mentally. They need a very solid pop-off pistol round to try to bring themselves
बस हो गया,
back
codes
into
हो गया
this
भाई,
matchup.
hello.
But losing this hard on your map pick on such an important match, that's tough.
It throws the conversation of Turkey and BBL claiming.
क्या हो गया यार,
instead of
BBL को उसने अच्छा खेला था.
If BBL aren't able to redeem
उस दिन
themselves,
BBL
on this
अच्छा खेला
attack
था.
and be able to square a lot of rounds together, chain them all up, and find a streak that could challenge Koi here, it might all be for naught. Early stun coming out from Koi in this A-short direction. They still hold by though.
वो लोग भी जब भी घर पे जाके स्ट्रीम
I
देखेंगे
mean,
बोलेंगे
BBL,
ना
we saw the player
कैसे
camps.
शैडो मारा इसने.
Sure, they're serious, but they're still chill. They're still relaxed.
A little bit of information garnered. They know that there's lamp pressure coming in from BBL. But Koi, I love how far forward placed they are. And BBL can't really guess that. Although, those footsteps and power, I do believe Shadow might.
Guys, we are very close to 6k likes यार. 50 like बचे. क्या कर रहे हो भैया जी?
To cover his
And we are 350 subscribers from 289k. तो जो लोग नए हैं स्ट्रीम पे लाइक करो, सब्सक्राइब करो. क्या क्या क्या?
पिस्टल हो गया तो खत्म कर.
Is going to check it, but it's a lazy check, and that allows Shadow to
Combo
find
भी
one
कर
and
दिया
double
भाई.
shot.
गलत
Second
गलत
shot
गलत
nearby.
गलत.
He wasn't even the one nearby earlier.
भाई शैडो
It was
डुलिस
Camo.
थे
And both Camo and Starks are one that dropped.
Brim का नहीं पता रहेगा.
Turning the
Brim का नहीं
tide
पता
of
रहेगा.
this
100%.
Do
of
they
this
expect
round.
this?
Grabinho, you saw 3 players already on the
अच्छा
side. There's a
गवात.
4th one there, and
Brave.
he's not able to do a thing,
Brimness
which
smoke
leaves
दिया ना वहाँ
Shados
पे.
on the hot seat.
भाई
Not much to work with.
बिना एड्स के
You
घुस
have
के मार के गए बे.
What, a snake bite to try and deny that
किधर
Shower's
smoke दिया? Short
positioning.
पे?
Cora
Straight?
is the one that's low here towards lamps.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no
that's
longer
shot.
the element of surprise. Shados is trying to go for the chase, although Pyro won't be shut down this time around.
भाई कैसे मारते बे ये लोग ऐसा?
Onto Elite's
Classic
head.
Zena.
That's BBL with a
यार
pistol.
अभी
ending the
भाई
streak
मेरे को
with
नहीं
the
मालूम
pistol
भाई
success here for
लो.
Koi.
यस भाई आइडिया नहीं है.
Still not as confident as we would have liked that pistol round.
क्या
to
लगता है
be, though.
अगर यहाँ से कमबैक हो गया ना
From BBL.
मजा आ जाएगा.
Great pistol, of course, an absolute must that BBL did need to pick up.
उनका लाइनअप अच्छा तो है.
But you need something with a little bit
Reach के
more of
साथ.
that, a bit more of that momentum that can emotionally drive the team forward.
टिल्ट पे होते हैं वो लोग टेंट पे.
Very strong
Huh?
buy coming in here for BBL.
ये भी
They're
होता
looking
है.
to have a very
ये नया है
important
भाई.
bonus into the next round to contest
टाइम आउट
the
ही नहीं लेते
attack
अभी.
of Koi to
कई
look
सारे एक
towards
राउंड
the
के.
future. But a deep smoke towards B long. Sure, information garnered here for the side of Koi. That's a bit dodgy.
Individual
push out there.
Look, it's a pistol round.
भाई
You wanna take
crowd
some
वो
sort
तो
of
दे रहा है.
risk here from Koi.
Support.
ये साइड हमेशा जज लेके खेलता है क्या? हाँ लॉन्ग डिस्टेंस पे मारता है जज से.
I mean, sure, push out, find a little bit of that
अगर
information.
BBL
but I
ने
think
next round
when,
निकाला तो
especially
जीत सकती
B-Long
है
is being stalled out that
अनुज भाई को
by
VCT
smoke
भेजो
around.
अपने स्मोक से डबल कंट्रोल
There's a
खेलेंगे.
little bit to be desired.
नहीं.
Now the shift back over towards the A site here for BBL. We've only got a shorty in hand here for Shados.
बहुत अच्छा
towards
खेलते हैं,
lamps.
भाई, नहीं हो
So we're gonna have to back off.
There's not much that can go wrong really for BBL at this point. Although now that I do say
अगर
that,
टीम
Shadows
ने
got
साथ
shorty,
दिया
he's
तो हो
able to
पाएगा.
cross his path with him
अकेले
on
नहीं हो
this short proximity.
हाँ.
Could be their demise, but and a rifle put
अभी मैं घुस के दो मारा तो स्ट्रिक्स को एक तो मारना पड़ेगा.
knowing
हो जाएगा फिर तो हो
Pressure.
फिर
जाएगा
होएगा।
वो उसका अराउंड मार सकता है तो जीत जाएगा
Come in
शर्म
from Koi,
करो।
the possibility of a shorty.
कल के दिन मेरे 7 फर्स्ट बर्थडे घर जाएंगा।
It's tense
मेरे
right
8
now,
थे,
Koi.
तेरा भी कर जाएगा।
I mean,
they're
they're
not
just
really-
buying
Yeah, they're
time.
not doing
जीत
much
के
here.
7 फर्स्ट
It's
बर्थडे
all
अच्छा
about
होता है
just
बे,
trying
हार
to
के 8 होने
deny
से।
as much of that alt-orb potential
मेरे टीम
coming
में
in
diamond
here
खरीदा
for
जैसे ही।
BBL, and they're comfortable right now. They don't have to do anything to
मेरे
risk
टीम
it
में
and play it
स्मर्फर्ड थे।
Yeah, they built a
safe in
tremendous
that.
lead. They really
Silver.
have built a tremendous lead. Power and Reason
Reverse
finding a
smurf
couple
कर रहे थे
kills
वो
here. Shadow the only one from Koi to find any damage. Shutting down the IGL BBL for this one, but it's a round that BBL needed. The follow-up to the
भाई
pistol.
नेक्स्ट राउंड भी ये
Only
लोग
losing
जीत
one
सकते हैं।
player,
ये लोग बस
strong
3
start, and
प्रॉपर
it's
गन्स है
exactly
और एक
the
बुलडॉग है।
direction they want to be looking at if they'll be closing this 8, well now becoming a 6-round lead for Koi.
चमक रहा है बेस का नाइफ।
With the focus that we've seen going in towards
13 6
Power,
पे
onside
शैडो।
BBL, Rolling Thunder 3 away from coming online here. Could see some of
एक
that
दिन तो
attention
ट्राई
being
करेंगे इसका
drawn
क्रॉसर।
towards the extremities of the map. Try and get those ult orbs into pocket here for BBL.
Almost time out
Again,
लिया है।
they need every single advantage that they can find in each round with how much Koi does have to work with in that sense. As the round starts, very classic lineup coming in
एक
to
है breach
try
के
and
साथ ना
deny some
बहुत
of that
कंट्रोल
information
बहुत जल्दी
towards
मिलता है
the
बहुत।
ramps.
You can already see a difference on how
वो
BBL
है,
like to push
plays
them
बना
out.
सकते
Pass
हैं,
with
by
Koi, a lot
low
of
play बना
shower
दिया।
presence for them, and it's Kushner that finds the first shot. Well, they know exactly where
Oh
Stark
my.
is.
They are back baby and they are back।
कमबैक हो सकता है।
हो गया अभी 10-6 है बे।
हो सकता है
Yeah,
comeback।
let's not bring that
अभी
back.
10-6
Fabinho
है।
on a 1v4. It's a lot to ask from the man. And BBL, you know, all
10-6
down
is
to
doable।
Reezy.
अल्ट वर्ल्ड
Closing
सब
out this
आएगा
round
बाद
for them.
में।
No problem at all. That will place him on 5 already here, Ash. And
क्या हो गया उसको? वो बंदे को क्या हो रहा है?
This was Koi's buy round, right? This was supposed to be
लेट हुआ कोई से नहीं दुष्यंत भाई।
The fear, though, for Koi is this where it starts to fall apart on the defense, where they've struggled before? You had the ideas coming out from Koi. They were looking to pinch towards the Showers player, but man, the timing's off there on the swings, needing to a little bit more of that coordination to come through. So BBL, I mean, they're slowly working their way into this, but we cannot deny still the
डिनर हो गया?
lead that
हो
Koi
गया,
is
बिल
finding
का है मैं।
themselves in. Seekers in the hands of Reezy,
Ajay!
moved over into a future round. All eyes are going to be on Fabinho if you're a
अरे
Koi
यही
fan
बंदा।
going
भाई
into
carry
this
कर रहा है
बाप
one with
रे।
that hero rifle.
क्राउड को कैरी कर रहा है बे ये।
Berlin definitely have chosen their favorites. BBL's name shouted.
क्राउड को कैरी कर रहा है बे। एमी भाई रियल आईडी से आओ।
Pretty quiet on the Koi side,
Huh?
though. Even though they're the ones in the lead, it seems to be some
Smooth
belief
game.
reinstated within the fans. And for BBL, I'm sure they'll be
हेड ही
hope
जाते हैं
that
ना ऐसा
that's
कभी
exactly the
दिखते
same
नहीं
for the
अपने
players.
पे कुछ गए
Able to chain 3 rounds together.
Sound कम कर
Koi
थोड़ा भाई,
has
सब
signed
बराबर है।
alarms. Time out time. Time to rethink this
इसका
through.
sound,
How
इसका
do you
sound
get
थोड़ा कर
control
दो।
back in your favor? Obviously, you've got a lead, right? It's not a matter of overthinking here. It's a matter of going
Rahul
back
bhai और
to
BBL।
try it and test it. Don't get into your heads. Don't get caught off early, perhaps.
CT
Because
भी
it seems like
मार
every
रहे
single
हैं
round that
जोर
BBL have gotten so far, it's the product of Koi's players being caught off early.
I think what gets a little bit scary here,
Six
of
का
course,
बना कि नहीं फिर
first two
Immortal क्या
rounds, sure,
3
BBL looked
Nice.
great.
Yes,
You
6
can't
बजे
forget,
तक
though,
खेला।
that it still
अरे
was just
बाप
pistol
रे।
and anti-8,
फिर भी नहीं
though, so
हुआ।
फिर भी
plenty
नहीं
of
हुआ।
time for
अकेला
Koi
खेल रहा
to
था कि
try
Binks भी
and
था?
come back here,
अकेला।
but again,
मैं एक
with
गेम
them
खेल के
being
वोट
on
लिया।
the Seeker run
भाई एक
themselves
गेम
with
हम
hero
2 गेम खेले
rifle,
शायद। उसमें भी
BBL
भाई
looking
इतने
to have
गंदे
very
टीममेट्स
similar
हैं।
start to their
एक
attacking
जीता
side.
एक हारा ना
Exactly
शायद।
what
हाँ,
Koi did
शायद
to
से।
them into the first half.
तेरे गंदे
And
लोग आए।
what I'm looking towards is Koi's adjustments. What's
किल
worrisome
जय 100 वाइपर था और
is,
तीनों को
okay,
स्पाइक में
BBL,
लेने का
I
था।
think they've done really well in the fights that they've
हाँ
been able
भाई।
to take after getting
Code
that
green
spike
आ जाए,
planted
नहीं
as
यार,
well,
वो
but
नहीं
we
चाहते
haven't
तो
बोलते
seen
बोलते
like
all
a
up,
true
फिर 5 सेकंड बाद बोलते all
post-plant
down।
situation
Yeah.
from them. And that is where they really shined in their matchup up against Na'Vi. The lineups were so
और आइसबॉक्स में
frustrating
वाइपर
to
पता
deal
है
with,
बेंच
and
कहाँ तक गोल
Koi,
बना रहा है?
when they are on those
सिटी
runs,
के अंदर
they have
तक।
to get so far forward
वेस्ट
to
तक।
deny that.
मतलब
That they
Icebox
do,
में।
but Koi need to prove
Attack
themselves
से
on defense.
जहाँ
You know,
से
this
सोअर
is
ड्रेन
a
करता ना एकदम आगे आके।
Maybe everybody.
वहाँ आगे आके एकदम
समझा।
सिटी तक वॉल पे
जो वो
वाला
पूरा
भाई।
सिटी भी क्रॉस सिटी स्पॉन तक जाती है
हाँ गांड लगती है ना लेकिन उसमें।
Not the best of
क्यों? उसमें
situations
क्या
for
सीन
them.
है?
नहीं नहीं
Cut
कुछ
Koi
नहीं
Do
दिखता।
put most of their pressure towards
Huh?
that B site. A push that gives them information, but Shadow vacates
Got
the
it.
area. Doesn't want any business
Shadow
with
भाग
this.
गया।
And BBL are given this A site for free.
free
Ooh,
cycle.
cycling up the showstopper here for Kushner, just in case the round goes awry.
6-10 baby, 6-10.
having more ultimates available
Triple
for them.
flank
Rizzy.
पे भाई.
He's got the
मारना
read, but
पड़ेगा.
how many stats
Rizzy
can
भाई
he
मारो.
add?
Shot
Oh,
Rizzy भाई.
he gets out, clean as ever. Realizes
ऐसे
there's one on
phantom
heaven,
कर
gives
सकते
out the core. Camo shutting
Elite
down.
मर गया बे,
Shoots into
कैसे?
the corner. That's impressive. How many shots of like these are we going to be seeing? Maybe a second one. Maybe
Oh
a
my.
third one. Hang on a bit. Koi might have turned this whole thing around. There's only Brave alive. And Rifles is
Padi
the cover
khaan
here
to
for Koi.
padi.
They're going right after Brave, but Brave is good. Brave is strong. And Brave is Brave. And we'll be peeking
Molly?
through the smoke from Bingo. Will be shutting him down. Koi, turn it all around. And I think they've got just enough time to get the spike defused. The round is theirs.
क्या
Even
बे?
when it shouldn't be.
Comeback हो रहा था.
Round there for Koi, and the way they were just able
Molly
to
जाता
maintain
था यार, क्या
control
बात कर
of
रहा है?
ramps, the pressure from
हम मार
short
देते ना उसको.
backside, very much
दिख जाता
so
कहाँ से
focusing
है.
on those
अरे
close
तो
quarters.
डिफ्यूज
And
नहीं
it
होता
became
ना?
uncomfortable for
Next round के
BBL
लिए
to
save
maintain that positioning
ये
towards
क्या
one
शॉट
side.
था बे?
Now, a
ये क्या
timeout
शॉट
for
था
a
बेंच?
timeout. BBL calling one of their own because Koi now one away from match point. And again, this is a tall mountain to climb here for BBL.
Oh yeah, it's a tall order, especially losing around like that.
जिंक्स
That's
हो गया क्या?
exactly what
अरे
they
यार
need
मैंने
right
किया,
now.
मैंने नहीं किया यार.
That's exactly what they were hoping wouldn't happen.
अबे मैं कैसे, मेरा कैसा फॉल्ट है इसमें?
मैं कुछ बोल ही नहीं रहा था.
You can allow Koi to win one buy round of their own, but it can't be the bonus, it can't be the pistol. It
Real
can't be
life
the
में
shit,
कर
the
देना
save,
start
you
कर
know?
दिए.
I mean, that full
Six
could
by I
definitely
hope
stop
आपको
the
एक अच्छी
momentum
girlfriend
that was
मिले.
starting to build
Cut
here
sure.
on the attack for BBL. And then the big thing too, Q-Sure popped that showstopper
Six
just
by
a
guy.
second before he got
Yeah.
taken out of the round. That's a tool
मेरे को
that
बोलता है
we're not
happy
gonna be able
आपकी
to
शादी
see
क्या?
carried
क्या
over
बोला था
into
भाई?
this one.
Wish you
A
happy
massive
married
one on
life.
that with that
कर
Raze
दो.
ultimate, especially when you have Koi with the
10-6
Nightfall
कौन
in
बोला?
hand.
मैंने
You
नहीं
know,
बोला था
usually
भाई.
you have great
Hello.
counters to deny that flood in on the retake situation.
And with BBL taking the time out,
Shadow top frag है just saying पूरा server का.
with Barber.
मतलब बाकी लोग कुछ तो गलत कर रहे हैं
Next round,
मैं बोल रहा हूँ
हाँ?
वो जैसा खेल रहे हैं.
हल्का सा सबको क्रॉसर चेंज करने का टाइम आ चुका है.
Right, it's a
कैमरा
big
के
change
बॉर्डर
to
लगा
how they
लगा रहा.
approach this series, right? For in BBL's history
अरे
of existence as a team. And Koi, so far, have stopped that momentum.
ठीक है.
Okay, great line as far as that fault line goes. Just to
अयो कल से क्यों इतना चिका रहा है? कौन याद कर रहा है?
lines there for Koi. But already, they're changing the pace this time. BBL looking to just fully take A site right off
एक
the
और फ्री साइड. Round 2.
I've got your trail.
Redemption.
We know this is
Fire ulti भी जा
exactly how
चुकी है.
Koi have allowed BBL
और
to
fade
move on
ulti
to side
भी
so far. It's a matter how they
defend के लिए.
retake it. Kushner pressured
सब पता
here from
लगने वाला है
Showers.
थोड़ी
Two
देर.
have popped out of the TP, and you can see it a rotation of BBL themselves.
एशफ ने मारा लेकिन.
Moving in
Huh?
with Brave, I believe.
काय को देख?
Trying
भाई
to catch the He's
साहब.
got it well
TP मारा था
covered.
ना.
And Koi are demanding space.
हाँ मतलब वो सिर्फ फ्लैंक के देख रहा था.
And they're limited into the
They
laps
can't be
area.
ulti.
Shots as well. One left on site. Rizzy is being
yeah.
deleted.
That's
And Kushner within the smoke could be everything for BBL.
सुना ही नहीं आ रहा है.
कैसे घुस के वो मार सकता है ये क्रॉसर में?
Only his gun,
इसका
only
थूक
his
नहीं
shots
क्या?
and Vandal, and he can't do a thing against the Stampede of Koi. It's 12. And there's only one remaining. Do what you can at the end to find
मैंने 35
consolidation.
बोला था बाद
But the
में
round
करके.
हम लोग ने क्या बोला था? 13-5 बराबर
closing
बोला
out
था.
map number 1.
Yeah, match point here for Koi, and that was clinical coming out
मस्त
from
retake
them. The
मारा
way that
लेकिन.
they knew that, okay, you have the Nightfall to
मारा.
work with, that's going to force
सब लोग
BBL
stretch पे खेलते
off
थे.
of the site, back in towards short, or
विमान
Showers,
याद कर
where you
रहा.
have TP
कौन विमान?
having come in for the retake from the B-Long players on the side of Koi. And then on top of that, it's just making that post plant so uncomfortable for them. BBL,
समझ
they
आ रहा.
can't comfortably
BBL
play
क्या
for
हो
those
रहा है?
lineups. It's threatened. in
Maybe
that
next
sense.
match.
Now,
Dawes.
मोह पे आया भाई, मोह पे एकदम.
a bit difficult. They have yet to really
लगता है ये भी
contest
इसमें
B-Long,
सब
I
dots
think,
कर
on these rounds.
And it might be the wrong round to do it.
Natty,
considering
Natty.
There's so many on the B proximity on the defender side of
सच्ची
things.
BBL नया टीम
Of
है.
course, there's a bit of a crossfire
Hut.
setup
Players होंगे.
here. And,
अबे
Kuba
सच्ची ना
hoping
है.
to
बड़ा पुराना
Shados
है.
as well.
ये क्या
And it
ना.
will do so.
कौन है?
So Kushner
Kushner
holding the
X
line will
पुराना
make
है.
sure
Team नहीं है ना
comfortable
लेकिन.
himself, so he's going to nestle himself into that corner as BBL by their time.
इसलिए
इतना
Dawes.
ज़्यादा आवाज में
It's
कैसे
cool, yeah,
खेल
they might be
लेते हैं?
rotating
कुछ
to
साउंड तो आती
Well, I
होगी.
mean,
थोड़ा
BBL
साउंड
off
आता
the-
बहुत.
off the utility usage here from Koi, they know that 4 are stacked over towards B. They saw the Viper Snakebite. They saw the Boom Bot coming out from Camo.
Noise
and then there was that
suppression भी है
early
ना?
guiding light, and
Face
you're not
cam
going to be
क्यों
able to
हटा
get
दिया?
that smoke from
Risk के
Rubio
दौरान
if
उसमें
he's
busy
over
है.
towards A.
But the push from B and Long means that BBL are no longer taking up that space. Starkzo's given the call over. over, and everybody from Koi will start to rotate
Let's go.
over or build up a flank behind BBL's lines. And they will move into this A site. Shadow has got a nice cover behind the poison cloud here. Will take the open
Bye.
BBL find the first clean pick. That's what they need. Can they find more? Spike being planted. Orbital strike denying some space here and denying time. 15 seconds on the clock, and only now the spike is being touched.
What?
Together and Koi start to take over.
एक सेकंड में गिर गए बे सब.
There's a flank in the making from Koi.
वो लोग कैसे चेक करते हैं बे? कैसे चेक करते हैं लोग? भाई मेरा हो गया भाई. मेरा क्या रिटेक था भाई. वाह क्या रिटेक था ब्रो.
The pick of BBL is clean as ever and show us that they do have some defense in them.
What an upset coming out from Koi.
Upset?
I mean, for
What an
BBL, this was
upset
the
coming
one
out?
map that they were able to take up against Nas.
Upset मतलब
And right
map
off the
उनका
bat,
था.
that time out that was called
BBL.
to the adjustment that they were able to make.
Split is up next, so don't go anywhere.
Fnatic और VIT भाई कैसे पूछ सकता है? इसके बाद तो Fnatic baby.
Fnatic versus
VIT Vitality safe bye.
ये गेम मजा आएगा यार.
से ये नहीं भाई, ये ब्लीड बता. सेफ बाय. वाइटलिटी जीतेगा भाई.
Fnatic बाय.
सेफ बाय के साथ मेरा पर्सनल पिक्चर है.
आपका सीनेट के साथ भी था ना? सीनेट जीता था.
जीता भाई, मैं डर गया भाई.
But Fnatic
ये डीप जिंक्स है ये जो फोटो खींचा वो आ रहेगा. डीप. वाइट ये जीतेगा. Fnatic फैन हूँ दिल से, लेकिन फोटो सेफ बाय के साथ. समझ रहे हो भाई? देखो फोटो का बात है भाई. फ्रेंडशिप यार. फ्रेंडशिप के ऊपर कुछ नहीं है. समझ रहे हो यार? पोस्टर के साथ जब भी फोटो निकालेंगे तब अपन करेंगे सब. क्या बोलते?
आपको क्या लगता है आईसो आने वाला है? कॉम्पिटिटिव
बहुत टाइम लगेगा बे. जैसे देख यूरो आके जमाना हो गया था, अब भी चालू है EMEA में.
वो भी सिर्फ EMEA में ही कर रही है ना पब्लिक.
तो
ज्यादा
भी कर रही है.
आईएसओ आते आते मैं सो जाऊंगा.
स्ट्रिक्स पे T16 में प्रैक्टिस हो रही है कि नहीं आईसो के साथ?
T16 में प्रैक्टिस कभी जमती नहीं है
भाई. देख हम लोग से स्क्रिम्स तो NH के ठीक है, क्योंकि ये लोग का आधे जन का कॉलेज रहता है, आधे जन का गर्लफ्रेंड्स रहता है, आधे जन का स्कूल रहता है. 10 रीजंस कभी ना कभी रहते हैं. तो अगर 5 जन की टीम में 5 जन आके स्क्रिम खेलना हो तो पॉसिबल ही नहीं है फ्री वाले लोग. तो मैंने ये लोग को क्या दिया है, ये लोग को बोला है कि स्टेप नंबर 1 इमोर्टल 3 जाओ.
ठीक है.
1 महीना पहले बोला था. 1 या 2 बंदे ही पहुंचा है, बाकी 3 पहुंचे नहीं अभी तक.
बेचारे स्ट्रिक्स ट्राई कर रहे हैं ना. कल कितना घंटे खेला?
वो मैटर ही नहीं करता. अभी मैंने लास्ट थर्सडे को मैंने अल्टीमेटम दिया है, एक डेट दिया है. अगर वो डेट पे अगर नहीं पहुंचे ना, बूम बम पर्सनल प्राइवेट एक मीटिंग लाइव
30 तारीख तक पहुंचने हैं.
नहीं एक डेट दिया मैंने. एक
अच्छा
नॉट 30, उसके पहले थोड़ा. वो डेट तक जो नहीं पहुंचा ना.
स्ट्रिक्स बाय. चलो डुओ करते हैं.
6 भी है.
चलो अपन नया टीम बनाते हैं.
बनाने का बना सकते हैं यार. यू आर ऑलवेज फ्री टू गो. बस अच्छे से जाना, बस डायलॉग वायलॉग मार के मत जाना.
बिग्स बाय रिमोटल बोलने बोला.
अच्छा
इसलिए मैं चला गया.
अच्छा फेयरवेल दूंगा यार. अच्छे से जाना, समझ रहे हो? कभी कभी लगता है इतना हरामी करके फ्रेंड्स नहीं है यार.
साला खुद खेलता तो नहीं और दे रहा है.
बिना खेले भी तेरे से ऊपर है भड़वे. बिना खेले भी खेलेगा तो क्या होएगा, सोचो.
अभी कोई इवेंट आ रहा है क्या?
हाँ.
कौन सा?
नासिक का एक में.
अरे प्लीज बाबा बोलना.
हाँ
बोलना बाबा.
2 महीने में एक इवेंट है.
नहीं सुनना है, छोड़ अभी. नहीं सुनना है, बोला तेरे को नहीं सुनना है.
अबे है 2 महीने में है. अरे तेरी भीड़.
बुड्ढा मेरे बीच में बहुत बोलता है.
अबे 2 महीने में है, सच्ची है इवेंट.
ये क्या सीन है?
आरामी लोग यार.
ये बुड्ढा मेरे पीछे बहुत बोलता है।
हाँ ना, बोलता तो है भाई बहुत।
अभी कभी है ए प्रीमियर कभी चालू हो रहा है?
10
भाई
क्या
चालू
10?
हो गया प्रीमियर।
अरे तो खत्म होने के बाद नया चालू होएगा ना लूड़े, बीच चालू में थोड़ी ना खेलेगा तू।
ठीक है ठीक है, वैसे अपन हारते प्रीमियर जस्ट सही।
क्यों हारते भाई?
भाई लास्ट टाइम का प्रीमियर याद आ गया मेरे को।
कप्पा ने बोला टीम ज्वाइन करने, मैंने उसको बोला एक शर्त पे यार, लास्ट राउंड तक कॉम से होना चाहिए।
नहीं हुए क्या?
हाँ पहले
भाई
दो
हमारे-
दो राउंड में खत्म हो गए थे।
हमारे कॉम्स क्या थे भाई।
हम लोग का क्या हो गया पता है, A1 में होता है ठीक है, मैं स्ट्रिक्स कप्पा रॉसी और एक और था बकचोद, कौन था रे?
स्किल्स
पता नहीं, शायद से ऐसे कुछ तो
LF
लाइटनिंग फास्ट था ठीक है। हम लोग खेल रहे रॉसी का नेट फुल बीटी दे रहा है, फुल मतलब पैकेट लॉस ठीक है, और पिंग 200-300 तक जा रहा है ठीक है। तो खेला 2-3 राउंड होने के बाद बोलता है रॉसी ए जाते करके, हम लोग ए गए, हम लोग मर गए 3 बंदे ठीक है। रॉसी बोलते मेरा हो गया, ये लैग में खेल नहीं सकता, कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, हर राउंड ए जाएंगे, मेरा हो गया। अभी मेरे को क्या मालूम उसका हो गया हर राउंड है, मतलब हम लोग थोड़ा इधर उधर जाके ट्राई कर सकते, उसने बोला मेरा हो गया हर राउंड है, हम लोग वापस ए गए। वापस मरे। कप्पा का कॉम्स बंद सीधा, एक ने बोल के बोला मेरा हो गया, कप्पा भी एक मेरा भी हो गया। नहीं खेल सकते सीरियसली इसमें। मजा आया था लेकिन
किसके
मजा
against
आया था, पता नहीं, बहुत मजा आया था। कंटिन्यूस
इसके बाद-
उसका वो आ रहा था पैकेट लॉस।
फिर उसका दावन दूसरा भी आ रहा है ना कोई तो।
उसका टिकी किधर हुआ है प्रीमियर में, पूरा 2 प्रीमियर खेला था, बाद में
हाँ,
चला
2 ही
गया
खेला,
था।
हाँ।
हाँ लाइफ में फन तो किया कभी है अभी, लेकिन नेक्स्ट प्रीमियर कभी है?
पता नहीं, चैट से पूछ।
पार्क
हाँ,
भाई
तो-
आज भी सीधा वेन्यू से, शर्म करो स्पार्क भाई, अच्छी बात नहीं है वो। क्या बोले?
From hookah towards elbow, they're about to enter the site. They're like, you know what? Now there's over rotation. We're going to go all the way back. So if we can play this clip, then I could talk us through it a little bit better. So here's the first pick happening, right? So here come the cabbages. They see that it's okay, yeah, it's gonna be an attack towards B. Shadow gets the kill. Okay, Koi's like, you know what? Let's get out of here. You know what? We miss our opportunity. Here's a stabilization from the defense. We TP back. We're going out showers here. Elite's made his way all the way back towards heaven. So here, Koi, peek before the smoke's down on heaven, and then boom, Elite gets 2, right? 4 and 3, you think, okay, now we just play the retake out. Just kidding. He's gonna run through the smoke and actually die. It comes down to a 2 versus 2, and then it ends with Koi being able to take this round, but it's just like, this is a perfect example of just how so much like back and forth happens, where it's like good play, bad play, good play. And if they want to be able to close out more defense rounds, they have to take what they get there with those 2 kills and just say, okay, 4 on 3, let's group, let's make sure that we play the retake together.
Yeah, and I thought maybe we're
Still
going to
back
get
and
a
knowledge
comeback,
तो है।
a fake comeback in
पूरा
the
भाई
end. But let's
ground के
take a
बारे में
look
पता है ना,
at
सुना नहीं
Stark.
वो।
So here in the AIM
नहीं, मैं
Labs
कुछ काम कर
warm
रहा
up as we get onto the next map, Lothar. They are just 1 away from being able to keep themselves alive. Just for
भाई ये
now,
AIM
you
Labs
think
compulsory
Koi
करना
can
पड़ता
bring
है
it
क्या?
home as we
नहीं।
move on to split?
I
नहीं
think the
मतलब
vibes are pretty good now in the team now. If those coaches can transfer those
Shaयद करना
feelings
पड़ता है।
towards them, I feel like
नहीं
they're
भाई,
looking good. Also BBL, I feel like they just struggle on a very basic fundamental level. We have seen that on Bind, like they didn't they played aggressive on
Bhargav bhai, thank you for the 10 gifted मेरी जान के total
plays, but then just immediately fell back and didn't retake any map control. So it's something that Koi can definitely punish now, and Koi was looking really good at the defaulting on attack, being ready for those potential pushes from BBL, but they were never happening. So now when we're going into split, I feel like there's a lot of question marks. We've never seen neither of those teams play split yet, so we don't know what the composition
लव यू
is.
सॉरी कुछ काम कर रहा था। भार्गव भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 10 गिफ्टेड गाइस, जिसको भी गिफ्टेड मिला है ओपा 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 कर दो और थैंक्स बोल दो उससे। Thank you, Bhargav bhai.
Do that again this time?
I mean, I don't think we
क्या क्या?
really necessarily need to look and focus on what's happening on the attack side. I think it's
करना
like
तो चाहिए
the
सब.
defense is where both teams need their work right now. And as you said,
करना
yeah, they
चाहिए,
weren't
but एक
doing any
routine
of the
जैसा
walk
करना
pushes, but
चाहिए.
I
ऐसा
don't
नहीं कि
think either of the
उसको
teams
2-2
really do the
घंटा
walk
aim labs
pushes
ही
here. They
की
need to get a little bit more
नहीं
active on their defense because
सबसे बेस्ट रूटीन बताओ. आधा घंटा एमलेप्स.
आधा
आधा
घंटा
घंटा
हाथ मर
शूटिंग
जाएगा
रेंज.
मेरा.
मर जाएगा तो
अरे
भाई
एम
मरे.
लैब्स में तू सिर्फ वो मत कर, तू एक ही चीज
अलग
करता है
अलग
क्या?
अलग अलग चीजें रहती है भाई.
नहीं भाई मैं टॉप 1% हूँ एमडब्ल्यू में.
तेरी कार्ड में आते का लन ट्रिप हो सके. ठीक है, फिर आधा घंटा शूटिंग रेंज.
हाँ
फिर आधा घंटा डेथ मैच.
हाँ
और फिर 15 घंटा कॉम्पी. ये
भाई
होनी चाहिए रूटीन.
इतने टाइम में 2 कॉम्पी हो जाते मेरे.
ये गया प्लस वॉच पार्टी. अभी देखो आधा घंटा, 1.5 घंटा और 15 घंटा कितना 17.5 या 18 घंटा हो गया. बाकी का क्या है? बाकी का इसमें वॉच पार्टी देख के सीखने का.
करेक्ट.
अच्छा
वो
खाना
एक
पीना कब?
वो एक
बीच
आधा
में
घंटा
खाते खाते देखते देखते खाओ पियो नहाओ सब देखते देखते.
वो एक आधा घंटा रेंज का हटा के एक्सरसाइज.
ना 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 ना. रेंज में एक्सरसाइज कर चलेगा. समझ रहा है? बाद में तेरा कल परसों नेटफ्लिक्स में वो आएगा स्टोरी.
मेरे को लगता है आधा घंटा रेंज 15 मिनट डेथ मैच हो गया काफी है भाई कॉम्पी. फिर
इसलिए नहीं पहुंच पा रहा ना अभी
Kickoff, and for
तक.
Koi,
इमॉर्टल
this is a chance to show they can close out a series in a fashion that they themselves would like.
हर वॉच पार्टी में स्ट्रिक्स. भाई खेलने का मन कर रहा है, भाई जाने का मन कर रहा है, भाई ये करने. बाद में एक रैंक गेम के बाद भाई मेरा हो गया. पैंचोत मेरा हो गया भाई. टीममेट चूतिया है, एम चूतिया है, सब चूतिया. मेरा हो गया.
मैं ज्यादा सच बोल दे रहे.
Man, starting out here on the
दो
pistol
गेम
and
भी नहीं
already
लगते, बस एक
looking
गेम.
to push directly in towards the A. No defaulting. They're looking to go in right off the gate.
They really are. Guiding
बस
line,
पुश रुका दिया, कुछ
delaying
नहीं
them
कर
for
सकते.
just a little bit, but Koi, as they do,
Huh?
linger a little bit longer and do move a little bit towards this ramp side, and
चार
people take
बंदे.
that space as well. Look at that, 3 players moving up in here. It might actually be a crunch of 4 different players, and instead they'll be moving into vents.
बाप रे.
By himself, no one shall go into vents. But
BBL is back, buddy.
win trade after trade.
Buddy, BBL is back.
On this series, and so far it's 4 versus 1 in favor of BBL on this first round. And Corbinho's got himself the one, but it's all
BBL is back, buddy. BBL is back. It's 1-1.
for BBL, and Koi trailing behind.
It's 1-1.
Really awkward
क्या बोलता
pivot
है?
over towards ramps. The second that A main choke got a
नहीं
little bit
भाई,
uncomfortable
easy
there
है.
for Koi, but
डिफेंड तो अच्छा किया
BBL,
है.
they needed to start off
Rotation
with
भी
some
अच्छा
we
था.
talked about how good
रोटेशन
Koi
भी
is
अच्छा था,
on
डिफेंड भी अच्छा था.
pistols, starting off on the right foot though. For the
शॉट्स भी
side
अच्छे
of
मारे
BBL
भाई.
to
पौरा
try
Shots
to
भी-
shift that
वो
into
बात
their
बढ़
favor
गए.
again.
हो सकता है
You
कमबैक
want
हो
to see
सकता है.
them
बड़ा
ए
गेम
टिल्ट हो गया, ए टिल्ट हो गया.
rounds
मेरा हो
early
गया
on,
बोल दिया
trying to
उसने.
build that momentum, be fresh going into split after losing out their map pick.
Yeah, I think
2-0
BBL
करो
lost
फैनेटिक
that
मैच.
one
नहीं
round.
भाई
It's like
अच्छा
no
मैच होगा
pressure,
तो मजा
guys.
आता.
Do you think you guys know how to shoot? I think that's something that needs to be
Best
brought to their
one
minds all the
will
time.
be
Build that
best.
confidence, because I think that's what Turkish Valorant is built off of, right? Confidence. And
ये मैप में एक ही है ना वन में ये वाला. ए पे भी है.
Around Koi, on the other hand, playing
बहुत
a
है
bit slowly.
पागल
Does
खतरनाक
mix
है.
with
बी
BBL
का
though.
ये
I
है,
feel like
बी
that's
के
a big
एंट्रेंस
issue
पे,
of it.
ए
You know,
के
you
एंट्रेंस
get a
पर
little
है.
angsty. You want to get going, and you are not permitted to have that fast-paced gameplay that you
भाई
would
ये भी
like
वन में
to
अच्छा
take
पता है वो जो
over,
डब्बा
but
है ना,
now the better weapons for
डब्बा के
BBL
हाँ वही
ऊपर.
वही
on
वही
defense
वो
here.
है और उसके ऊपर भी
It
है.
seems that they
डब्बे
are
के
ये
ऊपर
डब्बे
है,
राइट
उसके
डब्बे
ऊपर
के
है.
all
ऊपर.
by himself. If Koi can isolate that pick would be grand, but Kushina's got it all covered from the upper angle. Brave takes 2 down before he himself
कौन है
falls.
किधर है?
So the final remaining player will
भाई वैंडल है,
on
उमर की वैंडल लो.
borrowed time. That's 2-0 for BBL, as clean as it could be.
That's what you like to see if you're a BBL fan. You can hear the chanting in the background from the crowd as well, just trying to give them that momentum, that support.
बाप रे वो
on the
बंदा
big
का गया
stage.
भाई आवाज कल.
Koi,
खत्म है.
they have the weapons, but BBL, this bonus
match
कल
is
कोई
really
बंदे के
strong.
पास हाय बोलने जाएगा ना
That's
सीधा
Koi
व्हाट्सएप
They
नंबर
failed.
एक्सचेंज
They
करके
need
टेक्स्ट
to
करेगा है.
correct this, right? It's a
उसका
matter
हो
of
गया भाई.
pride at this point.
उसका गया.
Oh, what is this? Elite with the
Heavy
bucky
support
towards
कर रहा है
vents.
बे.
And you've got a little bit of that attention here, poised by Koi towards the mid side.
Let's be fair, it's the best gun for the Pens.
I mean, for the space that you're looking to contest, it's incredible, especially when you pair that alongside the poison orb and the snake bites.
बच गया.
I love that he's also trying to conceal that he's got that gun.
त्रास है ना ये
The,
Viper
Prowler
smooth
with the ghost as well.
Can't let him know.
No, be a surprise. a bloody surprise, perhaps, if they do end up moving in this direction. But for now, Koi keep the pressure in mid, and you can see BBL not want to hold back on it at all.
नहीं इसलिए ये करते करते हैं ना ए भी लेने का बे और उसमें दोनों टॉक्सिन ऊपर के है ना
तभी मतलब
तब पट से खत्म हो
even further. You can see Power moving left and right across the map, trying to be at the ultimate place at the right time, but it seems Koi might find an opening to head towards B.
Oh, this is tricky positioning.
भाई साहब उसका रीड भी था लेकिन
Okay, you got a very deep prowler.
कामो भाई का रीड भी था
So Koi know that there's no immediate backstab looming.
Not only are they in time trouble, they're in space trouble because they really can't find a thing. It looks like they are fancying this B site more than anything else as Elite does drop, but Kushner does damage before. He's got a chance to do it again, and he's got his teammate Brave as well. Paranoia, super important. Brave had to win that fight to keep BBL in contention over this B site supremacy. Kushner though, the only man standing left on the site. The TP's They sealed this round, and Poria all by himself. The leader of the team can only look to hide away. Maybe if you can find a Vandal, or maybe try and do something with the Spectre and kill anybody else off. But that will be caught getting the first round.
मैं देख नहीं पा रहा हूँ
Man, Koi comfortable for them once the weapons
Shadow
did
का
come
aim थोड़ा
out. I think they did really well as far as just conditioning over towards mid as well. Just the dark covers alone that cut off that male angle there from BBL forced both snake bites out of Elite right off the gate with still a minute left. A lot of that stall utility used within the initial first third of the round. And now, for Koi, it's a question of can they continue to force that utility usage? And we saw it on Bind where
भाई ये क्या शॉट था बे ये देखा ना तू देख उसका तू देखा ना क्रॉसर उसकी गोटियों के तक भी नीचे लेकिन स्प्रे में हट जाता है बे उसका भाई 20 साल की तपस्या है
pistol of this series. But at least if they can get some buy rounds heading in their way, would be the best case scenario for them.
Have to see how things end up going here. Again, Elite has been doing so much with the Poison Orb. Deep one way here for Brave as well, just to deny B main. Right off the gate here, Koi, again, not much space to work with, but this is familiar for them. They're very much so allowed to play their own game in that kind of sense as well, with how slowly they like to default, and again, they continue to thrive in those time crunch moments to get that spike planted.
Yeah, and it's those chaotic moments that it seems they've got the clarity to get the right calls in, hit the right shots, have the protocols with you know the buddy systems and close it all out, you know, it all becomes too simple when there's a time crunch, you know. It all becomes simple Valorant at that point. And whoever's got the protocols right correctly is the one that usually comes out on top. But here's Koi moving on to the safe side. They've got a death ball approach to this, right? 5
भाई लेकिन ये बेस्ट ही लगता है एनी टाइम दर्द देता है भाई ब्रीच दर्द भार्गव भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 10 गिफ्टेड मेरी जान चकवात भाई कैसा मारता है ये इतना लॉन्ग रेंज
I mean, plant secured here for Koi nonetheless, but you still have a paranoia to work with here. One dark cover as well to just cut off one of these lines of sight, especially with Shadows playing so far back into
Bhargav bhai, thank you so much for the 10 gifted. Love you, मेरी जान के duties. देव भाई ना मान रहे, देव भाई ना मान रहे, देव भाई ना मान रहे. Six, देव भाई ना मान रहे.
There's still another part to it, and a defusal to follow up. Paranoia expecting him to be on site, but he's nowhere, so he's wasted it for now. Has to get onto the spike, and he might be able to defuse it fully. Shados is going to be spraying, but he's going to miss the shot. Snakebite at his feet, but it might be all too late. Defuse is successful. BBL on the board.
What a way to do it. It was
पहले स्प्लिट करना था बे.
a second with the fact that you also see Brave ends up falling to the snake bite nonetheless. But man,
bye, thank you so much for the 10 pounds मेरी जान के duty. Also guys, we are very close to 7k likes. अगर किसने नहीं किया है तो like के बटन को ठोक दो. मुझे कहीं रोक दो.
Cycled into the showstopper at the very least. Not nearly as many pieces to work with here for Koi. We can look towards Shadow to try and get that Rolling Thunder online.
Yeah, you definitely have to look at your winning case scenarios here, and definitely
never watched
the
the
Shadow, that Rolling Thunder, can take up so much. And Shadow's going to have to play a supportive role on this map, right? It's a bit of a difference in dynamic on Breach on this situation.
It's a code green वही नहीं था
It's been so good finding those second entries on different occurrences, but split.
हाथी का लंड
Secondary role, Koi. Moving up towards ramp here in A. But the main meat and potatoes may have to be this left-hand side, this mid position.
Amar moment.
Or maybe a double crunch into vents.
I mean, who knows?
B जाएगा तो मजा आएगा.
Koi, again, they look for that space, they pull back, they just look to draw.
B साथ में एक साथ आके full B execute किया ना.
Again, cycle back up on that poison orb. Just try and continue to creep up.
अब ये लोग कर सकते हैं ना यार execute वो रोकने के लिए है नहीं वैसे कुछ.
Looking across, you can see some pings on the minimap as well towards Elite's position. As in to notify of his approximate position himself, but you can see how much space Starkso has garnered towards the other side of the map, right? Trying to keep everybody busy. He has popped off the showstopper because of it. Kushner doesn't have available no more, as the rest of Koi look to move onto this A site. Look at Power though, a highly influential position that can catch so many off guard, and with a judge, it's the best weapon for multiple players to try and run into his face. BBL winning all of these trades. Camo further distance away from this. It's going to have to be a
दो मारे उसने.
1-on-3, but you've got the showstopper online here for Camo now. One satchel to work with here as well.
He's limited to this elbow corner. BBL
clean करने का है क्या grey color हाँ वो warmer है वो.
They start to circle all the way around.
हाथ में थोड़ा moisture रहने के लिए.
Exits. And that's BBL continuing with a streak on this defense. That's going to be a fourth round for
BBL जीत go.
And that's the positioning from Power that you had initially noted there as
well.
Just in towards Hell outside of A main. The fact that he's able to get 2 with the judge turns the tides, because BBL, you initially saw Elite was pulled over towards that B side, that rotation away. It was all up to those 2 players left towards A, and they do enough to take down 2 apiece with them. Koi, sure, still. Awkward money situation coming through. They're still able to buy up, but now this is where things start to get tight.
वाकले भाई हम और जनता मिस कर रहे हैं. बाहर आ जाओ घर बनाने से. Hello.
I mean, it's probably the best Viper's pit here on Split, like undeniably. So you deny the pinch towards either site there, and you're just fully funneled into either extremity here.
It's just too claustrophobic to enter.
The only thing could be maybe just trying to utilize Shadow's utility to try and break through in that kind of sense. But again, it still is a really big risk, like we've mentioned. It's not worth it. But then you also have, I mean, Brave is pretty far up towards that B side, not seeing anything. It's a comfortable stack here for BBL towards A.
किधर भी कर सकते हैं execute लोगों को गुस्सा है.
What's interesting about this, the Trailblazer has just been used outside of A main, and it hasn't figured out anyone's position from the attackers. So you could easily make the call, all right, nobody's nearby here. We're approaching the 42nd mark. This could be it. Guiding light though, and that's going to sign the alarms. That's definitely showing there's some sort of presence here, especially with not much time to spare. From the shadows, Grubinho finds site access, but they need to find a pick perhaps to solidify this take overall. They've gotten the space. They'll get the spike down to this retake.
I mean, and now not having to utilize that Rolling Thunder, the
Razer
showstopper, to actually get that execution down. This is going to be a very comfortable post play here for Koi.
Just depends if they're able to use their utility at the right point in time, and if BBL could rip their heads apart before they can do so. Shadow, Rolling Thunder, looks like he wants to use it pre-emptive. It's so influential! A double kill out of nowhere.
सीधा save, बे सीधा. ऐसा अल्ट मारा सीधा सेव.
अरे क्योंकि एक और लो है ना.
Reezy, no confidence, no health. It's 3v5. The site's impossible to take with the Viper's Pit is down, and knowing the showstopper, the Rolling Thunder.
खड़ा हो गया मेरा.
As well.
खड़ा हो गया भाई.
Just too tough.
मारेगा इसे.
पैर.
To stay. Give the round to Koi.
एक बार भी नहीं मारा तूने ऐसा.
On बैठ के.
Much needed one here for Koi. Try and get themselves back into this match.
भाई मेरा बैठ के बोचा सॉफ्ट हो गया बे.
They're trying to play back on that A site, expecting all of those ultimates to be used on the
अरे
execution.
बैठ के गांडू.
With so little pressure coming out from BBL on those choke points, Koi very comfortable just walking on in. Nobody's home. Now,
सीखो सीखो भाई मैं सबसे खेलता
Same
हूँ.
kind of standard default setup here on the
लोगों
side
ने
of
देखा नहीं
Koi.
लगता
You're
मेरा
going to
कल का
continue
गेम
to see
प्ले.
every single round the same wall being thrown out by Shados, just pressuring over towards ramps, forcing some of that
Breach
early
and WB
utility
है.
from BBL, looking mainly towards Reezy to try and just find that information.
भाई यही आवाज उसको जिताएगी याद रखना.
This time around, Brave taking up some space and might be greeted with some players. Does back out before that's the case though, so he does avoid some confrontation here, which allows Koi to dry peek it, gain this access for free basically.
100% Koi round जीता 100%. पेन पेपर लेके आ.
And Brave is in for
100%. लौड़े लग गए वो देख.
Paranoia
जीत
there
गया
and
बे.
ready. It's going to delay them massively. Brave might have gotten stunned up, concussed in the air, but he's still able to shoot. He's still back to recovery mode. Elite is the one to do a lot of damage.
भाई blind went करके फायदा नहीं है.
Timely. Look at everyone lined up and ready. Try to shut down all of these Koi players, and they will do so.
भेजो 1000 GB
In
भेजो.
ease.
भेजो जल्दी.
5-2 for BBL. They got there in time, and that's no more to Koi.
Stunning flood back on towards site there from BBL, looking to pressure right off the gate. They were giving a little bit too much respect to Koi in the last.
चैट ने लिख के नहीं रखा था इसलिए हुआ ऐसा. लिख के रखता तो नहीं होता था.
On the side of Koi, they've got to go back to the drawing board. One away from that nightfall for Stark, so
down the left and do some standing
neither of these teams though have been able to really
as well.
counter
हाँ रे
both
मेरे
of
को
them
करने का
above.
है.
These rounds have been tight despite the scoreline.
Hello.
साजल भाई वो सब
भाई,
करने का
Binks जीपे नहीं
है.
दे
But
रहा
I'm
उधर.
waiting to buy a new house very soon
बोला
यार.
अभी
Like
जीतेगी ये
within
कोई हार गई कोई. मैंने बोला
5-6 months or something. लोन लेके बड़ा सा. तो तब करेंगे वाला. वो सब प्लान है.
स्कैम कर लो भाई.
ट्रेडमिल भी डालूंगा भागते भागते करेंगे.
Something
हाँ बोल.
I believe they would have hoped
Paisa.
would catch BBL by
क्या
surprise.
पैसा दे रहा तू?
Maybe
Thank
they
you.
would have had something
ले
that
भाई, देख ले,
BBL
ऐसा
couldn't expect. But so far they haven't been able to crack through. BBL definitely being a solid wall.
भाई चैट में देखो कौन आया है अनुज भाई.
कौन आए?
एक सबसे बवासीर बंदा, सबसे बवासीर.
बवासीर बोल रहे साला.
जिसने गेम्स जिता के आपको होप्स दिए फिर चला गया था.
अच्छा.
गेस
एक
करो.
second.
गेस करो.
ये क्या हो सकता है? The businessman, the अमीर आदमी.
द अमीर आदमी या
He's
द
the
अमीर आदमी
जो
जिसने
अपनी पैसा कमा के ऑर्ग बनाने वाला है.
+1 जिसने अभी तक मेरी मेंबरशिप भी नहीं ली. लोगों का घर बना रहे, मेरा घर बनाने में हेल्प नहीं कर रहा है.
वाकले भाई जॉन.
कैसे वाकले भाई? हाउस यूज डिस्कॉर्ड और अंडी मंडी तुम्हारी.
आज वाकले भाई आपकी आवाज नहीं सुनी.
From the paranoia, again, is immaculate. Has stopped them in their tracks, and BBL have rotated.
अंडी मंडी दिया वाकले भाई. ये गेम देख के ऐसा लग रहा है.
A lot of noise,
हाँ?
but no payoff quite yet. Giving up this space here now for Koi. They have to
अनुज
re-clear
भाई
back
गॉड
towards mid. They haven't
गॉड
had
ने बुलाया.
anyone
आओ
over there. It's only been Shados
Discord
constantly lurking it towards that A side, just seeing
Install
what
करो
utility
Discord
is being
वापस.
cycled out here. Reveals himself to add a little bit more of that pressure as Koi walk up mid.
Elite spotted them.
बात तो है
And
त्रिपाठी.
he will call for
ये
reinforcements.
गया. मत बुला मत
is the
बुला
abide,
वाकले को
but
मत बुला
smoke-
डिस्कॉर्ड.
Smoke blocking
Ooh.
his vision. Elite might have gone under the radar here.
पता है
think
अच्छा
Koi
अच्छा
knows,
फील नहीं
just
आ रहा
lurking
उससे.
around, but Starkso does get the pick. Koi with the advantage. They usually end up with victories here.
Hate
Reezy
comment
is
दे रहा
there to
पड़ा हुआ.
stop him. Trample on Starkso and backs off before he gives the advantage back to Koi.
But walking back over
देख
now,
रहे
there
हो?
is an 8 in hand here for Camo.
जिस
Kushner
गेम ने
still on
उसे इतना
Raptors.
प्यार
And
दिया.
he's going to peek out. He knows where one is. Gets a spray. Knows one is dropped. Notified his teammate. Blast back.
भाई
assist.
कुछ ज्यादा ही वो उछल गया बे. चल गया जिससे.
Stands tall. And the spike now in the middle of B put a lot of pressure.
बड़ा
on
आदमी
Koi.
बन गया
Shadows
भाई.
gets a pick,
वाकला
but with
बड़ा
20
आदमी बन
seconds,
गया.
it's all down to Garbinho, really. If you really want to have a chance in this one, it's Garbinho.
मेरे
all day,
Discord में
spread
by
on
the way
the
हम
wall.
लोग.
क्या कर रहे हैं बाजू में
Brave
ब्रेव?
on that left-hand
मरवा
side
दिया
angle.
उसको.
10 seconds on the clock, but this round has got BBL's name written all over it. Destined to get a 6th round and increase that lead
क्या
against
लगता है?
Koi.
Comeback?
4
Yeah,
rounds of
NHK.
difference at this point in time.
I think different में
Nothing you
हो
can do
सकता है.
there on the side
से.
of Koi. I think the difference
और
was
दो
Rubinho,
round
who was
तो
just
चाहिए.
Yeah,
split
MWM.
off from the play due to the
Hello.
smoke towards B.
अरे
Not able to
वाकले
pressure
भाई
down.
हाउस यूज.
भाई.
काय हेड
Hello,
पिला रहे हो
Binks.
Fight
बच्चो?
the players on Koi trying to drop
काय
it
हेड
from
पिला रहे हो?
11.
इतना अच्छा गेम है.
Now, semi-eco
अच्छा तो
to
है.
come through here on the side of Koi. I know we're
क्या
talking
बोला,
about
क्या
the
बोला?
economy a lot.
अच्छा तो है.
कुछ नहीं बोला था भाई। वाकले
कर
भाई
रहे हो
क्या
वाकले
कर
भाई?
रहे हो यार?
कुछ ना है, टाइम पास।
किसके साथ?
सीएस।
कौन मिली आपको बताए?
कोई नहीं, अकेला हूँ।
अरे झूठा,
अरे सच्ची।
तेरी झूठा
बैंक
अकेला।
बैंक अकाउंट में
नहीं,
कितना
नहीं,
हो गया
सच्ची।
अभी?
और के लिए रेडी है
पता
वाकले
नहीं। हाँ, थोड़ा सा दे सकता हूँ।
भाई?
डन से मेरे को दे दे, मैं उनको दे दूंगा बाद में।
इसमें आपने टीम बनाया था, मैंने सुना अभी।
बना रहा हूँ वापस
देख हो गया उसका
भाई।
6 महीने
फाइनल
तो बनाते हो,
सुनो
बनाते
सुनो,
हो और तोड़ते हो, बनाते हो और
फाइनल
तोड़ते हो।
फाइनल्स में 2 राउंड की वजह से आ रही, ठीक है? जस्ट सेइंग, वो भी ये भड़वों ने थ्रो किया। हाँ
आपका कितना किल्स था?
कोच था मैं, कोच
Coach
था। अबे मैं खेला ही नहीं, कोच था मैं।
क्या
Now
दिन
they're
आ
just
गए,
waiting for
बिंग्स भाई
Shados
कोच
to
बनना।
regroup. Got 2 rifles
अनुज
to
भाई
work
बन
with
सकते हैं,
here
मैं क्यों
in
नहीं
this
भाई?
2v3. Both players
सेम
on
उम्र
Koi
है,
low though.
सेम गेम प्ले थोड़ी है भाई।
ऑलमोस्ट सेम है।
Brave, all he has to do is stay alive.
कौन सा
Just
मैच
needs
देख रहे हैं?
information, back off and play the
BBL
BBL
versus
versus
Koi.
कॉय।
especially when Power
इसके
has a
बाद
role.
फेनेटिक है। कॉय पुरानी टीम है,
War
बीबीएल
नहीं
नई
होता
टीम है। नहीं नहीं नहीं।
Just waiting. Spike initiated, sure,
कोई था ही नहीं
comfortable
वाकले
at the
में,
very
वो लोग
least in
ब्रेक
that
पे
kind
चला
of
गया था।
sense.
6 महीने बाद आया तो अभी
Not
मजा आ
wanting
रहा
to
अरे बाप रे।
have to
वाकले
use
भाई
the
कृपया
rounds that
गेम्स
were
और टीम्स को
this
कुछ
way.
ना
They
बोले।
got out, but a
आंटी
great
मंडी।
aftershock to divvy up the team.
Fault line towards
Yeah.
Shadows, but
Yeah.
Shadows
आपको
able to
आके
avoid it.
टाइम पास
Crucially
करता हूँ,
enough,
एक दो
picks
गेम
up
डोटा
Brave, and
खेलता
now
हूँ,
it's 2
दोस्तों के
versus
साथ
2,
VCT
and
खेलता
he
हूँ।
looks to go all the way
गलत
around to
है।
assist his
ये
teammate.
सब गेम में
Oh,
फन
and
नहीं है।
BBL
वालो
have
खेलो।
to keep looking, right? You cannot
Swallow भी
stop
खेलता हूँ।
considering that this heaven angle could be
Critical.
covered, but instead, playing the buddy system.
अच्छा लगा वाकले
The
भाई
spike
आपकी
is
आवाज़
planted
सुन के।
directly in them.
मुझे भी
It's not
आप-
being touched.
ओल्ड
Stands being
मेमोरीज जाग गए
enabled.
ना?
They're still looking for Shadows, but they cannot find him. They
जब
steal.
एमएन
only
पे
just
खड़े
one
रह के
night.
वाकले
Might be
भाई
a
रहना
little
से
too
4
late.
के मारते थे।
In the middle of it.
Arena or
Power
Jet
blind as a
main.
bat, and with that, Koi
Neon main भी।
eventually managed to close
हाँ,
off a
दो
round
मारा
of their
था,
own.
याद
The
है।
third round of the
ए
board.
कॉय कमबैक मारेगा
That's
मेरे
an
को लग रहा है।
attack side success.
वही याद
ब्रिज
है,
मैप में
सबको neon
नियॉन
से-
से वही याद आता है मेरे को। ब्रिज
इतना
मैप
सब
साला
किया
गंदा मैप।
वाकले, इतना मैप
इतना
किसी
प्रैक्टिस
से।
किया था साला, तो गेम में जाके 3 किल है, 2 किल मारा था।
वाकले
कोई नहीं वाकले।
वो बिंग्स भाई देखो ना, एक ही
जब-
एजेंट खेला है पूरा जिंदगी भर, फिर भी नहीं मार पाते।
वाकले इसलिए मेरे को
सिर्फ
मेरा
रेस।
मेरा नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन इसलिए आपके लिए है। आपको बैठते वक्त दर्द होता है? बैठते वक्त
नहीं, अभी तक तो नहीं।
तेरे गांड में हाथी का लैंड लौड़े लैंड इतना बड़ा लैंड।
इसलिए पूछ रहा था।
शीश।
समझ रहे? मुझे काहे तोड़ रहे भैंचो? हाँ, एक तो मिस कर रहे करके बुलाया। पड़वा साला। Can you like shut the fuck up?
Starks are close to the action, and Elite is down. Koi numbers advantage, and Brave in
6-4 हो गया बे।
Shadows, he's dealing against a lot of players towards this A side.
वाकले next match आ रहा है Fnatic का देखने?
Oh,
कहाँ
weapon
जाना है?
recovered here from
मतलब इधर ही है।
as well. Again, the open plants here towards
नहीं
B,
तो
very
चटक जाएगा ना, तो
standard.
बिजी आदमी है, अभी
Did not
गर्लफ्रेंड
start
से
so
बहुत
deep
सारे।
and spotted.
नहीं,
Just
वो मैं
expect
बस खेलने
Power to
जाऊंगा
commit
थोड़ा
to that
टाइम
flank
पास
coming
करो।
through.
Yes,
Seekers
खेल।
used very
Valo खेल।
early, but it gives
कैसे
off the
वाकले
hint
भाई
that
सब
Koi
मुझे
are
पता है।
down in towards
Yes,
alley.
yes, sir.
Shadow can expect the TP has happened. He's smart enough to hold back against the flash, and Koi, superiority in numbers, Reezy is low. He's only got a sheriff.
बुली कर रहे बे।
Looking bleak for him, at least
अब
this
shift हो
one.
गया,
Koi's
लोग क्यों आते
chance
हो?
to close up the gap even further. Starkso triples up eventually, and a fourth for Koi.
All members.
Okay, looking
एक
good
last team बनाते
coordination
वाकले
coming
भाई, हो
through
जाए
here
यार।
for Koi. Starting to get a read on
मैं
how
तेरे को
BBL
कोचिंग
like
करने
to
को बहुत टाइम से
maneuver
ट्राई
around
किया
the
था। अभी
map.
फ्री एजेंट है तू।
Again, BBL, I mean, they were also down in a couple of weapons.
event
They're
खेल रहा हूँ।
quite, nonetheless, you got to take those rounds,
CS
start to rack them up. They do have the advantage
ऐसे ही डाला था
of the
दोस्तों
last
के
map
हम
at the
लोग
very
खेल।
least. This
हल्का सा
is
तुम दोनों को नीचे ड्रैग कर
important
दो,
for
बात करके आ
BBL
जाओ।
to try and maintain this lead.
तू ही पूछा
Especially
उसको, वो
as
आंसर
हाँ,
कर
तो मैं
रहा
बता
है।
रहा
मैं मेरा टीम में बुला रहा हूँ भाई, वालों का।
Now, I
नहीं,
mean, you do have, again,
मैं पूछा उसको कौन से गेम में नया टीम बनाया, पूछा उसको, मेरे को पता था क्या आने वाला है।
denied.
रेजर के साथ नहीं।
Classic.
मैं रेजर आज तक नहीं भाई, आज तक
Saying
नहीं।
Vamos there made me think. The polls have
आज तक
taken
रेज
over
नहीं
a
किया।
Spanish
स्टिक्स बता।
organization, right?
आज
ऑफ स्ट्रीम के बारे में पूछो स्ट्रिक्स
When
को।
the polls have
आज
taken
तक
over,
रेज
it's a
के बिना
Polish
खेले
poll.
नहीं।
Listen, we're going to
स्ट्रिक्स भी
Madrid.
बहुत टाइम बाद है।
You were going to Madrid,
किधर
yes.
गया?
Spanish people
अबे किधर गए नहीं, जब भी लाइफ सेटल रहता है, बहुत पैसा रहता है, तो जाते रहते हैं लोग।
एक महीने से तू खेल रहा है कंटिन्यूअसली, उसके पहले 6 महीने के बाद।
हाँ, उसके पहले 6 महीने College
still
थोड़ा
win
पढ़ाई
another
वढ़ाई
match
चालू.
after that and solidify a spot into play-ins.
Exams पढ़ाई.
Still,
स्किन से ए मैसेज मिलता है और जस्ट मिथ It's a myth, but you feel good.
Right, it's not all too
cold
lost,
coffee
but
पीते
have
हो क्या
lost
नहीं
a bit
अभी?
of momentum, which Corey have looked to
Cold coffee lover है
interact
क्या?
with and
कौन है? कौन है?
keep elite out
कौन
there.
है?
Although I don't think he's being concussed. Shadow's going to go for the chase. Oh, this is crazy. He goes right after him, sneaks in front of him, and just punches him in his face. Koi have taken over the A site in the meantime. Camo looking to push, and the stun is immaculate. Shadow doing wonders, even though he's not close to the fight. Aggressive with his position.
इसलिए रेज मजा आता है इसलिए.
BBL making this doable. 23 seconds. The Koi haven't gotten the spike down. They need to cross forwards, and Brave has got the sight line. 18 seconds. Brave is down. Shados, he had to get that, and he did. And Reezy now is on the clutch. With
कान
Camo on the
पटेगी नहीं
shot
वाकले
step,
भाई.
with Shados to the side, this is too difficult to imagine. He has to check it, and Shadows got this card. 6 Only one round of defense between the two teams.
Things are getting tense here on stage. A tight
It's
second
been a long
map.
time.
The positioning here, king for Koi. Looking over towards
अभी भी स्टेज पे जा सकते हैं अपन यहाँ पे. अरे 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 अरे.
Careful there, Barber. Fall off your chair, mate. Come on.
Hey, they're stoked about it. You gotta
Are
have
they?
that kind of energy in an elimination match.
You do, you do. I can only imagine what the comms look like over in a time.
भाई क्या कोच है भाई.
हेलो हेलो
High and let's be stop them.
कहाँ से हो गया भाई?
गेम्स ऑन कब कर? गेम्स ऑन मैंने यार.
A lot of aggression off of BBL here is subsided as they do drop back and respect Koi's presence. It's
ये देखना यूसी देखना ठीक है.
Can't find the shot, but Piss
बोला.
switches to the Phantom inside.
वो मैटर नहीं करता. यूसी देखा ना. बोल रहा हूँ बफ चाहिए बेंच. बोल रहा हूँ कोई सुनता ही नहीं है.
Koi equalize on the final mark and end the
Sexy
half
up,
on a high.
sexy up,
What
sexy
a
up.
way to hit the gas and change.
6-2 से 6-6 हाँ ना जीता. बाकी अभी भी अपन जा सकते स्टेज पे. देख टीम अच्छी है अपनी ये वाली.
बोला ना मैं जा रहा हूँ स्टेज पे.
कब है वाकले शादी?
2028.
2028?
मतलब
8 हैं जो 4 साल है वाकले.
लौड़ा. कितने कितने साल का है तू वाकले? कितने साल का है?
26.
नहीं मेरे हिसाब से इसके घर बनाने की स्टाइल और हवस के हिसाब से 1.5 साल.
कहाँ से है यार?
1.5 साल. भाई देखो अंधेरे में सिर्फ गेमिंग करोगे ना. मैं बोल रहा हूँ
क्या बोल रहा है
भाई. 1.5 साल वाकले का 1.5 साल. भाई लिख के रखो भाई.
बिंक्स ना वाकले को बहुत परेशान करते हैं.
भाई 1.5 साल भाई देखो. मैं बोल रहा हूँ भाई 1.5 साल. आज का डेट लिख के रखो चैट. 1.5 साल.
Quite happy to play the retake over there. Very much so focusing.
इसलिए बंदा एक गेम नहीं खेल पाता है. समझ रहा है अनुज भाई? इसलिए एक गेम नहीं खेल पाते. देखा सब थोड़ा थोड़ा कर रहा है.
Position for a potential wrap back through that mid side coming out from Reezy. Expecting more of that flank to come through.
Dark cover does subside. Poison Cloud gets put in its place.
Great cycling.
सब गेम ट्राई किया मेरे को डोटा बहुत अच्छा लगा.
On the outside looking in right now, but can't see much.
मेरे को बचपन में अच्छा लगा. अरे सुनो ये ड्रैग कर रहे हैं इन दोनों को बेंच. अरे मस्त गेम है वैलो भड़वो.
सॉरी अच्छा है वैलो.
देख क्या 3 मारा. ये सब बाद में हम एक डिस्कॉर्ड टॉक शो करेंगे.
Then you are also gonna
हो
have
गया भाई. कम बैक
how many
2-0.
points
पेनल्टी
now?
कार है.
5 into the showstopper off the back of a pistol round
वाकले को
here
क्यों
for
इतना
Koi.
डरते हो भाई है यार.
Ooh, the way they were able to just completely flood back
आज
onto
तक कुछ
site
बुरा
there up
बोला
against
वाकले भाई तेरे
BBL,
को.
not really
सच्ची
having the
बता.
firepower. I mean, yeah, I feel like you also can't really do much there.
वो लौड़े वौड़े नहीं. मेन
Coordination was on top of it with flashes going out for Shadow, for Camo to drop
अरे
down.
डोंट फोकस ऑन द
And then on
लौड़ेज
top of
यार.
that, the pink shells.
अबे मैं बोल रहा हूँ भाई 1.5 साल. 1.5 साल.
I think on attack gave a lot of confidence to Koi here, and it definitely showed on the pistol. A lot more
ये
dynamic where
education
they're
है.
approaching. Camo is starting to frag.
Toxins up.
स्टार्क जो यहाँ कहाँ आ गया?
No pressure.
कोई और टीम
I
में था
mean,
शायद.
other than the PC utility
सब
that
वहाँ
tells
से
you
यहाँ आ
Koi
रहे और तुमको
expended
देखो.
one of
पावरा
those
भी किधर
powers
तो
out
देखा
to
हुआ
clear
है,
out
पावरा.
towards A main. Nobody home. So you see the
मैं
pull
कुछ
back
बोलने वाला
on
था.
that A site, the rotation being called over towards B.
Paranoia lying in wait here for Gravino.
Sentinels
Oh,
वापस
भाई.
आ गए
Trailblazer.
यहाँ पे.
भाई कम वो तो है बे
Picks one and still hasn't been
Done
traded.
pata.
And this is a sideline coverage. Corey can control all day.
So man, value back can I? Yay! Bunks by the only reason I play value is you. Love you too, Mary Jaan. Love you too.
Goodness me, was
Love
that
you too,
expensive for
Devish
Koi,
bhai.
but around
Thank
they
you,
collect
thank you.
nevertheless.
Not just expensive for Koi,
Deadly
it's
do
expensive
miss
for
कर रहे हैं
BBL
वाकई
as
जनता
well. They
अपनी.
forced into that round.
Yeah.
Deadly
So,
do miss कर रहे हैं.
at the very least, you
तू चाहता है अभी मैं एडिटर को बोलूं शॉर्ट्स निकालने जहाँ पे मैं टॉप पे हूँ. हाँ
बहुत कम मिलेगा उसको, ज्यादा 2-3 मिनट के ऊपर नहीं क्लिप बनेगा.
कम में ही मोन्टाज बनता है. हर गेम में नहीं बनाते, 5-6 गेम लगते हैं मोन्टाज के लिए. हाँ बराबर है.
कोई और एजेंट चालू किया अभी?
Obviously, Breeze Viper.
it was a risky gamble.
वो तो पहले भी खेलते थे.
कोई एजेंट पूछा मैं दिया ना.
Let's buy.
Breeze
I mean,
Viper.
right down to the
हेवन
wire.
मैप पे एक बार वाइपर खेला था कोई तो इवेंट में मैं
They
देखा
could have
था.
gone so much worse, but they did lose the round, so now they're trailing behind and allowing Koi to
Whoa, what a
fight a lot of
screams.
rounds together. And they do get the advantage in numbers as well.
Screams था.
हेवन में वाइपर.
वाकले तेरे को कितना पैसा देगा तो रिटर्न आएगा?
All of your reconnaissance on the side of BBL now out early.
ये कहते हैं सक्सेस. देख रहे हो
Really
क्या?
gonna have to focus more on those set plays, the positioning.
ये होता
Elite
है.
finding one on the other side of the map, though. At the very least, able to
वाकले भाई
equalize.
इतना पैसा है, तुम भी मेरे को आंटीला गिफ्ट करो.
कौन बोला
Sheriffs
पैसा?
from BBL can hurt, so you can tell Koi have to respect it.
गलत
Have
काम
the job back.
I mean, you can see the fact that they're not even. Not that sheriffs are a close range weapon, but they are trying to play that longer angle.
One-shot range, yeah. And that one-shot range grabs could be
हाँ नए
There's
स्किन
a
बहुत
trade
अच्छे
in
हैं.
the making, Elite.
Oh,
Okay.
close,
If he would
close.
have gotten a second there, I would bow down to him for the rest of VCT.
I would've walked
EMEA.
off.
Yeah, that's it. We out of here. And so would BBL.
दो 1v1 दे दिए बे.
Can catch both of them. And it is perfect, but he's close proximity with camo, so it doesn't mean a thing.
क्या?
Koi do lose 3 rifles, but yet they win and
Hello?
extend that lead even further.
मोबाइल चेक करना
Get
प्लीज.
close in those rounds, at the very least.
क्या बोला ये बड़वा?
कुछ नहीं, आपको नहीं.
नहीं बोला क्या, मैं सुना नहीं था. अरे कोई से नहीं है यार.
अरे वॉल्यूम डाल बिंक्स.
हाँ
आवाज
हाँ.
नहीं आ रहा है मेरे को.
Could definitely keep this momentum going. They feel best on the momentum swing. They are 7 consecutive rounds in right now. And that is massive. But look at Koi, they're going aggressive. Not only do they want to take space, but they want to push further. Scratch that, Grabinga just smoked it, so they're not pushing anymore.
I mean, it's just claiming the space is what's most important.
They've aided me. I thought we were going to see more action there.
Hey, you live and you learn. You can hope. We'll see it later,
तुम
eventually.
नॉर्मल लिखो, लोग
Slow
बोलेंगे.
things down, of course.
रिट्सी भाई
Kushner
नॉर्मल
here
चैट
pushing
करेगा
through
तो
fence. We
बोलेंगे.
might actually see a lot of
ये
action
मेरे को
up
समझा
against
नहीं.
Shadow. It does seem Shadow is looking in that right direction.
They're waiting for the crunch. The thing is, Kushner's the only one towards mid vents right now.
And if Shadow gets the pick, he can turn his attention over to mid, towards main, I mean. Oh, might have to be playing a game of whack-a-mole, but for now, what Kushner just did is put pressure onto Shadow, and now he's got to help his teammate over to main, given that there's pressure coming in from that direction as well. He swings, and Shadow! Insane impact! And Reezy tries to find his way in, but somehow Starkso hides out! Shadow quashed eventually.
बाप रे. हो गया retake है. ओमेन इसकी गाफ मारेगा.
Full heaven control, but you've also got the Seekers coming out now here as well. Camo has a showstopper, could make the difference.
Koi trailing behind, but Camo needs to find the player to make use of the showstopper. Does push through. It's very aggressive, but gets Kushner. There was nowhere for Kushner to hide on that one. Shadows had to win that pick.
Raze अब स्काई की गाफ मारेगा.
To the open, it's really tough.
Not planning for heaven.
Breach player मारते ही अनुज भाई कभी भी देखो आप.
1-on-2 with Mark swinging through. They've isolated it. Premature. BBL on the board.
हाथ में ही सब मेरे सामान ही रहता था.
Knowing that the bait in that tap was going to come through once again.
First kill flash.
Closing the gap now.
आनंद भाई खेलते थे ना ब्रीच.
BBL to try and catch up.
फेड चलते
नहीं
हैं.
थे, पेलते थे वो breach.
This was a moment.
ए मैं स्टन दूं, तुम जा रहे हो?
Their reads were really good into that round as
मैं
well.
स्टन दे रहा हूँ, जाओ.
Shadow was able to shift his attention back over towards
जाओ
main.
चलो हार के लॉबी
That
जाओ अभी.
presence in towards mid was the green light for Starkso to even throw out the hunt to check A main for that crunch to
Hello.
delay that. a little bit
ना
further.
यूटिल देने के बाद भी राउंड हारा तो बुरा लगता है।
Zero latency.
They've got to start getting ahead of
क्या
these
करे यार,
plays.
कभी-कभी प्रोलोस को भी मेरा सामना करना पड़ता है।
This round could be guaranteed as well.
कितना
Quite a
आराम है
bit
भाई।
available for Elite, and they've been really good with playing around with that
छोड़
one.
दे भाई, तुझसे तो कुछ हुआ नहीं आज
Especially with
तक।
focus over towards that breach ultimate. Shadows the one to look to delay this push towards mid. Just wanted a little bit more time
साला
here for
खुद से
Koi.
कुछ होता है ये दूसरे को
वाकले
बोलता
भाई
है।
आपको याद है 1972 में जब भी स्ट्रिक्स को रॉसी से कंपेयर किया जाता था?
Left hand side stacked. Towards the
Yeah,
right with smoke thrown in
बात
that.
नहीं है
It all out. They figured out now towards A main, which allows
स्ट्रिक्स अभी अस्कांडे 2 रैंक में भी छोड़ दोगे भी
in the direction of that
Immortal
B
3
main position. This is going to be a hard take for BBL to execute.
I mean, all thanks to Stark, so right, all the way walked up here. Then you have so much opportunity. Pora has
हो चुका है कोई
all of
का,
his
खत्म
util, the
हो गया।
shadow. You can say the same.
Chalo
No,
go
he's
ready
standing
है।
at the very least.
Make sure we'll head towards the left hand side.
हाँ,
Covering that direction.
वो किधर गया किधर गया किधर गया?
So he will get the pick. TP is red.
वो
Camo
साइड
comes
से
out on
कितना
top
मस्त
as well
लगा
as
ना?
he joins the fight. It's a 2 versus 2 with 30 seconds
भाई
to spare.
रीटेक है,
BBL have
इजी
a chance to
रीटेक
get
है।
the spike down.
ये फेड
Look at how they're
गाफ
regrouping
मारने
here on
वाला
the side
ब्रिज
of
गाफ
Koi.
गाफ
And Starks are going
देखा
all the way
जूम
around.
करके दिखाया गाफ कैसे मारेगा।
Try and find the crunch, but they're grouping up together.
George.
First pick, Power didn't expect him to be there that quickly.
Reveal.
Kushner is left on the 1v2.
बस वो साइड खाली है घुसो अभी। सिर्फ राइट देखने का और कुछ नहीं।
That's an off angle.
हाँ।
He's trying to catch them off guard with this one.
George.
He won't be able to do it. Stark, so that's a bullet between
10
the
seconds
eyes.
बोलते
and
हैं।
Koi back into winning ways.
Which is a map
Okay,
is most
double
loving
digits
for
here
you
for
and
Koi.
opposite also.
BBL.
Opposite
I
का
mean,
कैसे बोल सकते हो रे मैं?
Things got
मेरा
tight
bind है।
there on that execution. Koi, they
बाकले
found
हो
so much
जाए
space
यार।
towards A. They
VCT
thought, okay, for the
2025.
side of BBL, we've done that conditioning over towards that A site. Just didn't expect Starks though to.
भाई अगर
so ahead of
सच्ची
it.
तुम्हारी
Also
शादी
saw a ton of
2028 है तो तू
Prowlers going through,
25 खेल
clearing
सकता
out
है।
that toxic screen,
लेकिन अगर
not
हवस
giving
भरा
up
पड़ा है
the
मतलब तू
value
25 नहीं
that BBL
खेलेगा।
अरे
हवस का कहाँ से बात आता है?
अरे तो मतलब तू तो अभी खेल नहीं पाएगा ना वो साल तो फिर।
Hard to get
मैं
out
कोई
of
भी
a
साल
favorable
नहीं खेल
fight,
रहा
even if you throw your
कितना
utility,
आराम है भाई।
someone won't get affected by it.
भाई देखो हमेशा बोला गया है कि एक्शन स्पीक लाउडर देन वर्ड्स। ठीक है
अभी मैं एक्शन में बिलीव नहीं करता।
तो अगर तुम्हारा एक्शन के सीन है 25 में तो तुम नहीं खेलोगे VCT मेरे साथ।
बातें चल
अभी
रही
तेरे
भाई
ऊपर है।
वॉच पार्टी में
हाँ।
बेचारा वाकले को समझा नहीं
हाँ।
वाकले बोलते मैं एक्शन में भी
हाँ अभी नहीं करता, बाद में का पता नहीं, बट अभी नहीं कर रहा मैं बिलीव उस पे।
अरे बिलीव वाकले भाई वाकले भाई चाहिए भाई डेडली डोज चाहिए वापस चालू करो भाई। कितना अभी कितने जन का घर बनाना बचा है? हाँ आधा पॉपुलेशन का तो हो गया बैच अपना। कितना बचा है भाई?
नहीं नहीं
हेलो
हाँ
कितना
क्या
कितना घर बनाना बचा है? अभी घर के अंदर जाके देखोगे क्या
बनाना
भाई?
क्या बंद, एक दो दो बना के बंद थोड़ी कर दे सकते, काम तो चालू रहता है।
पॉज ले सकते ना, इधर टेक पॉज लेते, तुम भी लो पॉज। हाउस पॉज लो तुम
पॉज
बेंचो।
ही चल रहा है उधर।
अनुज भाई आप पूछ करो।
EMEA, they want to stick around for a little bit longer. The showstopper
आप
comes out
369 के
prematurely.
नए
अनुज भाई बचता रहे पोच करके।
We'll chunk him down to 96,
क्या बात
not
कर
too
रहे हो,
much
उल्टा।
taken off of him. But
बहुत
Koi
निकल
now
रहे।
trouble.
अनुज भाई को देखो
बराबर बराबर।
खुद से आए हैं टी सिस्टम में खुद से। भले बोला कि एक ही मैच खेलूंगा।
Situation and backs off with the use of his ultimate, creates a flank.
हाँ?
BBL
क्या?
taking
आ रहे हैं ना
full
अनुज
notice,
भाई,
but Koi
हेलो?
haven't traded anything
Chance
from this
ही
knife or onto the site.
बोला है भाई,
Everybody's fighting in
promise
the
किया है।
copy at the back of it. But with full heaven
हेलो
control,
कुछ
Koi
बोल
has got to use
लौड़े।
his
Yes,
advantage.
यार,
Yes,
खेल रहा हूँ मैं,
yes.
एक खेल रहा हूँ, एक मैच
एक टूर्नी।
आजा वाकले तू भी आजा, मजा आएगा। एक मैच खेलने में क्या जाता है?
हाँ चलेगा।
ऐसे कुछ टीम प्रैक्टिस नहीं, आने का एक मैच खेलने का वाह।
हाँ,
ऐसा तो तुम पूरा साल खेल सकते हो।
वाह, तो देखा ये देखो गया पोच वाकले, इजी
मेरे को इतना टाइम क्यों लगा रहा था?
पूछने वाले पे भी डिपेंड करता है।
हाउस यस कुछ भी पूछेगा तो बोलेंगे क्या भाई?
Themselves on yet another round 11, and timeout from BBL is for naught.
Hey, they're more than happy to play
Hey.
that retake
वाकई में आप
protocol.
clubbing
They're
वब्बिंग जाते हो?
extending two ultimates on the side of
मुझे नहीं
BBL
आता।
as well
Tricks।
into that round.
जब वाकई में भागेंगे ना
party
तभी
animal
भूख
लगता
खाना
है मेरे को
I guess
Tricks
they
का
do still have that role.
Full
of
party
cover.
animal,
They have the
full।
opportunity to
भाई,
work with though,
full।
but Rubinho
अरे कहाँ से भाई बकले?
close enough,
लगता है
but
भाई
far
Full
back
by
enough
full।
on that
जब
from the
book by
shadows that
cover हो
had
गया।
come through to actually find that early
हाँ?
opportunity to
Yes,
make
हो
it
तो
so
गया।
uncomfortable for BBL to set up in that post plant.
I feel Barber knows he's on the camera.
टीम
all
के
the
बाकी
time. I feel
मेंबर्स
like
का
he's doing
वही
this for
मॉडल
us,
3 ने
so
बहुत
it's-
सब
Oh, he's just,
मार रहे हैं यार
he's just
रेस
loving
पे।
this game too much.
गेम तो मैं कुछ
Maybe
देखा ही
that's
नहीं हूँ
it.
छोड़ो
We'll find out later.
Found out later. I hope we
मैं तो वाकले के एक्शंस के बारे में
Thunder
सोच
on both sides. But for now, Koi is going to
गेम देखने पा
victims of it
रहा
straight
है
away.
लेट्स गो
It's
वाकले
really
देख तेरे
right
तेरे
back
लिए
at them, denying the
क्या
push.
क्या?
दोनों
Larso
ब्रिज ने
is
बोला
there,
लेट्स
but
गो
has to drop to his demise. And still BBL haven't gained too much
ये
control.
टीमों ने
Now
क्या है
only
कि-
moving it around, and there's Camo here to stop them.
Not even wanting to contest site, they're actually looking for a pivot back over towards mid, but with all of this A control in towards heaven, the spike's still lacking behind. Kushner the one to
पांचवा
keep it
edit
towards
ले।
the lobby.
And it takes so long for them to clear off
Now-
Shadow. So if he holds onto that elbow position and that A site hit does
अरे
come
lag हो
through,
रहा है।
they'll
गाइस
be
अपना
really well off
फर्स्ट
with Koi.
टीम का
Well,
पहला
I mean,
टीम
look at the
वोटिंग
positioning from Grubinho as well.
पांचवा
Koi,
एडिट ले एडिट
they
मैं
have
आउट हूँ भाई मैं आउट हूँ।
BBL stuck.
अच्छा
एक ने मदद किया बाकी लोग इन्हें
Sardines, I
डन
mean
से
Grubinho with this positioning, if they do choose to make that rotation through spawn, BBL will be
हर
heard,
राउंड जीतने पे एक
but they're
सॉन्ग
looking to
बजाएगा
just
वो
try and
ये भी
cut
अच्छा
noise.
मजा आएगा
But they just don't know that all of this mid control is in the hands
अभी
of Koi
ट्रेन
right
चल रहा है
now.
ना
Koi
मैं
brought
अनुज
it.
भाई
It's
स्ट्रिक्स और
perfect.
दो
Everything is
बार
in
के
their hands
प्लेयर
right now.
बाकी लोगों बाकी
It's just down to
Binks
BBL
भाई,
to
बैठो
try and
भाई।
win out these individual fights. 30 seconds
यार
and nothing
कितना
much to
बैठे हो
spare.
यार
Kushner, aggressive, stun, it's good. It hits Kushner and there's no more momentum off of his speed. Shados
अरे
trying
टीम
to
पे
make
तुक
his
दिया
presence known and
अच्छा
put
ओपोनेंट
pressure
पे
off of
तुका
Camo here. But this is where Shadow comes into contention. Tries to keep himself alive for the rest to come in, but isn't able to do so. Reezy on the drop, gets the pick. Rubinho on the flank is a little bit too late
मार
to the
सकता है ये
party.
मार सकता है
नहीं 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 नहीं
And he will die as well.
मार सकता है स्काई
3 kills for Reezy. He salvaged BBL from a poor situation, and that puts BBL right back in
भाई खुश भी
contention.
नहीं हो रही यार
Hey,
चलो
a
कल 1:30 बजे
must-need
स्क्रीम
round
से ठीक
coming
है
out from BBL and Koi, despite the read,
शाम
BBL
को
winning out
Watch
when it
party
got
scrims करेंगे
scrappy
अपन।
there on site.
6:37
Looking forward.
कितना
though,
ऑफिस कितना बजे रहता
I
है
mean, I think it's so
9:30 to
difficult to
6:30.
say what adjustments
खुद के बिजनेस
can
को
be
भी ऑफिस
expected,
बोलते हैं क्या
what
क्या सीन है टर्म क्या
need
होता
to
है
be made here
office.
because both teams reading into each other very well. The back and forth is so
कौन चिल्ला
close.
रहा है इतना जोर जोर से
बीबीएल
बीपीएल का फुल फॉर्म क्या है?
Let's be fair,
Binks
like,
buys
all the
love
circumstances have become quite messy. And it's the team that's in the best
अनुज
position
भाई
at
आपका
the moment. With the
मशरूम
heroics,
मशरूम दिख रहा है
individual
उधर देखो
heroics are what allowing teams to entangle
क्या?
themselves from
स्वाइपर कल्ट
ugly moments.
अच्छा अच्छा
By no means a clean game from either side.
मैं डर गया एक
कहाँ से-
से
कहाँ
बैठ
से-
गया मैं बेंच
It's a feisty
कहाँ
one.
से कुछ भी ढूंढ लेते हैं
मेरे को
भाई
लगा मेरा
That's a lot more fun
कैमरा
in my
अभी भी
opinion.
ऑन
अरे हाँ अनुज भाई ये मैप में वाइपर बहुत खेला ना
हाँ
Either way,
अरे सब
वो
जगह
बात
सब
है।
खेल
sidelines
लिया भाई
tonight here
ओपन भी
towards
खेल लिया
mid
साइड
again,
भी खेल लिया
fully
ब्रिज
funneling.
भी खेल लिया वाइपर भी
मेरे
रीना
साथ नहीं
भी
खेला
खेला
ना अभी
Smith
तक
is
मेरे
a
साथ
dog.
नहीं खेला इसलिए हो रहा है
फिनिक्स भी खेला है ये मैप में तो
Ah,
फिनिक्स
so
स्टार्टिंग में
So
मेरे साथ
regrouping
मेमोरीज में
now off
इसलिए
that
सब सैड
information,
मेमोरीज है
but
तुम्हारे
Koi,
पास
they still
Excalibur
need to play
Anuj bhai
forward
Phoenix.
positioning here.
एक्सकेलियर रेस लेकिन कौन से टीम में था वो
Split altogether. That's for sure.
उनका नाम
But they are definitely aware of this push. This fault line
It's a
from
fine
Shadow
stun.
could be good, but it all comes down if
Timing.
Sato is able to use it correctly. No, he
भाई,
dies even before he has a chance
और नीड
to get that sideline covered.
Oh.
Paint shall do a little bit of damage to Reezy, but it's not enough camo.
और वो भी डाला इसमें
एक दो
But they still
बेबी
traded out, and that's the
Trade
important
किया
part for BBL. It's 3v2, and they're definitely in the lead on this one.
आउरा
ये पोजी
And
देख के
one
ना
way
स्प्लिट में
Denahi
मैप के पीछे
have an
मेरे को
angle
तेरा
here
वही
for
याद आता है
Shados.
राउंड
अरे
रीना
यार मत
से-
यार वो एक
3
ही चीज कितना
situation,
याद
looking
दिलोगे
towards the utility
भाई,
function, does have the
एक
paint
ही
shell
बार
still
नहीं वो
available. Flash.
हार्डकोर राउंड है
Ooh, that's a long distance fight. That Grubinho wins. Equilibrium,
Individual
आपका ऐसा
2v2.
बहुत राउंड याद आता
But
है
how
Oh
does Grubinho play it? So
my
far, it's
God!
Grubinho to himself, and a
ये
trick
क्या रिटर्न है
to turn the whole round in Koi's favor and put them on
हाँ?
match and
मेरे को थोड़ा
series
बाद में
points.
दिख रहा है
अरे मेरा डिस्कॉर्ड देख बदे
To go down with a fight
अच्छा।
right right now, but Koi looking
उम्र हो गई
so
वाकई
good
में,
in
शादी कर
those
लो।
retakes, especially they're down numbers in that situation. Just the lack of coordination, you can feel that maybe this match is starting to get to the players. They're not looking to swing together. They're looking for those individual heroics. Yeah. Otherwise, you would normally expect, okay, you swing as two, you call that to move together. But part of that is also the retake.
Coach खड़ा हो गया भाई.
Plays well for the defense, just keep backside to yourself.
कोच उठ गया भाई. वो टाइमिंग गलत था. टाइमिंग गलत था भाई.
And being their own enemies at this point, but they're up against 4 rounds that they need to pick up here.
कितना मैप रहता है?
ये क्या टाइमिंग था.
नहीं करता रहता है. तीनों रीजन का कर रहे हैं.
Join Giant X.
बाप रे.
भाई
मतलब ये.
हाँ तो भी कर रहे हैं.
BBL starts to
सुबह भी रहेगा.
सुबह पैसिफिक है.
खेलते नहीं आता तो ये
this time around instantly
शेक्स तेरा रैंक मेरे से कम है. तू काहे बज रहे हो भाई?
BBL still maintain this line.
तुम काहे बज रहे हो? वाकले भाई.
They buddied up, and Kushner being so low could be so easy to be picked up himself. I don't think he knows how close Grabinho is.
No,
they can both smell each other, but Grabinho
वाकले भाई याद रखना एक चीज.
back out into the open as BBL move into this B side.
आपके लड़की ढूंढने की उम्र में मेरी शादी हो गई थी.
Any more players in that fight? They're grouping up for this retake.
इसमें कुछ
पता नहीं डायलॉग एकदम भारी फील हुआ था. बाद में आफ्टर इफेक्ट्स अच्छे नहीं थे. मेरे को लगा कुछ ऐसा ओपी डायलॉग मारा मैंने बीच.
A little bit more of health to work with.
ऊपर
Also has some flashes into this post delay.
Oh my God, Power!
Shot be.
Individual prowess. This is when he comes alive. The captain's trying to do it all by himself, but now he's blocked. He's towards that left-hand side.
Power मारेगा.
And that's where Shadow can pick him up. It's still 2v2, and this is where Koi start to move.
Shadow मारेगा. उसका बहुत बड़ा है.
That Koi had available to them, though, so they're going to have to do this dry. Smoke, it's perfect from Brave.
smoke
And the crossbar is even better. BBL remain in contention with 3 rounds to go to equalize his Koi score.
जिंदा रहता है क्या अपना?
मारा था ना शेरिफ
अपना स्मोकर जिंदा रहता है क्या स्मोक करने?
याद है मेरे को.
If he did play for that his life there in that situation, I mean, who knows which way the
खतरनाक
round
hyping में
would
मारा
have
था ना.
gotten. But the first pick to be able to
भाई
push
एक और एक
up
hyping
with
में भी
that
मारा था
confidence,
तो.
that's kind of what we need to see from BBL. Yes, we do want
सारे मेमोरीज आ गए. चलो हो जाए वाकले भाई, अभी हो
but we
जाए.
also want them to be able to play comfortably.
भाई देख टीम अच्छी है. टीम अच्छी है अपनी. हेवी टीम है. मैं आईजीएल है.
Time must be called here from Koi.
Oh, for sure. They want to
Anuj
make sure
bhai
they
support.
have the right mindset to close out this map.
Six D-list, वाकले D-list.
On that so far this series.
मैं तो initiator खेलता हूँ.
We get it.
हाँ मैं भी नासिक जाके इनिशिएट करता हूँ, लेकिन बात वो नहीं है. अभी के लिए तुम दोनों
be able to maintain their composure. They're knowledgeable players.
तुम लोग दोनों D-list.
अब कहाँ पे खेल रहे हो?
Starks on Shade. They need to give that to the rest of the team.
नहीं.
नहीं क्या लौड़े खेल रहे हो? हेलो क्या नहीं खेल रहे?
I mean, 3 rounds right now. Koi, they're facing up against.
भाई देख तेरे पास वाकले तेरे पास 2 ऑप्शन है.
हाँ.
अगर तेरा 2028 में शादी हो रहा है.
अरे क्या शादी गलती कर दिया मैंने.
तो फिर तेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है कि अनुज भाई खेल रहे, समझ रहे हो?
और
अगर 1.5 साल के बाद शादी हो रहा है उसके वजह से, तो तेरे को लगेगा कि अनुज भाई नहीं खेल रहे. तो अभी तू
वो ऐसा ब्रैकेट में बोलना ही है. वो ब्रैकेट में
तो अभी तू सिलेक्ट कर.
Grab any of the two after it.
देखा मतलब खेल रहा है अनुज भाई.
Contention with Team Liquid, get that rematch.
कम से कम लस्ट तो बोल दे भाई.
Killer Kickoff.
हाँ ना, गंदा लग रहा है सुनने.
Slow and steady out the gate.
Koi, they tried to read it too aggressive A take there.
यार अब completely opposite है. वाकई वैसा है.
बाप रे कैसे नहीं लगा बे उसको? 20 शॉटगन मारा.
Keep on doing that. This round is theirs.
Walking over towards Shados though.
And Shadows only got a classic, so he's going to close up the gap.
Bas
with
next
right
round
clicks
closing
to
है.
find some damage, but this is BBL's round for sure.
Next खत्म है.
He's 3 orbs away from his rolling thunder, so he'll definitely try and find something to pad that up. Same with Stark, so he's 1 away.
एजेंट है ना कोई तो.
I mean, knowing Shadow in those situations, he's usually good for 1, then he'll get taken down.
Stark's not good for nothing, he'll get his ult nevertheless because of his death. And Shadow gets 1, and because of his death, he's now only 1 orb away from getting the rolling thunder. But let's see if that ever does make a difference. BBL
अभी comeback है, अभी वो है, end है. 13-11.
This is
नहीं,
becoming
13-10.
pressuring. But remember, Corey just took a timeout. It wasn't for their eco.
Last time
Likely
मुझे आप
it
किधर
was
दिखे
for
थे याद
this
है ना?
round right here. Setting up
पूछ रहा
anticipation
ये मैं खेल
and
रहा था
what the
क्या
game
था
plan
वो?
is.
अरे वो
Team
डेथ मैच
deathmatch.
जैसा हाउस पे दिखे थे। खतरनाक मार रहे थे आप।
हाँ हारे थे
वो
हम।
वाला।
हाँ ठीक है, अच्छा हुआ कैमरा बंद है बहुत सड़ी के।
With Shadow still on the cusp, like you said, quick maths into a Rolling Thunder
हाँ
result.
वाकई ने भी शुरू किया।
Corey to try and cover their ground
क्या?
towards Garage. But no, it's going to be pushed for BBL exactly. They
आवाज
pushed
आया
right
मेरे को
past it.
चुटकी का।
And for now, BBL
Sticks
they
की
put a lot of
cameras
pressure on the
है।
B side. His
कुछ
potential
में
Six
to
bench
push
shot.
the
नहीं,
but being
मैंने
asked to deal all by
ये
himself.
किया
The camera's
था।
focused over a mid,
क्या?
so his reaction to it could be a little bit too late.
I mean, he could
Baita,
TP
baita.
out if necessary.
And with that rolling thunder coming his way, he's just going to have to run the hell out of there. Showstopper enabled as well. That's two
वाकई
ultimates
कुछ
from
नहीं करता ना, अभी भी
BBL
अच्छा
used
है।
up already with a nightfall coming right back up from Koi, meaning
और
that they're
तुम
not
सिर्फ
scared
कॉफी
of
पीते हो।
amping up the pressure.
Same है,
Spike goes
वाकले
down,
और
goes
स्ट्रिक
crucially
दोनों का
enough for
सिर्फ लड़की का
BBL as
सीन
Camo
समझ रहे हो?
tries to put pressure onto Heaven.
Still have the showstopper online here for Camo, like you had mentioned.
मेरा तो नाम खराब कर
अब अभी
दिया।
खेलते ही
Here's the
नहीं।
push. Stun is really good onto
मेरा हो
Cushion.
गया भाई, मेरा हो गया मोमेंट। मेरा हो गया वाला मोमेंट था वो।
Keeping things equal though, Reezy does so much himself. 3v2, BBL on the upper ground. It is brave on an off angle. It's a crossfire set
Bye,
up
हो
for
गया।
BBL, but Starkso is being mad right now. Wants to get right back on the stage where he left off.
अभी बंद करके
A
गाफ
couple of
मारेंगे।
years ago on the
देखा?
defuse this time around.
क्या?
And it's going to be stuck in Shados.
हाँ रिलोड पे मारने था बे, मारने था।
And that's it for this game.
Shadows हारता ही नहीं
13 and 10. Close it out. Two maps
Sexy
together.
क्लोज रखे।
And that's going to be their win. Their attention.
Well, ये वर्सेस बोस्टर ब्रो, ये जीतेगा बे। ये नहीं रे, सॉरी बेंच, सेफ
ये तो हार गया ना।
सेफ सेफ
ये हार
सेफ
गया ना।
हाँ ब्लीड में ग्लोबल नहीं आ रहा है।
सेफ।
खतरनाक।
देख रहा था मैच देखा?
नहीं नहीं।
बाकी भाई आप सेफ के फैन हो?
अली खान।
सेफ भाई, प्लेयर
सेफ नहीं, कौन सा वो ये
नहीं ना, मतलब 2025 में शादी है।
गंदा बात करते
क्या कर रहा है?
क्यों है, कौन है ये?
ये बिंक्स ही कर रहा।
चलो मैं जाता हूँ डोटा खेलने एक गेम। बाय बाय।
बाकी इनवाइट करना, मतलब इनवाइट क्या है?
अरे बहुत सड़ी के लो। अच्छा फ्रेंड रिक्वेस्ट
किधर?
अरे तू बोल रहे मैं एक्सेप्ट नहीं किया, रुक जा अभी, रुक जा उसके बाद जा। तो नेक्स्ट टाइम इफ आई सी यू ऑनलाइन वी प्ले।
ऐसा बोलते हो आप, बट कभी आज तक मेरे को तो कभी इनवाइट आया नहीं है मेरे को। बट ठीक है।
अब तू बोल रहे पहले फ्रेंड लिस्ट
आज
में
तक तूने भी तो नहीं खेला T69 में, मैंने कुछ
सीएस में
बोला?
भी सीएस बोल रहा हूँ, वैलो में भी तो किधर बुलाते थे आप?
हाँ
डेथ मैच
अबे जो बुलाने को तैयार है उसको रिप्लाई देगा बड़वे।
डेथ मैच खेलते रहते।
हेलो मैं हूँ इधर।
खेलना पड़ता था मुझे।
नहीं अभी खेलता हूँ।
हेलो गाइस।
नहीं
अरे बाबा कुछ इज्जत ही नहीं रही तेरे।
अबे मैं हूँ।
बिंक्स को रिप्लाई कर दे भाई, बिंक्स बोल रहा है।
अरे बिंग्स भाई एक सेकंड रुको ना आप।
मैं एक्सेप्ट यू।
बाकी किधर रिक्वेस्ट भेजा है बताओ, झूठ। नाम क्या है
भेजा
आपका?
नहीं है ही नहीं लिस्ट में, मैं
मेरा
ऐसा
हो
बोल
गया।
रहा हूँ आप।
हाँ तो बता, मैं तेरे को ये करता हूँ।
नहीं मैं करता हूँ। किधर मिलोगे आप?
आगले उतावले हो रहे हो, हाँ करो करो।
कैसे बताऊँ भाई, स्टीम ही इतना टाइम हो गया ऑन करके।
करा करो, अच्छा गेम है।
नहीं मैं बहुत डोटा बहुत खेला हूँ।
भाई इसकी माँ पे रुको रे तुम लोग भी।
अरे वैलोरेंट सॉरी।
वैलोरेंट इज बेस्ट गेम, नंबर 1 पे वो आता है,
हाँ।
बाकी सब उसके बाद।
कॉल उठाओ गर्लफ्रेंड का, ऐसे होना चाहिए था।
नहीं
तो इतने रात को कौन सा क्लाइंट है भाई?
अरे टर्फ पे बुला रहे हो लोग खेलने, मैं नहीं जाता।
ओ भाई
ओ भाई
वाकले
फिट
फिट
होता
है
तो
ना।
मैं जाता था। नहीं उल्टा मोटा कुछ भी नहीं कर रहा अभी मैं फिलहाल।
आओ मेरे टर्फ पे, बताता हूँ पासा कौन है।
बिंग्स भाई अभी फिट हो रहे बाकले।
मैं फुल फिट।
हाँ दिख रहा है।
बहुत रोस्ट कर रहे हो चीचा। Amateresu coming back to Valorant anytime soon, very soon.
Amateresu क्या है?
Amateresu very soon. Amateresu by leaks.
अरे वाकले भाई किधर है, स्टीम पे कैसे?
डोरबेल कौन सा डोरबेल?
वही मैं ढूंढ रहा हूँ।
डोर नॉक वो कुछ नहीं कर सकते। वो जब तक वॉच पार्टी खत्म नहीं होता कुछ नहीं कर सकते।
मैं
घंटी बजी
मेरा
सच्ची?
ये देता हूँ।
हाँ मेरे को मैसेज करना इधर ही डिस्कॉर्ड।
नहीं बजा।
हाँ
वाकले भाई कैमरा ऑन करो, अपना शक्ल तो दिखाओ।
नहीं, मेरा निकाल के रखा है मैंने।
ये देखो वाकले
शक्ल ही निकाल
डिस्कॉर्ड
के
पे।
रखा।
शक्ल नहीं, कैमरा निकाल। शक्ल क्यों निकालेगा कोई? एक सेकंड। हाँ
बाकी एक लेटेस्ट सेल्फी बता।
नहीं, सेल्फी निकालता ही नहीं ना।
अभी निकालना।
नहीं, मोबाइल ही नहीं है मेरे पास।
तो अभी कॉल किस पे आ रहा था? टेलीफोन पे आ रहा था बहुत थोड़ी के।
नहीं, मेरा नहीं है।
टर्फ पे कहाँ पे बुला रहे थे? हाँ?
क्लिक नहीं हो रहा है इधर। आप
Thing
अच्छा ये देख रहा हूँ क्या
allowed
वहाँ
them to call themselves into that map.
Maybe not they
पे?
took
डोर
us
नॉक
to
प्रैंक कर,
Mumbai,
दो
I
बार कर
think,
दिया है, कितना
more
बजा तो
like
जाओ
we
डोर
took
नॉक।
ourselves.
आपका
We did some
चालू क्या वीडियो?
गाइस
some
8k लाइक्स कर दो, वी आर वेरी
happen.
क्लोज टू
Obviously,
8k
it's our second official game
लाइक्स।
together,
Apps
so
किधर है?
we try to do
अभी
everything
मजा
correctly,
आएगा।
but not always it
Apps
works.
क्यों
So
चाहिए?
I think all on us. We could
अरे क्यों चाहिए
क्या
मुझे?
तेरे को
अरे
एब्स देखते क्या अनुज भाई का?
और तो कितना मेहनत किया था उन्होंने बीच में।
चलो
चालू मेहनत चालू है।
अनुज भाई का चेस्ट मैं ले रहा हूँ, बटूदा लेग्स ले रहा है, वाकले एब्स ले रहा है।
क्या
अनुज
तो?
भाई अभी देखो एक ही चीज बचा है, ठीक है? और डिस्कॉर्ड में
ऑप्शन पे डालना पड़ेगा।
डिस्कॉर्ड में बंदा भी एक ही बचा है, समझ रहा है? तो स्ट्रिक्स भाई आपको पता है क्या लेने का आपका अनुज भाई का? हाँ, जस्ट बिकॉज यू आर लेट। स्ट्रिक्स भाई ऑप्शन नहीं है, एक की
मतलब
चीज बचा है।
कैमरा लगा दिया आपने, मेरे को ऐसा क्यों फील आ रहा है आप स्ट्रीमिंग चालू करने वाले?
हाँ करना है ना।
किसने तो
करेंगे अभी।
धक्का मारा है उन्हें, धक्का धक्का ऐसा करके
पक्का
पुश
करेंगे?
दिया है।
हाँ पक्का पक्का।
तो
हाँ।
बहुत पहले भी सुना था मैंने ऐसा।
नहीं नहीं कर रहे।
देखते
बिग्स
हैं।
भाई ने मजबूत अभी जोश दिला दिया है।
पैक मेरा मुंह में ले लौड़े, बूट कैंप में 3 बार मैंने मजबूत जोश दिलाया था तेरे को। हाँ करूंगा
तब
करूंगा
टीम
करके
में
बोला
थे
था,
रे, तब टीम में थे। अभी
तभी
तो-
भी
अभी
हाँ
तो
करूंगा
free है।
करूंगा
जाके
करके।
स्ट्रीम चालू कर दो वहां, तब से फिर मैं मानूंगा।
नहीं नहीं मैं करूँ
स्टार्ट स्ट्रीमिंग पे ऐसा क्लिक करो उधर जाके।
कर सकते हैं, अभी सिखाया तो है।
अरे
उनको आता है वो।
कल रात को कर
ये-
सकते हैं, कल रात को कुछ नहीं शायद।
नहीं नहीं, वॉच पार्टी
अरे
में।
वाकले तू मेरा
चलो।
फ्रेंड है। क्या बोल रहा है?
नहीं, नहीं
friend
है।
नहीं। इधर तो मेरे को ऐड फ्रेंड है ही नहीं, किधर ऑप्शन?
तो आपने लॉगिन नहीं किया रहेगा फिर।
लॉगइन है भाई, रुको स्टीम पे खोलते हैं सीधा।
देख रहे हो गैस, एक ही ऑर्ग में इतना टाइम खेलने के बाद भी फ्रेंड्स नहीं है ये लोग।
अरे स्टीम पे नहीं है, वैलो में है हम।
टीम पे नहीं।
पहले में देखना पड़ेगा, अनफ्रेंड किया रहेगा तो पता।
आज
नहीं यार, क्या बोल रहा?
बहुत दिन से बहुत दिन से ओपन नहीं किया है।
आज बोल रहे हो स्टीम पे फ्रेंड्स नहीं है, कल बोलोगे ट्विटर पे फ्रेंड्स नहीं है। ऐसे थोड़ी होता है यार, सब जगह फ्रेंड्स रहना चाहिए। क्या बोलते हो?
फ्रेंड्स
कैसे करे वाकले, कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, बधिर हो गया हम।
अबे मेरे को बता रे, डिस्कॉर्ड वो बता भी।
रुको वाकले, आई नो व्हाट टू डू।
फ्रेंड कोड देना अपना, फ्रेंड
कोई
कोड।
बात नहीं।
वाकले आई सेंट यू ऐड मी।
हाँ ये मस्त नाम है, दुल्हन।
हाँ
हाँ
दुल्हन
हो गया
दुल्हन
वाकई
रे, दुल्हन।
मैं बोला था, मैं बोल रहा हूँ नाम में भी ये बंदा दुल्हन ढूंढ रहा है। 2025 में शादी है वाकले का।
तरना
1.5
कहा,
साल।
दिस यूजर हैज आल्सो प्लेड एज सुल्तान बाय। शामाता रासू।
टमाटे तरह। अरे मार्जिल ना कुछ भी करता रहता था मेरे नाम के साथ स्टीम पे।
कुछ भी बोले यार माकली भाई, मिस यू यार, लव यू यार।
मी टू।
बहुत टाइम हो गया। कभी ऐसा टाइम पास महीने में एक बार तो आ जाओ बेंचोस खेलने।
देख
इधर ही हूँ मैं, कभी भी बुलाओ मैं आ जाऊंगा।
क्या वाकले भेजा?
इसी पे ही रहता हूँ। हाँ मैंने भेजा।
किधर आती है अभी रिक्वेस्ट?
वो इस पे स्टीम फ्रेंड्स पे जाओ।
हाँ
वहाँ पे ऊपर एक
वहाँ
लाल
पे
वो
ऊपर एक
रहेगा,
ऐसा बंदा हाथ
friends।
इमोजी।
ये हो रहा है देखो। हाँ
छोटे
View
छोटे
friends।
मिनियंस रहेंगे ऊपर।
दो। हाँ
हाँ रुक मैं ये करता हूँ शेयर।
अरे
नहीं दिख रहा, रुक शेयर कर रहा हूँ।
सुनो मैं 2 मिनट में आ रहा हूँ। वैलो अच्छा कि मैं याद रखना, अनुज भाई गांड मारूंगा तेरी।
यस यस यस।
हेलो
बस
बेस्ट।
हाँ
इधर से वाकले फ्रेंड्स।
बेस्ट
उधर
वॉच पार्टी
नीचे-
भाई, अपना
नीचे वाला
वॉच पार्टी
friends
इज
को
ऑलवेज
दिखा
चिल
रहा
एंड
हूँ।
फन
Right
एंड ऑल अबाउट
side, right
मेमोरीज
side,
एंड
friend chat।
गेम प्लेज एंड एनालिसिस एंड डब्ल्यूज एंड हु विल
नीचे
विन एंड
right side
प्रेडिक्शंस
पे,
एंड
नीचे
एवरीथिंग
right,
भाई।
bottom right friends, bottom
Popcorn
right और
चाहिए बस।
नीचे।
ये
फर्स्ट मैन कौन
ये
जीता
तो
पता
खुला।
नहीं हो रहा है।
ए 6 तू चैट पढ़ सकता
यही
है।
तो खुला जो
वो
खुला
देखो,
था।
हाँ वो ओपन हो रहा है ना, वो दिख नहीं रहा है शायद, बैक साइड पे है
हाँ
वो।
अच्छा 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 अच्छा। Yeah,
उधर ऊपर
कर ले हो गया ना
शायद मैं देखता हूँ
कंफर्म
यस दुल्हन
dancing how
Thank
we
you so
play
much.
together yeah क्या thank you so much
हेराल्ड
मैं क्या उससे जस्ट एक ऊपर ही हूँ हेराल्ड के जो ऊपर है
नया मैं ट्राई करते रहता हूँ ऑफ लेन बट वैलो इज बेस्ट
वैलो बेस्ट है भी मत भूल वाकई
हाँ यस
By language, chat language. माल चाहिए
क्या चाहिए
माल
ओके
अरे वो उसकी चैट पे चलता रहता है ना गेम
हाँ
वो माल New T69 Binks MW1 Amaterasu Strix and anyone else. Yes, ये हमारी अभी नया लाइनअप है. इसके साथ ही हम नया नेक्स्ट टूर्नामेंट खेलेंगे. Full free for all टूर्नामेंट. जो करना है करो. भाई महाराष्ट्रियन हो क्या नहीं हेलो
पढ़ पा रहे इतने फास्ट में चैट
हाँ पढ़ पा रहे
तो वो आप अंदर से एक स्ट्रीमर ही हो
स्ट्रीमर की क्वालिटीज तो
है क्वालिटीज
MW1 cam on please
अरे नहीं है मेरे पास कैम बाजू में
कैम ही हटा दिया
है अंदर है स्टोर में
and started their dynasty. It could have been a perfect year, but they stumbled at the most crucial moment and failed once again to bring home
बहुत टाइम
the
वैल्यू
top
लॉन्च ही नहीं किया
prize from champions. The question is, can they replicate
अनुज
their
भाई
success in
जॉब कर रहे हो क्या आप
2024?
नहीं
All of the teams around
फ्री
the world
फ्री
are
एजेंट
cooking
कुछ
up
भी नहीं कर रहे
a
हम अनुज भाई स्ट्रीम कब से स्टार्ट
experienced
करोगे
the weird
ये वॉच
and
पार्टी के
the
बाद
wonderful, but
मतलब ये
Fnatic
वॉच पार्टी नहीं ये मैचेस के
could
बाद
just be that one outlier.
मैचेस
They never
तो भी
changed
बहुत
a
महीना जाएगा लगता
single comp
नहीं नहीं
in
26 को खत्म
2023. That's right, 6 maps, 6 comps. A Phoenix on Icebox? That is
अनुज भाई माल दो
so just how
कहाँ
are they
से
going to
कैसे
handle
देते
the
हैं
risks
मैं देता हूँ
everyone
क्या नाम है
else in this league is
क्या
currently
क्या हुआ लूसीफर भाई
Maybe, just
फ्लेक्स नाम है
maybe,
ना रुको
there is a chance that
एक्सक्लेमेशन
Fnatic
गिव
are
फिर क्या करना रहता है
willing to
स्ट्रिक
do
एक्सक्लेमेशन गिव के बाद
एक्सक्लेमेशन गिव
this year.
उसका
हाँ
एट द रेट
Feeling
फिर
a rift
माल
in the universe.
कितना माल देना
Something
होता
or more so someone has been telling
मतलब
us that the time to
एक्सक्लेमेशन
see
गिव
the
एट द रेट उसका
other
नाम और
side
फिर
of
माल भी
Fnatic
लिखूं
has
नहीं
come.
नहीं सिर्फ
नंबर
नंबर
Some may say that madness
ओके
has taken
1
over.
0 0 0
But over the
0
last
0
month,
ये
me
लो
and my team of investigators have uncovered the most
कुछ खरीद
upsetting
सकते हैं
truth
इस पे
about Fnatic.
नहीं ऐसी बस गेम खेलते रहने का
Screams
एक
of
दूसरे के
horror
साथ डूल करने
emerged
का
from
माल लेके
upstairs as Dirke
कैसे अनुज भाई मस्त हर्षदीप आप बताओ कैसे हो सर
बॉय बॉय अब देखो
और-
मैचेस
अनुज भाई टीम मिलने तक रेगुलर स्ट्रीम चाहिए टीम मिलने पहले मैं ही डिसाइड करना चाहता हूँ मैं खेलना चाहता हूँ कि नहीं भाई
Dirk might be the best Euro in Europe, and he has a little bit of, gap to fill. We already have seen artists from Navi actually playing really well so far. But let's talk a little bit about context. What can we expect from the Fnatic?
चलो guys, see
Yo,
you,
those are
bye
the
bye.
4 maps that I
जा रहे
feel
हैं?
are the best ones
हाँ
that
टाइम पास
I've
करता
ever
हूँ.
used. And
अच्छा
I
चलेगा.
hope we're gonna see him
बोर होता
on
है.
the Lotus on
Okay,
Breeze.
okay.
We already have
चलो.
seen Euro on
Yes,
Breeze.
yes.
We already
चलो,
have seen
Bye bye.
Bye
Euro on
Binks,
Lotus
bye
as
bye.
well in this VCT,
Means
and
चाहिए.
we've seen him on
Okay,
Nice
okay.
Box. The only map that
पास
we didn't see
कर
him
देना.
is on Bind.
डन डन
But
आया
there's
करो वाकले
a
कभी कभी
lot of
ऐसे.
Yes,
options when it
yes.
comes to your
वहीं इधर ही
compositions
हूँ.
on Bind.
कभी भी एक
So now when
मैसेज
it comes
किया.
to the expectations,
डन डन.
I fully
Bye bye.
think
Take care.
that
Bye
we're gonna
bye.
see
बाय
from
वाकले मेरे नीचे झाक ले.
चल निकल लिया वो
he
मेरी.
requires support, and that support can be given to him by potentially an Omen and Breach on that map. That is something we will most likely see, and there's a lot of potential.
भाई तेरी चैट बहुत हरामी है भाई.
When it comes to the TPs that are able to be done.
स्ट्रीमर पे जाता है बे चैट.
For
बराबर है.
flanking while attacking
क्यों
on
क्या
the
बोला
side
तेरे
of
को?
the goal. A and have a
Binks
team.
एक सेकंड में आया.
हाँ.
So there's a lot of
Binks दिन
potential
में कितनी
confusion,
बार
and that's something
ऐसा
that I
पूछ रहे.
think Fnatic is gonna do well. I have my expectations
वाह.
super high.
अभी
because
तक
I
उठ के ही गया
fully
2 बार.
expect the Fnatic to cook up
वो भी एक बार चिल
best
करना है,
strategy
उसमें भी शक
for
कर
Euro
रहे
possible.
भाई.
Back to you.
Well, thank you very much, Lothar. I really do hope we see the Yoru. I feel like we've been baited. They've been teasing it. You know, the war of tweets that you showed. Great work, by the way, the investigation.
बोल चेंज करो. क्या चेंज करो यार? सारे तो फैनेटिक बोलेंगे.
But it would be so fanatic to actually
यार
bait
वालों
us
खेलूं
into
क्या मैं?
believing
रैंक
that
रैंक.
this is finally going to happen,
And
but
then they don't do
then
it.
nothing happens.
I mean, is that the answer, considering what everyone else has been doing?
तू खेलते खेलते देख सकता है. हो सकता है तू जीते.
हाँ बे हो सकता है.
हो सकता है.
Effect if we would have seen Fnatic play on day one, because we'd be like, oh my god, I'm
Possible
sure that
है.
these teams have played Fnatic.
मैं कल यहाँ पे जो शॉर्टी मारा था 2 जन को.
But I think that
यार
it's going to
edit
bring
भी
a new
immortal यार.
frontier to the conversation, because many teams, even though they tried those things, are going to see
मेरा हो
something
गया.
different.
मेरे को बहुत फीलिंग आ रहा है वो करेगा इम्प्रूव एकदम हेवी.
By the way, this was
It
team
did.
vitality. Of course, they brought in 2 young rookies. Lothar.
मतलब ड्रोन का सीन नहीं, एम में बोलो.
They
एम
like to find some younger players.
Aim
from other
छोड़,
different leagues,
दिमाग
bring them
चाहिए.
in,
वो
adapt
नहीं, वो
them
नहीं,
to
वो
a system and make them into great players. So
उसके
do
लिए
you
मेरे
see
को ही सब
Valorant
कॉल
is
देना
maybe,
पड़ेगा.
the similar kind of
वो भी ऐसा ऐसा
forces
कॉल नहीं,
for Vitality?
वो वाला
I
कॉल.
think so.
समझ रहा है?
Though I have the different questions for Vitality in general, because it seems like there are so many
मदरबोर्ड एंड
we have
वो
seen
सब.
Kicks actually,
Processor slow
even
stuff.
though he was performing really well, there are still some Vitality, let's say, small nooks and crannies when it comes to the roles divided between them. But I do think Raga is a player that's incredibly consistent for the Vitality roster. That's something that I really
Yeah, and I think you know, I feel like the pressure that's in him, also knowing that Safe is on your team, but you're going to be playing on the race. I know that you may want that energy, that kind of electricity that a young player brings. And
एक क्वेश्चन है VCT साल में कितने मैच होने वाले हैं? साल में एक ही बार होता है यार. मतलब ऐसा रहता है. पहले किक ऑफ्स होता है, फिर प्लेऑफ्स होता है, फिर बाद में एक और होता है, फिर बाद में चैंपियंस होता है. फिर चैंपियंस के बाद वापस ब्रेक 4-6 महीना और फिर वापस.
In his entire career, he played 6 times on Sentinels, and that's something that we didn't expect.
नहीं कर सकता यार EDG का वॉच पार्टी. पागल हो गए हो क्या? आत्मा गई है मेरी.
Look forward in the other maps as well. I feel like the compositions are good, but I would expect someone else like
फुल एकदम
play on the
टीम
base
के
more
साथ. अरे
exposed
बे
roles
क्या है
instead
वो?
of
हनी का हो?
I think that the other point of
क्या था वो?
compositions talk is the fact that they're keeping things very tame.
ये वाला chair कैसा है इनका?
मास्टर्स भी तो होता है. हाँ वही मास्टर्स.
Fnatic might bring onto the table, and definitely something that other teams have already tested.
वो लोग ने कुछ तो वो वाला है. तू बोला था ना मेरे को चाहिए करके.
कैसा देखो अच्छा लगी ये वाली चेयर.
हाँ दिखने में बहुत सेक्सी है.
ये बहुत अच्छा है. कार्बन फाइबर है भाई.
यहाँ पे नहीं है ना, लेकिन इंपोर्ट करते करते गाँव फटेगी.
अरे तेरे कांटेक्ट से हो जाएगा, तू बस मिला मत.
करो क्या? कॉल करूँ?
करना करना.
ठीक है.
And that's what you're saying is like
सच में चाहिए मेरे को देना.
consequences.
हेलो.
हेलो.
हाँ एक्चुअली एक चेयर चाहिए. हाँ वही जो मैं कल रख के गया था ना वहाँ पे.
रख के कहाँ पे? कौन सी बताओ भाई.
हेलो नासिक पे लगा ना फोन. हेलो.
Wrong number.
To change the meta game, right? And we have seen this in the past so far, because many teams are really playing so many different.
छोटी करता है
I'm
बड़े
glad you
पापा के
mentioned
साथ.
Safe before, because I'm with
Wrong
you,
number
Lothar.
लगा
You
भाई,
would think
वापस
that if
करो.
you picked up Safe, you're looking to bring some duelist prowess, or maybe put him back on the Cypher.
सेव बाय बोलते हैं. 100% विन रेट है. हो गया जीजी है भाई.
playing Omen when Destry is on their
Big game खेला एक.
That's a very good question because you have absolutely
100%
no idea,
है.
and it's incredibly surprising to me because
समझ रहे हो?
when I think about Save, I'm thinking first and foremost, I'm thinking about those explosive jet plays that he had been doing in the past. Incredibly accurate with his ultimate, incredible accuracy, and then also
Binks by loves big gold by big gold by.
secondary role.
I
is
love
a
gold by.
sentinel, and somehow, well, Viper, okay, you can make an
VCT अमेरिका करोगे वॉच पार्टी? आपको क्या लगता है?
I think that it has to do with the kind of responsibilities, and if you're, you know, like a hard locking aside.
प्लस स्पैम काय कर रहे हो भाई?
In main control of
हाँ
certain
ये स्ट्रिक्स काय को स्पैम कर रहा है? स्ट्रिक्स जरा टाइम आउट दे स्ट्रिक्स को.
in the sense of changing the compositions in that way, but
हाँ
actually
स्पैम
changing
कर
the
रहा है.
responsibilities that you want to see around, and probably. You know, maybe Safe was not comfortable in that position, even though, you know, he's a good player because you cannot deny that. Maybe he wasn't as comfortable in duelist as we thought he was.
I would never believe that. Nothing would ever make me believe that. Yeah.
And he would tell you that Omen is his favorite agent.
That's
Hey.
just remember also officially he was actually signed after Kicks was signed to the team as well. So there
भाई
was
अभी गलत गेमप्ले देखने मिलेगा यार.
and then the team's, let's say, reaction to signing an initiator would be like, let's get Safe.
But he's an
why?
exception.
No.
He's
In
an
fact-
exceptional Cypher Killjoy player.
But
You
in
know
fact,
that.
Runner was, I think, the first pickup of the entire off season. So if you think about, you know, timeline, because of the unfortunate events that happened last year, I think that Runner was already in that runner-up position to join Team Vitality, and then after Champs was over, then Save maybe.
इतना knowledge
available,
चाहिए life
then
में
they
बस.
decide to
But runner and kicks are not the issue.
जल्दी start होएगा ना होएगा.
Just make Destrian play smokes and Safe play Cypher Killjoy.
बिग्स बाबा बोस्टर सिस्टम कड़क का है फर्स्ट क्लास है बोस्टर
You
सिटी
also have trends
फर्स्ट
that will
क्लास.
be joining in further on, and then you have to think who's taking which
But that doesn't matter.
responsibility.
That wouldn't matter if they don't make it to Madrid.
अल्पा जेर गेम प्ले हाँ.
Now.
किसको सपोर्ट करो? फैनेटिक बे.
Let's look at Sender, because I feel like Sender, we got a lot of fragging IGLs in the league right now. They are doing tremendously, and Sender is one of those players that has really stepped up.
सबका एसीएस 200 के ऊपर है भाई.
Boaster, who has publicly, Lothar, put himself out there saying, I'm looking for an aiming coach, I want to improve my mechanics, so he's got to be able to run with the boos and Senders of the league.
I need to say this though, I don't ever thought about Boaster.
जेवला का बिंग्स हो.
His aim is really bad.
सेफ से मिले थे अब तो हो गया ना, सपोर्ट किया मिला, फोटो कितना हो गया.
2 years ago,
फैनेटिक.
he was having to he had to micromanage the entire team, think about everything, communicate everything, and coordinate the entire team, and it's incredibly hard.
गो करो, रात को एक सिम करना है, गो करो.
Well, when it comes to his mechanics, when you do
अमेरिकास.
all that, I feel like there was a natural progression when it comes to his performance because he is
भाई आज अमेरिकास में तूफान उठने वाला है.
3:30 बजे अमेरिका करेगा.
आसपास वर्सेस लाउड.
to the past Fnatic interaction.
आज है रात को?
Iterations.
कितने बजे?
So
हाँ 3:30 से चालू होएगा हाँ. एनर्जी वर्सेस क्लाउड 9 और आसपास वर्सेस क्लाउड.
just freedom that he has.
दोनों बाप टीम पे. डीमन 1 भी है, आसपास भी है. भाई हो गया भाई मेरा.
18-year-olds are very fresh, they're very quick. They're not going to give you any time to react.
हो गया
And, you know, I
भाई.
think that he also needs. We were talking about frontiers, you know, like for scene, for this, for
और
that.
बाद में सुबह को पेपर एक्स भाई मेरा हो गया भाई.
Changes besides the coach.
मेरा हो गया.
I think that you need to look look for something for yourself to improve. And if Boaster thinks that in his case was the
डिमन 1 वर्सेस ऑक्सी. हाँ डिमन 1 वर्सेस ऑक्सी बे.
decides to be like
आज
हाँ बे पहले ही मैच.
We literally have no
डिमन 1 ने बोला था वर्स्ट ड्यूलिस्ट करके उसको.
at this tweet that Team Vitality tweeted out. What do we make of this?
Well, at least the colors fit.
भाई ये देख
honestly,
ट्वीट देख इनका.
Oh, the guild.
हाँ. अबे ये लोग सारे फ्रेंड्स है बे. तू देखा मैं दिखाया ना तेरे को PRX वाला रील. सारे
रहते ही है भाई obviously.
सारे फ्रेंड्स है पता है.
Social media war as well.
Well, did Fnatic even fire back with anything?
Yeah, I think they fire back with a lock-in Masters trophy.
Oh yeah, well that's an easy one, right?
Yeah, low-hanging fruit.
Yeah, it has a lot of low-hanging.
Very low-hanging fruit. We are going to bring the boys out in just a minute, but I want to talk about map pool real quick because we've been having this talk of like we don't know what teams map pools are going to be like. They're new teams, but we do know what.
उधर सुन रहता हूँ ठीक है.
So where would you like to see?
मैं बिंक्स के भाई हो तो शिक्स के चाचा हो या बड़े पापा पता
In
नहीं.
maps like you were mentioning, if they have been hyping up all this year.
Take proper sleep. How to take proper sleep when I have to stream after exactly 1.5 hour after this stream. and then I have to stream again exactly after 1.5 hour after that stream. Plus मेरे को नींद आने के लिए लगता 1.5 hour. जिंदगी टफ है. But कुछ भी बोलो बे, worth it है. सारा sleep fuck, सारा कमर दर्द, सब कुछ worth it है भाई. ये सारे games देखने में ना. कभी नहीं देख पाता मैं, कभी नहीं.
I think that no team wants to face Fnatic whatsoever. I think that
12:30 को है, 12:30 को है.
the team to beat. The team to beat. Oh, you told us to tell Liquid. I mean, you see what happened at
क्या
Champions.
12:30 को?
Everybody thought they were going to do the 3P. It would have been an upset if they didn't. And the fashion in which they lost aloud was concerning.
अभी चालू होएगा यार, क्या 12:30? पागल हो गए क्या?
Factors outside of the game. We have to consider
अभी
how
चालू
the
होएगा
season-
5-10
well,
मिनट में.
not the season, but how the year looked different from any other team to Fnatic. Like we can understand that the burnout was definitely there because if you want to keep
Love you too. Wish you all the success. Thank you.
hours into this, then go to every single international event. It's normal.
Man, you're struggling so hard. I hope you get what you want. I just want my chat to watch a very good game and stay happy and to learn. And hopefully some youngsters get to learn and they get into esports and do some boom booms.
If you guys remember how Fracture was,
किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं? Fnatic all the way.
we have seen the Astra Raze breach combos that were being done by Fnatic, and that was completely
10 मिनट में स्टार्ट होएगा भाई. देखो ऑलरेडी स्कैनिंग चल रहा है.
Right now we're coming into a metagame with a completely new map with Sunset
क्या
being in the
टीम
core,
है
but
यार.
also Lotus is completely reworked when it comes
क्या
to defensive
टीम
side,
है
and we also have place for
भाई.
changes. So preferably, if you're a team facing Fnatic, you don't want them to give the possibility of taking you off guard with something completely new. So those are the maps that I would like to avoid being played against Fnatic. But that is 3 out of 7, so you can't dodge all of them.
I'm actually more excited to see maps like Bind, like the maps that
Bind
haven't
से,
had
Bind से,
exactly,
Bind से.
and maps that haven't had changes, but you know, with the agent changes,
Walkout
they have
आने वाला है.
rotations either throughout the map, like when you are playing against them.
क्या बख्शे देगा इस बार वॉकआउट में? 6 क्या लगता
You
है?
were mentioning 6 maps, 6 comps. Maybe
पता
something
नहीं.
different, maybe something funky, something that
Give me a number.
reinvents
Give
the
me a
meta.
number. How many agent changes they make? Quick.
Overall,
Yes. They made 0 last year, so give me a number.
I think it would be 4.
7 and 4. Okay, we'll see. We'll see. We will see because the wait is over. There is just one team we have yet to see in the Riot Games arena. It's time to bring them out. Here is Fnatic.
300 के लिए important match रह गए.
Vitality.
लेकिन एक चीज है भाई, उसका प्रोफेशनलिज्म खतरनाक है. वो ऐसा
हाँ ना?
ब्लेटेंटली सपोर्ट नहीं करता. मैं कभी नहीं देखा.
ट्रू मैंने भी भाई
आ गया वाइब चेक.
I've seen every other team take the stage.
इतना
They've been cooking.
मस्त है ना
They've been
boost
trying to
हाँ.
find the meta. They've been trying to do something new.
जब ऐसा fun
Fnatic
person
are the
लगता है.
डांस हो जाए,
last
डांस हो
team
जाए
we
बूस्टर.
haven't seen yet, and they happen to be the ones that
ये
don't
लोग
rush
भी
to
भाई-
change up their comps.
ये लोग
So
भी
this is
खतरनाक
gonna be
टीम तो
very,
है
very
वैसे.
interesting. Of course, they have yet to face the new team Vitality just yet, and a reminder: a win here sends you to playoffs, which means you are one step closer to Madrid. For Fnatic, Lothar, I feel like maybe expected, but for Vitality, it will be.
वैसा वाला वॉक-इन नहीं किया बे, डांस वाला.
For Fnatic, it's gonna be back-to-back wins and go to Madrid. That's essentially what you expect them to have in the books, right? But for Vitality, if you ask people in the audience, I don't think many people will say that Fnatic are gonna lose this match. So this is gonna be a very, very hard battle for
भाई
Vitality.
ये
But at the same time,
क्या
they're gonna be an
टीम
underdog
है
in
यार
this
Fnatic का
particular
यार.
matchup.
Also, a shout out to Elmer Putty. First time
क्या
playing
टीम
in
है
the
भाई.
Games arena. I think the first time
Oh,
Salah has ever
cameraman
had to
दिख.
come up
Cameraman
maybe
दिख.
fist bumping Fnatic. So a
इससे
new
रहे भाई.
experience.
Side to side to.
You didn't see me?
चक्कर,
You
चक्कर.
was right there. Oh no, that was Mitch. My bad. But sorry. It's a long day. But let's talk about Vitality because again, a newer team. They got their win already against Gentlemen.
जैसे में जो इसमें है.
It's not out of the
ये
question.
स्टार्ट में पहले बोला इसमें वॉच प्लेयर से मजा आएगा.
Here's the
मजा
thing,
आएगा.
Sue, you say that they're beatable. They were already a very hard team to beat last year. You cannot even imagine
भाई
how
कोच
this
चेंज
year
होता
is
रहता है
going
यार.
to be.
कोई ना
Even on
कोई
Sprints,
रीजन से.
this has been the team to beat. Everybody wants
to, score a win against it, but doing it on stage is a different feel, and of course a different outcome because of what you're saying about just getting that spot on playoffs. Now, Vitality, the other day, everything that they have prepped worked. I don't think they're going to be so sure about Fnatic, but let's see what the maps takes us.
Yeah, let's have a look. Fnatic, they're just going to ban out the sunset. They don't want to go there. Yeah.
And that's the perma ban.
Oh, hey! Oh, wow!
But we get Lotus first.
कल सरप्राइज का टाइम बोल पता नहीं यार.
I mean, they have tape on Vitality. They know
मेरे को
what
check करना था
Vitality
एक
did on Lotus
second.
against Gentlemates. So it could be a reason as to why at Lothar they're leaning towards it.
I feel like just full expectation for Lotus will be Fnatic just feels incredibly confident with the new stuff that are gonna be most likely cooking here for the first map. So I'm very excited to see the Lotus being first, but then incredibly bored with the Vitality takeover Sand, the most basic map. But I guess it might be their
But
best
then again,
choice.
excited for the bind. You know what?
Yeah.
I want to pick your brain on this because Vitality decided to start on the defense first here on Lotus, and when we talk about preparation and all that micro stuff that we know Fnatic is great at, when it comes to Lotus and the potential Euro or whatever it's in the defense, it's going to be maybe even hard for Vitality to counter all that from the defense when it's always going to be Fnatic taking up the upper hand.
Yeah, and I just want to say, 17 times Fnatic has played Lotus. They have never changed their comp. Not one time, not one change. But Lothar, surely with the map changes, though, they have to adapt.
Well, the map changes are favoring the defense more than attack, so it's a little bit more balanced map still.
True.
It's attacking, it's easier on the attack than on the defense, but I fully expect the same kind of protocols we have seen in the past from Fnatic, so the Odin being used as a suppressing fire on the A long, but then if we will see the Yoru being picked for Fnatic, then I'm gonna assume we're gonna have a Breach and an Omen being used, and that will completely, just completely ruin defense. And if Vitality is picking defense first, they have to make a plan for it, right? So what, double Sentinel here is being the plan for Vitality?
I don't think so. We can see Fnatic now, of course, doing the stretches.
I missed it. Yeah, here we go.
Setting the tone for every player out there. Maybe Vitality, we have some teams, that have joined that, I was going to say celebration, but that stretching session before the game. And definitely, it's worked for Fnatic. Maybe Vitality should try it as well. Because we're seeing the crowd, but, going back to the maps, going back to that Lotus,
on the way.
I want to see the effect that Elma Puri has had on Fnatic. We understand that Mini, of course, is still on the team, but I think that the responsibilities have to be different, and this has to be in a very specific way, a different Fnatic, but not a
का
very
सबसे heavy star-studded team.
Vitality, they're the underdogs here. They have nothing to lose. Nobody is going home.
डर के भी मारता है, Chronicle भी मारता है,
in the lower bracket.
Alpha
But one of the
Zehir
win
भी
conditions,
मारता
as
है,
we take a look at the agents
Benedict
of
भी मारता है,
they made
Leo
one
भी
change.
मारता
They
है,
made a change.
कौन बचा है
counts. So
Lothar's crying.
उसका कोच स्टेज में आके मारना बचा है बस.
We're one on the board already. So Omen in Astra, what do we think?
Omen, I feel like Omen just gives you a little bit more punch in the attacking phase because of the paranoia being allowed to use on the C, and now with the C being changed with the pocket on the left side of the entrance when you're attacking, you're gonna be able to clear that very
मेरे पास भी ऐसे एक काउंटर है तेरे पास.
काउंटर विंटर नहीं चाहिए, सीधा चेयर चाहिए.
क्या करेगा इतना? हाँ
यार देना
लोग 2-3 जनरेशन तक का पैसा सेव करते, तुम 20 जनरेशन का क्या करोगे?
को बता T69 से कुछ तो
but it
मिलना
could
चाहिए
make
ना.
all
as
of
a
the difference as
T69
we
owner
jump
तुझे कुछ
into
देना चाहिए
Lotus
प्लेयर को.
and bring
प्यार
back your
देता हूँ,
classes from earlier
गाली
today.
भी देता
नहीं
हूँ.
मिलता, रेज मिलता है सिर्फ. वाकले ने भी बोल
Thanks
दिया.
for remembering, Sue.
Thursday
Good to
का
hear
टाइम
your
में बड़े
voice
वे
across
याद
the
रखना.
desk all day long. Now, Tom, as we jump into this, I think without a doubt the biggest fan reception so far.
1+ में 30 प्लस हो रहा है, फिर भी इमोर्टल नहीं हो पा रहा
feel walking out against that because this room, I don't know if you heard it at home, but it erupted for one team. It's a little quiet on the other.
I think they're going to have to re-employ the Golden Hornets to get back here because it definitely does seem that a little bit quieter. But either way,
Good job!
cheering and well, this is their hometown. This is their map. We have been here many times. Only Loud has ever managed to beat them on this map twice. Everyone else has suffered the same defeat. Chronicle already patiently waiting. The push-up from Vitality
Help karo.
is spotted. 4 players already going aggressively. This puts a lot of pressure onto Kicks alone within that C site. And the B site for now, well, the only thing in their way is a little bit of utility, which looks like plant denial.
Oh, बच गया.
Chronicles evaded those players as well that were
Oh,
pushing
भाई
down to the
बच
room
गया.
and attempting to root him out after doing the damage early for Fnatic. They've got the space, and it looks like a plant coming through. A wall to cover their back, and most importantly, the door, if any of Vitality were to decide to come that way.
Yeah,
But you can
reveals
see
up,
that it's all on site. That's where the presence is. A little shift up in where the orb
भाई
is
लोग को
going.
साइड खेलना
Might
पड़ेगा.
hold instead on site, but it hasn't landed in a great spot. It's not actually covering the spike itself.
Oh!
Up top as well. The bounce is good. It's going to force the player out into the open, but around comes Kicks, and he has saved
Oh,
the
shit.
day. Alpha left in a 1v3, Ghost in hand, and almost no chance to deny that defuse.
Solid start for Vitality. That's the thing
warm
with
up
this team.
round था.
Obviously, they're an exciting one for coming into this year.
भाई वो
for
फ्लैंग ने
VCT,
बीटी
EMEA,
दे दिया बे
but
सब
the high
साइड छोड़ के बाहर आ गए.
expectations, bringing in Safe, I think, was a
क्या
player
बोलता हूँ
that
फ्लैंग
many
के
wouldn't
लिए.
have expected them to be able to get. One of the best players in terms of duelists last year, probably second only to the man on the other side. So now this is like their litmus test. This is how
डर के
good
मारा.
are they? It's early days in their roster's lifetime. You expect it to go for quite a while, but you are coming up against the best team in the world last
Time out.
year. What can you do? And for Fnatic, has anything changed? Are they just
क्या
gonna
round
come
था?
back in and rock everybody
फ्लैंग
once
की वजह
again?
से
The
बे
fact
सब बाहर
is,
चले गए
but
ना.
it seemed, well, it's
All
not
पे
easy
commit
to get
करना
to the
पड़ा,
top,
3
but
बंदे
it's
बाहर
easier
भी
to
चले
get
गए.
to the top than it is to stay there.
Well, that's always going to be the thing. Look, everybody has in their mind a different target when they come into events. You might have a regional rivalry. There might be a team that has an ex-teammate of yours that you want to take down. We have plenty of those storylines here, but everybody wants to take down Fnatic. The accolade you get alongside that, you get added to a very short list of teams.
Safe and Leo make up that.
Remember अरे थोड़ा रे डैमेज ही नहीं खाया वो.
In terms of a rivalry, but I don't even feel like there is much of a rivalry. Maybe between Safe and Fnatic. He's mentioned that once or twice. That he wanted to go there with Leo.
सारे utils
They made
खत्म
other
कर दिए.
choices. For now, at least.
हेलो.
Back, sir.
भाई सारे utils खत्म कर दिए फिर भी जिंदा है.
Weak bind. Now, one of the things they were always best at on this map is playing with those rotations. I think that was something that Boaster mastered very quickly and thus became an incredibly strong map for them. With the changes we now kind of learn, whether or not that defensive side is going to be better for a lot of teams, and Vitality have definitely proven they can hold it in that regard.
फिर से उठाएगा लगता
For
है.
now, at least, though, the pressure again looking like it's going to be on that C site. Safe does have his paranoia, so he'll at least be able to buy a bit of time, but he is almost completely alone.
Well, yeah, very much isolated. This is a man that can deliver, and there's a TP up top, but he hasn't
Oh
seen
bye.
it. Played safe with a shrouded step as well. Beautiful to see. Nade's going to deny plant for a second. 10 seconds left.
Buster को कुछ करना पड़ेगा.
Down the seconds, but Runner won't
आराम
really
से
have a
आराम
chance
से
to
heal
double
दे.
down on it and deny any further. That plant does come through. Damage is good.
Leo को दे दिया बे गन.
Boaster so low. It really is Leo with the rifle to do the heavy lifting.
भाई एक वो भी है smoke
I mean,
spit
they
भी
have
है.
got a snade to work
कर
with. The
सकते हैं.
C's on Leo, the nade on Durka. About the best that you can hope for.
ओए.
Yeah.
नेट गया नहीं होता.
So much still that would need to go wrong for Vitality. The weaponry so far in their favor. Boaster has found another one in Durka. He might just have the timing. The shot
Oh,
not connected.
close.
It's left all onto the IGL. Already half defused, and Destrian is not
Close रे. भाई नेट सिटी जाता था ना मजा आ जाता
the
था.
second round, even if it got a little bit close.
It did. Look, it did get close. What it also got was costly for the side of
Fnatic
Vitality.
का
So
crowd
many
है.
players lost.
Always baby.
And already we're seeing some of these plays that previously have been built on with like a paranoia going through and the TP up top from an Omen. Boaster did it dry and it worked out. Just distraction play on Safe as he was a little too focused on the rest of the players making their way through. That'll work once for you. It'll get you the damage. Now they'll look to capitalize on the back of it and really punish Vitality. You can see what they're buying.
Looks like
They're not going to have a lot to work with.
I think we're going to see a little bit of a mid-push into B. Just get that early information. It's been heavy C presence so far from Fnatic, so they're going hunting. Just going to break the turret. I don't think they'll get much more from it. And bear in mind,
कितना देखना एक सेकंड में तीन अलग-अलग smoke control लेने के लिए.
So they have to basically rely on trap plays. If they can get someone caught, win an individual fight. For now, at least, though, it is just this slow presence being taken. And the defenders look like they're going to try and pincer onto C.
There.
Now, that's certainly been denied from the side of Fnatic. All the utility that came back at them, they give up the space, they pump the brakes, they wait, and they let Vitality get a little ahead of
मेरे को लगता है
themselves.
सी आवाज करके भी जाएंगे.
The attacking side, you're hoping that defensive side has rotated. They've gone to B, they've gone to A, they've seen that fake. Even with the orb
अभी
being
बहुत
taken,
time है.
this could very easily be a fake. Oh, and actually it is. Fnatic will just make a bit of noise. Look elsewhere.
Oh.
They found the space taking, but this time Boaster doesn't win the duel.
No, and he has been somewhat of a
बच गया.
lurk in the past, but now the time starts to become a real issue. Rotation from Kicks can get him back into the site.
भाई कितना स्लो करते ना 20 सेकंड बचा है.
As well, again, able to try and buy time. They're not in a bad position here at all, but the utility is going to make things that little bit more awkward. Denying the plant is not going to be easy, but Safe still going strong.
Save by
A
Opa
second for
चल
him
रहा है.
already. Fnatic are going to be getting that plant in, but now he can wait for the cavalry to arrive. There is a very real chance for Vitality in this round.
Oh, that shot as well onto Alpha, straight through the smoke.
Oh,
A big kill. They could double down even further. It's only Chronicle left. Just one man standing between them. He's already picked up the first, and he's on his way for the diffuser, but it's guarded by Deathstream, who's got changing weapons.
And we are back. भाई हर एक प्लेयर में पोटेंशियल है भाई, हर एक प्लेयर में पोटेंशियल है. रात का चल रहा मैच ऑटोमेटिक रात को 3:30 चलेगा.
Initial fight, falls
दो
back,
मैचेस.
has smokes to delay, wins another individual fight on the site.
Chronicle by
Couldn't have
Hey
gone better. But Chronicle, and this is the thing.
Chronicle
but
है
whoever
यार.
Fnatic seem to have,
Fnatic
they have
baby.
this depth of individual brilliance that can come out of nowhere. And well, all it took
आ रहा है हाइप पाइप आ रहा
was
है.
3 rounds for one of them to show what they've got.
I mean, he was fantastic on
Guys,
Lotus
sexy game है,
last
थोड़ा
time
और volume
around,
बढ़ाना
but,
पड़ेगा.
that was a while ago.
Where's his Odin?
It will be coming out, I feel, eventually. With the way Vitality been taking this space, they're actually very confident in this round just to leave the one player safe, alone on A. He's holding that control much deeper, and you've got the stack, the rotations towards the left side of that mini-map, towards C. Spotting the turret outside, still online. There's the Killjoy. Okay, B lurk.
Oh shit.
C players, they know what's going on. Now they got to stop it.
Alt मारा नहीं ना उसने शायद.
So Darker had the showstopper there, but decides not to use it, just tries to almost seemingly make some sort of sneaky play through. Now bear in mind, because of how well Vitality did in the last round, even without the victory, they managed to put Boaster down to a pistol. So one of the guns is now gone within the C site, and Durka lost the showstopper in the process. That looks like a bit of a mistake from Fnatic's part. And now with 40 seconds left, well, it's Jake up to his old tricks again, TPing through. It's a surprise, but it's labored. Cinder will be alive on 2 HP. That gives them a chance, but the fact is the cavalry has already arrived. Leo will be able to find one, putting things back into a competitive position again. The Fnatic players, when they're down and out, or seemingly so, they come alive, already spawning a player on the top of the site. Still, somehow, a chance in this scenario, but Safe
Oh भाई save by खेल रहे बे.
Vitality will bounce straight back.
Save by खेल
Themselves
रहे.
that lead a bit further.
A few big plays from Safe. Yeah, he's been able to get himself into that battle despite being on the other side of the map. And when you look at how this one went down, you know, thank God he was there on time. They can isolate one more fight, fade ultimate online, and then it really would be a nightmare.
Save by ने मारा भी sexy.
Luckily, Safe is Salah's boy. He's able to get that round, extend it up to a 3-1 lead, and leave Fnatic without a lot to fall back on economically. Those credits are low, so the weapons are weak.
Why has he got
कौन सा था अभी तो एक ही टीम ने हारा है ना इनको ये मैप पे.
Finally.
It could be. Long have we waited. Here we go. A chance for some plays of old to shine bright again. In goes the Boombot to find him. He's not going to chase. He is. He's gone in. He's cleared the corners. He's got himself some control. Boaster's
भाई गलत रीड कर रहे हैं बे.
Demons miles away.
What?
Forced Alpha out of position. Just somehow he wins that fight. And look at the value from the bookie. This close angle could be absolutely massive if they go towards it.
And Nightfall hasn't really connected onto anything. Some weird battles being taken. Fnatic taking 1v1s with much weaker. How has he got his second kill with a
फिर
frenzy?
से दरवाजा खोलने वाला
And
है.
now Alpha's just styling on them. The trade coming out as well with the stinger.
thirsty
This is not a round that
निकाला.
Fnatic should even be competitive in. And, well, it looks one. It looks like the Vitality players are falling back, forced to save. It's ridiculous.
Well, we never would have seen this style of play if it wasn't for that bookie on Dirk, if being able to seize close control.
गलत crowd
That
पे.
was definitely the plan. Well, let's send Durka in with a Bucky.
They've lost the Bucky, Tom.
Oh no. And then Alfie will kill two people with Frenzy, one of them at range.
Worst part ये है कि ये लोग तो कुछ गलत भी नहीं कहते. ये देख.
What was his second kill? Okay, it's a bit more reasonable. I don't think Kicks will see it that way, but
I think he was stood on the same spot of ground for both of those kills, so he really he was his own killjoy turret. Fair play. That's good to see Alpha getting off to a fiery start like that, even with a frenzy in hand. You felt pretty confident seeing the 3-1 lead with low economy for Fnatic. 3-2. Fnatic right back in the game, and they've got ultis to play around. That showstopper that Dirk has had for 2 rounds.
Still didn't use it.
It's coming. It's on its way.
Maybe that'll be the flex. He just doesn't use it at all.
All game.
They have been farming orbs for it, so I would be a little bit frustrated. Now, one of the players they've struggled with so far has been Safe. He has caused Fnatic real issues with his repositioning, but also just individual skill, winning some of those 2v1 scenarios. The fact is, it's a good thing for Vitality that he's one of the players with a weapon. Available for Sender, but again, the way Fnatic play this attack is always patient. Maybe seeing if anybody's going to be going for some spams, and it seems like it's possible. Instead, though, they're going doubling back towards Sender, who does have one of the rifles.
It's the paranoia for Safe. Huge. There's the initiation. They're on their way through. Paranoia, but no peek. I thought that's where Sender was going to go swinging in to take the fight, but instead, it's used to delay. Now he's pushed back. Is he going to use the ult with a Guardian? Not the best. These players are trapped, stuck in a hollow, trying to fight their way out. Leo's at least done well. They've managed to punch through towards the A side, but they know Safe is still there. They know there's players on site, and they've only got 30 seconds to make a decision. There's that decision made. Finally, Viper's Pit comes into play from Chronicle, but remember, Sender has his own. He could try to pit back through this and make it a very awkward fight for both teams.
More of a problem. There's actually access back into the site for the remaining defenders. A lot of this will be onto Alpha. If they clear him, it could get awkward, but never mind. Leo goes facing outside.
Save by mood
taking a little bit of damage, but that's his own teammate's molly. If anything, it just gives away a position.
Save by mood mein.
And now, with just one man standing Safe again, he just has to back off. There wasn't really an avenue back into the site. Fnatic. Unfortunately for Vitality, again,
3-3 हो गया बे, Vitality हो गया,
जीत गया the weaponry they have, but it is still going to be 3-3.
Save by mood में, मारेंगे.
Alpha to live. And as we can see from the kill feed, he did not. A rifle lost. Another reinvestment for Fnatic. I think that's sort of
सारे headshots लगे ना Safe के.
Vitality being able to flick between and then keep that economy nice and low. Grab a couple of kills. Even in the rounds you're losing, you're making it costly for Fnatic. That's how they want it to go. They can see by the economy that the effect is not going to be felt in this round, but it will if Fnatic lose this. He'll give a streak to Vitality. Or Dirk would buy.
Oh bye!
Oh bye RGB.
Oh bye! पूरा neon light लेके घूम रहा है.
A constant fight.
I'll find you.
सीधा
something that
सीधा.
Vitality were constantly pressuring in their defensive side last time out.
कितना लेकिन methodically लेते देखना.
On their attack.
अभी और बार फेक करेंगे.
Aggressive pushes.
दरवाजा वो करेंगे.
Also played a lot in towards this A site. He was just firing mollies and mowing people down with an Odin as they tried to run through it. Seems like they've switched things up a little bit for their defense last time. Paranoia going to be going in onto Safe, looking to put the pressure in. There goes that showstopper. He's made it to the side, but it doesn't matter. Bosa's already got the kill.
Yeah, again, we've seen this ult many times even today, used just for that space taking. And that's exactly what it's doing. Crowd controlling the squad back and putting them on the back foot in any fight that they do take as the rest of the teammates spill in, guns ablazing. Sender still has that Viper ulti online, but the pit is hard to bring into play in this sort of scenario. Oh, Sender, good idea of where these players are. Flash through as we emerge from a different wall. It's
Vardis.
Quickly denied. No
Let's go,
control for Vitality around there, and Sender's going to take his pit home. At least he's going to try to. Those steps are already heard. Dirk is close. He's got a buddy with him.
गन गिराओ चलेगा पैसा नहीं उनके पास.
If he does, he can save this weapon.
Vardis
4 rounds now for Fnatic, and the lead is in their hand. A slow path to recovery.
Vardis.
Vitality haven't made it easy. but the pendulum swinging the other way.
Yeah, I do still feel like that round with the Bucky, the Stinger, and the Frenzy might be something that kind of captures them in the back of their minds of like, that was a real opportunity for them to get clear in the early stages of this defensive side.
भाई गलत है ना, गलत टीम है
a little bit of an
बे.
extra boost financially, and also just
हो
in
गया,
terms
ये
of
लोग हो गया
scoreline,
भाई,
might
ये
come
लोग
back to
फुल
haunt
टिल्ट
them.
विल्ट हो गया ये लोग का.
Nonetheless, still a very long way to go in this map. Unfortunately for Vitality, that was sort of the last-ditch effort in terms of their economy. As you said, few ults online, so if this one gets a little bit close, it could be problematic. The Horn.
वो हाइपर स्मोक भी देखा कितना बाप है.
Runner. But again, after a lot
एक
of
साथ
early
गिरा
scene
के फाइट
pushes,
भी
it
कर
seems like
सकते हैं.
Fnatic have decided,
उसको बाद
okay,
में चाहिए तो उठा
back
के
to
लेके भी
business,
जा
back to
सकते हैं.
A. Let's take this control early in every single round, and each time they're just farming the orb for Durka as well.
There's a bit of an early shift from Vitality. We've seen this before with C being left very wide open. Obviously much more willing to make this play when you've got pistols, mostly sheriffs to work with. Trying to play the numbers advantage. The A site will have the backup for now as they've seen the door
कितना
open,
hit
the
करेंगे?
Viper wall go up.
वो लोग का combo है ना यार, execute
Fnatic,
से.
not just yet. They're looking for a reaction, response. There's a flash. They know Sky is here. They're going to try to find a bit more information by the looks of it. Yeah. Leo going through. Oh, I thought he was going to go through first, but instead it's right from the back. So they don't see any of these players.
It definitely makes things a bit misleading, but after already seeing so much off the back, that's the same Haunt they used just a couple of rounds ago. Up on the corner, it's
should
so
run
much
मार दिया.
information, nades doing work, the snake bite was sublime, and what was looking like a possibility. Leo just didn't get that kill, by the way. He didn't even get it.
Suppressing fire, you know, just make his aim a little
भाई
shaky.
मजबूर कर दिया बे वो लोग को
Now,
पिक
you know what,
करने
that's a
में
great teammate, 'cause she
मजबूर.
was like, you know what, Durka's at the bottom of the board, I'll act as a distraction so that he can get the kill.
Leo does not mess around when it comes to the support role.
Of course,
you know,
yeah.
he is willing to lead with his utility.
It might
He'll
not
put his
give him an
body on the
assist,
line.
but he's willing to do it.
एक और round था,
No,
फिर
but
भी
that's
भाई
it.
मैटर करता है
Stats,
एक एक
stats
round.
don't lie, but here they do. That is an assist. Well done. Well done, Leo. Yes. Big smile on his face. Happy to help. 5-3. Yeah, a
It was
really
equal
nice
still.
recovery
अबे
from
मजबूर
Fnatic. It's
कर
been
दिया
4
बे,
rounds in a
वो
row,
देख
and
के
this
मजा
is the
आया.
problem. Once they get the ball rolling, finding solutions is a very difficult
वो
thing.
लोग का 4
Those
जन
are
का
solo
strike था,
playing
हो
this side
सकता
of the
था
map.
ये कुमार.
And keeping 3 players, usually Vitality have taken this as 3 and then just rotated, leaving Safe alone. Instead, it's bought them that extra 20-second window. Now they're destroying some utility on B, and for Vitality, this is just an uncomfortable start to the round as they get little bits of map control contested and taken away from them, but they're filling in to spill the gaps. And
We saw something similar from Boo, where he would get this control quite regularly versus Carmine Corp.
Yep.
The difference is Fnatic have been much more willing to fight for this, so I feel like Safe will be much quicker to fall off. This time out, though, it's perfect because they've got 3 players dedicated in, and Fnatic haven't actually fought for that controller tool, so they can let this stack stick around.
With Safe having ultimate as well, you know, he doesn't really need to fall back from Rubble. He can keep this aggressive control and use that as a get out of jail free, or use it to rotate when the push eventually does come through. So no need for Vitality to shift from this 3-man setup on C, and they've made the right call. There is so much presence here from the side of Fnatic. 30 seconds left. If they're going to go somewhere, that door needs to open now. And it looks like that window is closing, and they've taken it just in time, straight through the door, straight through B, and a TP used up by Boaster as well to get control over to Nice shot onto Durka. He's dropped, but Spike making its way in now as a lockdown comes into play. The time's going to be a little tight, but they're getting it and getting out. How do they defend it from far away? I didn't see any nanos thrown down on it. This spike could be cut in half.
Yeah, Boaster has to do quite a lot here. The rest of the team slowly making their way in, and actually, I think Alpha's just denied it.
He did.
Sender's gone down. There wasn't any cover.
Not even
from
half.
one of the main angles. That seems like a bit of a misstep. The fact is, though, they still have a smoke, but now every single member of Fnatic has a keen eye on that spike. Destrian still unable to help out with the defense of the player defusing, and while from that point onwards, there was nothing they could do. It was looking shaky for Fnatic, but I'll be honest, they made that look kind of easy.
They did. And you know, it's curious because the way that started out, I felt like it could have flipped either way. The fact that there's no smoke on the defuse first time around, big error from them.
How does Durka hit that?
Look at that. I mean, that's insane. I don't know.
अच्छा,
Maybe the smoke was refreshing. I'm going to give Sake the
भाई,
benefit of the doubt. Add to
गलत
that, the fact
team है
that maybe he
भाई.
has to be taking that fight on the Boaster to
हाँ.
cover the angle, so there's just no time. But that is an
भाई,
oversight
जितने
that
भी
here cost them a
भाई
lot.
I'm also
हवे
kind
में
of
मारा
surprised that if one
उसको,
player's defusing, it
हवे
looked like
में.
Deathstream wasn't holding the
वो
one.
भी
All three
ऐसा भी नहीं
players were
मटका,
looking at Boaster.
प्यार
Yeah.
से मारा
So
है.
it's sort of like, yeah, Boaster is the
ऐसा.
immediate threat, but then you have to kind of clock back in and go, well, that guy can just insta-kill him if he swings the corner, which
And
is
they must
exactly
have,
what they're going to do.
having been pushed so far back by the KJ ult,
करके लियो करो
you'd
ना
imagine
this
they
time
were
building.
running.
भाई
So
अल्फा
not only is
जहर.
that player peeking the angle, they're making a lot of steps on the way over,
Alpha
telling you,
जहर
hey,
बे.
I don't want you defusing that. And, well, it didn't look like they got much of a choice.
Crazy.
Yeah, no surprise. Salah always
Guys,
top of everything.
8,600 watching. We are very
Oh,
close
well,
to
it's just
10k
happening,
likes.
trying to get his team back
पहला
in
मैप है
this one.
फैनेटिक का,
5
फट
rounds
से
in a
लाइक
row has
कर
got
दो.
pretty sad. And that's it.
Darkel
Vitality
looks so
started this one
dangerous.
well.
उसका
It
gameplay
basically
बाप
just
लगता है.
spiraled out of control after they lost that round to a Frenzy and a Bucky. Like that's what's happened.
बहुत
Since then,
कुछ
they
करता है
haven't managed
team
to
के
win a
लिए.
round. Now I'm looking at Alpha buying up an operator. Obviously,
Bro,
there's
you're
still time
hyping
left
too
on the
much.
clock,
It's my
but
favorite
this
team.
could
I will
just be a
hype.
counter just going, okay, they've been pushing aggressively.
I love
on point A.
Fnatic यार.
I'm going to pick him out of the sky. But he's actually over towards the seaside. So maybe just after a pause, kind of expecting some sort of aggression somewhere. So you guys go that way. I've got this side of the map.
Yeah, you know, we've seen again.
10 second entry मार भी दिया उसको.
Immediately. He jiggle jump peeked that and he just caught him out of the sky.
Sound दे दिया
Pure
डर के ने.
chaos on this choke point as well towards A. It's going towards Vitality to start with, but these players are caught out, pushed up, and now the numbers advantage in the duel. 3 versus 1 as Runner goes down, leaving Sender alone in the 3 versus 1 of the round. At least he's got a Viper pit to play with. You know, I feel like I've said that for a couple rounds now. And again, the issue is
People
going
need
to be
to learn from
getting
it.
into position to use it.
Duelist is not only about
He has his
frags.
wall down, but it's not in the best of
ये
positions.
देखो
As you can see,
भाई.
Alpha was already well in front of it.
That was like a blink and you made. It's like Alpha went, let me just shoot a shot while I'm just running away. Like it's disgusting how quick he is. And that's the thing. I genuinely think that from what I can see on the map, Deathstream just did the classic. I'm just going to jump peek and go back out.
Oh!
Yeah.
Stop it!
Yeah.
क्या reaction?
That's what you get. Do we have his last
क्या
kill as well?
reaction
Was it
time है
as quick?
उसका?
I don't know if it was, but it seemed...
Okay. You know, I thought Alpha was
मेरा हो
already
गया
ahead
भाई.
of the wall, but no, he just walked straight through it. That nade is good, but not good enough. 67 health left on Boaster, and Runner is out of the round. I mean, it only got himself to blame. That was his nade.
अबे ये लोग से duel fight ले ही नहीं सकते. कैसे
I know
जीतेंगे बे?
exactly where he tried to step
I
to.
thought maybe
Bro
he'd,
won't
like,
swing again.
probably like move a little bit from the nade or
भाई
something. No, just
jump
insta
pick
headshot
किया
as he
तो
goes around the
मरेंगे,
corner.
pick किया तो मरेंगे.
Just
Base में खड़े रहे तो मरेंगे. करे तो क्या करे? वो देख
See
किसको
that
तो
round,
मारा
they did, however,
उसने.
try and peek B.
Deathstream again.
Safe लेकिन
Safe
अच्छा
has
खेल
done
रहा है.
well, but it's not enough. The trading from Fnatic has been sublime, and it
Safe
is
अच्छा खेल
Sender
रहा
trying to clutch this one out. Currently vulnerable. They know exactly where he is, and the spike's already made it to the site. But Leo, I think he's just going for the kill at this point. It just knows, you know what, I don't even need to risk this. Let's just wait for the cover of my team. This time he gets him though.
Plus
Absolute
निकाल तो
gives
सकता है
him
ये.
maybe a chance. They've
You
used
see.
Nightfall just on him.
उसे बोलते.
It doesn't connect.
Oh, he's looking the wrong way. That double swing
Shot.
is about to come through before it even can. Leo catches the angle. 8 rounds for the side of Fnatic.
आसपास इस nightmare for करने के लिए आसपास
It is
अभी
their
दूसरे
map
टीम में
pick,
ना देखना
granted,
पड़ेगा क्या होता है.
and clearly they've come in with an idea. I know I heard our desk talking about it a little bit. The fact that the opening matchup we saw Vitality
Save
play
क्यों
Lotus.
नहीं किया
And
क्योंकि
you
अभी last
wonder
round है.
how much have they investigated that? Again,
It's
it's the
just
same
so
play.
bad.
He jumped peak C, got caught on the elbow. Now he goes, I'll check B this round so he doesn't get me, and he's there.
I will say, like, the inner nerd in me, every time I see that little zoom thing
It's
comes
so
up,
cool.
it just makes me happy.
I'm so glad
Thank
they
you.
showed it to
Thank
us
you.
in rehearsals.
bye.
If they didn't,
भाई तू
I
shot
couldn't
देख
control
रहा
my
अल्फा
mind.
जहर का.
Did he laugh? Would he?
It was so
बच्चा
cool.
अंदर के सबके देख रहा हूँ मैं खाना खा रहा था इसलिए बोल नहीं
By
रहा था
8 to
लेकिन
3.
देख रहा था
As you said,
भाई
Fnatic have been
वो
looking good
frenzy
now.
वाला double
I don't know if you
kill.
guys know this. Sender actually
इसका
has a
off
Viper's pin online.
shots.
So
Ah.
yeah, he got that online,
Best
you know,
Sender in the Bale Fair.
6 rounds ago.
2 days
so
ago.
He hasn't used it
jump
yet.
pick भी
But
नहीं कर सकते
now,
उसके
maybe not
सामने.
the best idea either, because Durka is coming in with a showstopper, and he has a way of rooting
ज़्यादा
players
हो
out of
गया
that.
जैसे
final
बोला,
punish
जैसे
on the
बोला.
Alpha.
That's a big
Finally.
stop.
Six
because
by
he
move
has
बंद रख के
real issues.
भींचो.
The problem is, okay, the one good thing about having
having that Viper's Pit here is they can use it to waterfall their way back through. The problem with
Oman ko
it
kuch karna
is where
padega.
Boaster is currently playing. He's so aggressive that you can't even really use the Viper's Pit to waterfall out. That's the plan. And you know what? Sender's done well. It'll give them that extra bit of space. It'll clear out that back corner as well. Because the Fnatic players can't afford to sit there. Safe wrapping round timing is absolutely everything. Showstopper, he can get multiple kills. Instead, Saves come from behind.
छोड़ा
He
नहीं
saved the
उसने.
players of Vitality and maybe just the round. Boaster still sitting back, manages to find himself one. And now he's the only one left standing. Just going to try and
छोड़
go for the
देता तो दो
diffuser, but
मरते थे.
Vitality have done well. The full retake works out just about. And they will have themselves
Shit
their
रे.
4th round after
छोड़ा नहीं
7-round
उसने.
hiatus.
8-4 at the half. Look, considering how we started here, Tom, it's not the best. It was
वो time buy
3-1
कर रहा
at a
था
certain
शायद.
point. That point was quite a while ago.
Safe is 17-7.
9-3 में करना था.
Losing by
भाई
4
safe
rounds.
sexy खेला लेकिन safe
The
sexy
thing is,
खेला.
when they've actually run into him, he's been ridiculous. Like, I was a little bit skeptical seeing him play controller because, as I said, he was basically the second best duelist in EMEA last year, and it's because the best one won 2 trophies. Like,
I also discussed it a little bit about, you know, what,
Not bad
what does
for
he
VIT,
want
to
as
be
a
honest.
person,
It's
as a
very
player.
bad considering safe इतना बाप खेल रहे. It's like
He
bad.
doesn't want to be a duelist. From what I've heard,
Should have
he's-
been at
he's
least
got his eyes,
6-6.
I won't give away too much, but on different roles. And not even the one he's playing right now. It's
Safe
crazy.
को देखो भाई 17-7.
he thought he was meant to be a duelist, so I feel like he just plays everyone, if I'm being brutally honest.
That's safe. That's safe. Wait, look, there's a lot of value to be cleaved from having players like that who will just say, what is it on this
Attacking
map? What
map
do we need
bro.
on this map? That's what I want to play.
Or more so just like playing with people. A bit like Angel. Just tells you whatever he thinks is funny at the time.
If I was to give advice to someone getting into the game, I'd say don't play like Angel. That would be the first thing I'd say, because you don't have his teammates. And, well,
थोड़ा
Coaster
गलत हो
doesn't
गया.
have many teammates now because they've already lost Dirk and Chronicles. Pistol off to a flying start for Vitality. It's been a lifeline in the series, having the first one under their
4v2.
belt.
Possible
Let's
है
see if they can
comeback.
do the same here on the attack with a 4 versus 2. And an easy seize on Boaster. He had nowhere to go. Stunned.
4v1, 4-1 tap.
Leo, 74 health. 1v4. Good luck.
Smoke भी है वाइपर का.
If there was any
Crossfire भी
man,
बन चुका है.
it would be this one.
Or Chronicle.
I've watched this man 1v5 with a sheriff. I can't choose anyone else. But even still, this would have to be an absolute.
1v3 possible है.
But that's one. That's one. He's got a few more to go. A little bit wary of the flank, but the time is the main problem. He might be able to kill off every single member, but I think the clock will do the job at this point. Even throwing a nade onto the spike. It's another instant headshot, but Safe will survive.
भाई
Execution's
चिपकता
gonna
है ना
make sure it
लेकिन.
doesn't go any further. Control
Sorry,
from
sir.
Vitality. Didn't give him a chance. Now
मच्छर सुन.
they get the rewards. A potential
तेरी
second
गांड
round
मार
version
दूंगा.
for the
Fnatic का मैच
second
चल रहा है.
time.
तेरी गांड मार दूंगा आज काटा
A
तो.
chance to build into this attack half, which, as you
Americas
said,
के time पे आओ भाई.
we've seen teams improve on the defensive side of this map, but ultimately we do still lean it in the attacker's favor.
क्या है मैं भाई.
And also lean it in the favor of players or teams who win both pistols. Big advantage to have.
ना
and you
बे.
can see why.
Favorite
Even
team
in
का
a
match
game where
दिख रहा है.
the buy rounds haven't worked, where Fnatic have found such a heavy streak of rounds. You're right back in the game, at least possibly. They can't come in and lose this round. Damage was done, but now
मस्त
I'm
प्री
not
मारा
so
रनर
worried.
ने. मस्त प्री
Very
मारा.
quick kills from the side of Vitality. They should be able to retrieve that spike, and unless Leo's classic is a little bit of an upgrade to it, I think
Mental
this one
update
should be
मच्छर को गाली दे रहा हूँ.
very much dead and
Somehow I
buried.
still believe he's going to do something.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
For a second there, Safe almost fell, but yeah, both are very far away. Hoping they would double back, but instead, they
No way Fnatic lose anyway. I doubt.
are heading their way into the C site.
I doubt.
An almost inevitable conclusion of this round being that Vitality will get themselves into just a 2-round.
अभी तो आज ये लोग का पहला मैच है भाई. पहला मैच है. पहला मैच है.
Still have the potential to
जब ये
buy a
हाथ
couple
गरम
more.
होएगा फिर
They could be
पता
coming
नहीं
in
क्या
with a
करेंगे.
really solid bonus. So if anything, they just don't want to lose anybody else, which is exactly what they would do.
सीजन कब है
Nice
रात को?
controlled one for Vitality. Plenty more to come. And look, for this attacking side,
These
now they
out.
get to set the pace up against Fnatic. This is going to be a really interesting round with the bonuses, with the Bulldogs in play, the Guardian as well,
क्या
the
बोली
Light
वो?
Shields. The only thing I want to see from Fnatic is an
कुछ
outlaw.
तो बोली वो. मैं
The
भी
Light
समझा.
Shields, man.
अरे bees out वो vitality का bees ही है.
भाई कैमरामैन ना मान रहा.
टीम विटैलिटी का साइन है ना
Oh,
बी
okay,
का
we've been
देखना
feeding them information.
Bye,
I
He's
think-
out.
Got my WhatsApp
Well,
open, mate.
clearly Mitch needs to be
Pro
investigated.
player बनना पड़ेगा bro.
Okay. Sender going for some spam.
Pro player बनना पड़ेगा.
He's doing the Chronicle.
Did
Cameraman 100% faint हो गया
maybe
उधर.
a nick of damage? No, I think
100%.
that's actually
Wink
cut off
भी
the-
किया है, flank किस भी cameraman गए
by
हो.
the screen.
मैं बोल रहा हूँ मैच V-Sport छोड़ के कैमरा
It's the
VCT
same
का.
as what we've
ये
expected.
भी अच्छा.
Smoke going down, maybe hoping to try and destroy some of that utility. They will do just that. Even still, though,
पूरा जमीन खुद दी बे.
falling back. In the meantime, though, Boaster has gone aggressively pushing up. It's exactly the same
मेरे
as
को
what we
दिए
saw
किस
from
कोई
Safe in
नहीं
the
और
first half, having that
language.
TP to get yourself out
भाई
of there.
कितना माल है
Will help out
By
quite a bit.
Vitality
Still
जीतने
has
वाला है.
another smoke available if he wants to use it, but this time I think he might just have to escape.
Bees out bro, Vitality जीता. Bees out.
The smoke down
हो
just
गया
to
मेरा.
make it a bit more annoying.
Bees
But
out.
in actual fact, this rotation
अरे
could
भाई
benefit
कितना
them.
support करूँ भाई
Definitely towards
Fnatic
the
को.
C side from what we're
बराबर है कि
seeing.
नहीं chat?
Viper wall in play for B and A.
हिंचो 92% का वोट है Fnatic जीतेगा. हो गया भाई.
I'm not sure where the toxins are at for Chronicle, but I didn't see the wall go up, so Orb should be in play for this. Snake bite down, that's going to catch a few on the way through. Good damage done. Alpha at least good for one, and the backup is now on the site. Spray down from Chronicle. He's forced back into the smoke. His teammate dropped. I don't know if he can go for this anymore. Probably has to wait for a teammate. Spam just to try to deal the damage, but it's not happening. That's planted now, secured for Vitality.
Bhargav bhai, thank you for the 5 gifted.
The only issue. The smoke
Guys
isn't
जिसको भी
online for
gifted
Safe
मिला
just yet to help them
please
across.
Bhargav bhai को
They'll
thanks
stack
बोल
up,
देना.
take these fights
Already
together.
25 gifted
Look
दे
to push
चुके
it
Bhargav
across the
bhai.
line. It's Chronicle up close that has to win that opening fight. And now there's too many players. Way too many with kicks picking up 4.
Yeah,
भाई,
huge round from him.
अच्छा था
Really
खेल
good
रहे यार
sneak onto the site
Vitality.
as well,
क्या
being
बोल
able
रहा
to
है?
clear out Alfia without
अच्छा ही
too
खेल
much
रहे हैं.
difficulty, which is normally not an easy thing to do. And they've managed to convert that bonus round as well. That's the big thing about it. Getting themselves that little boost in. The only
FNC.
thing I will remind you of is they kind
FNC.
of managed to do that. Well, they won, I think it was
सारे
round 4, and they
fans
ended up
में
losing to
Fnatic.
what was a weak purchase.
सारे.
They're going to take themselves their first pause and first time for Elmer Putty to actually get a chance
भाई
to
balance
localize
करने का मैं
within the VCT.
Vitality
Obviously,
support
the-
कर रहा
the
हूँ.
one
Balance
sort
करने
of
का.
change
ऐसा
that
नहीं
we've
कि
seen
वो
within
दो
Fnatic
Vitality
is bringing
fans
that
थे करके.
coach in.
Yeah,
Just to balance
absolutely.
it out.
They talked about the roster changes and how they
समझ रहे हो?
hadn't had any. Well, obviously, the behind
Let's
the
go,
scenes
let's
has
go,
shifted
Vitality bhai.
somewhat. Not that Mini's not involved anymore,
Vitality
but
जीता.
he doesn't have to come down on the stage. Doesn't have to fist bump upwards to Salah. Understandable. And doesn't have to deal with Salah's mind games. That's a big
Cypher
part
किसने
of
लिया?
it.
And doesn't have to deal with being
मैं
insulted
कॉल
by a
करता हूँ
suit,
रात
which
को
is
इनको.
something that you have to clearly deal with on a regular basis.
Yes. Yeah, I heard that earlier, Sue.
It's
think
funny,
you're
I
getting
didn't
away
have
with
my
it.
headphones on, but I saw his face and I was like, Sue just said something.
Close
mean,
jar
didn't
hai
she?
Guys,
Every day, Tom.
8.8k
I feel
watching.
this
We
every
are
day.
close to 9k likes.
It's okay, everyone loves
Only
the show.
500 left. अगर किसने like नहीं किया है जल्दी से like कर दो. और
You know,
कोई
we saw
subscribe नहीं किया है अभी
the
तक तो
Guardian bought up,
subscribe
right?
कर दो.
The spam attempt that I was
Time out
holding my
है,
breath the
तुम्हारे
whole first
पास
half to
time
see
है.
Chronicle. He almost pioneered
जल्दी
it,
करो,
certainly at the
जल्दी
top
करो.
level. Pulling that Odin out attack side, denying
Save
the cross now.
19,
When you got
7,
someone like Safe,
save
who's
अच्छा
just
खेल,
gonna
save
try to
बाप
step
के लिए.
across. It's not the best. You know, typically you're denying Rays coming up and Neon sliding into the corner, things like that. Omen's a little bit more annoying for that. But Sender, well, he don't give a damn. He said if your Omen steps out, I'll tag him up, and Chronicle can't even spot the corner. He's losing HP. Now, obviously, it looks worse than it is initially due to that Viper wall, but he still gets tagged up pretty decently. 86. If he stood in that angle a second or two longer, he was gone.
Oh, it seems like they pinged on to Boaster. I think they know that he's there. And actually, the
Alt
rest
bar
of
दिया तो
Fnatic
गए
have
Boaster.
started to make moves in this direction. This is the thing, though. It's the same with Vitality's attack size. If you watch them on Sunset, they are very happy to hit the brakes. Very controlled, not over-aggressive. And it seems like Sender has a real chokehold on this team in terms of
पूरा दिन बैठे
taking their
रहते हो
time.
योगा
Like he
जिम
is
करो
making sure that
एक्सरसाइज
they're
करते रहो
meticulous
हेल्दी
in
लॉन्ग
checking
लाइफ के
every
लिए.
single one of those
That's it.
angles. And they might just be
एक
about
बार
to
वॉच
reap
पार्टी
the
खत्म होने
rewards.
दो
As of
उसके
right
बाद
now, the C-side
अपन
is
लॉन्ग लाइफ का कुछ
completely
प्लान
empty.
Vitality जीतेगी
Just the alarm bot of Alpha
T-side है map.
to stop them, and
टी साइड मैप तो है
doesn't even look
बट
like they're going to take the orb. They just want to get into
अभी
that
तक
site.
प्लेयर्स का वार्म अप नहीं हुआ. अच्छा गावत.
It's not like there's a lot to deny them
Heavy
there. It's
combos
certainly gonna
ना?
be an easy way in.
सब कुछ
And
पिटाई
holding
की
on
कर
to
देते
it with the
सबका एक-एक
pistols.
kill.
Oh no! Oh no! Leo's in the corner! He's not getting out of that corner, granted, but the damage is already done. Now Paranoia through. Kick's trying to hold tight. Well, the Seekers go out, but 12 seconds left. 12 seconds, that has to be planted here and now. Kicks can't even get to the side. He's trying to jump up. He's missed the jump. 6 seconds, and he's down. 5 seconds, 4, and time is gone. They need a kill.
Oh shit!
For the hills, and they won it. Playing again.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Jinxed it.
Fanatic, 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 fanatic.
They can't spam you, they can't do anything.
Bye.
It's just an error. Got
Pura
two
side
tunnel
खाली
vision
था.
in on fighting the players. The same with the angle to begin with. Just 2 players going down just for not checking the corner. That's such a simple mistake, and wow. For Boaster, it's almost just going to be laughing his way to the bank. That is the second time the Vitality have had the chance to take the lead and build on a lead.
Fanatic जीत के भी हारा बे. VIT जीता. VIT बोलो. VIT जीता.
Strong individuals. Boaster 3 kills with a sheriff in that
Jackle
round.
Jet miss.
Buying
क्या
so
बोला?
much time for his squad. Well played across the board. The rewards certainly reaped.
क्या बोला वाकले?
On the defensive side.
Binks ban लोग वाकले बैठ देख रहे हो बैठ
to
चो.
deny this B site. You can
देख
see
रहे
why.
हो?
Once that Viper's pit comes up, it's so
आप
difficult to
वापस
deal
आ
with
सकते हो
it.
डिस्कॉर्ड में से.
And I'm curious to see what plans they have for getting back in there.
क्या लगता है कैसे करेंगे
Utility
रिटेक?
used already.
Tried to deny the
दो
path
इधर
for
से
as long
दो
as
उधर से
possible.
दो
Change the
दरवाजा
pace
खोल
of
के.
Vitality. I said they've been slow thus far. Paranoia through. The spam's not bad, but safe. Has got his teammates back. Runner also dropping Leo. This makes it look incredibly
ये राउंड गया
unlikely
ना ये राउंड
that
गया.
there'll be a way back into this one for Fnatic.
पिछो डर के हैकर. भाई अल्फा जेर भी हैक कर रहा है. Oh my god! Everybody hacking!
Do it all on his own. Gets above the pit. He's thrown a snake bite down to delay them at least a little bit, but the time is not even remotely close to being enough. I don't know how RPM managed to pull off rounds like this, but I feel silly for being surprised.
That's it, man. At a certain point, it's our fault for not expecting it. I was with you. That look down and out, fighting back into a Viper's pit can be so difficult. And I was even going to say, you know what,
भाई
around
क्या
like this, Tom, they get on
घूम के
side, they
मारा
plant, they
भाई.
hit.
ये क्या था? ये क्या था? ये क्या है बिंचो? क्या है वो?
The first player, sure. The fact he
पहला मारा समझ में आता है. वो क्या था?
third, like, must be nice to be a Fnatic fan, you know.
This guy's insane.
Plus one.
This whole roster is insane.
कैसे
To be fair, but
कैसे
like Dirk is on the bottom of the scoreboard, and they're doing just fine.
Yeah.
Like most teams, your duelist goes missing. Hell, we saw the Liquid game. You know.
एक और फ्री साइड. ठीक है एक और फ्री साइड घुस गए.
Put up half the rounds.
फायर इन द होल भी हो गया.
Good night. Never mind.
यूसी भी हो गया.
He got seized by Leo. I think that literally might have been the difference. He would have got that a little bit further. Chronicles brought that Odin back in, but again, they've got themselves the afterplan. This time they've left Destrian in the back lines.
Oh
Try
shit.
and hold them back, but also this time Fnatic have themselves a lockdown. The remaining players can't really do too much about it. Patiently waiting to see if there's aggression. Durka now goes down to safe. They pushed all the way back
सीधा घुस
through.
जाना
And
चाहिए.
just
ज़्यादा
trying to
easy
deny
है.
a little bit more. Sender has thrown in some utility, but him being detained won't change too much.
Reflash, they're trying to put that presence on side as Vitality retake control over the side. They've got that off angle to fight
Oh.
from. No diffuse possible. Denied completely.
Close to the way,
Vitality right back on the board.
वो अगर
And
दो
it
मार
looked like
देता
they were
उधर
kind
तो
of cool and collected under pressure there. Because that came
fade.
down to the wire.
Leo
I really like the reposition because that's the thing. A lot of teams when
दो मर सकता था
they're
उधर.
having
Chance.
to leave
There
because
was
of the
one
lockdown,
world.
will just
Yes.
I'm outside the lockdown.
Will be
I'll
phantom
wait
juice.
and then I go back to where I was. That was not what Vitality were doing. They realized, okay, we've got players coming in towards Broken Door. Let's wrap back around, fight those players first, and then we'll head back in. So they used the time better. They also made sure nobody could
Save
get
by
on the
लेकिन
defusal
ओप्पा
by
के लिए
Sender
भी.
taking a risk,
Save
getting
by ओप्पा
detained,
के
but
लिए.
putting a snake bite on the
हाँ?
smoke just beforehand. So I think they played that postpone
शर्म
really,
करो
really well.
बट्टू. लड़की के साथ घूम रहे हो और यहाँ ये सब कर रहे हो. शर्म करो. हैशटैग के साथ वो भी बढ़वे.
Not a lot to work with in terms of ult economy, but for the Fnatic side, that showstopper from
Six कुछ
Durka
देख के सीख रहा है कि
helped them
नहीं?
fight back into a
तो
side.
rank grind कर रहे
A
हो?
lot of the difficulty
हाँ?
has been
अच्छी.
holding on in the first place. Vitality have got boots on the ground whenever they
Six का
want. I
buck,
think
you're
they're
right.
pushing and pulling the map
अरे rank grind
decently
चल
well.
रहा है.
Right now,
तो
Fnatic
टोचन मिला है ना.
it looks like a shift towards C.
कुछ टोचन विचन सीरियसली
Success
नहीं
on
लिया.
C
Just
side.
कॉल करूँ क्या रे? तेरा पप्पा का नंबर अभी भी है।
Slowing it down. That was a wild spam.
मैं बोल रहा हूँ भाई ये लोगों को
Straight
कुछ
through.
ऐसा
He's
दिखता
caught
है जो अपने को
center. I don't know
दिखता
if
नहीं
he
है,
saw
समझ रहा है?
anything to give it away.
The thing is with Chronicle, it might just genuinely,
booster
like,
call
this
there,
man
sub.
knows the
Guys,
inside and
guys,
out of
they
every
went
monitor on the planet, so it might just be the most
ओ
ridiculous thing to
भाई
give it away.
साहब
Boaster
वहाँ
is
पे
going to find one with a judge after a massively successful round. Vitality have 40 seconds to try and turn this one on its head.
Cover going out.
Outside the site.
There. It's an omen map.
You already see Chronicles. I don't need to fight this anymore. We got a showstopper for the retake.
हो गया भाई
They don't have anything
retake,
to
हो
really
गया
help them in this
भाई।
after plan. He's just trying to make sure that any re-aggression is going to be met.
Spike planted.
चलो
by
डर
him.
के भाई आओ।
For now, though, you can see the rotation of the
चलो।
remainder. I feel like the one player that might be able to do a little bit of extra damage is going to
कोई
be
सीन
safe.
नहीं इसके बाद
Been
इसके बाद।
fantastic thus far, but also has
Close
a
clear,
slightly
fade
more
से,
aggressive
done
position. The fact
से।
is, though, Mitch,
जाओ
all
डर के
coming
भाई।
from the same spot.
Yeah,
Done,
a death ball like
done,
we've seen many
सब
times
काट लिए है,
using Durka's
ट्री भी काट लिए है,
to clear out the space that's already
बाहर मारो।
taken, which is safe, but insult to injury as the final rocket lands right at his feet. That's 11 rounds for Fnatic. 2 more to close this map out. This is their pick. They
बराबर भाई, shout out to you मेरी जान, बराबर, love you.
What, 6-7 rounds, and now they're almost at the end.
ये
It was
क्या
indeed
है?
a wild spam straight through the wall. Of course it was. This is a man who likes to wall bang with Odins. You don't think? Or you think he's above just spraying down angles? Playing the roulette wheel? No.
He'll tell you.
Every time.
He'll be like something like this.
हो गया भाई, हो
the
गया।
wind was blowing a certain way, and because of that, I knew exactly where he was standing. Like, trust me, nothing Chronicle.
No
does is
wonder
random.
ये
That's
टीम
life
ने
alone.
सबका दिल
There's
जीता है
always
भाई,
some
no
reason.
wonder।
You just will see. He'll explain it to you.
कुछ
guys.
अलग ही खेलती है।
Right. I'm not sure whether you're the biggest nerd on the planet or you're just lying to me. It's one of the two. Vitality.
भाई ये लोग का जो स्ट्रैट से ये है वो ब्रेकडाउन वाले भी नहीं समझते रहेंगे ना, इसके लिए खुद बूस्टर को लाइव आना पड़ता रहेगा। Hey guys, I know you didn't understand this round, but actually we wanted to do this, then that happened. I'm sorry, it was very deep.
हो सकता है भाई,
ऐसा हो सकता है बे, हो सकता है, गलत खेलते भाई, नॉर्मल नहीं है ये सब। ऐसे ही टाइमिंग पे मारने का मतलब क्या सोच के गिनते हैं ऐसे मन में 5 4 3 2 1 मारा, एक बार गया लॉल ड्यूड, बाद में हंसते भी है बेंच जले पे नमक छिड़कने के लिए। यार ऐसा मत करो यार, सारे फैनेटिक फैंस मत दिखाओ यार, ऐसा मत करो। दोनों टीम अच्छा खेल रहे हैं ना, सेफ भाई भी अच्छा खेल रहे हैं। वाइटलिटी फैंस किधर गए?
It's time to show up. Next map up is Ascent. They want this one to be close. And already we're seeing a blitz out from this attacking side. They've come out of the pause punchy as they look to take control over A main.
10 सेकंड में सेफ भाई एकदम डूम डूम।
Well, it's very much secure. Plenty of utility to keep them back. The smoke, and of course Chronicle waiting to see whether he wants to use this Viper's Pit. This could send them running the other way, but on a map like this, there's plenty of ways to shift direction.
Yeah, I think the main reason he hasn't used it is because of that. Because he heard
Why?
the kick in the orb, there's still that doubt of whether they're actually going to head in this direction yet. And doesn't want to just throw the ult out for no reason. Especially because they could very easily surround him on that A site. From either side. 3 players from Fnatic now sit within B after hearing the door broken. Their expectations, runner in a decent position, but now they do head back towards Chronicle, and he's moved completely. Just finding that opener.
Bye, mera ho gaya bye.
Shot from Durka as well. Fnatic certainly got some fight left to them. That pit, though, not going to be baited out just yet. They know they've got plenty of time. Angles like that held by Boaster, and he's safe. Far, far away from that lockdown. That now, okay, it might get them to the site, but the counter pit to fight back in, the utility they'll have on their way through. Poison Orb still up for Chronicle. They need something more, and I understand then why you see this aggression from Sender. Great kill, but he's down to 11 HP. The price was paid in the end.
Made this round look plausible. Door being tapped, but it is being watched by Destrian. Timing on this is going to be everything. If he gets this kill, it's possible now. Possible, in fact, for them to get this one through. Sender just going to try and play within it. Perfectly timed onto Boaster. And looking for the kill on the Leo. He's still standing, though.
I think he might have got the information wrong about how low Destrian is and is almost caught
भाई
switching
4
on the
बुलेट
way
में
back.
मार देता तो मेरा हो गया था.
Vitality win a 2v4 clutch, a huge
Close,
round
close,
for them
close,
to take.
close, close.
One that, well, Fnatic might be kicking themselves.
Time out. सीधा
No,
पट
you
से
have
time
to
out.
commend Sander for going out to try and find that extra player. If he doesn't do that, this round does not go their way. Not with that pit online. Not with the fact that they can use an orb to block off an angle,
सब
close the
अपनी
space,
girlfriend
get
के
the pit
साथ है
down,
यार.
defuse, and it's done.
Yeah.
We've seen those rounds a million times, but that right there changed the course of this altogether. The team had to worry about taking other angles.
जब मैं
by
young
clearing
था,
out. They split up.
solo support करने
Sander
जाता
was
था
able
मैं,
to buy
solo.
all the space they needed. Gorgeous stuff.
And he's another one of the sort of new look. Oh.
Well,
any comments?
Got one round where everything goes your way. You pay for it.
It's just not fair. It's just not fair.
दो
it's
smoke
just
डाले
the
फिर भी.
perfect time to spam.
One
But what I was
down.
going to say is he's one of the new look IGLs that still just seems to be up there in the fragging department.
Wizard
we
wish
hyped
कर दे
up
आज
to
bro.
also fellow
9,000
Lithuanian
है,
and that,
20,000, 20,000 है. I
Sander
think
really is just he's up
12,000 है
19
ऐसा
kills,
कुछ.
only man above him is safe.
But that is on the very high side. 11,000 is the max likes. I think so.
Learning what it's like to play against Fnatic.
Views मतलब likes ना DM by love you
It
that
hasn't
100.
changed the setup either.
Guys 9,000 हो के है likes.
Towards
9,400 watching है.
but with safe
मतलब अभी भी 400 लोग का हाथ चड्डी के अंदर है. बाहर निकालो.
Straight through the poison orb. Runner has died as well.
Alpha Jet 3 मारे हैं 3 मारे. चलो ace लो.
Ah, a little bit of karma. But
Get your gun out, Boaster. It's all right. In the end, he got there. And that's all we're going to remember about this round. Another chance as well. He's got the stinger. He knows there's a player there.
30 seconds.
Doesn't want the
Yeah,
upgrade.
भाई.
Not willing to step
तुमको
out of his
चारों
corner
तरफ से
again.
घेर लिया
He's
है.
holding the control, boxing him in.
बाहर आ
Closing
जाओ.
the lid. 12-9 for Fnatic.
तुमको चारों तरफ से घेर लिया है.
On map point, despite a very strong fight being put up by
गन फेंक
Vitality.
के हाथ ऊपर करके बाहर आ जाओ.
what a timing.
Wall around
Just,
था.
it's just ridiculous. Like, okay, the smoke actually went up just afterwards. I thought he'd done
12-9.
two straight through, but even still, just alpha things. I imagine that was a surprise of Boaster's life. Just like,
इसमें आपका हो गया मेरा हो गया. कब खत्म हो गया? सुन के हमारा हो गया. भाई मेरा हो गया भाई.
Fnatic, it might not have been the cleanest Valorant we've ever seen, but they are still looking like they're going to get the same result. Runner all online alongside Kicks.
Razer भाई डबल सैचल अल्ट मार के यूसी हो जाए. Never seen before. चलो.
But look at the difference. Think about how aggressive Alpha was last round.
Need to
He
this.
was up, taking a random shot into the dark to try and
अच्छा है
get
भाई,
it.
ये
This time,
करना ही
he's at the
चाहिए.
back of the site. And it's because he knows
बस
what
हो गया
odds they
यूसी
have,
भाई. हो
and he
गया
does not want to
भाई.
face him.
It's worked out very nicely.
यूसी हो गया.
Avoided the ult, baited it out early. Fnatic have their own to play back in with a Viper's Pit.
पीछे
And
देखो.
This isn't a site where it's very easy to play aggressive. Dirk is down, Boaster in trouble now.
Oh, निकल नहीं पाया यार वो.
Viper's
Shit.
Pit definitely going to be needed to recover this round. But again, the problem is denying the space for him to put it down is very difficult to actually do. Chronicle can just get a couple steps closer or another bullet through. Kicks it
पेड़
up
चोट
5.
ऐसा भी स्पैम
Even
है.
had a snake bite here, it could change the game. But they've delayed quite a bit of time now on the side of Vitality.
उसने साइड
With
के
still
अंदर
5
किक्स को
players
मारा
left.
देखा नहीं.
Fnatic gonna go for this?
I'd be surprised. They're not in the best position financially, but I guess they care more about taking weapons away. It wasn't really about getting out of there with a victory. It was more
बस
making
मैं
sure
मेरा
their
भी
opponents
done
didn't get out of there
done
with
done
guns.
done.
But with 2 guns being saved and 3 players, 4 players, I think even with the ability to buy, it's not too much of a problem for Fnatic. I also don't think it's
वो
done
बेचारा
that
थक
much
गया.
damage
वो
to
थक गया.
Vitality, though. They'll still be able to
नियॉन भाई
purchase
थक
him
गए.
with the
नियॉन
next
भाई
round.
रेस्ट करो. कोई
The
सीन
thing that
नहीं.
worries me a bit for them is ults. Viper's Pit not too far. locked
नियॉन
down
भाई
as
थक
well,
गए
but
भाई. सीधा
the
उसको.
showstopper and the
ऐसा हो
sequence
गया.
were
थक गया.
utilized
ओ
there just
उसका
to
हो
get
गया.
into the site.
बाप रे.
I think the Fnatic fans want Vitality to have one more round so we
Yeah,
can
yeah.
get all of the rounds in regulation. Things I love to see. Or maybe they want Fnatic to take it.
भाई
At 12 to 10.
गलत सपोर्ट भेज
Well,
चोट.
they've got their choice of rounds to go for.
Huh?
We'll probably see a save if things do go a little bit awry.
उधर फैनेटिक वाले टिल्ट होंगे तो क्या बोलेंगे? आजा लौड़े लॉगिन आईडी पासवर्ड देता हूँ खेल बैठ
Very
के.
early on. I guess again, noise is being heard outside.
कोई चिल्ला रहा है टिल्ट हो गया तो.
Look at the presence they've already
Headphone
taken
के
over
पूरी
the A
आवाज
side.
आती है.
हाँ.
If they have been going in this
Irritate
direction,
होता है.
it's been
पूरा
CP,
मतलब
so
ऐसा
it's
वाइब्रेशन
outfield,
थोड़ा थोड़ा वैसा
to defend.
Cheering वाला crowd नहीं full नहीं आता है भाई.
And then just okay, Chronicle, you just
भाई वो लोग का noise suppression next level है बे, पागल हो गए.
Immediately, good trade though. The C's
इधर तो आता है.
Holding them back.
इधर वाला अपना अलग रहेगा लेकिन नहीं आता.
Here goes runner just to take that initial space, get them in towards that site. Now the rest of the players yet to really get into position. Dirk is hoping for a miracle. We've seen what Alpha's been cooking and tries to do a little bit more himself. And with the lockdown in, that was after taking an orb and a kill. They've got a good opportunity. It's so good though. Vitality landing every
भाई
single
Vitality
shot.
stream snap करके वो सुन लिया बे, one more round. Huh?
You'd almost think so. Yeah, those credits are too low. 2 players carrying rifles could give them.
भाई गलत गेम जा रहा है बे लेकिन.
There's no
12-12.
They end up taking this one.
I want 12-12.
Shrouded step was heard. They've heard those steps as well.
सीधा अल्ट मार के स्पाइक के ऊपर खड़ा रहेगा.
The impact of
स्पाइक
dropping
फटेगा,
this
अल्ट
rifle
कैंसल,
could lead them in
इधर से
overtime.
क्या बोलता है?
And there it is, another kill with just Chronicle seemingly quite safe on the other side of the map. There will be weaknesses potentially.
पैसा नहीं है Fnatic के पास.
They've used up their Viper's pit as well. Vitality seems
ये
to
कॉल
have
अच्छा
done
था.
a
वो
lot
one more
of
round है
work.
ना,
Now
वो
they've
लोग
just
ने सुन
gotta
लिया
tip
गलती
that
से.
last domino, the one that was missed, pushes to an overtime, and this map can still be theirs.
RGB man है भाई.
Yeah, I like the fact as well, the last few rounds have been a lot more direct. Back to basics, just playing as a unit. I think that's where Vitality have played some of their best. Valorant is just playing off of each other. My only worry though, Fnatic have done some of their best work in this
Alpha
game with
Zer
the
लेकिन है
stinkiest
बे
device.
बंदा.
Like you think about, as I said, the sheriffs, the frenzies, the stingers. That's what's going to be coming in.
कौन वो क्यूटी है चैट में बोले important round.
क्या हुआ, म्यूट हो गया?
मेरे चैट में एक क्यूट सा बंदा बोलता है अभी important round है. 11-12 चल रहा है.
To talk through with Vitality. The fact that this one has
मतलब
been so
इतना deep
competitive, so
inside
close,
दिया ना
but
उसने
right to the end, they look like they could be about to bring this one to overtime. It's already a testament to how good a squad they have.
कैसे
Bear in
पता
mind,
चला मेरे को जानना है उसको कैसे
expectations
पता चला कि
with
important
the
round
signing
है.
of Trax is that he'll be in this
11,
roster
12.
soon. A little bit of boost to firepower.
Guys, 10k watch. Let's go.
I love the.
It's time to get to 10k likes.
On Elma Putty's face. Something.
बैठ के मेरी
towards the
बुंड
end
हो
of
गई है.
his stint being that head coach, you didn't see. You saw him get pretty level-headed, pretty used to it.
पैसा है.
It's first time. That's what Devar is saying at home.
पैसा नहीं
पैसा नहीं
Trust the
अल्टी
names. That's what
बारिश
Fnatic are
क्या
known for.
दो ही
That's
है.
what they deliver.
बस हो गया
Every
भाई, वो
single
तो
time.
क्या अल्टी है, फीड और
Elma,
किधर है?
के पास भी तो ना वाइपर अल्टी साइड में मारेगा.
That's when you know it's been a stressful day.
But the thing is,
एक
Elma
और
Putty,
Ah!
they get there in the end. Almost every single time, they get there in the end. For Vitality, they've got to be that roadblock, stopping them here.
क्या करना चाहिए पता है? यहाँ पे प्लांट करके यहाँ से अल्ट मार के फिर जब वो अल्ट मारेगा दरवाजे के यहाँ पे खड़ा रहेगा. सेक्सी दिमाग.
And a lot of information garnered.
वेस्ट हो गया अल्टी, वो लोग रुक
But at the
जाएंगे.
same time,
No?
surely Vitality will just grind to a halt. Wait this ultimate out. It's been used so early
भाई
in the round
सेटअप
that
सेक्सी है लेकिन बे सी का सेटअप देख.
likely won't have too much of an effect.
वो retake
अल्फा जेर का.
Still a couple of players on B. It's been a common theme with Vitality to make that move back to the B site. But it does seem like Leo and Chronicle are going to be the ones coming under pressure.
That paranoia has pushed them back. That might buy the space.
Boy,
forward.
God,
Go
blind.
down the Viper's pit on his way to help out on site. It'll be needed. A spray through though. Damage being done. It's close. Kicks was almost down, but he'll get the spike in. Time now, not an issue.
कुछ भी मारते बे लोग.
But
मेरा
the
तो
big
स्पाइक
issue
के
is
अंदर
the
घुस
fact
जाता
that
था.
there's a lockdown in play. And Alpha's just put that in. So they cannot sit inside the Viper's pit. And in fact, they need to go very far away.
Reality तो उनको पता है करके.
The thing is, I feel like the plan has been set up so that
Close
they
किया
can
है ना?
spam from afar. I think there were expectations
Return हो गया वो.
he tries to hold on just to make sure that that spike
लग
stays
गए
protected and they
लग
can't
गए
spam
भाई
from
लग
afar.
गए.
वो ओडिन चला रहे.
Bro.
Leaving just Chronicle
हो
remaining.
गया मेरा हो गया भाई. कैसे बोलो वाइपर अल्टा लौड़े.
From everything that's gone on,
वो लोग ने ट्री का जोड़ के बाहर साइड किया लेकिन लॉजिक वही था.
From Vitality, and okay, sure, they'll lose a man at the end, but they ain't gonna care. Heading us through onto overtime.
वाइपर का अल्टी गिरा ही नहीं ना, सब लाल होते जा रहे हैं वाइपर अल्टी में.
which basically won the round.
It's like an alt right
plus Odin
Narok.
spam ऊपर
The Odin saved the day. I'm happy to see that.
उसके माँ
3
पे
quick
केला दे
kills
दिया
on the
बे।
spray through. And one of the big dangers when you're playing inside that Viper's pit is the Odin. And the
शर्म
Tracer
कर
is
शर्म
but on such a tight angle.
छी 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 गए
It's so damn easy. Ping it up, spray it up. Have your teammates
भाई
cover your
vitality
side.
लेकिन सेक्सी केला ना
He's so goddamn smart.
सेक्सी केला इज्जत 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 सेफ भाई मेरे साथ फोटो खींचा ना मेरे को पता था
Because how could they? There's a line
पता
of
था
bullets
अच्छा खेलेगा
blocking them off unless they came from spawn.
But it's also just the other thing as well, making sure the Odin's still going to be very good in that scenario. But with all of them being 1 HP, it means you could just go left to right and you're going to insta-kill anybody anywhere near it. So that Viper's Pit plays a crucial part. Fnatic, though, back to the bread and butter. On to the attack they go. This has been
crazy
a showing of
भाई
what
इज्जत तो
Vitality
कमाए
can do.
सेफ भाई ने कुछ भी बोलो
If they can take it over the line, they join an exclusive club with Loud. And it's a pretty good club to be in. As said, the only team to ever beat them on this map. So good they did it twice.
कौन लाउड ना
Fnatic fan though said comfortable in that every other team's played games before. Fnatic are warming up.
Yeah, I think it's 15 wins to the 2 losses of Loud. Just to
Oh,
premise if you're a Fnatic fan,
shit.
you're probably feeling all right. Not a bad start though, and not a bad player to take down.
घुस के मारा
Alpha
बे
on the
रनर ने
attack was devastating.
Taste of his own medicine with those opening duels alongside the operator. Oh, Center just got caught. The team
भाई
turns too much. Boaster, great play. He's around the corner.
मेरा हो गया
Unexpected.
भाई गलत बे गलत कॉम्बो बाय 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 बाय
Vitality have fallen to pieces
Bye,
in
bye,
this
bye.
round. The attack side for Fnatic
Bye.
looks good.
Booster
We've seen
bye,
the
hey,
2v4
bye.
clutches. We've seen this one out by the weaker numbers for Runner and
Oh
Destrian.
my
Good players to have in this
fucking
scenario.
God,
but
क्या
Runner's got
tree
the ult.
उठाया है
He
बे
needs someone to
उसने
swing. He needs someone to give him the advantage. And I just don't see how
क्लोज
he's going to
प्रॉलर डाला 2 बार चेक करने लॉन्ग रेंज ब्लाइंड डाल के टीपी मार दी इस पे
But the second it leaves his hand, a bullet flies right back. Destrian trying to do something here, but it will be Fnatic to convert the round right back onto that attack and right back to success for Fnatic. But both teams were dominant on their attacking
बस
side,
बस
so
लॉग इन नहीं
no
करना है हेलो
surprise. The Vitality now going back onto that favored position. We might just be able to turn it once again.
वो फुटबॉल वो सब में रहता है ना एक बंदा डायरेक्ट स्टेडियम के अंदर कूद जाके भागते रहता है
Now both attacking sides have been
इधर
pretty
भी एक बंदा
proactive,
है तू साइड मेरे को खेलने
especially
दे
in default or in the regular rounds, regulation. They've been big fans of farming up those orbs, of taking control. I wonder if we'll see that here again. Snake bite down, and that's going to isolate Runner. If he didn't have a teammate who's a little bit insane. Safe has gone shrouded stepping through the wall to take a very aggressive spot.
Instantly broken the door. Clearly Fnatic realizing that they want to fight this A site, so they're just stacking it up. Only Alpha on the other side of the
ये
map.
लोग घुस
Paranoid,
गए बे
blind, they're just gonna go swing it up.
भाई साहब अच्छा गावत में ये लोग घुस गए बे
Loud has ever beaten Fnatic on this map, and only Loud will still have beaten them on this map. Vitality gave it a damn good go, Mitch. Wasn't it?
भाई मेरा अल्फा जेर बड़ा हो गया
In their opening map in
अल्फा
EMEA,
जेर बड़ा हो गया बे
this year as well. For Fnatic, they've shown that they can go the
मेरा
distance.
दोस्त
They can roll with the punches. And now, they've only got one more map.
भाई 18 साल का था जब देखा था 20 साल का हो गया अभी 1 साल किधर गया बीच में था बड़ा पाव ले लौड़े बड़ा पाव ले नियन बॉय
बहुत अच्छे
दोनों टीम बाप केला दोनों टीम बाप केला मजा आ गया ओहो ऐसे गेम अगर रोज देखने मिल गया ना लौड़े लग गए मेरे सारे मैचेस अगर ओटी गया तो मेरी गोटी गया एक मैच ठीक है यार बाय वर्थ द वेट था वर्थ द वेट नेक्स्ट मैच वाइटलिटी जीतेगा तो मजा आएगा क्या होता
पता नहीं बे दोनों क्लोज जाते हैं
सेफ सेक्सी गेला बे सेफ भाई तू एक चीज नोटिस कर रहा है मैं सीनियर के साथ फोटो खींचा वो सेक्सी गेला सेफ के साथ फोटो खींचा वो सेक्सी गेला मतलब समझ रहे हो हाँ Am I like the
मेरे साथ एक फोटो लो ना बिंग्स भाई
next celebrity boy वो था ना वो क्या
मेरे साथ तो आपके साथ मेरा आपके साथ
क्या नाम
डांसिंग
था
वीडियो
उसका
है
मैं नाम भूल गया ओबी क्या नाम था उसका?
वो छोड़ो, मेरे
हाँ।
साथ आपका डांसिंग वीडियो है, कुछ होगा उससे?
डांसिंग वीडियो पे मतलब तू यू आर ऑलवेज वेलकम यार, तू बैठ के नाच सकता है।
उनसा ना
ऑलवेज वेलकम। यू वांट
उनका
टू
तो सिर्फ
डांस?
फोटो है, मैं तो बोल रहा हूँ अपना डांस वीडियो, कुछ और हो सकता है?
मतलब क्या करना तेरे को कुछ और यहाँ
अपना
बे
लक, जो सिनेट भाई और सैफ भाई का
भाई
चल रहा है।
वैलो को और ही लग रहा हूँ बे मैं, जिसके साथ फोटो सारे स्टार प्लेयर्स नहीं, लेकिन इसमें एक दोष है, सिक्स के साथ भी फोटो खींचा था भीज।
स्टार तो हूँ मैं भाई।
कान के नीचे रैप करके दूंगा ना, इतने स्टार दिखेंगे ना तेरे को अचानक से। हाँ स्टार तो हूँ
साला
मैं,
हेटर है भाई तू
खेला
मेरा।
जा नहीं रहा, इमोर्टल बन
हेटर
नहीं
है
रहा,
मेरा।
भगा से सटा सट देना चाहिए, मतलब ऐसा मुंह बीच में रख के ऐसा दोनों साइड से ताली मारना चाहिए टप करके, फुल स्टार दिखेंगे सिक्स को। सिक्स का स्किल इशू है। बाय हेवी केला ले, मजा आ गया, लेकिन मजा आ गया, मजा आ गया। तू कुठे आहेस बावास? मी इकडेच आहे बावास. તમે કેમ છો? गाइस 10 के लाइक्स कर दो, 200 रिमेनिंग लाइक। नेक्स्ट मैप चालू होने के बाद बुंड फाड़ दो, गाना सुनते सुनते, समझ रहे हो? मैं पानी भर के वॉशरूम जाके आया, आई मीन हाँ पानी भर के वॉशरूम जाके आया, बराबर। लास्ट टाइम मैं बोला था मैं वॉशरूम जाके पानी भर के आया, थोड़ा गलत साउंड हो गया था। इस बार पहले पानी भरूंगा फिर वॉशरूम जाऊंगा। आनंद चैट प्रैक्टिस करो।
ओके, प्रैक्टिस चालू।
ये
हेलो चैट, होला होला। I am good. Manan, how's you? क्या लिख रहे जनया? अनुज भाई, is there any way I can get married to you?
भाई मेरे को क्यों गाली देते भाई? क्या कौन लिख रहा है? कौन लिख रहा है?
स्ट्रिक्स को गाली दो अनुज भाई। जदी
Is there any way I can get married to you?
शादीशुदा हुआ है मैं ऑलरेडी, और स्ट्रेट हूँ।
ऐसा मेरे लिए कोई लिखेगा तो अच्छा लगेगा।
लिख दो भाई, स्ट्रिक्स से कौन शादी करना चाहता है, लिख दो। अनुज भाई प्रैक्टिस को प्रैक्टिकली भी अप्लाई करो यार। कौन सी? अच्छा वो चैट प्रैक्टिस को, यस करेंगे। कैन यू टेल हाउ यू कीप काम एंड कूल? भाई बहुत साल हो गए ई स्पोर्ट्स में, तो अभी कितना भी कुछ भी वाह वो देखते तो काम ही रहता है। हो गया, देख लिया यार ये। अरे शाउट आउट टू यू लूसीफर इज लाइव, बट कोई जरूरत नहीं है, माल है अपने पास बहुत, पहली पब्लिक ने बहुत माल दे दिया है।
Anyway, I can slap you by. क्या हेटर दे भाई चैट में।
Welcome back to the VCT EMEA. I happen to sit in the right corner because currently
मेरा डॉग है, श्री उससे शादी कर ले। देख भाई ऐसे लोग आते हैं भाई।
this crowd here has been phenomenal. You guys have been screaming and shouting.
Anuj bhai, when can we see you in gaming again? Maybe soon. Let's see. आगे का पता नहीं, बट इंटरेस्ट तो आ रहा है वापस से वैलोरेंट में, और ब्रेक लेके हेल्थ भी ठीक कर ली है मैंने। खेल सकते हैं वापस से, है क्या स्ट्रिक? अभी खेल सकता हूँ क्या मैं? बस हो गया,
खेल तो सकते हैं। जब देखो मैंने भी 1 साल बाद
खेला, अभी ये VCL था, VCL कुछ तो भाई
हो जाता है, आराम से हो जाता है। नो जोक।
I mean, does it require you to talk?
हो सकता है मतलब। सीरीज करना बिंग्स भाई, आपको जितना प्यार दूं कम लगता है, क्या सीन है बिंग्स भाई? की तरफ से थैंक यू शीज करना आएंगे तब उनको बोल दूंगा मैं सुपर चैट पढ़ लो
यूज करना था कि बता 1000 यार
Let's see some
थैंक्स
backseat
क्यू
coaching instead of backseat gaming. What do you want to see from them on the second map? What do they need to do to really pull ahead?
Let's try strat safe like this. We don't need them to know how we play.
अनुज भाई आई डोंट नो व्हाई जेन्युइनली ऐसा डैडी मटेरियल लगते हैं डैडी एज इन फॉर काम पापा वाइब्स इन शॉर्ट अनुज भाई बिग डैडी एनर्जी थ्रो करते हैं क्या बात करूं सच में
We're not playing favorites, but there is a one clear favorite. I love the bling, love the bling. Is anyone else decked out? No, no more bling. Okay, it's really about the lights.
Game करना भाई भाई करूँ
Specifically
क्या?
for today, or do you just have that at home for any occasion?
I have it at home like my decoration. Shout out to the Fnatic shop.
It's a good look, honestly. I'm considering to make that streetwear. You have
अनुज
one
भाई
from the bear
CS2
as well,
plans
right? Okay,
पर
okay.
नहीं यार
Well,
CS2 पता नहीं खेला मेरे को इतना अभी तक पसंद नहीं आया आगे जाके अगर गेम थोड़ा अच्छा होता है तो ठीक है अभी उसके हिटबॉक्स पसंद नहीं आया मेरे को वैलोरेंट ही मजा आ रहा है
आज क्लब नहीं गई कैसे भाई नहीं जाता हूँ भाई कौन बोला जाता हूँ आज तक नहीं गया मैं
अनुज भाई विश यू हैप्पी अरे भाई डर गया वो मैं रिंग से दूर ही रहता हूँ बोले आज पूरे गेम में बोला ही नहीं मैं तूने जिंक्स कर दिया ये कर दिया वो कर दिया कुछ नहीं चुप
अनुज भाई
आगे देखो सर
लिंक्स मेरे का 1000 सुपर चैट आया था दे देना जी पे थैंक यू
यार
चलो
आपको सारा सक्सेस और प्रॉस्पेरिटी स्ट्रिक्स पर
अरे हाँ स्ट्रिक्स भाई सही है
स्ट्रिक्स भाई हजार क्या लाखों करोड़ों आए आपके पास डॉलर्स भी आए करोड़ों स्ट्रिक्स भाई
बिंग सोडा 1000 रुपए लग रहे थे देना
हजार क्या आपको सारा पैसा मिले यार
थोड़ी जरूरत थी
विंग्स
पूरी
भाई
दुनिया
आपको एक ये आया था सुपर चैट पढ़ लो
हजार वाला बग्स भाई आपको जितना प्यार दूं कम लगता है क्या सीन है सीन ये है कि प्यार चीज ही ऐसी है यार
कम ही लगता है ऐसा समथिंग लाइक
चीज ऐसे ही यार प्यार कितना भी करे ना कम ही लगता है समझ रहे हो प्यार का वो सीन ही वैसा है इसलिए तो हम रात को 2-3 बजे सैड सॉन्ग्स टॉप 10 करके सुनते रहते हैं क्या करे लव यू थैंक यू फॉर द 1000 मेरी जान
कमबैक हो सकता है क्या स्पोर्ट्स में
सिक्स भाई आज क्लब ने गए क्या सीन हेलो सुपर चैट आया
दे दिया मैंने आंसर
क्या क्या आंसर था
वो तो तेरे लिए नहीं था उसके लिए था
फिर से अनुज भाई जीतेंगे फिर से कीबोर्ड टूटेगा हेलो बंग्स भाई हैंड अनुज भाई हेलो हेलो थैंक यू जिग्नेश भाई थैंक यू बॉडी भाई मेरे को अभी ऐसा लग रहा है कि इनका और वार्म अप हो गया है वार्म अप नहीं वार्म अप जो भी है इनका सारे लोग का अप हो गया है समझ रहे हो अभी लोग और मारेंगे ऐसा लग रहा है ये एकदम देखा देखा सा लग रहा है ना एसेंट का कॉम
क्या हाँ उधर साइफर है इधर किल जो है बस
देखा देखा सा लग रहा है
साइफर टैलेंटेड लोग उठाते
इनोवेटिव फेनेटिक का नेक्स्ट प्लेयर फेनेटिक का नेक्स्ट लेवल प्लेयर भाई स्ट्रिक्स एक टेस्ट करते हैं नेक्स्ट फ्लिप माल तू जीतेगा
चल ठीक है डन
कर कर टेस्ट कर अगर वो हो गया जो मैं सोच रहा हूँ ना तेरे लौड़े लग गए ऑल कर दिया तूने
हाँ
लिमिटेड
हार गया हार गया बे वापस दे मेरे को
बिंग्स भाई नसकुंडी जवान जब
अच्छी काम किससे अनुज भाई आप पे ट्राई अनुज भाई आप फ्लिप करो आप ये वाला हारोगे
क्या करने का क्या लिखने का
एक्सक्लेमेटरी फ्लिप स्पेस ऑल
ऑल
आप हारोगे
ऑल कर दूं माँ की आँख इतना कमाया सब गया रुको चेक किया जाए हारा आई वॉन वॉन हो गया भाई गिली चुम्मी to you Binks.
So I don't mind the choice
On. कितना जीत गया भाई?
The roles that they've got for this one, but we'll have to talk about that later because
भाई,
Runner
वो
is
तो
already
chat में पूरा ये spam हो
straight
रहा है।
in towards the site. Leo under pressure.
भाई,
He does have a little bit of
100%.
support coming in
इधर seamless का
already, but
server
he's got to
पूरा
try and do the
तेरे
heavy
Oh,
lifting
shot
himself, but
bait.
is left completely blind, praying for a bullet to connect. Boaster has managed to already make his way out into the site. Flash not going to catch him. He'll dodge that one. And take
कोई तो
back
मार रहा है
the control,
मुझे।
more importantly, to allow for this retake to begin.
Yeah, he got tagged up a little bit before that fight, but he's got the teammates now to try and back him up. Chronicle and Alpha, well, if your back's
बाद
ever
में
against
smokes
the
के लिए
wall, these are
रुकेंगे,
two
पता है, 10
reliable
घंटा।
players to pull you out of that bad situation.
Binks ने क्या किया?
Time though,
मैंने क्या किया?
not necessarily
Zero
against
man का
Fnatic
दे
just
सकता?
yet. That
नहीं।
spike still has not been planted, and
मैंने
they are
कुछ नहीं किया
taking
भाई।
their time. It's not like
उसके
they're going to go to
पास
a different
zero
site.
अरे नए लोग आ गए ना।
It's going to be, first of all, an option to get a kill. Secondly, that they can't get spammed and
मेरे पास
overwhelmed
बहुत माल
when
आ
they do
गया.
plant.
Thanks,
That's
Binks.
eventually come through. Now
भाई,
the time
पूरा
starts to
chat
tick
spam हो
away,
रहा है।
and someone's
भाई
going to be the
just
first
saying,
to take
दोनों
this
को जो
fight, take
नस्तर
the
दिया था
big
दोनों
risk.
का उल्टा हो गया।
Fnatic
Just
will
saying, हाँ,
need to
just saying।
decide exactly how they want to divvy up
क्या
this
just
play.
saying? तूने मेरे को
Not
बोला
really,
बस
they
करो,
don't
ये
seem
थोड़ी
to be
बोला
worried
आप
about
हारो।
anybody
मैं
coming
बोला तो
behind.
हारेगा।
I have to assume they know all three
बोला
players
रहेगा तो जाके
are
stream
on
देख
that
पीछे
site
करके।
right now. Otherwise, you'd expect at least them to check main, a turret to watch behind. And well, either way, it doesn't quite matter where they think they're coming from.
Very quickly.
Kicks and the flicks, nice shot.
कोई ना।
The thing I wanted to bring up about
Last
the
map भी
the
पिस्तौल
way
आ
that
रहे
this
थे, कोई सीन
competition
नहीं
has
है।
come out, because obviously we're seeing Vitality switch roles quite a bit.
टांग के बीच में से
Huge
लाइट आ
fan
रहा
of
है
safe
इसके।
playing the KO. I think it gives them a little bit
हेलो
more space to
जेंटलमैन,
be a
देखा
bit
था
more
एक प्रो
aggressive
प्लेयर
and
आवाज
show off
रिसीव
that
करके
flair that
आज
we know
बिंक्स
he
भाई
has.
ने
It's
आपकी
the one
आवाज
saw
भी
initiated that
सुनवा दी।
really
थैंक्स
feel
फॉर
like he can
रिप्रेजेंटिंग
play as a
एंड
quasi
शिक भाई अभी
duelist
क्लब से आए हो।
and take
लव
space for
यू
the
एंड
team
कीप ग्राइंडिंग।
alongside Runner.
लव यू
Runner being
यार।
back on the jet, obviously
Thank you
exciting,
for
and I
the
also think
1000 मेरी
Destrian
जान।
is
Thank you for 1000।
fantastic when it comes to the way he sets
अजन
up
भाई आपको
paranoia.
स्विच
That's
करना
something I
लव
wanna
ड्यूस बोल
look
रहा है।
at
लव
throughout
ड्यूस।
this is how he's going to put those into place
लव
to make
ड्यूस।
things that little
सुपर
bit
चैट
more
करके 1000 का
so
लव ड्यूस
I think
बोला।
that this is
Load
almost
is back to
exactly
him.
where I'd like things to be. Obviously, Kicks is also a very good KO, so it could have gone either way with that, but for now at least, Fnatic
भाई वाइटलिटी का मैप है, क्या सीन 1-1 हो सकता है क्या? लास्ट मैप सेक्सी तो खेला था।
0-3.
हो सकता है।
Been able to get anything
Actually,
over the
अच्छा
line
खेली
in those. Vitality have clearly put the work in, but
ये कितना अच्छा लिखा उसने
the
शीज
problem
में।
they've
Thank
had
you
is
शीज करना
hopefully
भाई।
Fnatic managed to
कुछ भी
get
बोलते हैं ये
a
भैंस
cheeky
चोद।
response in a round they shouldn't. Otherwise, that first map very easily could have gone in their direction. Kicks is going to be looking for info to make sure they avoid a stack on this A site, which they might not do because there are quite a few players there.
थोड़ा आवाज करेगा लगता है। घुस गए।
Still diving in, not
घुस गए
deterred.
भाई।
The side of Vitality
Oh,
hearing
yeah,
lots of classics
map
fire
now,
away,
Vitality
but they've
जीतेगा।
got the firepower to fight right back. Dirker's going to use his dash to get out instead of further into the action.
अल्फा यार
Come
बहुत
on,
मारेगा
middle.
ये मैप, but
I
तो
mean,
भी Fnatic
nasty
जीतेगा। ये
spot from
मेरी
Sander. He can manage to find a kill or two here.
How has Durka
What
got
bro?
two? Like, he's just gone back into the site almost alone.
देख
managed
अल्फा यार
two
मारेगा
kills now,
बोला
they've
मैंने,
cleared out
but
Sander.
जीतेगा Vitality।
This is the problem they had in the last map.
नीचे
was
नेट
just
करके
unable to
ब्लाइंड
play
हो जाए।
against rounds where they should be winning them easily. Chronicle also setting up. He has a flash
Yard.
and a fragment to play with. They've got a dart.
Oh,
to
shit.
reveal these players to make four.
Oh shit!
This is almost a full eco. Fnatic had
Oh
basically nothing.
shit!
Binks के साथ रह
Not
के
only
बहुत
that,
पार्टी में मेरी भी जवान
Vitality
उल्टी
has
हो
their faces very much covered. Late lurk on mid, Cam to watch the walkout. You
It's
play
a
it for
disease-
short,
it's a
that's
disease,
enough
healthy.
disruption to probably win the round. Like,
मत
Look
देखो
at
भाई
Duck
ये
there, which
क्या
they had the
retake
majority of players
से?
fighting in mid, as you said. Ducker basically goes into the site on his own and gets 2 kills with a classic.
With the classic. And he,
He's just giggling to himself, of course he is.
the best part is he uses the dash at the start, doesn't get any options,
Hey,
dashes
तभी
back.
कि
Now he's
गंदा
just a
खेल रहे हैं,
dude with a
whiff कर
classic.
रहे
He's
हैं,
not even
क्या
Jet
है?
anymore, and he still just
अबे
walks out
मारने
and
का
grabs the
मौका
double.
कहाँ से मिला वो लोग को? कहाँ से
And
विफ करेंगे?
considering the fact that
अरे मच्छर तेरे कान में हाथी का लैंड आ
he
लौड़े।
finished bottom of the server.
बोल रहा हूँ मैच चलो लास्ट मैच है बाद में काट बड़े बे।
Round 3.
This is confidence if
इसको
ever
तो
I've
गांड
seen it.
मारूंगा आज।
And I like that. An immediate bounce back. We talked about how most teams, when you've got a duelist that's not showing up like that, especially someone like Durka who's been so consistent. Nice shock dart. You're going to end up in a pretty pretty bad spot where
Op
your
aa
team
gaya
just
bit
gets
तीसरे
demolished
round
most
में
of the time.
भाई
That's what
लोड़े
we
लग गया
see
अभी
from teams time and time again. The
भाई
one thing
गया
they
भाई
have on
Fnatic
Fnatic
जीत
is
गया
the
तीसरे
ability to
round में
fall
op
back on not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 players. There's always someone
ये
else
map
who
में
can
op
pick up
कितना
that
strong
flag
है ना
and
अनुज
run it
भाई
back to home base.
Luckily, the team that Vitality have been building over the last few months also fit that bill. They've got a lot of depth. Yeah, Pix probably a little bit frustrated with that drive. Again, Chronicles timing. It's always perfect. It always seems to be. Now, the investment here from Vitality is a hero rifle. A little bit of extra cash because 2 players didn't buy. He's got the light shields. Gonna try and do some damage here. Counter paranoia is the fragment and Sender
भाई
takes the
combo
bullet.
पे combo
The
करते
runner
हैं
is the one
भाई.
to go in, and his teammate falls instead.
Yo, yo.
The rifle has also been dropped to the deck
Thank
as well.
you. I
Safe
had a
gonna try
cup.
and retrieve it, and we'll do just that. They are now starting to run out of time, and you have to bear in mind that is where the spike is. The spike was on the short push. They even know that there's players coming in from A main as well, and they don't have anything to play
जल्दी
with.
जल्दी भी
Chronicle
पड़ी
looking
भाई
crazy,
clean
but
भाई
they will
clean
steal that one away.
clean बे
ये और
clean
कितनी मैप में स्ट्रांग है, से पुराने बंदों को ही पता है जो वैलोरेंट 2 या 3 साल से फॉलो कर रहे
सबको पता है लवड़े सब 7,700 लोग हैं 7,600 लोग को पता रहेगा.
I want to see this on the replay because that's just insanely unlucky that he follows the jet. That's a headshot.
सब देख रहे थे.
That's not.
What were you saying?
It was actually Leo, I think, that got a headshot through a wall. Not on Kicks, but actually on one of the other players. You see how he just shoots him once and he dies?
सबको
I
पता.
thought it was him first. I saw the
रॉसी
head.
भाई जॉर्ड थे यार रॉसी
Either
भाई.
way,
मैं मिस तो करता
4
हूँ
kills
यार.
isn't bad for Chronicle. He's on his way to
रॉसी भाई, if you are watching the stream, silent for your लवड़े. I miss you
a
यार.
very valuable upset early on. Vitality won the pistol, and they've been put 2-1 down.
It's now the third and counting of rounds that Vitality 100% should have won and have lost to a low buy. That was definitely the lowest of the buys. Durka still going hunting, but look at the split. This is actually fantastic from Vitality. A pacey move, completely caught off guard, and now Alpha is completely isolated. Shouldn't really be able to get anything done from here. Love the switch up in pace from Vitality.
Buster भाई वन में है वो.
Bosa's looking to
Buster
try
भाई.
and find the timing here. Actually, one player reloading there. There is an opportunity.
bye.
He couldn't have got the center. He's in the deep as well. A chance for him to take this one.
भाई उसको क्या मारा Kicks को?
Chronicle down, safe tagged. Kicks can't even really peek from this angle because he is so desperately low on HP. It's
याद
too
है
much of a risk to
कांड
get
में
that
लंड
spike
बड़ा
plant
वाला
down. It seems
हाथी
like
का.
Costa
हाँ
at least
क्या हो
has
गया
a
था?
rough read.
बेंचो
This is such a ratty position.
क्या?
He's
तू
expecting them to go
जिंक्स
looking
ना
for him
अभी से
because
नहीं है, तू 2 साल से
the
जिंक्स
risk
है.
is
मेरे को
safe.
याद है तू वॉच पार्टी कर रहा था.
Love you.
जब 9-3 था तूने अन्ना को बोला था अन्ना करो बुक, जीत गए. 9-3 स्कोर है. कुछ नहीं होने सकता अभी तो.
अभी भी मैसेज पड़ा हुआ है वो वाला.
Think about that close corner. He does not. And because
मुझे
of
अभी
that,
याद
Kicks will be
है.
there to close out the
अन्ना
round.
को मैसेज करा अन्ना प्राइवेट जेट बुक करो. Let's go.
हाँ
Not this
कि
time.
हो गया.
He
अब
took
क्या
the
अब तो
option to try
9-3
and
है.
let them
अब नहीं
beat
हारने
themselves.
वाले.
Someone to step out wide, make a noise, make a mistake.
Love you.
Didn't happen.
से तो जिंक्स
At
है.
some point he did have to move because Kicks could easily have wrapped all the way back
फक
around.
एकदम से मेरे को हिट
Interesting.
हुआ वो, क्योंकि
As you
हमने
said,
टॉपिक के
change
बारे
of
में बात
pace
भी किया था,
from
तब
the
मैं
side of
इतना
Vitality.
अपसेट था कि
That's
याद
worked
नहीं था.
wonders
अभी
for
याद
them. I
आया.
think you see why. The second things slow down for a second.
कुछ चीज को
you try to
बोलने की
move
जरूरत.
towards
अभी
the
देख
side.
मैंने यहाँ पे बोला बुस्टर
Someone's
को
on.
वन
This
वे
time it was
स्मोक
Bosa.
है. रेस्पेक्ट करो.
Next time.
बिना रेस्पेक्ट करके घुस के 2 को मार के आया.
ये खतरनाक है भाई बंदा.
Bear in mind his kills are currently only with a classic. And
देख
not
मेरे
in
को
the
बीटी
pistol.
मत दे. मैं तेरे को तारीफ कर दूंगा तेरा. अभी बोल रहा हूँ.
नहीं नहीं नहीं.
No shields
एकदम
this
से
time
कुछ
either.
हुआ.
Sorry बोल. Sorry बोल मेरे को. Sorry बोल.
Sorry, sorry.
I'm saying that, the rest of the team has actually
इससे
been able to
डरता
buy
हूँ मैं.
confidence.
Sorry sorry.
Still have credits to buy in the next round, so I guess
और कोई नहीं
he's
बोला
just
था ये
decided
चीज.
to go with the. Because I feel like Chronicle could have dropped him. Well, we'll move on from that, but just decided, you know what, if you're buying that, it's at your own risk. Leaves him solo on the A site, which is where the majority of the Vitality players are building up. A short push as well from Sender, which is where all of the utility currently lies. And of course, we know that the way this is going to go is a quick dash in. Pedestrian.
बीटी में मारा बे.
That up won't be back though. No dash online.
Shadows को भी नहीं छोड़ते ये लोग.
Doesn't really matter. Haven't used it up. He'll wait for an
Alpha
opportunity
Jair one tap
to
मारे.
grab a few more kills while his teammates work mid control. Sender grabs one, but he doesn't think there's going to be 2, 3, or 4 players there. What a fool! No, of course it's not exactly predictable. No smoke down for Boaster. He's caught in the middle of trying.
4v3 ऑफ है. यूटिल से easy retake है.
Leo is far enough away.
अगर ये आ रही ना
Hunter's Fury used up from down below. Must have heard a step, and he's having absolutely none of it. In comes Boaster. Nice shot.
Boaster
He's
का
been
aim
on
तो ये
fire
बे.
today so far, and with a paranoia cocked and ready.
ये
It's
smoke
gone in.
थोड़ा सा
Safe
वो है
can't see
बे.
a damn thing, but he has to fight inside the smoke. Oh, I think they went through in the wrong order. Those pieces of utility, and Safe's still alive. Dancing
टाइम ही नहीं
around the
बचा है
back of the
उनके
site.
पास
He'll
4v3
go
में.
down
फट गए
eventually,
वो
but he
भी.
has bought
इज्जत
just
तो मरा ही
enough
मरा
time
for sure.
for the side of Vitality, even eliminating Alpha with the spike. Very nicely played.
Yeah, that
बढ़िया
was
भी,
good work.
बढ़िया.
No, I think it was actually correct me if I'm wrong, that was Boaster's
तू
smoke.
बोल रहा है मेरे वजह से हो रहा है
Put the smoke
हाँ?
out, the paranoia.
करूँ तारीफ करूँ तेरा मैं करूँ
Completely differently. Yeah, it just gave enough in that Red Bull clutch for Satan to hide within it, take him down, and the clock at that point was gone. Because that was the thing. The Hunter's Shoe, you might look at it and go, okay, well, it didn't really kill anyone, but it did slow them down enough. And the same with Sender. It's like, that is something Fnatic are now having to actively deal with, that he is going to be lurking in mid. So they sent 4 players to deal with it. Did it relatively quickly.
मैं
Then the further
इसलिए मेरा वैल्यू बढ़ा
time
रहा
bought
हूँ
by Vitality's utility was enough to win
जो
the round.
और
That
मेरे
said
को
though,
पैसा
Fnatic
देगा
slowed
ना
it up
ज्यादा
by this time.
उसको बोलूंगा सारे मैच हारेगा ये भेज जो ऐसा
उसके लिए पैसा
अबे
मिलेगा
उठा ही नहीं पाएगा लाइफ ही नहीं है ट्रॉफी उठाने की माँ की आंख इसका सब बोलूंगा सब जितना भी हेट फैला सकते ना सब फिर अचानक से ट्रॉफी के साथ आएंगे
forward that defensive side with. For Vitality, another shift in play, 3 through short, but leaving the spike there. We've seen this before. It didn't
Who is
go
this?
too
Who is
well.
talking
Chronicle
with it? It's
defending that
Amaterasu
time.
from
Now they've got
VIT.
Durka, a different beast indeed.
Esports
Now,
player
looking for an
is
opportunity.
also a very
Not going to be able to use his dash.
good
Well, that's
pro
it looks like it.
CS:GO esports
Nice,
player
he's staying
कैसे
way
दिन
back,
मैं नहीं
giving
हूँ
up
यार
control, giving up the plans, and that's because they've got the lockdown.
I wonder if this is going to have to be a fight forward. In fact, Sender's already going. Bring around a Rosie running all the way
नेड
back.
का
with
लाइनअप
his
रहेगा
team,
क्या
so
किलजॉय के पास
Durka is watching for this.
He heard it.
They've had the
Just
expectation.
opposition.
The
नहीं,
players are going to be
नहीं
around
देगा।
this angle. The close corner just
वो वाला
being
लाइनअप काम नहीं करता क्या
sat
आजकल
on by the majority and
करता है
no real
वो
push
पहले ही set
able
up
to come through. Utility to hold them back. Defusal already being begun. The fragment will go on, but they've already managed to get it halfway and just getting mowed down as they attempt to try and get anything. Somebody has to get on it. The spam's just not quite connecting. And with
भाई
only
एक
one
ने
left,
मरा
he's
बे
just going to try and hold on to the gun. A stellar retake from Fnatic.
मेरा हो गया रे
Scoreline will be even once again.
मैं कुछ नहीं बोल रहा बेंचोद
Didn't leave Durka
मेरा हो गया
short the entire time. I think
थोड़ा
does just
गेम
come on the back of those
थोड़ा गेम सेंड बढ़ाने को मांग रहा है एक बंदा डन से
They had him close. That seemed to be the moment
देखो
that
जब
Durka
कुछ
decided I'm
आईजीएल
not
तो
moving
करता रहेगा
from
ना
this
तो
corner.
कुछ कॉल ऐसा
I
आएगा
am
ना
the
गाइस
short
सी जाते
turret.
हम जीतेंगे एक घंटा
He
भी मैं
found
सी नहीं
himself
जाऊंगा
a kill.
एकदम ऑपोजिट ही जाऊंगा
Were you talking about the round?
Yeah,
or
no,
yourself?
I knew it.
भाई
I heard
इन
myself
गेम
say
मैटर
it.
नहीं करता इन
I
गेम
did-
सुनना
it
पड़ता
was
है
सब जगह मैटर
नहीं इन गेम मैटर नहीं करता स्टिक्स का पता है एक बार किया था
I
उसने
would definitely add that
यही मैप
as
पे
some sort of, you know, soundboard item.
ये मैप का एक
The
स्टोरी
thing is,
बता
I
था
reckon
आनंद से
Sue was
करो
on
जा
it the second you said it.
Yeah, I think I heard it last
VCT,
couple of
EMEA are
days.
going to be tweeting that out in a few minutes.
सेम मैप सारे मेमोरीज जॉग हो गए
I
मेरे
remember
मैप
Oh,
ही इतना
God,
पुराना
It's a
है
race against time, if
सब
anything.
मेमोरीज हैं इसमें अच्छी
Thanks a
गंदी
lot,
सब
Thanks a lot. Always rely on you.
रनर में गलती कर रहे हैं ऐसा इसलिए रनर को किल नहीं मिलता पता है क्योंकि वो वॉक कर रहा है रनर है तो भाग भाग के मारना चाहिए उसे
On most of the map. On short though, they want to get a little bit aggressive. The turret's pushed back there. Durka.
समझ रहे हो
He's made his way to a similar position as we've seen before. But they're not convinced this is an A play. Shift back. Chronicle slowly making his way to B.
भाई बेस्ट लगता है भाई बी
Stick
का
to
टैलेंट
this.
तोड़ने का ये
Probably
जाने
might have a much easier time getting onto their target because I don't know if you've seen this one before, Tom, but they're going for 3 split on short with 2 players up on A main. This time the spike is going A main.
Also, they don't have Chronicle sat on the angle. So
कोई
that's
तो
the
फिर भी
real
blind
danger,
हुआ है
was he was just spamming. Being able to do so much. Nice entry from Runner. A big scout
मिलता है
to take.
kills
It
मिलता है
does
रनर
seem
को
like Chronicle might be wanting to try and push that one back. No command
मिलता है
utilized to take away the utility. He
भाभी
just
excuse me
through the
close
floor.
the stream B
Runner
plus
didn't stand
A
the chance,
plus
didn't even see his
B U
opposition.
and
Now bear in
M
mind the
E
rest of the
please
players have very
मतलब
little to play.
हल्का
So
हल्का मारे
any
जा रहे
damage that can be
Chronicle
done
को
here for Vitality would be a big win because everybody else is just playing with classics. It was
close
only
the
really
stream Babu and come
the
to me
Bladestorm that
please
could have done anything. And what looked
Excuse
like for
me?
a moment was dangerous will be 3 men standing for Fnatic.
Well, I'm expecting to see a shift
यार
in
मैं
how
वैसा नहीं
Fnatic
हूँ
are holding this A site. There's a couple times now we've seen them just walk straight into the site.
I have no more
And
single.
Previously, in the round before, there was a
I'm
lockdown
sorry,
for Alpha,
Babiji.
so playing retake makes perfect sense.
Thank you
This
for
time,
the
there's some
2000
weaknesses, so you don't want to play
क्या
close
है?
and take those
भाभी
fights. But I have
69
to assume,
close the
as we
stream.
move into this
भाभी
round,
69 क्या बहुत सारे क्या 69 वो मेंबरशिप का है वो बड़वे मेरे गार्ड में आते का लैंड सारे मेंबर्स को एक्स्ट्रा मिलता है वो ये गया
मैं तो आ रहे मैं
ये गया
अरे जेन्युइनली नहीं पता था तेरी माँ
Vitality
क्या
has
बड़ा
some
इसमें क्या
guys
बड़ा?
interested in
भाभी
it.
69 बोल रहा है बे
तो क्या अच्छा तू नॉर्मल
Has
इंसान क्या
decided
पड़ेगा
to
उसको
be a bit more
भाभी
sensible on the attack side
और
of
उसके
the
आगे क्या लिखा है इतना बड़ा
आगे वो
69
मेंबर का वो है बे टैग मेरा
पढ़ूंगा तो सही ना
Your ideas of the Odin on attack.
And you've seen me win at least 2. So
अरे लेकिन वो है क्या
Right. Okay.
पता नहीं
Well,
पता
the
नहीं
execution of the A
closer
side. It seems to be
B
where
plus A plus B
the majority
अरे
of rounds
बाबू
ended up for Vitality. Flashes
closer
over the
scene
top,
बाबू
drone
and come
through,
to me please
counter
कौन है
smoke
ये
to try and delay. I can tell you now, they're going
मेरे
straight
को नहीं
through.
पता
Runner leading the charge once again, but it's the same timing for Naka. He waits for that dash to go through. And then just peeks off the back of it. Happy
भाई
to just
ऐसा
play with
मेंबरशिप
that
कोई
man
देगा तो
advantage,
नॉर्मली
especially
अगर
when
कोई
you
आया
consider
तो
the
भाभी
odds
69 नहीं
available.
पड़ेगा इसमें मेरी
There
गलती
isn't a
नहीं
whole lot for Vitality right now. A
Thank you
single
for
kill
the
for safe could make all
2000
the
nevertheless
difference.
thank you so much मैं बोला मैं अभी
not
सिंगल
even
नहीं
just in
हूँ
having the suppression, but being able to fight in the open, take those duels a little bit more, and a little bit more of a safe style. I think with that
ब्लाइंड
door
वाइंड है
broken,
बे ये तो
Flash
इजी
goes
रिटेक है
through.
गया
It's time to dash on in. Durka
Huh?
can't find anything. Nice cage. That's denied all
भाई sexy
information.
cage
But
था ना?
Boaster and Durka, they're firing up. That was a quick double from Boaster, and now they know
भाई
exactly
cage देखा
where
वो?
safe is. No chance for an ulti. No chance for winning this round on Vitality. The time not quite low enough.
वापस स्टैंड बोल दिया
Comes close. Down to the last couple of seconds. 5-3. And an Andalucia flawless for Fnatic, who are most certainly back in the game.
अल्फा जेट
This is
है
the
अल्फा
moment.
जेट भाई है
Right,
बे
exactly right. for
तक भाई
Vitality to
तक भाई नहीं है
take
तक भाई
course.
नहीं
It's been 3 rounds in a row. Of course, we, again, with Ascent, normally have expectations of a strong defensive side from either team, so I don't think they're
बस
any
मैं
way
मुझे
out of
गाली
this
देके
map
CEO
just
बना
yet,
दो
but not wanting to allow Fnatic to do exactly what they did on the last one and just sort of steamroll their way to a large victory in the first half, just put that extra pressure on, because that is the thing. Even though, like, you'll talk about the confidence.
गाइस जो भी लोग देख रहे हैं ये अभी फेनेटिक जीतने वाले बराबर उसके बाद तुम लोग को सिर्फ 1 घंटा है रेस्ट करने को समझ रहे हो रेस्ट करके आ जाना रात को अमेरिका देखने उधर हैवी 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 सेम ऐसे मैचेस है पहला है आसपास वर्सेस ऑक्सी 2 कट्टर दुश्मनों का फ्रेंडशिप का वो समझ रहे हो और नेक्स्ट मैच कौन सा था नेक्स्ट मैच भी एकदम खतरनाक है दोनों खतरनाक है बेंचू समझ रहे हो 1 घंटा रेस्ट लेना अच्छे से अभी बोल रहा अंडी बंडी
Hell yeah.
दूसरा कौन सा था बे
I still think that even going back up against Gentlemates is not an easy task. But the fact is, with at least existence, without
एनर्जी
data,
वर्सेस क्लाउडेड डीमन 1 बेबी डीमन 1 वर्सेस ऑक्सी और आसपास वर्सेस लाउड दोनों स्टोरी लाइन वाले मैचेस है समझ रहे हो
They lost the first one, 3-0 the next one. Sorry to bring that up.
Hello.
I don't think you are, Tom, because you do
भाई
bring it
इससे
up a
सुपर
lot.
सेट आया मेरा लाइव चैट ही बंद हो गया था बे
कौन जीता वो राउंड बिंग मैं वॉशरूम
It is.
फेनेटिक
It can set up.
Much as I want to deny it.
मुझे गाली देकर रेडियन बना
Vitality have done well. 3 rounds on the board, but Fnatic started to wake up. They've picked up a couple now. The streak is on.
अवतार भाई थैंक यू फॉर
Vitality organization, no stranger to sitting down on that stage.
जी का
but
मैच
some of
कर ले
these
जी का
players,
मैच हो
younger,
गया
untested.
अप्रैल में अभी
Maybe the jitters get to them.
बस मैं स्टोरी बता दे हाँ रुक जा
Okay. Free drone? Yeah. I like the disrespect to the ultimate. That's all it's good for.
Oh, you saying that again?
I'll
Oster
challenge it.
already off to a great start.
कहाँ
though.
से मारा बे
Player caught on the cross. Almost gets a second as well. So much damage done onto
भाई
Seth.
अभी फ्लैंक नहीं कर रहे पता है हो गया उनको
Still
मेन
has
फ्लैंक
that. Nokama might be better to go down and then just.
देवरा भाई थैंक यू फॉर द
At
10
least get a little bit of
pounds
extra health, but this has been the problem. When Fnatic have got this early kill, they've
भाई
retaken
अल्फा
some
जेर
supply.
किधर किधर
There's
जाके
needed
चेक
to be
करके
a
आ रहा है
hero
बे
each time for the side of Vitality, and there just hasn't been one in a
प्लान
while.
नहीं करते तो बेस में भी
Chronicle
चेक
could be
करके
on
आता
that
था कोई
operator.
एक
The
क्या
reason for
करके
that is that Dirk is about to make his presence known into this site. Already spotting out the camera. You can still see Sender wary of his behind, and Boaster just isn't stopping. He's taking over.
भाई स्मोक सेक्सी लगता है बे
Dirk now comes through as well. That rifle into
ना
his hands has been valuable. A runner on the other side.
ओ एंटी भाई स्मोक सेक्सी लगता है शिट हैवी एंटरटेनमेंट हैवी लव यू
Retake defuse after defuse.
सेक्सी
Fnatic continue to climb.
चलो स्टोरी बताता
Was an attempt.
स्टोरी बताता हूँ क्योंकि अभी टाइम आउट होने वाला है
हाँ बोल
अपना जी के सामने मैच था ठीक है हम लोग ये मैप खेल रहे थे अपन ने 2 पिक ले लिया है ठीक है एक ए पे ले लिया है और एक मिड पे ले लिया है तो मैंने ना ये लोग को बोला पहले साउंड दे दो बी पे, फिर ए शॉट आ जाओ मेरे पास। तो लोग ने बी पे साउंड दिया, तब तक मैं ए शॉट लर्क करके जो कांच तोड़ते ना उसके वहां पे जाके बैठ गया हूँ, ठीक है। और मैं कॉल दे रहा हूँ, मेरे को यहाँ पे तीनों का साउंड आ गया, फट से बी जाओ, ठीक है। एक बंदा आता है, वो लोग में से मैं मार देता हूँ और मैं ट्रेड हो जाता हूँ। तो अभी 5 हाँ 2v4 वाला सिचुएशन है। अभी दोनों ए पे मेरे को साउंड आया हुआ है, मैं मेरे टीम को बोलता हूँ भाई जल्दी से बी जाओ, जल्दी से बी जाओ। ये लोग क्या कॉल देते मालूम है, अरे लौड़े 2 ही बंदे तो है चले क्रॉस फायर में 1 सेकंड में 4 स्टार। उसके बाद जो टाइम आउट लेके जो गाली दिए इनको, ओहो पूरा हैवी टाइम आउट लेके गाली दिया था, हैवी।
When he gets that third kill, that's when the old like
खौफ आ गया था मेरी टीम में,
Valorant
खौफ।
brain comes back. It's like,
वो भी टाइम आउट किसी और ने लिया था, मैं गाली दे रहा था और कोई तो टाइम आउट लेके बोलते तू पहले गालियां खत्म कर।
It's like, well, at least the other rounds you were
तू
getting.
शांत हो जा, हम तो शांत है ही,
I wonder
तू
if they
शांत हो
almost go
जा।
back because that was just brutal.
तो
And the thing is, they've given Fnatic
प्लीज प्लीज आरसीबी को ये साल हारेगा बोला, नहीं मैं फुल सपोर्ट आरसीबी, मैं आरसीबी फुल सपोर्ट है यार। स्नैक्स भाई के वजह से, स्नैक्स भाई लव यू। मैं देखता नहीं हूँ क्रिकेट, लेकिन स्नैक्स भाई ने मेरा दिल छुआ है आरसीबी में भी।
Only one up draw. He's made it out. He's made it out. And I think the 100 Fury, a big factor in that, just displacing
इस बार
so many
आरसीबी
players.
100% जीतेगी।
He didn't even take that much damage. I don't know why.
इस साल कप नम दे बे।
Been dropped to at least like 60, 70,
Easy
80. Nope. He was probably shot once.
He picked the right corner to hide in. Tell you that.
Woo!
The completely wall-bangable box.
Yep. They'll never see it coming, Tom. They'll never see it coming.
भाई क्या है ये, बिना देखे खेल लो, एचपी देखे लो कबे।
Runner's taken a lot of
So
damage.
world भी पड़ी थी रे
Oh,
बेचारे
by the way, they don't.
नहीं रनर को नॉर्मल स्पैम पड़ा।
It's looking pretty bleak. The other problem is Durka's right back in the position where he's had an entry kill pretty much every single time. Both are going for a little bit of spam, but the main thing is whether or not Durka hits the shot. No, he doesn't.
बाकी दो देख अभी तक रिटेक ने किया, अब भी आएंगे वो लोग।
Get one of those. That's the problem.
Ooh!
Missed the shot. This time I'm pretty sure he tagged runner, but it's not good enough. TP had a boaster. It's a player about to peek. I think he might get a chance
5v4
on the center.
फ्लैंक पे इजी रिटेक है ये।
Won't take down that much.
किल
though.
जो अल्ट
Trap
पे है,
wire
लौड़े
at
लगता है।
best. And on the side we can see. Oh,
Oh shit.
okay. We're
ये
actually
देखा
gonna
नहीं था
get
in my
the whole
defense।
popped, but it's immediately countered out by Kicks, who's just looking to destroy it on the Hunter's Fury. No ground taken.
Nice,
They get
nice.
the kills. The A retakes. They, you know, plan A and B don't work, but they're still storming the beach. At this point, though, it's being tapped, but it's not being stuck, and that could be the big problem. They're getting all the kills, but they need so much more. The time really is they can be denied by safe, and it
Oh
will
bhai,
be.
safe by
At the
27.
last second, just about pulling it across the line. A 4th round for Vitality, with one more to go.
It definitely seems they've
There's the LEC Vitality squad.
Damn.
Pressure's on for the boys on the stage.
Yeah, it is. It
It's
really
one thing to
is.
play in front of the EMEA
मेरा
crowd,
हो गया
but
भाई।
you got the other team here on their home turf. Okay. I don't know if it's pressure or motivation.
I'd go with motivation. I think,
कर रहे हो क्या मुंह में?
it's gone both ways. I've seen the Valorant guys. I'm pretty sure they went and watched the LEC as well.
इससे देख उसको खुद भरोसा नहीं हो रहा है, उसको कौन समझाएगा कि इधर से कंट्रोल हो रहा है वो।
They've woken from their slumber. They've come up from under the floor somewhere.
Power है तेरी, हाँ?
Now they get to watch some
That's where
Valorant.
all the players are. Nice
इससे
shot,
बात
Alpha.
करके बोला
First, second. Not again. Surely they'll finally shut him down.
अल्फा
Fake
जेर
trying
भाई
to
तो
help,
है।
and he gets walled
भाई
back.
बेचारा है।
Nice kicks, taking that second kill. And Spike's already crossed his site. It can make its way in for the plant. Or at least it thinks it can. You gotta watch out because sneaking onto the site is Chronicle. And they watched out.
ऐसे वो
They
आवाज
found him.
करके गाना गाते
And they
रहते
rooted
हो
him from the
ऑडिशन
round.
करते रहते कोई तो दूसरी कंट्री में
वो 5-6 बार स्टार्ट करता है।
Vitality with a late
Yeah, yeah,
resurgence in this half. 5 rounds on the board really wouldn't be anything to shake a stick at. They've still got a deal with Leo, who is left completely blind and stuck in the corner, using the smoke to his advantage at least for a second. But the thing is, he still has to clear Kicks, and he's not going to be able to. Kicks will get the 4K with the Odin.
सबसे बेस्ट तेरे को पता है ये ने ना वो क्या था ट्वीट जब ये हारी थी ना, भाई पता नहीं सब ऐसा धुंधला धुंधला सा दिख रहा था, ये वो कैसे क्या हो गया, कैसे हारे पता नहीं, ऐसा ऐसा करके एक बंदा रिप्लाई करके बोलता बंग्स भाई बोलो क्या कौन कर रहे थे.
It's a good trade. You know, looking at this gameplay,
मैं
Tom,
जो
I'm
हारता
feeling
हूँ
pretty confident to
मैं
say Kicks is doing nothing wrong. He's
बंग्स
playing
भाई
his
मैं
perfect
बताऊँ
team
क्या
around
इसको
him
कि तू बता रहा है.
Yeah, you know, with an Odin, I don't know. You know, we have to look back at the video to pick someone out. Well, you know, anyone.
सारे
really, I
एंगल
think
फिक्स
everyone.
कर दिए थे
That's the point,
उसके.
you know. You should be guarding that, protect the president.
Oh,
When you got the Odin
my.
out, you're wall banging. Sometimes you get blindsided because your teammates ain't watching the angle. That's probably
Angle
what's
is
happened to
different.
Kicks all 9 times. Confident.
Right, okay. A little bit of delusion from Mitchman, but here we go. On to the defensive side. Vitality, bear in mind, they have won every single pistol
डर
so
के
far.
बोलते.
Dirk is looking to try and change that, and, well, he's taken down the player in some glass.
फट से
Almost
हेडशॉट
loses
देगा.
his
डर
life
के
for
को
it.
दिखाओ.
Okay, Alpha. Blink and you miss it. The head popped it safe, and a nice shot from Runner in the corner, keeping things even at least for now. Still plenty still
Oh,
to
bye,
fight.
Alpajir.
Runner still thriving. It's now left all onto Chronicle. Now both players' positions are noted. He's actually going to
100% डर के
right
one
back
tap मारेगा.
into
Trip
utility,
hai,
manages to get
abhi.
past the player, but will be slowed down.
कैमरा कैमरा
Information
चुपा.
away. However, he's still going to have his opportunity to try and clutch this one out.
Well, I saw him just a second ago. Taking out
डर के मारेगा बोलो, डर के तो है नहीं.
reveal. They'll know that he was tapping it the first time, the second, but maybe not the third.
Oh.
Nice reaction from Chronicle. A quick kill. Oh. To close it out. What a round. A Red Bull.
Oh, Red Bull clutch बोलते.
It only works if you have the cleanest aim in history.
This is ridiculous.
Smooth baby.
He literally
Smooth.
fakes it twice, no one peeks, is quick enough to react, let it
जब
go
5
despite
ऐसे
when he
player
actually
मिलेंगे ना,
wants it, and then uses the
मजा
knife
आएगा.
as a fake, and for the split second, his opponent
Smooth,
is trying
smooth,
to shoot
smooth,
it.
baby,
He
smooth,
shoots him
baby.
in the face with a
Smooth,
classic.
smooth.
Like, that's what it takes for Fnatic to win their first pistol.
And here's the thing, you know, he just played on the reactions of the player. Because let me ask you, in that situation for Sender, his cam's destroyed, his trap's destroyed. Why does he give a damn if he's knifed? He doesn't. But you see it, you shoot it. That's the rule in Valorant. Your brain doesn't react as quickly as your hand does. And he's just used it there. He's fake flashed him almost. Just disgusting. And it's not like he didn't know he was already in the corner, you know what I mean? He had that information. Crazy play. 8-5. Fnatic,
खतरनाक players
they're in the
है.
lead.
भाई पिस्टल बहुत भारी
Listen, they can
पड़ेगा ये
always
मैप
slip away. We've seen Vitality 14-12. They came back in
कौन सा?
3 in a row when they were
ये
12
पिस्टल जो गया
down.
अभी
When ultis were online for Fnatic, they
7-7
played it
हो जाता है
perfectly on the side of Vitality.
पिस्टल
to
राउंड
bring it to
जीता
an
था
overtime.
लेकिन क्लासिक था
There,
ना
things
उनके
did
पास.
slip away. Hopefully, we're not still on that slope.
क्लासिक का मैटर चल रहा है,
Hit
समझ
the
रहा?
planes.
3 players stacked up here.
Woo! Power Rangers, let's go होने वाला है अभी.
Not too much
चलो counter 3, 2,
with the
1.
information. Power
Go!
completely blind.
सब मर
Runner
गए?
will at least be able to get one. Nice idea. Execution not bad. Unfortunately, the weaponry not quite enough.
भाई
Kicks has
क्लासिक
also
बफ तो है भाई तो.
got Leo desperately low. Almost works out for Zender again. Stronger weaponry, that's perfect for them. But unfortunately,
Combo
it
तो था.
wasn't quite to be. Rifles will be retrieved
Combo
for
तो
Fnatic
था.
as well. And they're going to get themselves ever closer to a 2-0 victory. Just 4
हाँ
rounds
कुछ
needed.
भी बोलो पुराने हमारे
Oh, there was one
players
for
निकले
everybody
थे
on the AORUS
सारे के
side that
सारे
time around.
झेरे भाई.
Fnatic
हाँ
able
क्या?
to find a team ace. Killing each player, an orb on each player. Nobody super close to popping
है तो
anything
सही लेकिन
game-changing, but the rifles that are in
भाई
play
classic
and the economy
है.
that Fnatic have left puts them in a really
Classic
good
buff तो
position.
है.
They can take pretty much any fight. Defensive side, well, Vitality have got Kicks. He's got an Odin. He stood next
सच
to
में
a nice thin wall.
क्लासिक का मैटर इसलिए मैं मेरा सबसे
for some
फेवरेट
noise to
टीम
be made.
जी के क्लासिक
I, for one,
स्किन्स खरीदा है.
Looking forward to seeing the conclusion of that battle.
भाई मैं पिछले लाइफ में सेल्स में था मैं बोल रहा हूँ कुछ तो बात है.
As I think for
क्या बोलते हो,
Fnatic,
chat?
you don't just go rushing into a site. We've seen it from Vitality. It worked, but this is the
Huh?
buy round. Vitality should have an idea. They should have some
सारे
aggression
क्वालिटीज है मेरे
somewhere.
में.
Fnatic, find it.
For Fnatic, this bonus is less of a bonus. Like, they've got plenty
अल्फा
to
के किल्स एंड
actually
डेथ
go in
देखो.
with here.
डेथ दिखेगा तो देखो ना.
He's
सिर्फ
flying
मारे
down
जा
a
रहे
little
हो.
bit low on Durka and Chronicle, so it might
भाई
hinder them a little
किधर
bit for
जाके
the next
बैठा
round,
डर
but
के.
they believe they
Eh,
can win it. He's
counter
gotta be
दिया?
careful. There are Guardians on the other
बच
side,
गया.
so although that Odin will do large damage, he's got to be careful that he's not just going to get popped straight through the wall.
Oh, pachak.
Flash to help out Dirk, but he's also going to be suppressed, so no ability to dash.
तो दिखा देना.
Getting up close, ready to try and go through
Gaya,
this,
gaya.
waiting on the other
Bye,
side.
piche
of the Chronicle.
dekho.
They don't realize the Dirk has already crossed.
Go there.
A bit of a misplay. Caught out because of it.
भाई ए शॉट वाले
Currently
कॉल
being defended by
कभी
running.
फेल
He's
नहीं
gonna
हो
have to
सकता
do some serious work. Does have
इसमें करने के
a
बाद
trip
भी no लैंग्वेज
from his teammate to try and help him out, but the plant isn't going to be denied.
Ah!
Wow, takes Durka.
हेयरकट दे दिया बे
Well to find that. They haven't stepped in the trip, but they've seen it. So that's going to be destroyed. No free kills on the wall bangs, unfortunately, this time around. And Kicks is trying the same. Alpha does well. Oh, he sees the tip of the bow. He wants to break that string, but instead it's Destrian swinging out to punish. He's traded. The numbers
Leo
stay
bhai,
to
free
Fnatic,
kill.
and Leo has
Free
to
kill,
get
Leo
spotted
bhai.
or rooted from this corner. He's oh no, that's a
Bye.
terrible time to take your knife out. A misclick surely, and a mistake
Please.
even more surely.
ज़्यादा ही हो रहे हैं यार.
Last man alive, 1 HP on Kicks, and it's done. It's saved at the last second by the last man alive.
ज़्यादा ही हो रहे हैं Bink भाई. डर है ये.
I don't know what happened on short there, and I'm not sure I care to know. I want to forget about it.
क्यों निकालेगा? आज तक नहीं देखा मैंने.
In every single clutch scenario, you have Chronicle, who just doesn't make those mistakes. He doesn't slip up.
I'm just saying, if you do that in a
वो
ranked
क्यों
game,
नाइफ निकालेगा बेंच
क्यों ऐसा कभी कोई नहीं
हाँ?
करता है.
क्यों नाइफ निकालेगा यार वो
बाहर नहीं जाता. लियो है वो भी. इतना सेफ प्लेयर है वो. सबसे सेफेस्ट प्लेयर है वैलोरेंट की हिस्ट्री में.
नहीं सबसे सेफेस्ट प्लेयर सेफ है भाई ना
नहीं भाई.
सेफ है प्लेयर सेफ है भाई
एक्चुअल में सबसे
वेट बोलो वेट नाम है
सेफ प्लेयर लियो है.
ना सेफ है लियो सेफ कैसे हो सकता सेफ है ब्रो
Contract for a long time. They're gonna go, take it easy now. Not Alpha. Not Alpha, no. Still at the top of the board, still carrying away. Goes, I get to do this for
सरप्राइज
another
पहले
2
फेंक दिया था
years.
क्या
He has been ridiculous for Fnatic. Definitely one of the best signings.
Binks noob
we've ever
बाकले
seen.
भाई मुझे बताओ
And I'm sure there's a lot of teams out there that are kicking themselves that it wasn't them. 10 to 5.
Go round the picture.
Fnatic, as said, this is a map where in the past they've at least shown some vulnerabilities. Not quite like Lotus, where it was flawless every single time. Dirk already picking off runner.
चलो फैनेटिक भाई
Taking their time.
प्राइवेट जेट बुक कर लो
Again, it's a round where Vitality just don't
ऐसे
really
कुछ
have.
तो स्कोर हमारा भी.
अरे यार पुरानी लाइनअप था
यहाँ से अगर
रेकॉर्ड नाइस क्रॉनिकल डेफो लेकिन ये लाइनअप ज्यादा बाप है वो लाइनअप भी अच्छा है
Jump spots
हर
it and then
कुछ
shows,
चीज
okay,
नया
I know where
स्टार्ट
you are.
करने से पहले Binks.
He didn't see me. They've taken Sander. Do they expect another? They do now. He's stepping around. He's firing back. He's hoping to pick someone off.
हिम्मत तो है
He's not
किक्स भाई
buying
का
any sort of time.
बाजू में एक को टपली पड़ी है फिर भी मार रहे हिम्मत तो है
I mean, it's a
और
3 versus 5.
का
Destrian and Kicks are
नाम
both
नहीं लिया
extreme.
वरना जीरो
Otherwise, they
लेटेंसी
even
जिंक्स
burn
यू
up
नो
utility
प्लांट
to cost
अच्छा है क्या?
credits. I mean, it's not like they haven't
वो
got
लोग क्रॉसफायर के हिसाब से अच्छा है ना
हाँ
वो
बैक
लोग
साइड
देखना
वाला
आता है
Yeah, at this point, it really does just come down to.
वो लोग सब प्लांट करने से पहले देखते हैं बे कौन किधर है लाइनअप है क्या किसके पास वो लोग बोलते हैं ना यहाँ पे पिंग करके यहाँ प्लांट
this
करो ऐसा
round with 5 players on Fnatic, still with a fair belt of utility to play with. I think Fnatic at this point will realize that, okay, we need to try and fight our way out of this one. Make sure we're not the ones going down to
किसी
the
ने नहीं
spike.
तोड़ा
Kick's
बे
still on this other side. There's a little bit of utility, and Safe does manage to get one. Again, making things at least a little bit more costly.
चार
But other than that, well, Destrian's just going to go down.
दोनों एक दूसरे को गाली देते रहेंगे ना मेरे को लगा तू तोड़ेगा अरे मेरे को लगा तू तोड़ेगा
Because Fnatic are close on pretty much every single
भाई
ultimate.
100% ऊपर से नीचे गिर के ना सीधा
On the
खेलने
other
वाला
side
है
of
अभी
things, it's the same, but the
हाँ?
difference is Fnatic only need 2 rounds.
बाजू वाला बोला बस कर भाई मेरा हो गया
Somewhat unsurprisingly, Vitality have decided to call a pause. They've got a minute to discuss.
बंक्स भाई एक ड्रीम टीम बनाओ ना ऑल रीजन से पैसे दे दो बनाता
Defensive side ascent. There's a ton that you can do.
एडिट वाला पता है एडिट वाला ये मैप का स्टोरी
To be this consistent.
अनुज भाई
नहीं
एडिट सबसे मेन गाली क्यों खाया था यही मैप के वजह से था
ड्रोन वाला क्या?
हाँ क्या होता है
मेरे
पता
साथ ही होता
है
वो।
क्या होता है हम लोग ने पूरा सेटअप वेटअप कर दिया सब रोटेशन इधर उधर दे दिया लास्ट 30 सेकंड ऐसा कुछ तो बचे 30-40 सेकंड तो हम लोग को पूरा इन्फो मिल गया कि बी नहीं है तो ए आने वाले ठीक है स्ट्रिक्स का कॉल है एडिट ड्रोन आया तो मेरे लिए ड्रोन तोड़ देना ठीक है एक बार कॉल आया फिर वापस आया एडिट ड्रोन आया तो मेरे लिए ड्रोन तोड़ देना ठीक है वो लोग डालते हैं 2 स्मोक, हम लोग का भी स्मोक बराबर टाइम पे आता है, ऐसा नहीं कि ओपन में ड्रोन तोड़ने का रहता है, अपना भी बराबर टाइम पे आता है। ड्रोन आता है, ड्रोन नहीं तोड़ता, रिकॉन आता है, रिकॉन भी नहीं तोड़ता। स्ट्रिक्स के मुंह पे 2 ब्लाइंड, रिकॉन ड्रोन सब आके स्ट्रिक्स के गांड मार के जाता है। स्ट्रिक्स चला रहा, एडिट तू लौड़े लंडे रे तू, ये वो करके। मैं एडिट को बोला, एडिट तू चूतिया है क्या, उसने 10 बार कॉल दिए, क्यों नहीं तोड़ा ड्रोन? बोलता अभी मेरे इधर बारिश हो रहा है यार। मैं बोला बेंचोद ये क्या रीजन है अभी? आईआरएल बारिश हो रहा है तो इन गेम ड्रोन नहीं तोड़ रहा बंदा।
It could have been beautiful.
तब से एडिट बाय का रेपुटेशन एक लेवल ऊपर चला गया था।
They're slowly building them up. Durka one away from Bladestorm,
Fun to
2
play
away
with.
from a lockdown.
एक काम
They're
बे,
pretty
एक
much
काम।
everything in this round. You can see the re-aggression coming through from Vitality, leaving Runner.
नहीं नहीं बोलता लैग हो रहा था, बाहर बारिश हो रहा है करके।
Religiously checked by Fnatic if they go back in this direction.
कॉम चल रहे,
I don't think they'll be
गेम लैग हो रहा है
expected
बड़ा
to be
भैया।
here.
बोल देता नहीं तोड़ सकता करके कुछ तो ना।
So Leo's
इसकी
insane,
गांड मार के गए थे
but I
पूरी।
love him. He's bought an Odin on the attack side. Didn't go for heavy spams back, but it's a good job. Kicks was stood slightly off center because he is tagged up, and it would be even worse if he was just crouched, ready to spam in the normal spot. Knife going through a little bit too late. Dirk is already
क्रॉसफायर खत्म हो गया बे एक
has
सेकंड में।
managed to find himself a safe hole to fight from. Never
बाकी
mind. He stepped
आम
into Dirk's crosshair, and he won't.
अच्छा गवात
Safe with another clean click.
भाई ये वो लेके जाएगा पूरा।
Already 3 kills.
EMEA में क्या मिलता है जीतेगा तो, एस मारा तो? EMEA में क्या मिलता है एस मारा तो? अरे गलत गलत।
How dare you? But it was with an Odin, so I commend it. Well done.
दो डर के, मतलब खेल मत जाए वो, डर के बैठ जाओ, आपका हो गया।
Relatively quiet game for Durka standard so far.
Certainly
First map.
4 मारा, खुशी है कि नहीं है डर के भाई? हेलो
Getting the odd kill with the operator, but this was just a Durka round. This is why people fear playing this map. Every time they step into the survey, he has just run riot and yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
fucking fuck दिया लियो को।
No, it's all good.
Needed. No fine
That
needed.
was, no, it's all good.
क्या मिलता है guys?
Unlucky, man. I mean,
पैसिफिक में लैपटॉप मिलता है।
yes.
हाँ, अमेरिका में पूरी पीसी मिलती है।
I think he was talking about
EMEA का पूरा boot camp?
hair by hair, and they've certainly been doing that. Each strategy Vitality have looked to deploy has been met with not the best of results thus far. Fnatic now have 7 chances to close out this map, and if you're holding on hope for Vitality, I do apologize. It's probably not going to go too well, but maybe they can get a few more
डर के भाई
rounds in
पट
there.
से
Make it a
हेडशॉट
bit
दे
more
दो इसको,
competitive.
पट
OT
से
on
जिगला
Fnatic's
पिक
map
करके
pick,
दे दो
and
इसको।
here in Ascent, barely making it to T.
बाप रे,
Pressure onto Runner.
बच्चा है बे।
Already it's actually almost a kill onto center in the backlines. Even still, they've managed to
अरे
recover.
बना है, मैंने बना कर बताओ ना गॉड टीम।
Unfortunately, not quite the kill.
Fnatic का लेना प्ले लो पूरा।
Durka go kill still exists for a
हो
round.
गया गॉड टीम इजी, विनर्स भी है 2 बार।
This is a fake. This is a lockdown fake. They've thrown it in, but they're actually going up mid. It will clear the side. He's in the right position. Again, I don't really know how some of these players are alive. And Chronicle peeks into the Odin spray and still survives.
Yeah, I mean, they had flashed before, but what a time to go swinging. Fnatic on their way to site, spams aren't hitting. Dirk is up close, 50 HP. Right,
oh!
Runner down. Man advantage now for them,
Arre?
but Durka can't get far. He's stuck up on the stairs. Now the info's there to play with. Hat
क्या
on the
डॉज
body.
किया?
They know exactly where they're hiding, no abilities to play with, but they've already gotten the one-way smoke out. It narrows the angles from which Vitality can approach. They don't want to go sprinting into that and give Boaster a free kill. Flash to play on the right side, but Safe's caught. Boaster's swung in. He's played aggressive,
bro.
and the reward is there. A tap on from
जी भाई जी, मैं बोला था ना ये लोग मारेगा। ये लोग का वार्म अप हो गया है बे। ये लोग का वार्म अप हो गया है ब्रो। Sexy.
Series from Vitality. Maybe they've got a chance in the lower bracket, but Fnatic.
Guys, we are very close to 11k likes. जल्दी से 11k likes कर दो। अभी होएगा अमेरिका का sexy stream. दोनों स्टोरी लाइन का बहुत मजा आने वाला है, तो मेक श्योर यू रेस्ट वेल, ठीक है? पोस्टर देगा इंटरव्यू, क्या लगता है? भाई बड़ा हो गया बे अल्फा जहर।
puts them up
Nah.
against anyone but Fnatic.
बहुत बड़ा हो गया बे.
Yeah, you're gonna tune in when it comes to playoff time. See that bracket draw and hope to God you don't get the instant loss that is facing this squad. Looking untouchable on map 2, but one hell of a battle
330
from
को 330
Vitality
को.
on the first map. In the end, though, it's the expected result at 2-0.
भाई ये लोग का चेहरे में देख के स्माइल तो आता है भाई. बोस्टर का वाइब है, क्या बोलता है?
But Vitality still
एक
had some good
गलत
things to show
positive
from
हो
it.
रहा है.
Lotus looks strong, and I think that them versus Gentlemates is going to be another great series. But
Yay!
as always, to the victors go the spoils. And for Fnatic, as said, the next time you'll see them, you'll need a little
मैं
bit
भी
of a wait
same
because
dance
they're
किया,
going straight
same.
to the playoffs.
18 का 18 2 साल पहले था.
Straight through that second map. No signs of slowing in for anybody who
Super
had
Jet में कौन सा वाला?
questions about how they'd come
शंकर
into
भाई वाला?
this season, how they do after the
हाँ,
break. Well,
खत्म ना
I
आज
think
के
that's a
EMEA
pretty
हो
definitive
गया,
answer.
EMEA हो गया.
Fnatic
अभी
भाई अगर तेरा एक ड्रीम टीम रहता जॉर्ड वाला तो क्या रहता? मेरे हिसाब से देखो, मेरे को चाहिए और टेंस बाय, ठीक है,
ठीक
आसपास बाय,
हाँ, सब
ठीक है.
शूटर से उठे मतलब ड्यूलिस्ट ही चाहिए.
सुन टेंस हो गया, आसपास हो गया, बोस्टर,
हाँ,
ठीक
अल्फा
है. नहीं
नहीं?
कांग और कांग,
ए,
ठीक है.
हार गई ये टीम.
नहीं, और मैं तो अगर गलती से हारेगा भी ना, अगर तेरे जैसे हेटर्स की वजह से टीम हारेगा भी, तो भी सबको बोल दूंगा एक बार मुझे शाउट आउट दे दो, मेरा हो गया. सीधा 10 मिलियन सीधा.
बेकार साला बोलते बेस्ट टीम जो बना दी
बेस्ट
और
टीम
मैं
बे,
बोलता
बेस्ट टीम. बस एक शाउट आउट चाहिए बे. गेम हार जीत तो होता रहता है, एक शाउट आउट दे दो बस.
To my protocols, I got the AIM Labs grind right now, and obviously I'm trusting in my teammates. I can't flame Vitality after we beat them. However, if we play them next, maybe I can flame them before the game, if they're doing that. So
That's right. Save it for later. Why not? It's a long season. Now, Boaster, obviously last year, you were the team to beat. You're going to be expected to be that team again this year. Is that chip on your shoulder bothering you at all, or you don't even notice anymore?
Honestly, last year was just a learning curve for us. This year we're going for all three. So that's the goal. We had a bit of a slow start today.
It's a warm-up
Especially on the
sprint.
Lotus,
Yeah,
but
it's fine.
once we got comfortable, Ascent is actually looking quite strong for us somehow. But yeah, Lotus, I'm happy that it happened today, the mistakes, because it was something that was in the back of my head. Like, I think there's something wrong with our defense, and I think now I can get cooking with Elmer and Mini, and we can start fixing that up.
Right, so people will be.
Mini
eager.
किधर है बे?
Yeah.
Okay, I can't wait. Now, one more question for you. Obviously, last year, there weren't so many teams which really pushed you to the limit. You were able to
Who
play
can
your
beat
game.
Fnatic?
You were able to, just play your agents. Didn't
खेलते
have to
नहीं है
play
मेरे
around
सामने,
much.
समझ रहे हो?
With the
डर.
shifting meta, did you guys feel compelled heading into your match
बचना
today to
जरूरी
maybe
है.
show us something a little out there, a little more creative?
I was asking the coach to play Deadlock. Not for
hard
me
no?
though, not
Okay.
for me. But we have done some testing on some agents. We've seen that other teams are cooking, so we did try it. So you'll just have to wait and see what we have been cooking. However, first things
Deadlock
first, I've
आने
been
वाला है
playing this
बे.
game since it's been out, and I think it's just about protocols and playing together. And that's
दूसरे
the
के
macro.
ऐसे इनको चाहिए, oh.
Teams they change up their comps, they go cheesy.
What about
comps, and they
Pardeep
lose
ने
the
Astra
macro, they're all over the
सिखाया था वो
place.
Pacific
One
region में,
review, they're
Pacific
anti-stratted,
region
and
में.
it's just Jova. So yeah, I think we're
Chat
more
भी कैसे
boring,
ना, chat भी बच
unfortunately,
ले
but we
इस
try and
पे.
make
As
that
long
up
as
with our
it's a W,
players.
हाँ,
right?
chat
As long
भी
as
बच
it's a
ले.
W. Thank you so much for taking the time. I'll let you go and celebrate with your team. Once more, give it up, of course, for Boaster
Thank you, everyone.
and Fnatic.
Bye-bye, Boaster!
In the playoffs. If you want to watch some more VCT EMEA, you have to wait a day. We will be back on Sunday. Same time, same place. See you there.
देख रहा बोस्टर का ऐसा क्या? एक बज गया. 2:30
चलो बिंग्स भाई.
हाँ?
It's
चलो.
GG.
बाय बाय.
अभी तू क्या रात में आने वाला है? अभी सोने वाला है कि अभी से उठा ही रहेगा?
क्या भाई क्या 1.5 घंटा ब्रेक है भेंचो.
नहीं
क्या
2-3 घंटे है.
अरे तो इंस्टेंट में ऐसा बेड पे ऐसा गया और जुप करके थोड़ी ना होएगा. पागल हो गया है
हाँ वो भी है.
ना. अपन चिलिंग्स करेंगे अभी थोड़ा.
खेल ले फिर.
खेल नहीं लूंगा भाई, और टायरिंग भाई मेरे को।
खेलना
अमेरिका के बाद पैसिफिक भी करना है, पागल हो गया है क्या? खेल ले।
अच्छा अमेरिका से करना है ना?
हाँ अमेरिका से करना है,
ठीक
फिर
है।
पैसिफिक भी करना है भाई। हो गया भाई।
ओके ओके, डिनर तो कर ले। डिनर भी नहीं किया होगा।
कुछ नहीं किया हमने, सिर्फ जिंक्स किए माँ की, बाकी कुछ नहीं किए। जब ये लोग बंक पे डर
चलो,
के, और आप में एक चीज
जाता
सिमिलर
हूँ।
है,
बाय
लव
बाय
यू।
बाय
हाइड तो बड़े
स्ट्रिक्स, बाय
को।
चैट,
बाय 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 बाय।
सी यू। देखो
कल
अगर
अगर स्ट्रीम नहीं किया अंडी मंडी।
अरे अंडी मंडी क्या, कल तो है ना मैचेस।
हाँ
कब स्ट्रीम करने वाले
उसके
हो?
बाद करना,
मैचेस के बाद।
पूरा मैचेस के बाद। तो 5 तारीख को खत्म होगा।
क्या बात कर रहे हैं, इतना लंबा है?
पैसिफिक 25 तारीख या 6 तारीख 26 तारीख को खत्म होगा। उसके बाद ईएमई और वो तो चले रहेंगे,
एक्चुअली फिर तो करना पड़ेगा उसके बाद।
क्योंकि
चल, ठीक है,
ब्रेक
ठीक
था
है।
ना। तो वही है बे, पैसिफिक टाइम पे कर ले। अभी पैसिफिक खत्म हो जाएगा 26 तारीख को। वो लोग का मैचेस दोपहर को होता था, दोपहर को स्ट्रीम कर लियो।
26 से 1 तारीख में बाहर हूँ मैं, बॉम्बे में भी नहीं हूँ।
कौन सा बार में?
बताता हूँ तेरे को phone
स्ट्रिक्स
पे
को लेके
कौन
जा,
से
मेरे
बार
को
में।
मत बता भाई, मैं ये सब नहीं करता। स्ट्रिक्स को लेके जाए।
अरे पानी पीने के लिए
क्या क्या मैंने सुना नहीं।
बाहर जा रहा हूँ।
अच्छा
देखा, वो समझा।
चलो
ठीक है
बाय
ठीक है,
बाय
चलो
बाय
बाय बाय
गाइस,
बाय
बाय। अगर रात में जगह रहा तो देख तो आ तो।
डन सिन डन।
गुड नाइट।
ओके गुड गुड। 6 भाई
बोलो बेटा।
तेरे गांड में हाथी का लैंड, लौड़े लैंड।
कितना टॉक्सिक बनेगा भाई?
चलो गाइस, दैट इज इट फॉर नाउ। मैं फट से अभी 2 मिनट में शेड्यूल कर दूंगा। आ जाना, बहुत क्रेजी मैचेस होने वाले हैं। फुल एनर्जी के साथ हम स्ट्रीम करने वाले, ठीक है। आसपास बाय खेलने वाले, लाउड के अगेंस्ट खतरनाक होने वाला है, और डिमन बाय खेलने वाले ऑक्सी के अगेंस्ट, वो भी खतरनाक होने वाला है। तो आए, मजा आएगा, फन करेंगे, एनर्जी ऑलवेज हाई, समझ रहे हो? कैसा मत पूछो, लोड़े लग गए। चलो मिलते हैं, बाय बाय। आदियोस, शेड्यूल में पादियोस, टेक केयर, गुड नाइट। कितने बजे? शेड्यूल अभी कर रहा हूँ, 3:15 को स्ट्रीम चालू हो जाएगा शार्प। चलो मिलते हैं, बाय बाय।